This is our protagonist, Beak Du Seo. Just 3 seconds ago, he accidentally defeated the final boss of the game. And boom, he got ice-guyed straight into this game world. By some crazy coincidence, the moment he woke up, the system slapped him with a mission: escape from the assassins chasing him. All of this stems from a game called Mythic World, released 10 years ago as a female-oriented dating sim VR game. But somehow, for unknown reasons, the male player base exploded to an abnormal level. In terms of gameplay, the game lets players choose from a huge variety of characters, from easy-to-play, high-efficiency ones to super difficult, low-efficiency ones. Among that massive roster, there was one absolute trash-tier character, extremely hard to level up and with garbage skill. And one masochistic player mastered that exact character, Beak Du Seo. For 10 years, that player was me, the one playing as Beak Du Seo. Right now, Beak Du Seo had just brewed himself a cup of coffee and returned to his computer when he noticed new posts on the forum. "Oh, new thread on the forum. Is there an update or something?" he muttered while quickly clicking to check. No one knew exactly what the game updated, but the players' reactions were overwhelmingly negative. "Trash game, some stupid dragon appeared out of nowhere and wiped all my save data. What the hell is this black magic dragon? It said my character died and I can't log in anymore. What the fuck is going on? My character just got deleted." One negative comment after another flooded in. Beak Du Seo read through them and felt confused. A final boss in a dating sim VR game. I thought the game ends when two characters get together. At that point, he spotted a highly upvoted post that caught everyone's attention. "Everyone, this boss is unbeatable. This shitty black magic dragon has 99% magic resistance with no cooldown, keeps spamming absorb magic, and shoots some kind of spell. How the hell do you beat it? This has to be a bug." Our protagonist saw the op's name and exclaimed in shock, "Wait, that's a famous rank." Final boss, huh? A monster with magic immunity in a magic-filled world sounds kinda unreasonable. Definitely a bug. People are even saying their characters got deleted. Looks like this is the boss. Black magic dragon. Black Knight 13th Moon has appeared. Beak Du Seo muttered while staring at the dragon right in front of him. Alright, so the story goes like this. In Mythic World, there's a cult called the Black Magic Order. Their goal is to help another world called the Personal Gate dominate this one. And when those lunatics achieved their goal, the Black Magic Dragon appeared. 90% of the continent is now occupied by the Personal Gate. I only played PvP and ignored the storyline, but things got way too chaotic. Is this even okay? Beak Du Seo muttered while scratching his head. Then he felt an itch seeing how strong the dragon was. I wasn't planning to fight it, but maybe I should give it a try. With that thought, our god Beak Du Seo immediately clicked yes on the prompt to fight the black magic dragon. "I'll show off the skills I've honed for the past 10 years, Beak Du Seo thought to himself. In short, about his character, Beak Du Seo, he's the only character who literally cannot use magic, even though literally everyone else in the game can. Because of that, even veteran players never picked him. Basically, this character is worse than a side character. Of course, he can use a tiny bit of magic, but only one spell, Blink. Back to the battle, right after spotting Beak Du Seo, the black magic dragon opened its mouth and started charging energy. Then the giant thing opened its jaws, as wide as possible, and spat fire straight at him. Facing the attack, Beak Du Seo gave a faint smirk. At the same time, he activated Blink and jumped onto the dragon's back, dodging the blast. About Beak Du Seo's Blink skill again. This skill lets him instantly teleport to another spot, between 3 to 10 meters away. The landing spot is random, so if he doesn't control the distance perfectly, he'll die instantly from the speed and impact force. On top of that, it has a ridiculous cooldown and mana cost. Plus, it inflicts a 2-second immobilized debuff after use, so nobody ever learned it seriously. However, Beak Du Seo mastered Blink so well that he could control both direction and distance. He even figured out how to resist the 2-second immobilize. It costs no mana since this character has 0 mana stat anyway. Unlike other spells, Blink is basically just a movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character ever since everything revolved around skill levels. So for 10 whole years, I played only this one magicless character in combat. While our protagonist was still reminiscing, he had already maneuvered his character to slice the black magic dragon in half. For some inexplicable reason, a character who can't use mana somehow possessed enough raw strength to defeat this dragon. At least since he couldn't use offensive magic, the dragon's magic resistance became completely useless. And after the black dragon collapsed onto the ground, he received a system notification. You have defeated the final boss, Black Knight 13th Moon. On this side, Beak Du Seo stared at the notification in disbelief. Holy shit, what? I actually killed it. I know I equipped rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. But anyway, this is awesome. Gotta flex to the community that I just soloed the black magic dragon. Beak Ducio said while quickly clicking the post button. But right at that moment, red warning messages appeared in front of him looking extremely dangerous. Because you reached the bad ending, 90% of the mythic world has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Please proceed to the true ending. Seeing the bizarre scene, Beak Ducio fell into extreme panic. What the hell? What the hell is going on? He shouted in terror. Then our protagonist vanished inexplicably from inside his room. Scene shift to some ruined room. At this moment, Beak Ducio woke up and said dazedly, "What happened? And where is this?" He said while looking around. And when he looked at his reflection in a mirror placed nearby, his face froze completely, because this was an extremely familiar face that had accompanied him for 10 years. This appearance is Beak Ducio. But before Beak Ducio could even process what was happening, a system screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Episode 1, Escape the Pursuit. On this side, after seeing the system message, he became even more confused. This is Beak Ducio's opening quest. No way, he thought while hurriedly reaching into his pocket and pulling out a piece of paper. This is the Stellar Academy acceptance letter. And at this point, even though he didn't want to admit it, Beak Ducio knew exactly where he was. This is unbelievable, but this is definitely the mythic world. And I must be Beak Ducio. Saying that, the guy tried to calm down and analyze logically. I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But from my knowledge, this game doesn't have a single true ending. More like, since it's a dating sim at its core, it has a billion different endings. Who the hell knows which one is the real true ending? Wait, or maybe, no one has ever unlocked the true ending in the past 10 years. Beak Ducio was stunned by his own thought. But right after he tossed that aside, because right now there's a more urgent mission. Damn it, no time to think anymore. If I remember correctly, right after Beak Ducio wakes up, the pursuers will barge into the house. Thinking that, he didn't waste a single second, and immediately opened the door to look outside. And just as he feared, outside right now was a group of bad guys preparing to butcher him. Where did that little rat run off to? Someone in the assassin group shouted. Hearing that, Beak Ducio hurriedly closed the door and hid inside. Dangerous, they're already here, he thought anxiously. But right at that moment, one of the assassins spotted the house he was hiding in and shouted, "There's a house over there. Search it now," understood. The others quickly replied. Beak Ducio was panicking like crazy right now. What do I do? Right now there's a time limit to avoid getting caught. But I can't fight this group. What should I do? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. And as if feeling pity for our god, the system kindly gave a suggestion. You can use Blink. What? I can use Blink, he thought in surprise. Born with a body suffering from mana leak syndrome, Beak Ducio was someone who couldn't accumulate mana at all. Placing his one and only hope in the spell, he devoted his entire life to practice. Back to the present, Beak Ducio was observing the info on the Blink skill. Blink level 0, max distance 9m. Max charges 1 time, cooldown 3 seconds. And after checking the Blink skill info, Beak Ducio didn't feel any better. It told him to use Blink, but he wasn't playing a game with a keyboard and mouse. How the hell do you use it? But before our protagonist could think much more, outside the assassins started charging like rabid dogs toward this spot like they were scared he'd bolt, and the sound of their footsteps also made Beak Ducio flinch hard. Damn it, they're here already. No time left, gotta go all in and risk. Beak Ducio gritted his teeth and muttered. Then right before these assassins burst into the house and boxed him in, the young guy proactively slipped outside. But naturally the bandits spotted him right away. I found that bastard, chase him down. Don't let him escape, stop right there. The assassins started barking their pointless crap. Meanwhile our protagonist was racking his brain on how not to get ripped apart by these bandits. And his current plan was to use Blink to shake off these pursuers. They've got magic boots, so they're definitely faster than me. So the only way out for me is to use Blink. Calm down, I've used Blink countless times. I know how to nail the timing perfectly. Beak Ducio started psyching himself up. Meanwhile, the assassin's sounds were right on his heels. You bastard, you won't stop, huh? Someone in the pack yelled his head off, forcing Beak Ducio to glance back and gauge how much distance was left between him and them. They're almost on me. Blink's weakness is if the user messes up the distance control, they'll smash into something else and die on the spot. But if it's me, things will be different. Beak Ducio thought to himself, and right then the assassin's leader caught up to him. Let me send you to hell, die, saying that as he swung his sword straight at. And right at the moment, when that sword was about to hit Beak Ducio, he went for broke and activated the Blink spell, just like that. Like a lightning flash streaking by. Beak Ducio's body vanished, then reappeared way ahead. And seeing he'd pulled it off, the guy was over the moon inside, nailed it. He thought gleefully, meanwhile the assassins seeing that froze up a bit and halted. What the hell was that blink? Is he a mage? They muttered in confusion, and the leader, seeing that, quickly spun around to rally the crew. Don't wuss out. After triggering blink, the user gets paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our prime shot. Our prime shot? Hold up. Why's that bastard still moving? The leader yelled in shock, seeing Beak Ducio still booking it like a squirrel up front. Back to Beak Ducio. Even though he'd bought some distance for now, he didn't drop his guard. Careful, gotta stay even sharp. I gotta exploit the rough terrain around here. Any player who doesn't master blink right here won't clear the next stage. Beak Ducio mused to himself. Plus, there's this depressing fact that 99% of players picking Beak Ducio can't finish the tutorial, and for that last 1%, they make it through, but still can't grasp blink distance control or chaining blinks. Back to Buck Dusa. The instant the 3-second cooldown wrapped up, he fired off blink on this bumpy terrain to stretch the gap again, and the assassins behind, watching him pull that stunt, shouted in disbelief. Blink on terrain like this? Is that dude insane? Though totally floored, the leader, seeing Buck Dusa slowly widening the lane, barked at the guys behind. Anyone with magic up front now, hit him from afar. On his orders, 3 mages pushed to the front, and naturally Beak Ducio on the lam overheard and glanced back. They're going for magic, huh? He thought inside, but wasn't too shocked, since in the game this exact thing happens. It's tutorial part 2, blink to dodge the spell shot. And right now the mages unleashed their spells, firing off countless arrows straight at him from every angle, and Beak Ducio was legit starting to sweat. In-game I could peep behind via the screen, so dodging was easy. But right now it's different. He gritted his teeth thinking, and just as the young dude hit a wall, the system chimed in with a power-up like always. Mana Leak Syndrome skill activated. Mana Leak Syndrome triggered skills Sixth Sense and Perception Acceleration activated. And right after this, notice pop. A mana wave rippled out from Beak Ducio's body, letting him pinpoint every direction the arrows were flying. And just like that, our protagonist danced right through this arrow storm, for arrows swarming in with no dodge angle. He just blinked right past them, easy. Lucky he dodged that one in time, or he'd be wiped clean, not even crumbs left. Well, that was way too close, Beak Ducio thought as he scrambled up quick and kept hauling ass, and before long he'd hit the tail end of the tutorial stage. Tutorial Part 3, Blink Across the Deep Ravine. Starring Beak Ducio, down was a massive chasm, dotted with tons of floating rocks in the middle for players to hop across, and his mission now was nailing blink distances perfectly to land spot on those rocks. Only way to the other side is dead accurate blink range. After that I'll bump into some mages patrolling by and slip away, wrapping up this tutorial. To clear it I gotta cancel the 0.1 second blink startup right on cue. One slip up means game over, Beak Ducio told himself. Then he scoped the rocks and crunched the numbers. Roughly 20 floating rocks here. 0.1 seconds. Yeah, talk is cheap. No clue which morons scripted this tutorial crap. At that thought, Beak Ducio balled his fists in rage. But hey, truth be told, it wasn't straight up impossible. Issue is these pursuers are way closer than I figured, he muttered while eyeing the assassins nearly on him. Right up front, there he is, one yelled, then they all floored it straight ahead. Gap between me and them down to about 100 m. Blink cooldown's 3 seconds, so no way I'll make it across in time. So the realist survival play is wiping out the whole pack. Beak Ducio sidled off to the side and quietly sized up the situation. Insane, how am I even thinking I can pull this off right after that last scrap? If this was game, the system wouldn't let these tailors touch me. But this is reality. No rules saying I gotta blindly follow the game system. Taking out one punk, no sweat, and it ain't cause they're my parents' enemies like the plot says. They're coming, bring it, I'll smoke you all, Beak Ducio thought fiercely. Seconds later, the two sides collided, and the enemies facing off needed no chit-chat. The leader barked right away, get him, snag that punk quick. Got it, one assassin yelled as he charged, seeing Beak Ducio turn and face them instead of running. The guy snickered inside, you dare take on all of us solo. Total idiot. You're done for. Meanwhile, Beak Ducio across from him coolly calculated the gap target distance. 8.7 m. Blink. Just like that, Blink fired off, closing in instantly as the knife in Buck Dusa's hand plunged through the front guy's chest. Even though it was his first time, he felt zero fear. Fresh blood trickled over his fingertips, no guilt whatsoever. This is killing to survive, Beak Ducio told himself. Next, he unleashed a brutal knife strike, sending that guy flying back into his buddies. After dropping one, Beak Ducio bolted, since his blink was still on cooldown anyway. The crew, seeing Beak Ducio snag one of theirs and Rabbit, freaked out. He's running. Don't let him get away no matter what. Back to Beak Ducio. While moving, he quietly calculated, one down, but next time won't be this easy. What now? Why's it so quiet behind? They stopped chasing. Weren't they gonna hit me with magic? But dodging it, damn it, Beak Ducio cursed silently. Over there, the leader excitedly signaled, "Do it." On his cue, the mage instantly cast his spell, forming a magic circle in front, then unleashing a fireball. Locked right on Beak Ducio's position. Crazy, that damn spell. Beak Ducio yelled as he whipped around scanning for a good blink spot. Lucky break. He spotted a tree branch jutting from the nearby cliff. There. Let's go. Blink, Beak Ducio thought. At the same time, all the fireballs slammed his old spot, blowing up huge. And the leader, thinking the fireballs hit home, smirked. "Serves you right, you little shit." But before he could gloat long, he realized, no corpse in that crater. "Where'd he go?" he muttered, clueless that Beak Ducio had dodged the blast and blinked right above his head. Ultimate blink. Momentum conserved pre- and post-blink. He thought as he blinked again, knife aimed straight at the guy, making him scream and drop like a sack. Meanwhile, the rest stood dumbfounded, not getting what happened. "What the?" one blurted in panic. But before he finished, Buck Dusa blinked up close and sent him to join his pals in hell. As for Beak Ducio, after all that intense action, his stamina was tanking hard, 2 down. Gotta hurry before they regroup, he thought. Up ahead, the scarred guy was now starting to take Ucial more seriously. "What a freak. Your reaction speed is way too bizarre for a mage. Just who the hell are you?" Over on this side, Ucial heard him, but had zero intention of answering. He was still fully focused on planning. "My reaction speed has to be better than any player out there for sure, but that's just in the game. This is reality. I can't keep dodging their hits forever, especially at this close range. Gotta take them all out fast." With that thought, he immediately charged forward to attack. The scarred guy's eyes turned dangerous. "I've figured out your movement pattern now." As he said that, he thought to himself, he only uses speed bursts and dagger. So as long as I guard my face and neck, he won't be able to touch me. Thinking that, he instantly coated his sword with mana to prepare for battle. "Come at me, you filthy brat," the guy shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Ucial up ahead immediately used a speed burst to dodge aside. At the same time, right in front of him, the scarred guy thrust out countless sharp ice spikes. "Got you now, let's see how you squirm in pain," he thought gleefully. Because in theory, if Ucial used a speed burst to rush in, he'd definitely impale himself on those ice spikes, but too bad for him, that plan failed completely. Because the one Ucial was actually targeting was the teammate standing behind. By the time the scarred guy realized it, it was already too late. His teammate had been sent straight to the afterlife by Ucial. "Damn it," he roared. "Before this you were just scurrying around like a rat, and now you dare pull something like this." Ucial straight up admitted, "Yeah, but that was before. I have to thank you for helping me get stronger every single day." He said it while flashing a mocking smile, which made the scarred guy's face twist up like a monkey's ass. "You son of a bitch. Just because we went easy on you before, you think you can do this?" "Die," the guy bellowed at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, Ucial casually grabbed a spear from one of the guys he'd just taken down and charged forward to attack. First he got into position, then hurled the spear in his hand straight at the scarred guy, like an arrow shot from a bow. This made the guy think, speed burst, aiming at an undefended spot. He's throwing the spear to force me to block, then attacking from behind. Not a chance. While thinking that, he raised his sword horizontally across his chest to block the spear. Right after, he swung his sword backward, intending to cut Ucial down. "Just turn around and give him one slash," he muttered. But when he turned his head, there was no one behind him at all. Only then did the scarred guy realize he'd overthought it. But unfortunately, he no longer had any chance to correct his mistake, because the moment he turned his head backward, Ucial had already used a speed burst to rush in from the front and stabbed his dagger straight into the guy's heart. From the start, he was planning to attack from the front all along, the guy thought in his final moments. Then he was gone in an instant. Right then, Ucial received a notification. Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, completed. You've gained additional experience and received gifts from the Constellation Project for developing a unique storyline. Back with Beak Ducio, after looking at the corpses and bloodstains around him, countless thoughts flooded his mind. That's right, this isn't a dream. My first speed burst, my first real battle, and my first kill. I killed someone else to survive, he thought while starting to calm himself down. And it didn't take long before Beak Ducio snapped out of that dazed feeling and prepared to move. He had to get out of this place fast. Wait a second, even though this place feels kinda shady. But realistically, I have no money left, Beak Ducio thought as he started searching and looting the body. And the results didn't disappoint him. He found a whole pouch of gold coins. Let's see, this should be around 2,000,001, better than nothing at all. But now the main problem is, I have to get across this cliff first, he muttered while heading toward the cliff edge. But before the protagonist could do anything, he heard voices calling from the other side. Is anyone there? This way. Hearing their voices, Beak Ducio quickly strained his eyes to look over. That was the group of mages from the tutorial section, right? Thinking that, Beak Ducio quickly shouted back, "I'm here," and the mages on the other side yelled, "There's no bridge over here, can you make it across?" "Yeah, I'm on my way." "Let's wait, he says he can cross." The mage guy turned and told the other. But beside him, a green-haired young man wondered. To cross a cliff like this, he'd at least need to be a third-rank knight. Can that kid really pull it off? I'm not so sure. The mage guy said casually, but luckily right after that, he was shocked to see Beak Ducio start moving across the floating stone platform. And in everyone's eyes, Beak Ducio's body kept teleporting from one floating stone to another, making them super curious. What was that just now? Some kind of jumping magic? To answer their question, a voice came from behind them. That speed burst. It belonged to a green-haired girl with a melancholic face. Everyone who heard it was even more stunned. Speed burst. But speed burst can't control direction or distance precisely. How is that even possible? He said while turning to look at Beak Ducio. But right at that moment, he noticed two figures on the other shore and muttered, "Those two, are they with the kid?" But before he could think more, one of the assassin's mages started casting his spell. A fireball shot toward Beak Ducio. "Hey, watch out," someone yelled. Meanwhile, our protagonist also realized he was under attack. So he gritted his teeth and used speed burst again. Then he looked toward the two who'd attacked him and thought, "It's those mercenaries from before. This is really dangerous." Speed burst cooldown remaining 3 seconds, but dodging all that magic is impossible. I need to find another floating rock to land on, Beak Ducio thought while hurriedly scanning around for a good spot. But the mage didn't give him any time and immediately fired a beam of energy straight at him. But luckily for Beak Ducio, he managed to lean aside just in time to dodge. However, the real trouble was just starting. Suddenly, for some reason, the floating stone under his feet split in two, sending him plummeting straight down below. Damn it, all the other floating stones are way too far. Hope I land on one, he gritted his teeth thinking, and immediately used speed burst. And it seemed the Grim Reaper wasn't ready to take him yet. Beak Ducio teleported right next to a hovering rock and quickly grabbed onto it. "Phew, I survived," Beak Ducio thought in relief, before he noticed another fireball heading straight for him, or I'm dead. But on this side, right before the attack could hit Beak Ducio, it got blasted away by another streak of blue energy, and our protagonist was saved at the very last second. What surprised him even more was how strange that magic was. What was that just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning. Who could combine two elements into one attack like that? And more than that, it calculated the trajectory so perfectly without wasting a single drop of mana. Who could pull off such a flawless strike? While thinking, he looked toward the group of mages ahead, and the one who'd acted was none other than the green-haired mage girl. As for the mercenaries, after seeing their attack fail, both their faces went pale and they quickly retreated. On this side, seeing them flee, Beak Ducio let out a sigh of relief in his heart. "Phew, looks like I survived after all." Then after finally reaching the other shore, he hurried over to the green-haired girl who'd saved him and said, "Ah, thank you for helping me back there." The green-haired girl slightly turned her head back and said coolly, "I didn't do it to get thanked, so don't worry about it." Ah, got it. She had the most beautiful voice he'd ever heard, but she seemed kinda hard to approach. Anyway, even though those guys were bandits who ravaged and robbed villages, the truth is most of those kinds of activities are carried out by the black magic cult. But even that ends here. The moment I cross this cliff, I've entered the mage's territory, and the black magic cult people won't tail me anymore, not to mention they don't even know who I am. And right at that moment, another system notification appeared in front of Beak Ducio. Chapter 2, Enrollment at Stella Academy. And that notification left Beak Ducio not knowing how to react properly. Chapter 2, sounds like it won't be too bad. But how am I supposed to go through school at an age like this? The scene shifts to Beak Ducio's childhood memory. "Mom, when I grow up I want to become a mage," he said while tugging at his mother's sleeve. The woman in front smiled warmly and praised, "Mom believes in you, Ducio." According to the records, his parents went through so much hardship to raise him. He'd study hard and make them proud. He told himself that as he buried himself in books, but everything nearly came crashing down when he heard the doctor's conclusion. "You just said my son has mana deficiency syndrome." His mother said in shock, while young Beak Ducio's face went blank in disbelief. "No, it can't be." The little boy started sobbing, and Beak Ducio watched these scenes from a third-person view. Is this Beak Ducio's memory? Or is it mine? He thought in confusion, and right after, a splitting headache hit him, snapping him awake. "Morning already," he muttered. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy across from him noticed and spoke up. "Oh, you're awake. I was just about to call you. We're heading out soon to Leswicha, the satellite city of Arcania." Time flew by quickly, and after a while of traveling, the tour guide's voice rang out, "We'll take a short break here for now." Following his words, Beak Ducio stepped out of the vehicle to get some fresh air. And coincidentally, at that moment, he ran into the green-haired girl who had once saved his life. But the instant she spotted Beak Ducio, she immediately turned and walked away, leaving our protagonist with no choice but to give a wry smile. She's really cold, huh? But everything's fine. If you consider how worried I was, I'm glad the timeline here feels closer to modern times rather than the medieval era. Magic exists in this mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads are all built to make long-distance travel way more convenient. We're heading to Leswicha right now to catch another airship. Leswicha is on the route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, that's the real city of magic where everything truly begins. The magical towers, mage conferences, and the 5 most prestigious academies are all there. The academy with the most powerful mages and the most talented students studying, Stellar Academy. Because of that, Stellar is packed with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still have no idea how the character Beak Ducio even got accepted into a place like that. Wait, I haven't checked my own skills yet, thinking that. He quickly pulled up his status window to take a look. Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1. Strength increased by 3%. Speed increased by 5%. Agility increased by 10%. Skill Sixth Sense consumes users' mental energy to activate. Skill Mana Detection within a 12m radius. Acceleration Wave. On this side, after reviewing his status window again, Beak Ducio felt grateful for the skills this character possessed. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. I would have died without those two. The original Beak Ducio had a cursed physique that prevented him from channeling mana into his body. Mana Leak Syndrome. That was the innate curse placed on Beak Ducio. However, this also allowed him to detect surrounding mana with Sixth Sense. It let him sense any incoming attack even if he wasn't looking in that direction, while Acceleration Wave made everything feel like time had slowed down. If any threat or attack came at him faster than a human could perceive. It was an essential skill for Beak Ducio since he couldn't use mana, but he couldn't overuse Sixth Sense either because it drained a ton of mental energy and had consequences afterward. Next up were the stats. Beak Ducio status: Strength 1 star 59%, Speed 1 star 81%, Endurance no star 97%, Agility 1 star 97%, Stable Physique 1 star 51%, Mental Energy 1 star 43%, Mana Unknown, Remaining Experience 10, Skills Speed Burst Level None, Traits Mana Leak Syndrome Level 1. Back to Beak Ducio. After checking the info, he had some thoughts. Honestly, the starting stats aren't that bad. The original Beak Ducio had really low agility. This is a stat I absolutely have to push hard. In this world, there aren't just overall levels. Each stat has its own level, skills are leveled, and stats are ranked in stars. The highest stat rank is 9 stars, but it's almost impossible to reach. I played this game for 10 years, and the highest I ever got was 8 stars in both Stable Physique and Agility. But right now, I should invest in Agility to boost Sixth Sense and reaction speed. I can improve Stable Physique and flexibility through other means later. Anyway, that's the plan. The current problem is this Mana Leak Syndrome. If I don't train it, I won't survive long. I need to upgrade it quickly to reach the secret of the true body. Entering Stellar Academy is the way to suppress this deadly syndrome. There's no other choice but to go to Stella if I want to prevent the world's bad ending and cure this disease. Man, honestly, I don't want to go there. I wish there was something that could save me from this mess. Beak Ducio sighed in thought, and right then the system suddenly popped up a reminder notification. You've missed some notifications, how I never looked at these, he thought in surprise. But before he could check, the people nearby reminded him, hey, hurry up, let's go. Got it coming, Beak Ducio thought to himself and quickly caught up with the group. And just as planned, our protagonist boarded this fancy airship, heading straight to Stellar Academy. We are approaching Arcanium. Please remain seated in your assigned spots. The airship's announcement echoed through. Meanwhile, those spoiled rich kids spotted Beak Ducio dressed like a homeless guy and started mocking him. Hey, look at that guy staring around like a kid. Never been on an airship before, huh? Probably some country bumpkin who just crawled up. I don't get why Stella lets trash like this join the academy. This story's gonna spread everywhere. These kinds of lowlifes will just pollute everything. The purple-haired young master said in disdain, while on the other side, Beak Ducio stared straight at him, and for some reason, he just let out a sigh and thought helplessly. Brats like this really exist everywhere, huh? With that, he ignored the contemptuous words and walked away as if he hadn't heard a thing, which made the young master feel utterly humiliated. You dare look at us like that? You little punk. Hey, stop right there, he shouted. But right then, noisy chatter erupted behind him, making him turn around and mutter, What's with all the noise? And immediately after, the young master's eyes widened, Princess Bion. Up ahead, hearing that name, Beak Du Seo also turned around because it was a familiar name to him. He just said Bion. Following his gaze, right in front of everyone stood a stunningly beautiful princess with a cold, haughty aura. This was the princess of the Adalbit kingdom, Hong Bion Adalbit. On this side, the purple-haired brat saw her appear, stepped forward and started greeting, "Your Highness Princess." But before he could finish, he received Bion's icy cold stare that shut him up completely. And Bion just walked away right after, leaving him full of regret. Back to Beak Du Seo. After seeing her appear, he started recalling memories of this character. She's the enemy of the world. Hong Bion is a main character in the game. She always clashed with the female lead, but ultimately dies in the end. In most endings, she gets brutally murdered, or is forced to commit suicide after being bullied by the entire student body. This time, she'll have to go through the most humiliating things in front of everyone, as if the developers hated her and wanted her to suffer everything. I heard she was super popular among male players. Yeah, she's gorgeous, but it feels like she'd kill you if you even tried talking to her. Thinking that, the protagonist's stomach suddenly growled. Guess I'll go grab something to eat, he thought, and quickly headed to the dining area. But after seeing the glittering prices on the menu, the broke guy could only pick the cheapest one and complain. Why is it so expensive? Every meal in Arcanium is like this. And right then, it seemed the ship was almost there. Their announcement sounded again. Attention all passengers, we will arrive at Arcanium in approximately 10 minutes. Please proceed to the lower deck. Repeating, we will arrive at Arcanium in approximately 10 minutes. Blah blah. Finally, it's starting. Anyway, this is my reality now. Let's do this, he said excitedly. And even though he was pumped, right after that our protagonist got punched back to reality. I'm really glad I handled that. But can I even survive at Stellar Academy? Survive in this world? I wish I had something useful for situations like this. Beak Du Seo thought while praying to the heavens. Then suddenly he remembered something and muttered, "Speaking of that, I still haven't checked that earlier notification." With that, Beak Du Seo quickly checked to see if the system had given him anything useful. The Constellation Project grants you a special reward. 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower rank. 2. A skill you obtained in the game at reduced power. 3. Experience. On this side, after reading it, Beak Du Seo stroked his chin and thought, looks like the system has some morals, huh? Let's see what I should pick. Should I go for reflection or praise lightning? And as if reading his thoughts, the system immediately notified. According to search results, the rank of those items is too high, so they will be downgraded. What about super spatial burst then? Beak Du Seo asked again. According to search results, this skill is an upgraded version of speed burst, so it cannot be granted. However, you may use the reward to enhance the speed burst skill. On this side, Beak Du Seo heard that and his eyes went wide. Damn, it really has to be downgraded, he complained. The system immediately explained. Due to insufficient narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize it. What's that? Narrative energy is the force that influences the story's progression. If you continue uncovering hidden plotlines, it will accumulate. Back to Beak Du Seo, hearing that he understood the system's intention. So basically, in the short term, you can't let me have anything too op because I'm still a noob. The system went silent, as if accepting that fact. And after realizing the system couldn't give him any game-breaking item, Beak Du Seo thought for a bit, then said, "What about the Mina glasses then? Based on system results, we conclude it can be provided." "All right, then I'll take that," Beak Du Seo said calmly, and the system instantly tossed him the Mina glasses. "I never thought there'd be a day I'd actually have to wear these," Beak Du Seo muttered. Speaking of the Mina glasses, this item contains all the information Beak Du Seo had collected while playing the game. In the mythical world, you can't recall or read info about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge, so players developed countless items to store information in their own ways. And Beak Du Seo did the same. Here's the info on these glasses. Mina glasses, rank unknown, description, can't remember last night's dinner. No problem, these glasses store every detail you've ever seen, special feature. Mina folder, sealed, activate with mental energy. On this side, Beak Du Seo started activating the glasses to review all the info. Opening Mina folder. Alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. All right, this is good. Since this place is just like real life, I have no way to explain what I can do with the system. But with these glasses, I can recover about half the capabilities I used to have. Beak Du Seo thought while closing the Mina folder, and right then a voice suddenly caught his attention. Hey, isn't that Azel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutch Mall. How dare she show her face here? SHH, she'll hear you. Whispers started spreading, and hearing a familiar name Beak Ducio began thinking. Speaking of which one of the Mina glasses functions lets me register or check info on story character. Thinking that he used the glasses to check the girl ahead. Azel Malf, false heroine, ice lightning mage, drinks pickled juice before eating pizza, eldest daughter of Dutch Malf. Her father's death led to the family's downfall, dies later. Back to Beak Ducio. After reading, he remembered who she was, so she's the false heroine, huh? To talk about Azel as a false heroine, there's one thing I have to point out. Even though I'm in the game world of Mythical World, The Truth is Mythical World is a game built on top of a romantic fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess. And that novel is about the heroine Azel, who lost her entire family. She grows by confronting the villainous Biyun schemes and ends up with the male lead. In the ending, her revenge plan almost vanishes, and other male characters protect her. It had a bittersweet ending after mixed reader reactions. But the issue is, even though the game world is based on the novel, the plot is different. In this game, another character named Flame was added, and she takes over the true heroine role. Moreover, Flame has her own storyline. She was an ordinary woman from the modern world who enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess and got ice-guide. So unlike in the novel, Azel becomes the false heroine in the game, while Flame becomes the real heroine. No matter how many times players try, she can never survive in any ending. This is the result of being pushed out of the true heroine's spot, but it has nothing to do with. But is it just my imagination? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Or maybe not, probably just imagining things. I should get ready anyway. Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to Stellar Academy. Right now, the new students were gathered in the square listening to the principal's speech. As you all know, the Black Mana beings are witches who gained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, those Black Mana beings continue their invasion by opening gates with personas or unleashing ancient dungeons to conquer the magical world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from those evil forces. And now we will proceed with the oath ceremony for the 5 students with the highest scores, who will also represent all the new students. Please step up to the podium. Back to Beak Ducio. He was currently paying close attention to the students up on stage, because they were all incredibly important figures in this world. Their faces were all shining, just like their positions as main characters. But the one shining the brightest here was that guy, the freshman representative Ma Ducio. He's the one with the highest entrance score. How can someone be that good-looking and talented at the same time? The crowd murmured while Beak Ducio, after seeing his appearance, had to admit, yeah, that's the famous Ma Ducio. He perfectly fits the saying heaven above heaven, below only I stand supreme. With 9-star mana stats and potential close to the gods, he's a genius among geniuses, the one who can control every element in existence. Even if I can't make it to the grand ending, I have to avoid the bad endings by pulling Ma Ducio firmly onto the side of good. However, that must be Flame over there, he said while looking at a black-haired girl, and started calculating again. Right now, the plot will depend on how she acts from this point onward. Because she also came from the real world, just like me, teaming up with her might be a good idea, but things will get complicated if she sees me as an enemy and rejects me. Since I have the information advantage, I shouldn't mess anything up. Flame is a reader of the romantic fantasy novel, while I'm a player of the romantic fantasy game, even though my importance in the plot isn't even comparable to an NPC shopkeeper in a village. Moreover, the true heroine has a special ability that lets her purify Black Mana beings. But on top of that, she also carries a curse of misfortune for those close to her. Staying near her will definitely affect me too. My role is to support the main characters from afar and limit direct involvement with them as much as possible. While the protagonist was still quietly plotting, the principal's speech came to an end with this. We conclude the entrance ceremony. The students below went wild with excitement, clapping like thunder, probably tired of standing out in the sun like this, and with his speech finished. Beak Ducio also completed Chapter 2, Enrollment at Stellar Academy, completed. Time flew by quickly, and the very next day, Beak Ducio found himself already sitting in the lecture hall. Being back in school also made the guy reflect a little. He'd graduated from university ages ago, so slipping back into the life of a high schooler felt seriously weird and unfamiliar. But hey, having this thing is actually pretty great, Beak Ducio thought as he glanced down at the watch on his wrist. This is the Stella watch, the one that proves you're a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. If you've got one, you get special privileges and better services than other mages. Gotta make the most of it quick, and while I'm at it, might as well head out, he thought happily, carefully tucking the precious watch away. Meanwhile, outside the door, a super cool-looking professor started walking into the classroom, then pulled out a stack of papers and announced to everyone, all of you, stay seated in your places. I'm starting the test right now, so put away everything except your writing tools. Anyone wearing glasses needs to let me check them first. Over here, after hearing that, Ducio just made a face like, They finished the opening ceremony and jumped straight into a test. The curriculum at Stellar Academy is way harsher than most universities in Korea. Having a test on the very first day of school is even called the placement exam. It means they're evaluating everyone to sort the students into classes, and while our main character was still lost in thought, the professor had already started handing out the test papers to the whole class and declared, "Begin the exam." Not that surprising, honestly. When Arducio looked at the questions, his eyes went wide. Holy crap, what the hell is this? I don't even understand what the questions are asking. This is brutal. The placement test has nothing to do with the famously insane entrance exam. In here, students get sorted from F to S rank based on result. Naturally, almost all the important characters in the game end up in S class. On the flip side, Beak Ducio is dead last out of 1,141 students. He's basically auto-placed in F class. Since I'm already in, maybe I can just hand in a blank paper. They probably won't kick me out, right? Ducio thought to himself, and luckily at that moment, he also noticed someone else sitting there doing nothing just like him. And that person was none other than the super genius, Ma Ducio. He's already done playing around. Did he finish the test paper already? No wonder he looks so bored. Ma Ducio's personality is all about being fed up. He was born into the strongest clan on the continent, with a genius brain and top-tier talent, so everything comes easy to him. That's why, depending on the female lead's actions, Ma Ducio can end up on the good side or the evil side. The demon cult that wants to wipe out humanity. We'll definitely be very interested in Ma Dasa. But right from the start, the biggest problem is his own family clan. Anyway, watching a genius like that just forces you to take a hard look at yourself. Thinking that, Ducio strained his eyes to stare at the test paper one more time, and only now did the guy finally realize something. Wait a second, don't I have the Skylark glasses? Right, I used to wear them all the time to stack up skills I learned in the library. Awesome, nothing to lose. Let's give it a shot, he thought while starting to pull out his glasses. But before the legend could put them on and start cheating, the professor suddenly appeared next to him like a ghost and asked coldly, "Hold on, what's with those glasses of yours? I already said if you're going to wear glasses, you have to let me check them first." "Hand them over," he said, then took the glasses from Ducio and began using some kind of magic to inspect them. Meanwhile, our guy was gulping hard from nerves. Oh man, what do I do? If they find out these are magic glasses, I'm getting expelled for sure. While he was panicking like crazy, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. A lost component of the Skylark glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? No, stay quiet, system, Ducio screamed internally. And luckily for him, after checking for a while, the professor didn't find anything unusual. So he handed the glasses back. "I don't sense any mana, but next time ask before using them, okay?" "Yes, sir," Ducio quickly replied, then let out a huge sigh of relief inside. Phew, that was close. If the original function had kicked in, I'd be totally screwed. "All right then, let's see if this thing can actually help," he said to himself while quickly putting the glasses on. And it didn't disappoint. Right after, the answers he needed appeared right in front of Ducio's eyes. Wow, I can actually see the real answer. Jackpot, who knows, maybe I'll even snag first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape F rank, maybe even shoot straight up to A. He muttered while diligently copying away, but before he could get very far, the professor glanced at his watch and said, "Time's up, everyone hand in your papers." And without giving the students any chance to write another word, the teacher used magic to collect every single sheet at once, leaving our main character completely stunned. Wait, I only managed to answer 3 questions. I thought I'd finally get out of F class, but this is way too much for Beak Ducio. Speaking of the professor, after glancing over the tests to double-check the count, his face suddenly froze. Then he hurried over to Ducio and demanded, "Give me those glasses right now, quickly." On the other side, Ducio was a bit dazed but still handed them over for the teacher to inspect. After stroking his chin and pondering for a bit, the legend still couldn't spot any cheating. However, he wasn't giving up yet and turned to a nearby student. "Impossible, you there, go call Dr. Greya for me." "Yes, sir," the blonde-haired student stammered and rushed off to fetch him. Meanwhile, Ducio started getting anxious again. What's up with the teacher all of a sudden? I even wrote carefully so it wouldn't look suspicious. Did I get caught after all? Time passed quickly, and soon Professor Magi Greya arrived at the classroom and began examining Ducio's glasses. But after observing for a while, he concluded, it's suspicious that this kid got those questions right, but he didn't cheat at all. I don't sense any magical energy from the glasses or any other item. He definitely did it with his own ability. Haha, this is interesting. I never thought I'd see a case like this in my lifetime. Anyway, Professor Lee Hanwal, make sure to apologize and guide him properly, he said while patting Ducio on the shoulder with a big smile before leaving. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Hanwal turned to Ducio. I misunderstood you, sorry about that. It's fine, sir, Dusa replied with a smile while feeling a little guilty toward the professor in front of him. Actually, I did cheat. If the original function had activated, I'd be done for. But just not getting caught is already insanely lucky. Time flew by again. Scene shift to Professor La H1's office. At this moment, he and the other professors were grading the placement test paper. While he was still focused, a voice spoke up from the side. Oh, Professor La H1, are these the first-year placement tests? I heard there are a ton of outstanding students this year. The woman was Professor Eden Men, a member of Stella Academy's Council of Elders. In response to her words, he nodded and answered, that's right. After saying that, he couldn't help but be amazed at the number of geniuses this year. First was the student from the most prestigious fire magic family in the realm, the Princess of the Fire Nation, Adele Britt. Next was the heir to the Crown Prince of the Sylvan Empire. When he was only 12, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Kelvin surpassed all his older brothers in the succession struggle. And finally, from the most majestic magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, came the Tower Master's successor, Heen. Beside him, Professor Edentai Men smiled and said, I heard recruiting elite students from famous families is extremely difficult. This year is sure to have some great questions. The elder is pleased, so I'm happy too, La H1 replied cheerfully. After that, he thought about the special questions in this year's exam. Just as Professor Mun said, this year's placement test had a new type of question. The first three were insanely hard to solve with normal knowledge. However, those three questions each had their own meaning. The first tested quick adaptability. If you couldn't solve it, would the student quickly move on to the next one? The second evaluated how a student handles a problem never seen in any textbook. The era of magic relying only on memorization and theory is over. Now it's the age of real combat. We need to assess fast reflexes and creative thinking. But that question didn't even need an answer. Over 1,000 out of the 1,141 students left all three questions blank. Only the remaining 100 tried to find answers. But none of them got it right. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yusiel, a once-in-a-century genius who appeared like a comet. No one knows which family he's from. Fire Flame, the one personally recommended by the headmaster. Even though she's a commoner, her talent is recognized. She's only slightly behind Male. And finally, Buck Yuspel. Male and Flame were already considered geniuses, so it's no surprise they got it. But Beak Yusiel's entrance score was definitely very low. Who would have thought he'd solve all 3 tough questions, especially when he left everything else blank? Time passed quickly right now. The placement test results had been posted in the hallway for students to check. Hey, I heard the placement results are up on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get into a class, don't bother coming home. Worried murmurs filled the air everywhere. Yusiel nearby felt extremely annoyed. I can't believe I have to go check my own placement results. If this were the game, I'd just click once and see it instantly. Up ahead, a few students recognized Yusiel and started whispering. That's Yusiel, right? I heard he got 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam. No way. How did someone like him even get into Stella? What are Stella's standards now? Even though he heard everything, with the experience of an adult who'd been through the real world, Yusiel didn't care at all. Whatever, let them talk. I just need to know which class I'm in, that's all that matters. He thought while scanning for his name on the F and E class lists, because if he passed at all, it'd definitely be one of those 2. But after straining his eyes for a while, Yusiel's face paled a little. Wait, where's my name? Did they fail me just because I only answered the 3 hard ones? Oh God, no way, am I screwed? Yusiel thought while feeling his heart pound and eyes widen. Right then, some murmurs nearby caught his attention. Yusiel, that guy again. There must be some mistake. Weird, right? Like the Marquis Espion heir who ranked 29, still only got into a class. Even Kai, who got perfect theory scores and ranked 17, is only an A, so how did he? Those whispers made Yusiel curious. What's going on? This is strange. Should I go look? He thought while starting to push through the crowd to see the list in front. And when his eyes landed on one name, S0 Yusiel, he broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Why is my name there? No way, what is this? S-Class, the most special class that every student dreams of. Unlike regular classes, S-Class only has 41 students and it's a single unique rank. I got placed in S-Class. Yusiel felt like his brain was freezing. There has to be a mistake. This is insane. He felt more hopeless than ever. Now I'll have to run into the main character all the time. Getting involved with the main character will just shorten my lifespan even faster. And I can't even switch classes anyway. Gotta try my best to live low-key and stay out of trouble. There has to be a way. Yusial told himself, then immediately slipped away from there. However, at that moment he had no idea. A girl was still watching him from behind, her eyes filled with deep contemplation. Scene shift to some empty room. At this time, Princess Bion had just gotten slapped hard across the face by some woman. It was the fire element Professor Hong Yil. Right now she was extremely furious at her own daughter. You got 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Azel from the declining Suin Kingdom got 2 correct. You couldn't answer questions that even lowly insects could solve. That means you're lower than an insect. Should you just consider yourself one and start over from scratch? Do you understand, Bion? Yes, mother, she bowed her head and replied. Meanwhile, Yil started glaring and began lecturing. Listen to me, Bion. You cannot end up like me. Someone who was kicked out of the kingdom and is stuck holding this stupid professor position. You are not allowed to become a disgrace to the kingdom. You must become an existence better than your older sister. You understand what I mean, right? Of course, mother, Bion said calmly. But deep inside her heart was full of confusion. I don't understand. I only lived the way I was taught and handled everything accordingly. But those questions included magic spells and formulas I've never even learned. Why, wise? Why are you tormenting me like this? As Bion thought, tears began streaming down her face. Time passed quickly. Soon it was the next day. As mentioned before, even though he didn't want to, the unlucky guy still had to drag himself into S class. Haha, I'm so screwed. Of course I've been transferred to a place full of weirdos. It's not like I'm trying to make friends with these students. Ducio thought dejectedly to himself. Meanwhile, the other students started whispering about him. Why the hell is he here? That's what I'm saying, I have no idea. Did you know our families already protested and asked why he's in S class? And he just said Ducio has the qualifications to be here. Seriously. Yeah, it's really strange. Every word of their gossip fell straight into Ducio's ears, making him just shake his head and think, looks like I'm the outcast now. That makes sense, they've worked hard since they were kids, so they'll be really disappointed to see someone like me in the same class as them. A class can change based on performance, so this is normal. An S class is no exception. Of course, there are cases where some students get demoted to lower classes later. Thinking about it, there are also male students who rise from A to S class down the line. I'll look for them later. But man, it's really surreal to see these game characters standing right in front of me, and in a few years. Most of the students in this class will become famous across the entire continent, and 5 of them have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Ma Ducio is one of them. If Flame could stop that from happening right from the start, that would be perfect, he thought while turning to glance at the girl who transmigrated just like him. And right at that moment, Professor Li Hanwal stepped into the lecture hall and said, "Everyone, settle down in your seats. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself anyway. I am the professor of S class, Li Hanwal." After seeing this super cool teacher was their instructor, the students immediately started murmuring among themselves. So that's the famous Professor Li Hanwal. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits, right? They call him a level 7 magic warrior. He's seriously on a whole different level. Back to Li Hanwal, seeing the students getting all noisy, he had to remind them, you all will behave yourself. It seems there are many talented students here, and even one who's a bit unusual. As you all know, this academy is where we train combat mages, or magic warriors. You'll experience a strict educational environment for the next 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up. I want every single one of you to show me the absolute best you can do in that time. Does anyone have any questions? Li Hanwal said while scanning around, and after seeing no one had anything to say, he concluded. All right then, let's start the class. But before the teacher could even begin lecturing a single sentence, suddenly from outside the door Bia, with a completely drained and listless appearance, finally arrived at class. And this surprised our main character quite a bit, thinking about how Bion, the one who always follows rules more strictly than anyone, is late. That's really weird. Did something happen to her? Let's check with the glasses, he said to himself while pulling out his pair of glasses. And right after information about Bion appeared before his eyes. Hong Bion, villain, fire mage, likes eating red ginseng candy, occasionally self-blaming, only drinks espresso brewed in Aclea style, has a cruel mother destined to die. Back to Ducio. After reading it all, he still didn't notice anything particularly strange. Not much has changed. Destined to die, if Azul dies because of Flame, then Bayan will die along with her. You could call it the unavoidable fate of a villain. I'll save her if I can, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. I feel pretty bad about it, but all I can do is keep my distance, he thought, letting out a long sigh. Before he realized Princess Bion had walked over and sat right next to him. It might be a coincidence, but even so it scared the hell out of our main character. What the heck is this? Does it feel like everything's been twisted right from the beginning? he wondered to himself. Back to the classroom, after confirming all students were seated, Professor Lee Hanwal began teaching. All right, before we start the lesson, we'll have an inheritance ceremony so you can obtain a wand to use. Class in a class will hold the ceremony together, and as for the details, blah blah blah. Up above, Ducio heard that and started feeling excited. The inheritance ceremony, huh? It's kind of a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are two major events at Stella Academy. One is the familiar contract, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a very special place. Scene shift to some kind of grand space. At this moment, both A and S classes had gathered here to prepare for the ceremony, and Professor Lee Hanwal was still the one leading everything. Has everyone arrived? There are many wands prepared here, from the lowest rank to mid-tier. What you need to do is go to the wand you like and take it. The process of changing wands after selection is very complicated, so I hope you choose carefully. Back to Dasa, with his game knowledge, he knew Lee Hanwal's words weren't entirely accurate, even though the teacher said that, we're not the ones choosing the wand, it's something else. In this mythical world, wands only react to those they acknowledge and create resonance. That means you can't just use a high-rank wand because you want to. Anyway, which one should I pick? If it were before, I'd go for an F-rank wand, but now I have to think carefully since I'm in S class. The wand most suitable for my position, he said, while starting to look around for a reasonable one. Speaking of wands, these are divided into two types. Wands and staffs. Wands are usually used by knight professions, those who cast magic quickly. On the other hand, staffs are used by bishop professions, those who focus on a single powerful strike with longer casting time. Back to the story. At this point, some students glanced toward Ducio and whispered, "Hey, what do you think he'll pick? Since he's in S class, he shouldn't have any trouble with resonance, right?" They said while starting to chuckle among themselves, but Ducio heard and didn't really care. Whatever, say what you want. But unfortunately, things never go as smoothly as he thinks. Even though he's just a minor character, somehow trouble always finds him. Like right now, some guy suddenly approached him and spoke up, "Hey." Up front, Dasa heard the voice, turned around and asked, "Huh, who are you?" "Me, I'm Usla." "Who is this guy? This is the first time I've heard this name." Ducio wondered to himself before asking, "Who do you know?" Then Uslek heard that and asked, "What wand are you planning to pick?" "I'll just pick whatever," Ducio said casually, but that response made Uslek show a contemptuous face. "You should pick a wand that suits your commoner status. Don't do anything unnecessary and cause more trouble for the professor." Back to Ducio. After hearing this brat provoke him like that, he stayed quiet for a moment then said, "Yeah, you better not cause any trouble either." Those words, sounding like an adult lecturing a kid, made Usluk so embarrassed his face turned red. Finally, he couldn't hold back and yelled, "Hey you bastard, you want to fight or what?" On the other side, seeing him make such a scene, Dasa could only sigh and pull out his Skylark glasses. "Man, what a pain, let's see. Here we go." Uslek Chekbilin, son of Marquis Chekbilin, subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level 3. That's all the info. Looks like this guy's nothing special, Ducio thought while calmly putting away his glasses and letting out a relieved breath. Since this guy's just small fry, no need to worry. That only made the neighborhood brat even angrier. Then to show off to Dasa, Usluk pointed at some wand and declared, "Anyway, I'm picking that one, so you better watch closely." Back to Ducio. After seeing the wand Usluk chose, he already knew this guy was definitely going to fail, because that wand is Edmuri Edamiri. He picked Edmuri Edamiri. That wand must be the highest rank. A high mid-tier wand. High mid-tier wands are usually used by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low mid-tier wand is already the limit for students. Even professional mages rarely use low mid-tier wands. There are other high mid-tier wands here besides Edmuri Edamiri, but things like that are mostly for show, not something anyone can actually take. Back to Professor Lee Hanwal. At this moment, he reminded everyone, stand in front of the wand you like. Following his words, all the students quickly chose a suitable wand for themselves and received resonance from it, and right at that moment, behind Ducio's back, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, catching his attention. At the same time, admiring sounds from the students rang out. "Wow, isn't the wand He Yang chose had an Amakote? It's a mid-tier wand. This year's insane." Voices started rising one after another. Prince Jeremy also picked a mid-tier wand. Princess Bion chose Suavitor Lahavan. That's also mid-tier. Just how many people can pick mid-tier wands anyway? And this made Uslek start panicking even more. Damn it. "Just wait, I can do it too." He gritted his teeth and quickly stepped toward the Edmuri Edamiri wand. And this dumb move of his also made everyone start anticipating. "Oh, isn't that Uslek? Can he resonate with a high mid-tier wand?" People said excitedly. Meanwhile, the brat Uslek was still super confident. watch closely. I'll show you what real S-class talent looks like, he thought while reaching out and firmly grasping the wand. And right after, a blinding flash of light burst from inside the wand, making everyone hurriedly cover their eyes, and the result wasn't surprising at all, as expected. He failed, Ducio thought, while looking at Uslek, lying on the floor like a dead dog. Oh no, looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone call the professor quick. High mid-tier wand is impossible, someone shouted, and Ducio nodded in agreement. Yeah, you should have given up. Because that wand already has an owner. Ducio thought while turning to look toward Ma Ducio, and following his gaze. At this moment, the super genius also wanted to try his hand at that wand. Meanwhile, the rest of the students, after figuring out what Ma Dusa was planning, started getting all nervous and excited for him. Is that Ma Dusa? Is he really going for that wand? I don't think he can handle it. And before the background extras could even finish thinking about it. Right after that, Ma Ducio reached out and firmly grabbed the wand, and his whole body erupted in a blinding flash of light. But unlike Uslek earlier, when the light faded, Ma Ducio was still holding the wand tightly, proving it had fully accepted. The other students who saw it were so shocked they basically froze. No way, a first-year student got a high mid-tier wand. How is that even possible in this story? Someone shouted, but over here Ducio wasn't all that surprised. I already figured as much. Now even more people will know just how talented he really is, he said, while staring intently at Ma Dusa up ahead. And the handsome guy at that moment noticed Ducio's gaze, then flashed him a bright smile in return, which made our main character protagonist get instant goosebumps. What the hell? Is he crazy or something? He panicked internally. Then he shifted his eyes toward the female lead Flame. Oh right, Flame also owns another high mid-tier wand called Teravan, but this is where their paths split. If Flame successfully takes Taravan, then Ma Ducio will get interested in her because of her talent and start down his destined path. But if she picks a different staff, Ma Ducio will go down a completely different route. I have to use Flame to pull Ma Ducio in. He silently plotted in his head, and right at that moment, he noticed Flame heading toward a certain wand. It was Teravan. Ducio thought happily and waited in anticipation. What are you gonna do, Flame? That's right, go on, take Teravan, and then Ma Dusa will get curious about Flame and will get a perfect happy ending, he thought to himself. But unfortunately, from what he could see, Flame was just casually walking past Teravan. She had no intention of touching the wand at all, and that instantly changed the main character's expression. What? How? She doesn't like Teravan. What's going on? Does she not know, or does she not have enough info yet? But no matter what, this isn't good. Flame can resonate with any wand because she's the protagonist. But what if she picks some totally random weird staff? At this point, I guess I have no choice but to push Teravan toward Flame, Ducio thought secretly then. Right after that, he used a quick movement spell to close in on Flame from behind. Meanwhile, Flame suddenly saw someone appear behind her like a ghost and yelped in surprise. Huh. On the other side, Ducio saw that and gave an awkward laugh, ha ha ha. I was just curious which staff you'd pick. You know what for, Flame said coldly. I just wanted to help because you looked a bit confused. That's none of your business, I'm leaving. With that, Flame turned and walked away, immediately leaving Ducio, not knowing what to do next. Something feels really off. Flame is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the sociable type, so why is she so cold? I can't just give up like this. My whole life depends on it, Ducio thought to himself then. He tried again. Hey, wait, I really just want to help you. Over here, Flame saw this random guy clinging on relentlessly. Her expression grew colder and she said, you should worry about yourself first, but I feel like there's a staff that's perfect for you. Dusa kept going. And that sentence finally pushed Flame past her limit. She couldn't take it anymore and snapped. What the hell do you know about wands anyway? Back to Ducio, seeing the female lead get so angry, the guy immediately chickened out. What the heck, did I do something wrong? Or does she just not care about side character? But then he forced a smile and kept trying to persuade. Ah, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could get that stat? Ducio said while pointing behind him, and Flame heard that and asked back, Teravan. Yeah, that's the one, Dusa replied with a bright smile. But suddenly right at that moment, he heard a whooshing sound of wind, and something came flying straight toward him, making him quickly shut his eyes tight. And for some reason, when he opened them again and looked, Ducio realized Teravan was now in his own hand. Huh, what the why is it in my hand? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. He panicked internally and quickly turned to look at Flame, then stammered, Flame. And as expected, the female lead was now smiling so hard her eyes were slits, but said coldly, oh really? Just from that vibe alone you could tell she was so pissed she started laughing out of rage. And Ducio, seeing her like that, didn't dare say another word. No, it's nothing. I'm so screwed, I'm done for, he thought desperately to himself. Time flew by quickly until the afternoon. Hey, have you heard the news? This year, 2 students got high mid-tier staffs. Holy crap, for real. Up until now, only 5 people have ever done it, and now 2 more just popped up. Yeah, that's right. But it's super weird. One of them only used quick movement in the magic practical test. Quick movement is just basic magic. How could that be? My parents said quick movement is a rare spell. What's going on here anyway, speaking of Flame? Right now she was finally getting a bit of peace and quiet, at last some calm. All day today, wherever I went people were talking about that. The news of 2 students getting high mid-tier wands has spread everywhere. But I still don't get it. That guy got Teravan. Who the hell is he? I read the original novel 3 times straight before coming here, but this character Beak Ducio never appeared at all. People said no one could ever get Teravan, but he resonated with it so easily. Like he was deliberately showing off to me or something. But whatever, thinking about it now is pointless, Flames thought while calming her best friend down. And right at that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind her. Hey Flame, you heading to self-study too? Hearing the familiar voice, Flame turned around and flashed them a big bright smile. You little brats, you think I'm some bookworm or what? No way. You're always saying you have nothing to do and then sit there studying anyway. Nope. Flame laughed and replied. Meanwhile, her brown-haired friend asked curiously, but Flame, why do you call us brats? We're the same age, aren't we? And at that question, Flame suddenly got all flustered like a chicken caught in the rain. It's just a habit. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like an adult. Because I lived inside a novel, I still can't act like a kid, she secretly thought to herself. Then another question came up that caught her attention. So are you studying alone today? That came from a girl with red hair. This kid's name is Jackie, right? Why does her fashion sense match mine so much? Flame felt a bit puzzled inside, but smiled brightly again. No, there's a meeting coming up, so I was planning to join. All right, see you later, Flame said while turning and walking away as the group waved goodbye. Yeah, let's grab drinks next time. Being a girl at this age, going back to being a student at this age, is really tough, Flame complained inwardly. And while her mind was still wandering in the clouds, the female lead suddenly bumped straight into some guy. And that person was none other than the heir of the Moon Magic Tower, Heroine. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Flame replied. Meanwhile, Heroine seemed to notice something and asked, you don't look so good, something wrong? No, nothing. Yeah, so you're heading to self-study. Yep, and you're going to the S-Rank exclusive training room again too. Can't slack off on daily training. You're way too dedicated. You shouldn't say stuff like that. Oh really? Just like that, the two started bantering back and forth, and for some reason, suddenly Heroine stared right at Flame and gave her a smile. See you later. After saying that, he immediately left, leaving Flame completely confused. What the heck was that? What a boring guy, she thought to herself. But right at that moment, Flame noticed Jackie peeking from around the corner. Jackie, why is she still here? Flame wondered and raised her hand to wave at the girl. But right after that, Jackie just left, leaving Flame a bit awkward. Probably nothing, but this isn't the time. Scene shift to the self-study room. Right now, there was a special supplementary meeting. According to the original novel, Bion and Azel would be attending this meeting. Gotta see the female lead and the villainess of this novel face off, she thought excited. Then she opened the door and stepped inside, and after glancing around at who was there, Flame had a little thought. Looks like all the important characters have shown up. Let's see, the host is Kyle from a class. He looks so surprised. This is a supplementary meeting for students who want to advance ranks. With so many famous S-Rank students participating, it's understandable to feel nervous, Flame thought while finding herself a seat. Then she glanced over at the genius Maducio and thought, no way, Maducio is here too. Maducio is the protagonist of this world, and he's currently interested in Beak Ducio. This definitely isn't a coincidence, and Beak Ducio didn't solve any questions except those 3 hellish difficult ones. Maybe right from the beginning, Beak Ducio already knew that if he solved those, he would get placed in S-Rank. If Beak Ducio really knew the future in advance, then his actions back then were honestly terrifying. The more Flame thought about it, the more curious she became. Meanwhile, our main character was suffering like crazy because this Maducio guy kept coming over to bother him. I wish someone would just grab this dude and toss him out of my sight, Ducio thought dejectedly. But the guy Maducio right next to him acted like he didn't notice the grumpy face at all and kept smiling while chatting. Ducio, why'd you come sit here? With your level, you basically don't need to attend this kind of class. Or do you have some secret reason you can't say? Haha, no real reason. Ducio forced out an awkward laugh. I'm basically forced to join this class. Who told me to have such crappy scores? The poor guy thought helplessly and turned to glance at the genius sitting beside. Why does he seem so focused on me anyway? but before Ducio could think too much about it, Kyle up on the podium spoke up. Today, we're going to discuss the issues with the ranking test. As everyone knows, this ranking test has insanely high difficulty. Even the upperclassmen call those 3 questions the hell question. And I'll explain them clearly to everyone, saying that the guy instantly regretted taking this job, damn it. Why are those people here? I just wanted to boost my external reputation by helping the idiots in this class, he secretly thought to himself. But the moment he spotted Ducio in the room, his attitude flipped instantly. No, maybe this is actually my chance. I heard through the grapevine that Beak Ducio got the lowest score on the initial ranking test, so all I need to do is show him how much better I am than him. Thinking that, the guy regained his original confidence and started lecturing. All right, everyone, pay attention and watch. This is how I solved the first question. This question is actually a trick type. It tries to lead you into a dead end. First you do blah blah. Back up top, the handsome Ma Ducio was now staring intently at Ducio with a smile and said, "What do you think? Do you find his perspective accurate?" Over here, hearing that question, Ducio's eyes went completely blank like a dead frog. What the hell is this guy even saying? Asking if I think that dude's view is correct. I don't even know what the hell he's lecturing about. What are these hell questions anyway? But anyway, honesty is a good virtue, thinking that. Ducio just answered honestly. No, I don't know, he said casually without realizing that the moment he spoke, Kyle up front suddenly froze. Then the other students started whispering and murmuring. What? That was Beak Ducio. He said Kyle got it wrong. Huh, why is everyone staring at me like that? Ducio panicked and looked around as the whole room gawked at him like he was an alien. Meanwhile, Kyle in front was so pissed, he crushed the chalk in his hand and said coldly, I got it wrong. Then Beak Ducio, why don't you come down here and help everyone figure this part out? What the hell is he saying? Ducio's face turned pale as he screamed internally, having no clue what was even happening. Meanwhile, the one who understood everything, Ma Ducio, gave him an encouraging smile. You can do it, Ducio. This guy's definitely doing it on purpose, he secretly guessed. But with no other choice, the guy had to drag himself up to the podium. Sigh, fine, I'll manage somehow, Ducio thought while taking the chalk from Kyle's hand. Then he put on the Skylark glasses to start cheating. Let's see, the hell questions, huh? Looks more like wordplay than anything. The question basically goes like this. A mage chants, O Mother Earth, please shed your tears, and from that, grant dust even double what it was before. Why is that? The answer is super simple. It's because the dust is crying. It's just a state of separation, that's all. To me, it's honestly ridiculous, but for them, it's a huge problem. I wonder who the hell had so much free time to come up with this damn question, Ducio thought while rubbing his forehead. Then the guy glanced over at Kyle and commented that Kyle over there didn't solve it like a normal math problem. He treated it as making dust literally cry. Hard to say what to make of that. His method was wrong, but he somehow got the right answer, mostly by dumb luck. But if he ran into a similar question, he'd fail for sure. Thinking that, the main character decided to school this guy and the whole class. I really can't teach you how to solve this question, but I'll tell you where you went wrong. The problem is the foundation of Earth, but what if it was water or wind instead? Do you think your method could handle those? If so, then I'd use a different method, Kyle said awkwardly. But before that answer, Ducio shook his head and explained. But if that's the case, you'd need tons of different methods for the same type of question. Just getting the right answer by luck doesn't mean your answer matches what the question setter intended. On the other side, Kyle, after hearing that, was about to explain something more. But in the end, he had to accept it and said, You're right. I might have disappointed him a bit too much, Ducio thought when he saw Kyle's deflated expression and continued. Anyway, the way to solve it is blah blah. Just like that, Ducio slowly explained the proper method for the question. Meanwhile, all the students around them quickly grabbed paper and pens to take notes. And the most shocked person there was none other than the female lead Flame. No way. The others are all writing down what he said. Bion and Azel were supposed to jump into the debate, but right now both of them are busy analyzing his solution. Is this really possible? The more Flame thought about it, the more her head started to hurt. Time flew by quickly until late afternoon, and right now the meeting had finally wrapped up. Meanwhile, the handsome Ma Ducio was smiling brightly and waving at Ducio. See you tomorrow, Ducio. On the other side, Ducio saw that and forced a smile while waving back at him. But the instant the guy left, his face completely dropped. Damn it, if I keep getting tangled up with this Ma Ducio, I'm so screwed. No way there's a tomorrow. I never want to see you again in this life. Thinking that, Ducio unconsciously glanced down at his own hand and muttered, maybe it's because of the phone. I can't use it anymore now, but it's already made Ma Ducio notice me. I don't know why he keeps approaching me. Before this, besides Flame, no character ever used it. And right at that moment, Ducio's train of thought got cut off when he spotted Princess Biyun standing up ahead. Isn't that Biyun? Is she waiting for someone? But it has nothing to do with me, just keep walking. Ducio quickly shoved the girl's presence out of his mind and continued straight ahead. But unfortunately for him, Biyun was actually standing there waiting for him. At this point, the princess called out, making Ducio freeze in place. Beak Ducio. I have something I want to ask you. Didn't expect Biyun to have something to ask me. Ducio was surprised inside, but responded, what's up? Biyun heard that and immediately voiced her question. Why didn't you explain your answer earlier? Over on his side, Ducio heard the question and froze for a few seconds. It's not that I didn't explain, I just don't know how to explain it. A question with no real answer. How do you even explain that? She must have misunderstood something. Ducio scratched his head thinking, then calmly replied, I didn't explain anything. Back to Biyun, hearing that she suddenly pieced something together. I get it. You don't want to reveal it there, right? Then I'll compensate you. What? Ducio said in surprise. And Biyun repeated, I will compensate you properly, so whatever's on your mind, just explain it to me. Scene shift to the library. At this moment in front of Ducio were the three hell questions. And even now Ducio still couldn't wrap his head around it. I don't understand why you're paying me to explain these three questions from the placement test, he said while staring at them, and Biyun wasn't planning to say much. I have my own reasons, just tell me. Yes, yes, milady, Ducio quickly replied. Then the legend started asking again, you only got those three wrong, but I got every single other one wrong, so aren't you embarrassed asking me? On the other side, Princess Biyun heard that and responded, no, the only thing that embarrasses me is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answers, I'm willing to do anything. She's quite the model student. Ducio secretly thought, then asked again. But why ask me? You're a princess, don't you have tons of friends to ask? That, out of the 1,141 first-year students, if you count how many got the three hell questions right, there are only three, and you're one of them, Biyun explained. And her words made Ducio start breaking out in a cold sweat. Wait, what did you just say? Those trick questions don't have answers at all, but Ma Ducio, flame, and you all solved them. That's why I'm so embarrassed. Back to Ducio, after hearing that his whole body started shaking like he was having a seizure, and he stammered, no, wait a sec. Those three questions were tricks. No one was supposed to solve them. That's right, didn't you notice when you solved them? Biyun said in surprise. And at this point, Ducio finally understood the reason behind everything. This is insane. Now I get why I'm in S-class. And why flames stopped me back then. I don't know the detailed world building of this place. I had no idea about those trick questions. But Flame is different, since she read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game plot, she definitely knows the story setting. Like those three trick questions, for example. But because a side character, who wasn't in the original novel, showed up, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence called Beak Ducio. Damn it, no wonder she acted that way. The more he thought, the more Ducio's head hurt, and on the other side the princess saw him looking like he was about to die and asked, what's wrong with you? Don't worry. Don't forget you promised to help me with something if I explain the answers to you. I only have one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom can do that. Over here Biyun heard that and started advising, but only low-rank mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? But before she could finish, Ducio cut her off. Because I like it, that's all. Actually, it's because I have a defect, he thought to himself, then asked back, so can you do it? And at his question, Biyun thought for a moment. But she sealed the deal right away, of course. That's way too easy, awesome, the legend screamed internally. And after they made the agreement, he started explaining the answers to her. All right, I'll tell you how to solve this one first. The way is to change your perspective. Change my perspective. Yeah, exactly that, Ducio confirmed, because he knew clearly Biyun's weakness was that she used magic very mechanically, and she was stuck in that mindset. It wasn't until year 2 that Biyun realized this flaw after losing to Flame. I don't think I can help her right now, but I can at least point her in the right direction. Thinking that, Ducio hesitated a bit, then gave an example. Do you know any trick riddle? Over here, the princess listened and looked a bit dazed before stammering, trick riddles. I think I've heard of those before. Ducio heard that and basically gave up on her, racking his brain to come up with something. How about an example like this? What's between your knee and your knee? Biyun heard that, stroked her chin thinking for a moment, then gave her answer. The inside of the knee, right? Wrong, the answer is and, how come, she said in surprise. And over here Ducio started explaining excitedly. I mean, I'm asking what word stands between knee and knee. Do you get what I mean? Back to Biyun. Hearing this total nonsense, her face turned ice cold. But right after that she switched to full-on anger mode, glaring at Ducio with super aggressive eyes that made our main character a little creeped out. come on, don't glare at me like that. Just calm down, sit back, and look at this question first. Ducio quickly raised his hand to soothe her. Then he looked at the hell questions again and continued explaining. They have their own formulas and tricks that you just don't know yet, so solving them purely with your own creativity is the key. But can you actually do that with just your own creativity? Ducio asked calmly, and those words from him made the princess's eyes widen in shock. And finally she had no choice but to shake her head helplessly. No, I can't. On the other side, Ducio wasn't really surprised to hear that. Of course not, because even though understanding tons of spells and how to apply them is super important, for a mage, the most important thing is your worldview through your own perspective. Magic can transform with even the tiniest changes. But you only think about what you can see. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the single most important thing for a mage: creativity. The more Ducio lectured her, the darker the princess's face in front of him became, making the guy immediately shut up and not dare say another word. Man, her face looks way too serious right now. Finally, to break the awkward atmosphere, he started scratching his head and said, you get what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a bit complicated. Of course I get it, Bion said confidently. But that response left Ducio feeling confused on his side. Interesting. Even I didn't really know what the hell I was saying, but she actually understood. Whatever, forget it. Thinking that, Ducio started testing her mental flexibility with a few more trick questions. Glad you could follow along. So let's get started. The first one. What did the man say to the horse when he took it to bed? Up front, the princess heard that and went blank. What did the man say to the horse when he took it to bed? I don't know, she shook her head and said. Then Ducio immediately gave the answer. It's time to go to sleep. Next question, why don't they work harder? I don't know, Bion said familiarly, because they always work when they're work. Third question, what happens when rock, paper, and scissors join the same race? I don't know, saying that the princess didn't even dare look at Ducio's face anymore, because just moments ago she'd confidently claimed she could understand. Luckily for her, our legend didn't really notice and kept happily rambling. The answer is the rock will roll, but paper and scissors won't move because their shapes don't allow it. Got it. Since they can't move, they can only stay still. Back to Bion. At this point, she was so pissed she was on the verge of tears. Not sure if it was because of her own helplessness or because Ducio's questions were just too stupid. Oh man, she looks like she's about to snap any second now. Ducio thought worriedly, then asked the next one. So what would the cloud say to the sea? What would the cloud say to the sea when it's raining? And at that question from him, Bion started thinking deeply. Meanwhile, Ducio was gritting his teeth in anticipation. Come on, come on. And not letting him down, Bion actually came up with an answer. I'm falling into the sea, she muttered. And that really surprised the main character. Oh, you actually guessed it right. Back to Bion. After hearing she got it correct, she broke into a bright, happy smile that looked genuinely pretty. Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile, whether in the game or real life, Ducio secretly thought, then continued. Just like I expected from a princess, your creativity is on a completely different level. Bion heard that and got a little embarrassed before saying, all right, drop it and just tell me the next question. Her cute reaction made Ducio burst out laughing. Okay, so the next question is. Time flew by until the sky was completely dark. Only then did our main character finally manage to escape the princess. But right now, he looked completely drained, like a dried-up fish. I spent a full 3 hours just using trick questions to challenge Bion. I really hope she doesn't remember everything I said. Ducio let out a helpless sigh, then thought about the princess again. Bion is definitely a mage with an outstanding mind, but her weakness is her super rigid way of thinking. But if I want to exploit that weakness, even though she's a villainess, it feels kinda mean. I need to hurry up and forge Terravan into a magic sword, so I still have a lot more to do. Man, this is nothing like what I could do before. But thinking about it is enough. Better hurry and find the books I need for class. Ducio thought while picking up his pace, and right now he was wandering around searching for a place based on his faint game memories. It has to be around here. I didn't remember wrong, right? Ducio muttered, and right after that the guy spotted the place he was looking for. There it is, Ducio said, while looking at an old rundown shop nearby. Then he quickly stepped inside. Only after fully entering did he realize the shop was even older than it looked outside. The walls were crumbling, cobwebs everywhere. This place is seriously falling apart. However, I know that the owner of this bookstore has a weird habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. And in this nameless rundown bookstore are hidden the notes of Mela, the top graduate of Stella Academy from 10 years ago. If this were before, I'd just tap a button on the screen and view them instantly. But in real life, you need actual books to study, and what books you study affects your level up progress too. At first I bought from famous bookstores, but then I discovered the really good stuff is hidden in no-sign shops like this. If I study advanced magic ceiling theory with Mela's notes in hand, I'll definitely get perfect scores. Actually, with the Skylark glasses on, my scores would be fine anyway, but maybe I'll uncover some secret formulas too. While thinking, Ducio also glanced at the books on the shelves, searching for it. And it didn't take long before he found his target book. There it is, he thought while reaching toward the small book hidden inside. But right at that moment, his hand bumped into someone else's small, delicate hand, making him startle a bit, then quickly turn to look beside. And following his gaze, the person was none other than Azel. Azel, Ducio said unconsciously. And Azel heard that and asked, "You know me. Of course, you're famous." Hearing that, Azel seemed to remember something and said, "Ah, I remember now. You're in the supplementary group. Your name is Beak Ducio, right?" Huh, she doesn't remember meeting me before the academy. Ducio wondered inside. Meanwhile, Azel on the other side continued, "I really liked that debate. It was a shame you couldn't explain all the answers fully. Anyway, it was nice meeting you." With that, she turned and left. And Ducio casually grabbed Mela's notes book and tucked it away while thinking, lucky it hasn't been taken yet. But why is she here? He thought while glancing sideways to observe, when he saw the price tag on one of her books, and she let out a small, relieved sigh. The legend immediately understood the reason. Oh, so that's it. This shop usually sells used books, so the customers here are usually poor students like me, and someone from a declining family like Azel, who's lost everything, can only come here. Her father was probably killed by dark mages. It's really sad, a princess like her having to buy used books and even checking prices because she doesn't have enough money. Plus, in the original novel, Azel has a tragic ending. She dies even before Flame, who became the protagonist of this world. You could say the unluckiest character in the game is her. That was a bit of Ducio's thoughts before he grabbed the books he needed and happily went to the counter to pay. "I'll pay for these, all of them." "Sure, kid's stronger than he looks," the shop owner muttered. Meanwhile, Ducio at this moment also noticed Azel staring at his stack of books. So he asked, "What's up? You look like, I mean, you picked some really good books," she said in a puzzled tone. And Ducio heard that and felt a bit confused. Is she about to roast me? "What's wrong with them?" he asked. Beside him, Azel voiced her question. "All those books, why are you reading advanced ceiling theory?" Ceiling theory is ancient magic that requires items. So nowadays, with advanced alchemists and magic engineers, that skill is rarely used. "Oh, this book, yeah, it's pretty useless." Ducio nodded and said, "And that left her helpless, so you already knew." "That's exactly why I took it, because everyone thinks like you, so studying this class makes it easier to score high." "All right, I'm heading out," Ducio said confidently and left immediately, leaving Azel behind completely confused. And of course, our main character did this because he already had a plan, just like Azel said. Almost no one wants to study ceiling theory, but that's exactly why it takes less time, and it's easier to get high scores than other classes. Plus, with these books, this semester should be a breeze. He smiled and celebrated internally. Time flew by until the next day. Scene shift to Mage Azel. At this moment, she was hurrying to her class. Next up is void theory. Anyway, this subject is easy to score in, so it shouldn't be bad, Azel thought while pushing the door open. But when she saw the classroom packed with students like it was a festival, she didn't dare think about scores anymore. And it wasn't just Azel reacting like this. Even the other students were the same. "You're taking void theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because everyone said this class is easy, but looks like the rumor spread so all the smart ones piled in." "We're so screwed," they said dejectedly. And Azel could only sigh. "Whatever, I'll just do my best in other classes," she told herself. Time passed quickly. Finally, the class ended. "Class dismissed here." The professor's voice rang out. Then right after the students tiredly dragged themselves to the cafeteria. "Man, I'm starved. What should we eat for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria and decide." They started chatting. Meanwhile, Azel was more worried about the class issue. "What now? With so many people in my class, it's going to be hard to get a scholarship." And right as she thought that, her stomach started growling loudly, making her blush a little. Then she muttered, "Maybe I'll eat first. Let's see, this semester I only have 60 meal tickets left, so today it's bread," she said while looking at the tickets in her hand. And by coincidence, at this moment Azel passed by Ducio's classroom. "Isn't that Beak Ducio?" she thought while looking at the young man inside intently listening to the lecture. Azel secretly thought, "What's that guy doing in here?" Then Bion poked her head in a little to observe, and after seeing how few students were in the class, she realized something. This class has so few people. They're all the ones with bad grades. This professor's probably about to lose his job soon. But if I register for this class, I could get high scores without wasting much time. I could save my energy for other subjects and earn a scholarship. Du Seo, could he have known in advance that this subject would be easy? Did he already plan out which classes to take for an easy ride, thinking that Far Beyond startled herself with her own thoughts? Then right after she shook her head to deny it, no, no way, what am I even thinking? It must just be a coincidence. With that, she decided to stop paying attention to Du Seo and headed straight to the cafeteria. Back to the main characters class. At this moment, Professor Layden, the researcher on divine moons, spoke up from the podium. You all probably know what the root of magic is. The primordial mage, the white-clothed mage, spread magic across the entire world. Humans and other races learned to use magic from him. He taught the elves natural magic, taught the dwarves material magic, and taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah. Back to Du Seo down below. The more he listened, the bigger his head got. How the hell am I supposed to survive 3 years like this? Being this old and having to go back to school is driving me insane. I could have skipped all this knowledge with just one button click in the game. Thinking that he remembered his days dominating in the game, but then at least he accepted reality and kept thinking. But actually, this lesson is pretty important. It might give me hints about what the true ending really is. It's just my guess though. And he thought while turning to glance at the girl next to him. And somehow by some weird coincidence Azel was sitting right there. Wait, has Azel always been in this class? I don't remember any main character registering for this class. But it has nothing to do with me anyway. Back to Professor Layden. He was still diligently lecturing the students. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world and stole magic from other races, yet they still weren't satisfied. But they couldn't learn anything more. The primordial mage left behind 12 divine moons and disappeared, saying that he paused for a moment, then turned to ask the students if anyone knew about the 12 divine moons. Down below, the model student Azel answered, people say they're guardian deities that protect the balance of power on the continent. They're said to be scattered across the land carrying that mission until 1,000 years ago. Professor Layden heard that and nodded. Exactly. They possess special power to protect the continent. For example, the moon representing summer, the 6th moon, summer solstice, carries a blazing red flame. And people say that flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca, you can still see the red fire. So anyone curious can go check it out. Hearing that, Du Seo's expression went, is the teacher joking? If any living creature dares enter the territory of Sea King Alamanca, they'd die instantly. Du Seo thought awkwardly. Meanwhile, the professor had no idea what the guy was thinking and continued his lecture. This is the Levian coast. A massive whirlpool in the ocean was frozen by the 12th moon, winter blue. Each divine moon has its own unique power, but a miracle happens when they combine. What miracle is that? A student down below raised his hand and asked. But contrary to his expectation, the professor had no answer. No one knows what that is. They fell into slumber 1,000 years ago. Back to Du Seo. The professor's lecture made him think a bit. The teacher is right. At least I encountered a few divine moons while playing the game, but I only got 5 during limited time events. That's after gathering info from other players, so no gamer ever encountered more divine moons than me. If my guess is correct, then the 12 divine moons are connected to the true ending. No one has found the true ending in 10 years, so the answer must be in content nobody knows about. I only managed to encounter 5 after risking my life multiple times. But if I want to witness the true ending, then I have no choice. Guess I'll have to start over, Du Seo told himself. Scene shift to the fire magic class training ground. At this moment, the fire magic professor Yil casually created a fireball and shot it straight at a dummy in front to demonstrate for the students. Then started explaining, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. After that, she let the students start practicing on these immobile targets. And right at that moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magic blast aimed straight at a dummy, and it created quite a big explosion. However, once the dust and smoke cleared, the dummy in front was completely intact, without a single scratch. It seemed the attack just now completely missed. And after Yil saw that, she glanced in one direction and complained, really terrible. Beyond following her gaze. At this moment, the princess was gritting her teeth, seeing her magic had only scorched the ground behind. Time flew by until late afternoon. It seemed class had ended by now, and because of the earlier incident, Princess Bion was now sitting alone, looking sad and dejected. I let down Mother again. Mother must be so disappointed, she thought while clenching her hands tight. But right at that moment, a voice rang out beside the princess. Princess, are you okay? The owner of that voice was a girl with bright red hair who who looked pretty lively. And without waiting for Bion to say anything, the girl sat down next to her and continued praising. "You looked really amazing, princess." "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. The girl answered in an admiring tone. "People use magic like me, but yours is way stronger. Mine didn't even hit the target. But your magic was really awesome. It was super cool. Honestly, I've known about you since I was a kid," she said cheerfully, like meeting her idol. Meanwhile, Princess Bion now realized who the girl next to her was. "Oh right, this person is also a fire mage like me. I think her name is Arshwang. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. That a fire magic genius has appeared. Even so, it's nothing compared to my magic." Thinking that for some reason her mood improved a little, and she said, "That's really great that your accuracy is so high." Arshwang heard that and shook her head. "But if you trained more, how could I compare? It's only enough against weak opponents. So talking to you makes me feel much better." With that, the princess left immediately. But she didn't know that right after she left, Arshwang's expression changed drastically. No idea what this girl is really thinking inside her head. Back to Bion, after returning to her room, there was already a female guard waiting inside. "Princess, welcome back." This person was Bion's personal guard, Yi Taran. And after seeing Bion return, she had already prepared tea and snacks. "Some tea and candy are ready, milady. Regarding the task you assigned me earlier about modifying the wand's appearance. Because the wand is very good, they said they can turn it into a high-grade magic sword. However, there's a small issue. I heard that it continuously drains mana from its owner." On the other side, the princess, who was halfway through a bite of cake, quickly swallowed. Then asked, "What, isn't that a dark artifact?" Yi Taran heard that and stroked her chin, thinking a bit, then said, "Not quite, because it resonates with natural energy." Those words made the princess even more confused. No way, something that drains the owner's mana, yet resonates with the power of nature. Then why is that wand only mid-tier? That's exactly why it's only at that level, milady. What do you think about this? The original energy greatly amplifies the user's mana and makes it stronger or even high grade. But because it only drains and doesn't give back, it got downgraded to mid-tier. Then how could a student even use it? Bion asked in shock. "I'm quite surprised by that too," Yi Taran said calmly. Meanwhile, the princess started getting a headache. "I know it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think people would use it even if they got it, unless they have insane mana or none at all. I don't understand. I can be sure a normal person would realize that. But anyway, that guy is definitely special," Bion said while gently sipping her tea. After all, she's not the one using that wand. Time flew by. A few days later, after classes started. Right now, Ducio was in some class. Attack magic requires more detailed understanding than any other type. That's why this mana conduction class is mandatory. Studying conduction with focus on emitting and precise aiming. After that, we'll discuss trajectory formulas. The mana conduction, Professor Carlime said while writing something on the board. Additional info: emitting is shooting magic from the caster's body. Aiming is applying magic to a stationary target. The problem on the board. From 760 meters north, Friendland is moving south at 12.6 ms. What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance for you to use water magic, hydraulic cannon? Back to the story. The students, after seeing the problem, started murmuring and chatting among themselves. Among the attributes, if it's water, then. If you're not a water specialist, better not answer this question. Is the teacher trying to mess with us? Beside them, while the other students were busily discussing, our main character just yawned lazily. Sigh, this is so boring. Why does it take even longer than Korean classes? And while the guy was still bored, the professor up top noticed his behavior and shot him a murderous glare, making Ducio jolt in fear. And not surprisingly, right after Professor Carlime called him, "Student Beak Ducio, please stand up and answer this question." "Damn it, why me again?" Ducio cursed internally, then quickly stood. "Yes, sir." Next, with the help of the Skylark glasses, he easily solved the problem. Under the professor's stunned gaze. "Excellent, you solved it so easily and simplified it like that. Is water your innate attribute?" "No," he waved his hand, but that only excited the professor more. "Wonderful, so let's move to the next question." Time flew by until the class ended. At this moment, Azel had already ambushed, waiting for Ducio to step out, then asked, "Excuse me, but I have a question I'd like to ask you. I've been wondering about Beak Ducio while observing him. It's not about his rank. He's really smart, even compared to top rank, especially solving that problem just now. That question's level is at least university. No, it has to be professor level. But even though Stella gathers geniuses, what exactly is Beak Ducio's background? At first I thought no way, but now I'm sure. That person definitely has a strategy for registering classes. If that's the case, I need to gather that information." Thinking that Azel spoke up, "What's your next class?" On the other side, our main character heard that and looked a little confused. Then said, "Why are you asking like that? Do you like me or something?" "What? That's creepy," she snapped angrily. "I'm the one who's creeped out here, am I wrong?" Saying that Ducio suddenly felt arguing with a kid was super weird. "I'm an adult here. What the hell am I even doing?" Thinking that he got bored and said, "So why are you asking like that anyway? I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems like they're all ones where you can easily rack up high scores. I'll just ask straight up, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is pretty important to me," she said firmly, and that left Ducio a bit disappointed. "I thought she was gonna ask something big. Haha, what do you mean? Those classes were just coincidence. If that's all, then I'm out." With that, Ducio turned and left immediately. But of course, Azel wasn't about to let him slip away without an answer. "Wait, hold on," she said while hurriedly chasing after him, and Ducio felt annoyed, so he said, "What now? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else. There are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy me. You said you already researched it, right? But anyone taking Divine Moon class gets an A+ anyway, so it doesn't matter much. And if I register for the same class as you, it could negatively affect your score," Azel explained. And that made Ducio think a bit. If she doesn't get a scholarship, she'll be the one who suffers the most. Even in this situation, she's still worried about someone else's grade. Even though she's kinda annoying, the female lead is still the female lead. Back to Azel, at this moment she put on a pair of expectant eyes and said, "Anyway, could you at least suggest a class for me? One that's easy to score high in." But unfortunately, that look had zero effect on Ducio. "You think those puppy eyes are gonna convince me? Weird, usually when I look in the mirror all my stress melts away," she said narcissistically, and that made our main character get goosebumps. "You serious?" "Just kidding, I knew you'd react like that, so I prepared some compensation," she said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Ducio, on the other side, had no idea what these kids were thinking anymore. Compensation. Why do all these brats love offering compensation? Where did they pick up this habit of trying to one-up each other? At this point, Azel dropped her smile and spoke seriously. "You know about the 7th tower, right?" Over here, Ducio heard that and jolted a little. Then replied, "Yeah, I know, really. Not many people know about that. Because it's an abandoned tower that vanished, and there are tons of barriers keeping people away from where it once stood. But there." Saying that, Ducio immediately cut her off. "Wait, hold on, what? You okay?" Azel asked worriedly, seeing Ducio's frustrated head scratching. And yeah, Ducio was seriously losing it right now. "I'm gonna go insane." This is crucial info, because with this, Flame could increase her influence over the male lead. Plus, if Flame knows about it, that means in the original story, Azel knew too. And Azel only shares this info with the male lead, not some side character like me. Thinking that, Ducio quickly shut down the conversation. "That's a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it, not interesting at all," he said while turning to leave. Meanwhile, Azel kept trying to persuade. "It's not that scary. You scared of ghosts? At your age?" Up ahead, because he was so fed up with the tale following him, Ducio reluctantly said, "Fine, I'll tell you. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me, and now you changed your mind." "Yeah, I just changed my mind. Plus, Azel wanting to give me something is enough already." He secretly thought, then spoke up. "Anyway, this isn't about grades, but it's something super useful for you. Register meditation into the void as your cultural studies class." Meditation, register that as cultural studies. Divine Moon and meditation get priority. You into cultivation or something? Azel asked, puzzled. "No, not exact. My master was a bishop like you, and through meditation, that person could raise their magic level. Just by sitting and meditating," Azel said blankly, and her attitude didn't surprise Ducio at all. In fact, this hasn't been discovered yet, but for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic, meditation is crucial for precise execution based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's the mind that controls mana flow. Thinking that, Ducio reminded her again. "I haven't told anyone, but you're an exception because you're cute." "Wait, she just called me ugly earlier," Azel complained. But then she perked up and said, "Thanks. Even though it's not a subject that boosts my grade, I'll still register for it. Do whatever you want," Ducio said casually. And after watching her back disappear, he thought a bit. "I told her, and now I'm a little scared how the future will change because of. But if I just leave her alone, Azel will end up facing tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, then that's a good thing." Thinking that, the guy realized something, then looked down at his own hands. "Wait, now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now?" In the game, Beak Ducio trained super strictly to awaken his mana leakage condition and develop fast. In the game, I could gain experience just by clicking buttons, but now I can do it directly. It's kinda late, no hunting segments or quests, so I can't farm extra experience. I should thank Azel for helping me realize this. After that, Ducio dragged himself back to the dorm to rest. This dorm is huge. Ducio thought to himself. At Stella, all students have to live in the dorm. The dorm system was a side feature in the game. Players could decorate their rooms however they wanted, but for Beak Ducio, this was his only home since his village got burned down. Dorms are divided by rank. All rooms are the same size, but the number of people per room depends on rank. Of course, S-class people take the top floors. Feels a bit lonely, but I can finally make use of it. Alright, let's get started. Thinking that Ducio let out a light breath and began meditating. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I need to get used to using this body. In the game, Beak Ducio was a genius who could control Aura Sword by using infinite circulating mana inside and outside his body. No one noticed him, so no one knew. But Beak Ducio was a swordsmanship genius who reached the peak of the sword path. I have to walk that path again. My breathing controls the mana flow inside my body. If I can slowly increase the mana I take in with each breath, then I can gather enough in just one go. Skills don't level up just by collecting experience. You have to keep using them to raise the level, which means practice, Ducio told himself, and just like that the guy started meditating inside his own room. Just like that, time slowly passed until the sun began to rise. At this moment, our main character felt something and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Right now, his entire body was enveloped in a golden halo. This must be the sensation Beak Ducio once experienced. When someone accepts mana leakage from childhood, even if it's faint, I can still feel it. And to reward Ducio's effort, the system popped up a congratulatory notification. Mana leakage syndrome skill has leveled up. Quick movement skill has leveled up. Over here, Ducio couldn't hold back and shouted, "Yes, I'm one step closer to the goal. I'll find the true ending no matter what," he said while clenching his fist with eyes full of determination. Scene shift to female lead Flame. At this moment, she and all the students in class were in some kind of plane, and the realistic feeling here surprised her a bit. The grass and wind are artificial, but it feels way too real. Stella's dorm is a pocket space built inside the academy grounds, and that allows people to freely manipulate spatial changes and properties. So all sports events, other events, dungeons, gates, and monster training happen here for that reason. Back to Flame, after glancing at the number of students present, she started guessing. Total 141 people. There are 50 from A1 and A2 classes, 40 from S class. If it's like the novel, it should be 39 from S class. I thought including me it would be 40, but unexpectedly one more got added. Where did Beak Ducio come from? In the novel, there are only 1140 first years total, and adding me makes 1141. In other words, Beak Ducio was in the original novel too. I'll figure it out slowly. It's fine, I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about that novel. Class will start soon. She began calming herself while noticing other changes different from the original novel. But right at that moment, a voice nearby caught her attention. "Prince Jeremy, have you finished registering for class?" "Of course," Jeremy said with a bright smile. "We registered for soft magic research too, because we heard you did." "Really? Let's help each other," he said while smiling and reaching out to greet everyone. Meanwhile, female lead Flame glanced at him with wary eyes. "That's Prince Jeremy." In the novel, he went crazy for Azel but got rejected. In the end, he became a villain. Right now, he looks gentle, but every move he makes is calculated. I should just observe and not get involved with this guy. On the other side, it seemed Jeremy noticed Flame's gaze too. So he turned with a bright smile and waved hello, making her quickly wave back. But man, he's really handsome. I get why so many people suck up to him. His faction is the most famous in school. I need to gather them together, because from now on this world is my reality. I have to prepare for the future, Flame told herself, then slipped away immediately. But she didn't know that right now Prince Jeremy was watching her with eyes full of interest. Back to Professor Lee Hanwal. After seeing all students gathered, he stepped forward and said, "Everyone attention. We'll start basic training before today's lesson. I need to know your abilities to teach you properly. I'll be teaching directly, so if you don't like it, don't say it out loud. As you know, professors have the right to add or deduct points from you. So remember, if you don't meet the required score, you'll be expelled. I'll explain the training now. We'll do a dungeon challenge trial. I'll use real dungeon scenarios, along with traps and monsters, to test all of you. You'll get 4 points for defeating a level 1 monster, 8 points for a level 2 monster, 20 points for obtaining this point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. And of course, if a student gets 0 points, they'll lose points. If you're scared of failing or going alone, you can form groups. But remember, points will be split evenly among group members. If you eliminate another student, you can take their points. That's all good luck. With that, the professor instantly vanished like teleportation, and while the students were still confused about what happened right after, the space around them suddenly shook violently, making the group panic. What's happening? The ground is shaking, someone shouted. And the source of the shaking was because right now countless giant vines started bursting out from underground, shooting straight up. And in no time, the space around them turned into a forest. This is the map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Back with the group, after the map had fully formed, they quickly huddled together to form teams. Meanwhile, the female lead Flame decided to go solo. All right, then I'm heading out too, she muttered to herself. But right at that moment, the girl named Jackie from earlier spoke up. Hey Flame, you're planning to go alone during the practice. Even though teaming up has lots of advantages in real dungeon combat, going solo is better if you want to rack up more points. Flame thought internally, then refused. Sorry, but this time I plan to go by myself. And for some reason, even though Flame rejected her, Jackie just smiled like she'd struck gold. Yeah, I figured. You'd have to share points with teammates, so you had no choice. Yeah, that's right, Flame said, awkwardly feeling a bit off inside. Am I overthinking, or is she low-key shading me? Brushing aside those random thoughts, Flame said goodbye. See you next time, let's go together. Yeah, Jackie replied with a bright smile. Then she quickly went over to report to her two friends nearby. Flame's going solo, so oh well. Back to Flame, those actions from the girl made her feel something. Is it just me, or does it feel like she's copying me? Probably things will be different later. Thinking that, she quickly moved out to farm points. 1 hour later, Flame had just taken down some monster and let out a heavy breath. Phew, that was tiring. How long until this training session ends anyway? But before she could sit down and catch her breath, suddenly from the ground ahead, a bunch of vines shot straight toward her, forcing her to quickly use magic to create a shield. And no idea what kind of monster this was, but right after its attack failed, it retracted all its whips and burrowed back underground, just like how it appeared. Back to Flame, after seeing the plant monster retreat, she still couldn't lower her guard and kept scanning around. Not just monsters, even plants attack too. As expected from Stella, even real dungeon training can't be taken lightly. So far I've got 18 points. Not bad, but the gap can be closed with just 1 point stat. Gotta keep moving, she said while picking up her pace. And it didn't take long before Flame suddenly sensed someone standing ahead. Something's there. Is it a monster? No, it's a human, but how can a student hide to this level? No problem anyway, I'm using nature camouflage to conceal myself. With my control, defense, destruction, and healing abilities, ambushing opponents isn't a bad choice, she thought while quietly hiding behind a tree trunk and slowly observing the figure ahead. Even somehow that person had already obtained a point stat. And following her gaze, the person was none other than Ducio. That's Beak Ducio. Is he going solo too? I remember other students wanted to team up with him, but he rejected everyone. No idea what this guy's thinking that she finally noticed the shining golden staff in his hand and got greedy. That's the point staff. He already got one. This is a perfect chance to test him, thinking that. Let me try him out. She started calculating in her head. She aimed her staff toward Ducio and began calculating. About 15 meters away, he can't defend at that distance. Thinking is doing. After feeling confident, she launched a light bullet magic, shooting a beam of light straight at Ducio. But right before the bullet could hit the main character, our main character sensed it and turned around. Then the guy immediately used quick movement to dodge, and that near-miss dodge left Flame stunned in shock. How could he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Back to Ducio. At this moment, he had quick moved behind Flame, and getting ambushed like that scared the hell out of him. Holy crap, does she want to kill me? Suddenly using light bullet. Thank God my mana leakage syndrome leveled up, otherwise I'd be in big trouble. Quick movement level 1, maximum distance, 12 meters max, stacks 2, cooldown 3 seconds. I still have 2 uses left, so if I use the terrain I could handle her, but better to avoid. Thinking that, Ducio used his remaining 2 quick movements to slip away somewhere else. This distance should be enough. My goal is top 5, so no need to take risk. The top 5 reward is an Atelic, which significantly boosts stamina and strength. Top 4 is probably locked by the main characters anyway. With the current situation, they just need 3 more point staffs, Ducio thought while moving. But right at that moment ahead, several guys blocked his path. Oh, look who it is. This is Beak Ducio from S-Class. Over here, Ducio, after seeing the blonde guy, recognized him. That's Raiden, one of the guys who's been making a name for himself in the academy late. Member of Uslek's team, Jeremy's weak-ass lackeys, one after another, thinking that. Our main character glanced at the 3-point staffs Raiden was gripping tightly and thought, he has 3-point staffs. For such a weakling, he collected quite a few, and while Ducio was thinking, the guys ahead started whispering, I heard he's a failure who cheated his way into S class. Raiden heard that and sneered contemptuously, getting into S class by solving those 3 stupid questions. Stella must have been tricked. We've heard that line a million times. Talk about zero creativity, Ducio thought internally. Meanwhile, Raiden's group started their robbery act. Hey, beak Ducio, since we ran into each other hand over that point stat. Not interested, Ducio said calmly, but Raiden put on a face begging to get beaten. Huh, you daring to defy me. You think you can take on 4 of us alone, planning to use that high mid-tier staff. You can't even use magic properly, let alone the staff. Back to Ducio at this moment, he really had to think. Man, what should I do now? With low-level quick movement, I can't fight Raiden. He's from a famous family. If I had 3 quick movements, maybe I'd have a chance. That's where my point staff comes in. And this is a dungeon. Thinking that Ducio silently came up with a plan in his head. Then he held out his point staff forward and said, "Here you go." That's more like it. Raiden laughed seeing Ducio start cooperating. But he never expected right at that moment. Ducio quick moved right up to his face, making him flinch in panic. However, right when Ducio attacked, the strike was blocked by a shield. But at least it cracked the shield a bit, and the watchdog Raiden started raging. "Damn it, you filthy commoner," saying that he retracted the barrier, and kept barking, "You bastard, I'll make you." But before he could finish cursing, he noticed Ducio had vanished ahead. He disappeared. Someone in the group shouted. Then right after Ducio's voice rang out beside them, making Raiden hurriedly turn to look. "Oh crap, this is dangerous." "Thanks," Ducio said cheerfully, and at this moment, he already had 2 point staffs in hand. And Raiden immediately realized those were his and started screaming, "You bastard, give them back." "Not interested," Ducio taunted. Then thought internally, 3 point staffs should be enough. I learned this by accident while playing the game. But these point staffs are actually lure items. Their unreasonable durability makes them indestructible by student magic, and they possess the power of most other magic tools. Even though they're more useful for mages, for Beak Ducio, a physical attacker, a weapon with high attack stats, gets 100% utilization. Back to Raiden. At this moment, he was still fuming. "Damn that bastard, how dare he take my point staffs." Saying that in rage, he turned and yelled at his teammates, "What are you idiots doing? Attack." But before he could finish the sentence, the ground around them started shaking nonstop. Right after that, even more vines started bursting up from the ground, forcing Raiden to grit his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, why is the dungeon activating now? Everyone stay close, prepare your magic, and don't lose sight of that bastard," he yelled. Meanwhile, our main character used the chaos to quietly slip away. However, one of the guys in the group spotted it and shouted, "Beak Ducio is running away. You bastard, where do you think you're going?" The rest heard that and hurriedly launched magic attacks. These guys are better than I thought. At the same time, he used quick movement to bolt away, instantly leaving the group screaming helplessly, but unable to do anything. Damn it, quick movement again. Where'd he go? He's too fast, I can't find him. The group started panicking as Ducio vanished, and at that moment, Ducio thought to himself, "Thanks to my tons of PvP experience, using terrain for advantage is as easy as pie. Damn it, we just need to hit him once," Raiden said while his eyes darted around like crazy searching for Ducio. But right then, the ground shook even more violently, making his teammates freak out. "Raiden, the dungeon is." Over here, Raiden shouted, "Calm down, he's still around. Wait for the quake to stop, and if you spot him, attack together. If our magic misses, it'll backlash, so be careful." And just like Raiden predicted, he hadn't even finished speaking when Ducio quick moved right in front of him. And without giving him time to react, the main character swung his staff hard, shattering Raiden's shield. His body even flew backward, crashing into his teammates, disrupting their magic casting. The result was massive magic backlash. Countless lightning bolts crashed down from above, and the students could only clutch their heads and endure it, while the one who caused all this, Ducio, casually sidestepped. Done and dusted. "I'll take this too. If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her this one," he said cheerfully while showing off the 3-point staffs in his hand. "Give them back," Raiden screamed, but Ducio wasn't stupid enough to return them. Taking the last one would be too much trouble. He thought internally, then waved goodbye. "Fun times just now, see ya." With that, Ducio used quick movement to vanish, leaving Raiden and his group trembling with rage. You damn dog," he roared furiously. But none of them knew that the entire fight had been witnessed by a certain white-haired girl. Back to Ducio, of course. The guy was internally celebrating like he'd hit the jackpot. Hee, I got lucky. If I'd fought normally, they'd have robbed me clean, but since this is a dungeon, everything changes. This is adult experience, he thought while casually swatting away a vine trying to sneak up on him. But right at that moment, he scanned around warily. "Still, I feel like something's off. Like there's something weird watching from somewhere," Ducio said while turning around. And sure enough, oh crap, While the guy was busy gloating over snatching 2-point staffs from Raiden's group, someone had noticed him and gifted him a super-grade fireball. What the hell? Fire rain out of nowhere, Yusial shouted. And right after that devastating attack slammed down, the whole forest echoed with a terrifying explosion. From above you could see a massive pillar of fire shooting into the sky, burning everything around. And our main character, Yusial, barely dodged again in the nick of time thanks to quick movement. But even after escaping, he was scared shitless. What kind of magic is this? Almost got roasted, he thought while staring at a tree, snapped in half by the blast's force. Then right after a figure emerged from the smoke with an arrogant voice, that commoner bastard. Why didn't you take another staff from them? The owner of that voice was none other than Princess Bion. Her sudden appearance left Yusial stunned. Bion. Why is she here? Even though he was puzzled, Yusial still responded, you got the wrong idea. It's not like I can just take whatever I want, and what does me taking those staffs have to do with it? But Bion ignored him and just stared intently at the point staffs in his hand. That made Yusial suddenly realize the truth. Holy crap, don't tell me. You want me to take them from them so you can take them from me. What the hell are you planning? But Bion kept her cold expression. I am royalty. If you figured out what I mean, then fight. As a member of the royal family, I have no desire to rob a commoner, but there's no other way. I'll defeat you and take what I want. Bion's voice was full of resolve. Yusial trembled a bit. Hey, what are you even thinking? Bullying someone weaker than you. But Bion just sneered and countered. Weaker? You. I saw you fighting and toying with them earlier. You even used magic to beat them, didn't you? Back to a short time ago. Bion was wandering the forest full of anxious thoughts. I need to hurry up. If I don't want Mother to scold me, I have to get really high scores, she told herself. But right then, some noisy sounds came from nearby, catching her attention. There's noise over there. Where'd Yusial go? That bastard ran off again. What a sneaky prick, Raiden's group cursing echoed. And that's when Bion noticed something odd. At that moment, she spotted a figure fleeing in the distance. That's Beak Ducio and Raiden. Bion narrowed her eyes. Should I attack them? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No way. Even if I'm strong, I can't take on 5 of them at once. Best to wait until their magic weakens. Then I'll have my chance. Thinking that, Bion decided to hide and watch, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop in like a fisherman, reaping the benefits. However, what happened next left her utterly shocked, because Yusial started actively using quick movement to attack Raiden's group. What? That commoner. Besides quick movement, he can use other magic too. Of course, Bion knew Raiden's group couldn't compare to her in strength, but even so, they all had real combat ability. Compared to a commoner, they should be way stronger, right? Back to the present, Bion snapped out of her thoughts, her eyes sharpening. All right, time to use fire magic. As soon as she spoke, Bion activated her magic, creating multiple floating magic circles in midair. From inside those circles, countless fireballs shot out straight toward Yusial. But our main character wasn't easy prey either. Yusial immediately used quick movement to dodge. However, before he could even catch his breath, another fireball came crashing down from above. Quick movement hasn't cooled down yet. No choice. Yusial had to leap between tree trunks, dodging continuously. After landing on the ground, he started panting heavily. Damn, her magic is way too dangerous. Good thing my instincts are sharp, otherwise I'd be toast. However, Yusial had already used quick movement twice. Now he had to face Princess Bion with no escape route. What do I do now? Yusial gritted his teeth, thinking. On the opposite side, Bion crossed her arms and said coldly, you're still not planning to use that staff. You already took my staff. Wait, no, Yusial frowned, complaining. What about the one they gave me when I enrolled? Bion stayed silent. Suddenly, Yusial froze. Oh, right. He looked down at his hand, realizing he still had another staff. I never used it, so I forgot. Over there, Bion was starting to get irritated. How long are you going to keep pretending? Her voice turned dead serious and icy. This is a serious battle, and this commoner is treating it like a joke. Bion clenched her teeth, eyes full of killing intent. If you're not going to fight properly, then I'll have to crush you right here. Hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat, pressure surging as he thought internally. But I'm fighting seriously, what joke? Bion reminded Yusial, if you're not serious. Her face hardened as she continued. You'll log out right here. I'll crush you, Princess Bion thought silently. And without wasting another second, she unleashed her magic, firing countless fireballs straight at Ducio, forcing him to hurriedly tilt his head to dodge. However, that wasn't the end. At the same moment, another fireball targeted his shoulder. Seeing that with superhuman reflexes, Ducio managed to duck down just in time, dodging by a hair. And it seemed realizing Ducio's dodging was freakishly good, the princess on the opposite side decided to use an area of effect spell, creating a massive wall of flames, covering an enormous range aimed straight at Ducio. And this time he really felt cornered. Damn it, even if I dodge with quick movement, her attack range is too wide. What do I do now? Ducio gritted his teeth thinking, but right at that moment, suddenly from behind him came a sound that caught his attention. This sounded. Thinking that Ducio repeatedly used quick movement to hide behind a massive tree trunk, saving him from becoming barbecue. However, pulling that off didn't mean Ducio was safe. He barely escaped this time, but it was still tough. Even if he got close to Bion, the flames around her would erupt to protect her when he approached. I know this very well from fighting so many fire mages before. Her level is way higher than I thought. If this were an open plain, I'd probably lose in under a minute. No, even fighting might not even happen, Ducio thought while gripping his point staff tightly. We don't know yet who's going to lose here. Meanwhile, at that moment, Princess Bion unleashed a spell, firing countless fire arrows straight toward Ducio, forcing him to keep leaping backward repeatedly to dodge the barrage of attacks, until his mana sensing ability finally kicked in, fully allowing him to read the precise flight path of every single incoming projectile. Seeing that, Ducio immediately started swinging his arms like a machine, precisely striking every fire arrow and knocking them all aside. That miraculous maneuver left Princess Bion behind him, standing frozen in shock. No way he used a weapon to counter magic. How is that even possible? Back to Ducio, while fully focused on dealing with the endless onslaught coming at him, he still had a moment to think. The longer time passes, the clearer the sensation becomes. This isn't a game controlled by keyboard or mouse. It's directly moving my own body to confront a real mage. Very clearly, the enveloping mana pressure is growing stronger. My sixth sense is now as distinct as sight or hearing. Back to Princess Bion. Watching this, she could hardly believe her own eyes. How is this happening? In this forested mountain terrain, fire should have the clear advantage. If that's the case, then the only option is to amplify the magic power. She gritted her teeth and began pouring even more strength into her spells. That instantly forced Ducio, who had just started getting a bit comfortable, to bear a much heavier pressure. No other choice, he had to parry, while retreating toward a nearby tree trunk. I can't stay purely defensive. Forever I need to shatter Bion's magic shield with this staff. Thinking that Ducio perfectly timed it right when the princess in front of him was channeling mana to prepare another major attack. Then he immediately activated quick movement and charged straight toward her face. In just 1 second, he closed the distance right up to his opponent. Ducio's sudden appearance right in front of her left Bion slightly stunned. But right after she gritted her teeth, showing clear irritation, Bion instantly cast fire magic, creating a massive magic circle right under both their feet. And Ducio, seeing the scene, wasn't overly surprised. When closing in on fire mages, an explosive spell pushes enemies back within a 2-meter radius. But since I've gone through this countless times, it's not that big a problem, he thought while leaping backward to escape the circle's range. Then he took momentum and charged forward again, slamming hard into the magic shield protecting Bion. The powerful strike immediately caused several cracks to appear on the barrier. No way, how could he? She thought in astonishment. But before she could think further, the shield shattered completely into fragments, and the resulting shockwave sent the princess tumbling backward to the ground. And at this point, the outcome of the battle was clear. I win, Ducio said with a bright smile. And hearing those words from him, Bion could only grit her teeth in frustration. Then she took a deep breath and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just a normal student," Ducio shrugged and replied. At the same time, she turned her head backward and called out, "But the person hiding back there can come out now, right?" Flame, following his gaze, somehow the girl Flame had already been present, watching both of them the whole time. Then, since she'd been discovered, the female lead casually stepped out and asked, "I wasn't exactly hiding, but how did you know I was here?" "Let's just call it a hunch," Ducio said with a smile. "But more precisely, it's thanks to my mana leakage sensing ability." Hearing Ducio's answer, Flame furrowed her brow slightly, then asked again, "A hunch? How did you break through that magic shield with such an ordinary staff?" "Was that also thanks to your hunch?" she said, her voice full of suspicion. Back to Ducio. Flame's question really put him in a tough spot. As expected, a game like this could never appear in a romantic novel like the original. "I can't tell the truth." Thinking that for some reason, he started pointing at the point staff in his hand and said, This is really it, you know." That nonsensical answer only made Flame even more suspicious. "So what if it's sturdy? You think just swinging it around can shatter a face-level shield with that thing? Then in this world, knights must have all gone extinct. All this time I've always felt something strange. Beak Ducio, who exactly are you?" And it wasn't just Flame wondering. Even Bion was extremely curious, turning to look at Ducio, waiting to see how he would answer. Over here, Ducio, hearing that, could only sigh internally. Finally, it's come to this, but it's not even been a full month yet. Should I just reveal my true identity? No way, Flame has no good feelings toward me doing, that would be way too dangerous. Thinking that Ducio still decided not to reveal his real identity. Even if you suspect me, I'm not the kind of bad person like that. Huh, what do you mean? Flame asked, puzzled. Exactly what I said, I want to help you. Ducio scratched his cheek awkwardly. Help me, you exactly what? Flame wanted to ask more. However, before she could finish, Ducio turned and left. I wanted to say more, but no time left, see you. He thought, then quickly slipped away, or at least that's what he thought. Before Princess Bion behind him suddenly hurled several of her point staffs straight at the back of his head. At this moment, she was also shocked by his attitude, making him yelp in pain. No choice, he turned around and complained. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it straight. I thought you'd catch it, dodging all that magic and traps, but can't catch this, Bion said in astonishment. And the reason was pretty simple. No choice, mana sensing intuition has its limits too, Ducio thought while wincing. Ow, that hurt. The duration of intuition depends on my mental energy. Since my mental energy is depleted, now I even have a headache, thinking that Ducio asked. So why did you throw this at me? You won, so just take it, Bion said calmly. And hearing that Ducio seemed to guess something, is it because of pride? But if I take everything, my score would skyrocket, and besides, those other things aren't really useful. Thinking that Ducio only picked up 1 point staff, then smiled at Bion. All right, I'll just take this one, you keep the rest. Then I'm off. With that, Ducio turned and left immediately. And at this moment, the guy felt smug about his action. What a kind-hearted man, so merciful to the defeated. This is insanely cool, he snorted proudly. Unfortunately, the two girls behind him didn't think the same at all. That guy has issues, Flame said, puzzled, while the princess beside her looked at Ducio's back with suspicious eyes. Probably just a commoner with a slightly abnormal brain, saying that she became extremely curious about Ducio's true identity. In another scene at the professor's observation room, the screens in front of them displayed countless red dots, probably representing the student. At this moment, several other screens were showing battle scenes of certain students. Ho, this year's first-year S-class students are all rare talent. Worth watching indeed. An elder from the Magic Council Tellys nodded in approval, while beside him, a middle-aged woman responded. Indeed, very interesting. When I was young, I was even better. She was Tsarina Eon, a member of the Green Tower Council. Hearing the two speak, Professor Lee Hanwal turned and thought, Magic Council, Green Tower Council. Just a training observation session for students, yet it gathered so many high-profile figures. To recruit talent, you have to do it this way. Probably most other professors are watching this training too. Right at that moment, everyone in the room let out an admiring gasp, catching his attention. Oh, Ma Ducio and Hei Wenryong have clashed. At this moment, following their gaze, Hei Wenryong was the one who struck first, immediately using his wand to fire a surge of energy straight toward Ma Ducio and facing this attack. The handsome guy easily used some kind of magic to continuously leap through the air, dodging the ice pillars stabbing toward him. Seeing that, the people from the Magic Council exclaimed in admiration. 3 consecutive level 3 mana leaps activated at age 17. Not to mention them, even Professor Lee Hanwal was shocked. Normally, an average mage needs to be 25 or older to reach level 3. Yet Ma Ducio, at just 17, can already use level 3 magic proficient. And that's not all. Right after that, they were stunned again. Unbelievable. Look, both students are using 3 attributes. Back to Lee Hanwal, normal mages can only control 1 attribute, and even with hard training might manage 2. Exactly, controlling 3 attributes is proof of innate genius. They were born with that talent. Right at that moment, a loud roar echoed, and the owner of that roar was an enormous bird-like monster. Is that a hidden monster? Then, without giving Ma Ducio and Hei Wenryong time to react, the monster let out another cry and dove straight down. More accurately, it had been knocked down from the sky by someone's attack, and the one who struck was none other than Azel. Oh my, are they fighting? Sorry for interrupting. Over here, Professor Lee Hanwal closely observed Azel's appearance and thought, Azel more. Hidden monsters only appear when certain conditions are met. They're extremely hard to find and even harder to defeat. Yet this girl took one down by herself. Back to the Magic Council group, seeing Azel appear, they said regretfully, "I'm the daughter of the traitor Morph. What a shame, if her father hadn't done such a terrible thing, her talent could have bloomed even more." Saying that, Uncle Tellys noticed another screen and exclaimed, "Huh, that's the princess of the Adelenvit Duchy. Who's her opponent? Such an unfamiliar face." He pondered before his expression turned stunned. What that magic? Could that be quick movement? he softly exclaimed while looking at Dusio's face.
Swift step, a type of magic that over hundreds of years countless scholars have poured their lives into researching ways to control it, only to all fail, giving up in despair or becoming crippled. It's truly an uncontrollable spell. Yet here is a student who can wield Swift step as naturally as moving his own limbs. Who exactly is that boy? He muttered aloud in wonder. And beside him, Professor Lee Hanwal spoke up to answer the question. The student's name is Beek Yuseol, a very special student who uses Swift Step as his main skill. Swift Step is main skill, someone said in astonishment. That's completely different from the overwhelming talents of Ma Yuseol, Hei Wenryong, or Azel. Back to Telly's at this point, he voiced his own doubt, but why doesn't he use other magic and just fool around like that? If he used proper magic, that fight would have ended long ago. It's really puzzling. At that moment, suddenly from behind everyone, a voice rang out. No, he's fighting seriously, you just didn't notice. Everyone instantly turned toward the young professor and exclaimed, Elmund Eltwin. He's been serious from the start, it seems you all didn't see it. Interesting, Elmund said with a voice full of delight. That student's fighting style reminds me of the knightly spirit that only existed in ancient times. And his words made the group realize something. The knightly spirit, you mean the spirit of knights that vanished along with swordsmen and ancient magic. For such a young student, he suddenly thought, yes, exactly, the knightly spirit. In a world dominated by magic, the knightly spirit is the fighting will of knights who wield swords, for example, heroes who battle evil to protect the world. It said they always face demons with just a single sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with swords is impossible, yet that student is truly using his staff like a sword. Moreover, since Elmund commented like that, the headmaster of Stellar Academy, a school renowned as the continent's top magic academy, Elmund Eltwin, a level 9 mage, and one of the only 10 great sages on the continent. If a great sage thinks that way, saying this, he began thinking silently. Time passed quickly and the first dungeon practical exam ended. Scene shift to the special training area for Class S. At this moment, Hei Wenryong was frantically training his magic by attacking the dummies ahead after using wind magic to strike the target in front, but still couldn't destroy the dummy. He let out a few exhausted breaths, then looked at the staff in his hand, gritting his teeth. Damn, almost out of mana, still not enough, there's a long way ahead. Among the 141 students who participated in this dungeon exam, 39 were eliminated. Azel topped the rankings by defeating the bird monster while I'm second. Ma Yuseol is 6th, but I don't feel like I've won. At that moment, his face showed clear frustration. If Azel hadn't interfered in that fight. Thinking this, suddenly, an uncontrollable flame of anger surged in Hei Wenryong's heart. From the first time we met, I've had this feeling. Although Ma Yuseol always acts indifferent to everything, whatever he does reaches professional level, even beyond that. Even in this practical exam, I set up magic arrays everywhere and calculated every move of his, yet Ma Yuseol still easily neutralized all my attacks. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is this talent wall really that high and thick? Thinking this, he took a deep breath to calm himself and reassured, no time for self-blame, I need to work even harder. At the same time, not far away, Princess Bion also arrived and spotted Hei Wenryong frantically training his magic. Seeing his state, Bion felt a bit puzzled. Is that Hei Wenryong? He's usually so calm, why is he so frustrated today? Although I shouldn't say this, but it's really annoying having to give up the staff and only get 3rd place. Mother seems satisfied with the result, but if I don't get the staff back, I'll definitely get punished. That commoner is so arrogant and annoying, she thought while continuously blasting magic at the dummy ahead like venting anger. And this made Hei Wenryong stop and notice, Princess, is something wrong? Not sure if I'm mistaken, but it seems the princess's magic is more precise than before. Princess Bion's fire magic is very powerful, but it's hard to control. Finally, she couldn't improve this fast, or maybe it's just coincidence. He furrowed his brows, thinking. Back to Bion, extremely irritated. Damn it, though I hate to admit it, but Beek Yuseol's special lecture really worked. Thanks to those ridiculous riddles, my thinking has changed, and my magic control has improved significantly. Though he's just a low-scoring commoner with a terrible personality, Beek Yuseol is the only one who knows how to fix my weakness. But annoying is still annoying, she gritted her teeth, said, then left the training ground after venting. The voice of her guard Heroine rang out beside her. Princess, seeing that, Bion turned and asked, Heroine, what is it? The staff telephone you requested has been modified. Shall I bring it to Beek Yuseol now? Saying that, she opened the box in her hand, revealing inside a staff reforged to resemble a sword's shape. Answering the question, Bion across nodded. Yeah, just do that. Then excuse me, the guard girl said while turning to leave. But right at that moment, as if remembering something, Bion stopped her, making Heroine puzzled. What is it, princess? Scene shift to auxiliary tower number 2. At this moment, instead of letting her guard Heroine deliver the staff to Yusial, she personally went to meet him. I came here because I heard Beak Yusial is here, but this is auxiliary tower number 2 where professor's research rooms are. Is he meeting a professor? She wondered inside. But then she suddenly jolted in hesitation. Not sure if I should go in. Wait, why did I come here? I could have given it to him at the training ground like this. It's no different from chasing after a commoner. No, I should turn back, Bion thought before being startled by a familiar voice. Oh, princess, hearing the familiar sound. Bion turned to look and greeted Professor Hammerl. Long time no see, professor. Across from her, Hammerl nodded emotionally. Just yesterday I was teaching you magic at the palace and now you're all grown up. What brings the princess here? I have some business, but I have to head back now. Bion waved dismissively as if not wanting to mention much about why she came, and Professor Hammerl advised, it's a bit chaotic right now, it's good for the princess to head back. Currently mages are flocking here because of that student Beak Yusial, so everything's a mess, Professor Hammerl said headache-ridden, and at this info Princess Bion's eyes couldn't hide her surprise. But very quickly she regained composure and asked, that commoner, what's so special about him? You fought him directly, so you know, right? He doesn't use any other magic. Yes. Ah yes, Bion replied. Then her expression turned somewhat melancholic. So you watched that fight too? It's embarrassing to show such a pathetic side in front of the mentor I respect most, she bitterly thought. Back to Professor Hammerl, seeing her expression, he was a bit surprised then comforted. Princess, no need to blame yourself. Your opponent also fought with everything, but he didn't use any magic, Bion asked again, and Professor Hammerl had to explain, that's because of his belief. Belief? What do you mean? She asked, full of curiosity. After watching the practice, the headmaster speculated that student is probably trying to revive the knightly spirit that vanished from ancient times. Wait, Beak Yusial pursuing knightly spirit? That's ridiculous, the princess said in surprise. But then she started recalling her earlier fight with Yusial. Indeed, Beak Yusial used his staff like a sword in that battle. This magic sword is the same. Thinking this, she began believing about 70–80% of the info. However, she still had some doubt and asked further. Not using magic in a magic academy punished heavily. He'd definitely lose points in magic practice hours and many other things. Yes, that student knows that clearly but still chose this path. It's truly astonishing, isn't it? Despite achieving great things with swift step, he still relentlessly hones himself. That must be true belief, Professor Hammerl said with full admiration. If Yusial really heard this, he'd probably laugh himself to death. Putting that aside, after bidding farewell to Professor Hammerl, Princess Bion fell into deep thought. If someone said they dream of becoming a knight, they'd surely be mocked because the age of knights has passed, but Beak Yusial, is he seriously pursuing the knightly spirit? Yet I got angry at him, telling him not to fool around, she secretly thought. And right at that moment, Yusial also spotted her here and asked, what are you doing here? In the guy's mouth was the rank 5 reward Edelic root. Back to Bion, seeing Yusial appear, she immediately changed expression. I came here for you, what for? Yusial said while non-stop munching, making the princess extremely irritated, starting to stare at him, and in the end, she couldn't win the starring contest with Yusial, so she tossed him the box containing the staff and said, forget it, take this, seeing that the guy immediately realized the issue and exclaimed, oh, Terraphone, thanks. Saying that, he hurriedly opened the box to check the new item. This is an invisible sword. As expected from Adelenvit, the craftsmanship is on another level. The princess helped me out big time. Great, this thing money can't easily buy. Thinking this, he turned to look at Bion expectantly. Can you give me the box too? Selling it would probably fetch a good price. Up to you, the princess said casually, making the poor bastard ecstatic inside. Oh man, jackpot, what a commoner, she secretly thought. Then her eyes showed a bit of seriousness as she asked, hey Beak Yusial, are you really not going to use other magic? The sudden question left Yusial a bit stunned, and his starring gaze made Bion a little embarrassed. Then she quickly turned away. On nothing, I'm leaving. Over here, Yusial, seeing that, shrugged and left. Other magic, huh? Now that I think about it, earlier Professor Lee Hanwal said something similar. Said he understands my feelings, respects my belief, all that incomprehensible stuff, like I've chosen a thorny path. Whatever, I'll go as far as I can. With this magic sword, I'm somewhat reassured for the next arc. Now let's check out the sword, he said while tightly gripping the wooden box in his hand. Scene shift to the training ground. Holding the new staff in hand, he started muttering, let's see. Just channel mana into this, right? Saying that, Yusial tried channeling a bit of mana into the new item. and right after the staff sprouted a blade of light, making Uciel's eyes turn into stars. Not bad at all. If Flame held this sword, it'd definitely shine even brighter. The female lead Flame is a special existence. Though human, she can use all types of magic from elves, dwarves, and angels. This staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana. Not everyone can use it, but Flame can wield it like an ultimate skill, thanks to her natural mana recovery. While me, I have nothing to lose, though mana is constantly absorbed. Because of mana leak, it can't accumulate in the body and gets expelled outside. In other words, the mana density in my breath determines Terraphone's power. Let's check the status. Beak UCL stats: strength 1 star 77%, senses 2 stars 29%, agility no star 97%, stamina 1 star 43%, mana none, remaining exp none, skills swift step level 1, trait mana leak level 2. Mana leak level 2 increases strength 5%, agility 8%, senses 15%, intuition activates by consuming user's mental energy, faintly senses mana flow within 18 simultaneously activates high-speed perception, auto activates when user is in danger, increases active mana circulation speed 1%. Back to UCL. Looking at his stats, he was quite satisfied. After eating the Adelic Root rank 5 reward from this exam, my strength increased a bit. Now with a weapon, I can directly accumulate exp. Should train swordsmanship more from now on, it'll be very busy, he exclaimed. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to some training ground. At this moment, the instructor standing in front said to all students ahead, "Today we'll have a practical combat magic session. Everyone spread out and take your staffs." This instructor was Barayan, defensive magic lecturer. Following his words, the students started spreading out and eagerly using magic shields to practice. Over on this side, after walking around and observing the students' spellcasting processes, he inwardly sighed in admiration, thinking this batch really seemed to have a ton of talented kids, and deciding to sort the classes by ability level was a pretty smart move. As he was saying that, he suddenly noticed something. Ducio was standing there alone in a daze up ahead, and he thought to himself, isn't that kid the rumored commoner from Class S? A total nobody, yet he managed to resonate with a mid-tier magic staff and even ranked 5th in the dungeon test. How infuriating, the sneaky old man thought as he started walking over to mess with Ducio. Hey, bitch Ducio, why are you just standing there spacing out like an idiot? Hearing the call, Ducio turned around and awkwardly replied, I'm practicing a different kind of defense right now, so I don't really need to learn basic magic. Oh, is that so? Your own special kind of defense, huh? Sounds interesting, the old man said with a laugh. But in his mind, he was thinking something completely different. What arrogance, unless you're Princess Bion, who's studying the inherited magic of Adelevet. A mere commoner like you shouldn't even dream of having some special defense technique. Anyway, I've heard that bitch Ducio doesn't use any magic other than Flash Step, so if that's the case then. Thinking this far, the cunning guy decided he wanted to teach the kid a lesson and spoke up with a suggestion. Then how about you demonstrate that amazing defense of yours for the other students to broaden their horizons a bit? Your opponent will be. As he spoke, he turned to look at the students behind him. Then his eyes landed on a red-haired kid, right? Morso from Class B would be the perfect fit. Hearing Professor Barayan say that, Morso broke into a full-on villainous grin. It wasn't random that Barayan did this. When he made the suggestion, he'd already calculated a bit. As a defense-specialized instructor, staying in good standing at the academy depended heavily on relationships with students. Morso Dordan was from the Scalvan Empire, buttering him up a little wouldn't hurt. And if he showed off impressive magic by beating a class's student, it'd look great on his record. Thinking this, the guy smiled so hard his eyes narrowed, then turned and asked, "So how about it?" Hearing that our protagonist wasn't intimidated at all and just accepted right away, "Sure, no problem." Just like that, Ducio and Morso stepped up onto the sparring platform under everyone's watchful eyes. Plus, a few of Morso's lackey dogs couldn't resist cheering him on. Morso, smash him to pieces, humiliate him in front of everybody. The two yelled loud enough for the whole place to hear, and Morso, somehow brimming with confidence, shot back, "Just wait and see." Across from him, Ducio heard the spoiled brats shouting like that and could only give a wry inner smile. What the hell is this? So they're Uslek and Raiden's buddies, huh? Kids these days are so petty. But whatever, it's still a required class anyway, and I can't really do much since I don't use magic. Come to think of it, Barayan was already infamous for being brutal back in the first-year art. Alright, perfect chance to test the results of my training, Ducio secretly chuckled to himself. Next, the nasty teacher Barayan laid out the rules. This match will proceed with alternating attack and defense turns, and no other magic is allowed. Morso will attack first. Down below, Morso's extra crowd of cronies were already convinced he would win, Morso's definitely gonna win. Defense aside, he's also skilled in earth magic for offense. No way anyone can block his attacks easily. Nearby, Prince Genemi was watching the fight with some interest. Alright then, prepare, begin, Barayan shouted. Right after the command, Morso immediately cast his magic, slowly gathering a massive chunk of earth right in front of him. The people watching from below started whispering to each other, is that second-tier magic? The unspoken rule in basic magic class is only first-tier magic allowed. Is bitch Ducio gonna be okay? You class S punk, taste my power, Morso roared inwardly, then shouted out loud, piercing earth rock Jordan. No idea if yelling the name did anything, but right after he swung his wand forward to send the boulder flying. Facing this attack, Ducio calmly swung his sword in a light motion and easily sliced the rock clean in half. And probably because it was formed by magic, once cut in two, the pieces slowly dissipated into nothing as if they'd never existed. Up front, Morso watched his attack get nullified like that, and his whole body trembled like he'd been bitten by a rabid dog. No, impossible, my magic just vanished, he stammered in shock. Even the other students below were stunned beyond words after seeing it. He cut through magic with a sword, but can magic really disappear like that? Unlike them, with his experience as a teacher, even if he was a petty jerk, Barayan still picked up on a few things. No, just slashing wouldn't do it. But bitch Ducio definitely made Morso's magic vanish. All magic has a mana flow. If you sever that flow precisely, the spell disappears. Could he have actually done that? As he spoke, he stared hard at Ducio like he was trying to see through him. Back to Ducio, after that attack, he was pretty satisfied with his sword. Not bad at all. Right now, I can only cut up to third-tier magic. But all those sleepless nights grinding in the training room are finally paying off. That's enough. With that, Ducio gripped his sword tighter. Meanwhile, the dumbass Morso could only grind his teeth and bark some nonsense. Damn it, how dare a commoner like you. Down below, the petty Barayan saw the guy's dog-like state and started worrying too. This is bad. If Morso loses here, I'm screwed too. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up to remind, bitch Ducio, I acknowledge your defensive ability, but that defense can only block one attack at a time. Eventually, it has its limits. For example, when facing a barrage of attacks, he commented, but really he was just hinting to the idiot Morso how to attack properly. And very quickly, Morso caught on and broke into a grin. Ducio turned and shot the petty guy a look full of annoyance. What the hell is this creep babbling about? Without giving him time to think, Morso started casting again, creating countless floating stone fragments in the air. Wait, hold on, that's going too far, it's dangerous, shouldn't the professor stop this? People worriedly said. The dumb Morso and petty Barayan weren't thinking that deeply. Right now, they only cared about crushing Ducio as fast as possible. Stone-shattering spear, he yelled, and just like that, countless stones shot straight toward Ducio. Facing this rain of attack, the protagonist felt it was a bit tricky. 11 stones coming in total. Can't use flash step, can't slash them all. Only one way left, tank them all. Thinking this, Ducio started spinning his sword like a propeller, forming a shield of blades that blasted every incoming stone away so none could touch him. Seeing that, Morso across from him could only grit his teeth in rage. My strongest magic got neutralized so easily, he thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Barayan's face down below was twisted like a baboon's ass. Damn it. What the hell is Morso doing? If you lose, I'm done for too, he cursed silently. Even Ducio himself was a little surprised by his own move just now. Oh, let's try copying that technique I saw in the game. Not bad at all. This move is called Sword Sweep. Maintaining the Terraphone form consumes way more mental energy than normal, so stamina drops hard after using it. Plus, the defense is weaker compared to blocking a single target. In real combat, it'd be hard to pull off. Good thing this is just practice sparring, Ducio silently judged. Meanwhile, the other students were completely amazed. Wow, first time I've seen that technique. It looks just like a magic shield. Is there even defense magic like that? At this rate, Morso's gonna lose soon. The chatter started rising, making Morso angrier by the second. A commoner like you dares, he snarled while starting to cast magic again. And counting this one, it'd be his third consecutive attack, which made the other students unhappy. Wait, is he gonna attack again? Morso's turn is already over, they said while glancing nervously at the petty teacher, and whether he heard or not, the guy just smiled and wanted Morso to keep going. Get ready, bitch Ducio, this time I won't hold back. Right as he finished speaking, another voice cut in. Excuse me, professor. Hearing the familiar voice, the petty teacher turned toward the sound, then asked, what is it, Genemi? Over here, the prince flashed a bright smile, then asked back, why isn't the professor switching the attack turn to bitch Ducio? Well, the old man stammered, unable to form words. Seeing the prince step in to criticize, the other students started chiming in too. This isn't some first-year basic practice. One mistake and someone could get seriously hurt. What is this teacher trying to do? The turn's already over. They said while staring coldly at Barayan, leaving him super awkward. I was too focused on the match and didn't notice everyone's reaction. He thought to himself, and finally with no choice left, Barayan had to announce, switch attack turns. Up on the platform, Morso hurriedly threw up a magic shield. But the moment it formed, Ducio sliced it into countless pieces, then pointed his sword straight at the guy's throat. Bitch Ducio wins, Barayan declared. Morso losing so quickly and cleanly left everyone a bit shocked. In the end, Bitch Ducio won. He's way stronger than I thought. Ignoring the chatter, Prince Genemi walked forward with a meaningful smile. Scene shift to the prince's private room. Right now, inside the room, Morso's miserable screams echoed. Please, spare me, he weakly begged. After beating the guy senseless with some martial training, Genemi finally stopped, then turned to the girl in front and said, Verajane, looks like my friend got pretty badly hurt. Take good care of him, okay? If anything happens to him, I'll be really upset, he said while wiping the blood off his hand with a handkerchief. And as if totally used to this, Verajane wasn't surprised at all. Yes, I understand, then I'll take care of it, he replied, then left. Behind him, Verajane watched Genemi's back and thought to herself, not a subordinate but a friend. In the Scalvan Empire, where power is determined by magical strength, Genemi Scalvan surpassed all his siblings to claim the crown prince position at just 12 years old. Not being Genemi's subordinate meant the Dordan family would be expelled from the Eternal Magic Academy forever. Not just more so, once you've caught Crown Prince Genemi's eye, that commoner bitch Ducio's school life won't be peaceful anymore either, she silently thought. Scene shift to some experimental research classroom. Right now everyone was happily chatting. Hey, you hear about it yet, bitch Ducio from Class S? What Spirit Knight thing? What does Spirit Knight even mean? This is a magic academy, what does it have to do with knights? Someone complained, but he beat more so from the Dordan family. For real, the Dordan family has some influence in the Scalvan Empire, right? They said in surprise. In the back, female lead Flame got annoyed hearing them keep mentioning Ducio. Everywhere I go it's all about bitch Ducio. I don't want attention, but this is kinda irritating. Who the hell is that guy anyway? Ignoring her, over here a female professor walked into the classroom and spoke up. Alright everyone, settle down. Alchemy demands absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature. Her name was Mazen Tyron, professor of the alchemy department. After everyone quieted down, she continued, today we'll be practicing the synthesis of the Tyron recovery potion that I researched and developed. Everyone pay close attention. So annoying, one tiny mistake and it's ruined. Honestly, I'd avoid alchemy as much as possible. It's way too complicated and finicky, Flame grumbled boredly. Right then Mazen's shout rang out again. Alterisha, what the hell are you doing? You call that alchemy? She scolded some blonde girl nearby, which made Flame pay a bit more attention. I heard Professor Mazen later becomes a notorious dark mage. I need more materials, so I have no choice but to keep attending this class. At the same time, giggles started coming from beside Flame. He, yes that's it. The guy laughed while staring at the vial in front of him, and the way he looked was exactly like someone brewing poison to screw someone over. Bitch Ducio, at first I thought he joined this class to get close to Azel, but now it seems he's a total pervert. What the hell did I just see? Whatever, I need to go get materials. Thinking that, Flame quickly got up to prepare, and after a while she finally finished synthesizing the potion. Phew, finally done. Good thing Flame has high study stats or I wouldn't have finished this fast. Wonder how Azel is doing, she said while turning to check on Azel next to her, who was still struggling with processing ingredients. Thank goodness, looks like she's doing fine. Wait, doing fine. In the original story, Azel accidentally gets Mela's magic technique notebook and creates a recovery potion way more advanced than the Tyron one in this class. So why is she making it so normally now? Flame pondered while rubbing her chin. Before Mazen's screech rang out again, bitch Ducio, who gave you permission to change the experimental ingredients on your own? Doing it this way gives better results though, Ducio shrugged and said, making her even more irritated. Now you're talking about results. This isn't the Tyron recovery potion I asked for. Hearing them talk, Flame jolted and turned to look. What could it be that the advanced potion Azel was supposed to create ended up being made by bitch Ducio instead? Something feels off. Why would bitch Ducio be able to make an advanced Tyron recovery potion in place of Azel? She thought while staring suspiciously at Ducio. Over here, Professor Mazen, hearing his reply, clutched her head. This is ridiculous. Your attitude is terrible. See, I told you commoners are no good, HMPH, she sneered. And that line caught Flame completely off guard. guard. Because in the original it was supposed to be, see, that's why your whole family got wiped out, HMPH. Those words became Azel's lifelong trauma after losing her family and haunted her until the very end of the story. Could bitch Ducio have foreseen this, so he deliberately drew Mazen's attention to himself to protect Azel? But Professor Mazen has a lot of influence in Stella Academy. Once she has her eye on you, your grades in other subjects will suffer too. Is that guy going this far for Azel? Flame wondered in shock. And for some reason right then the professor yelled again, "You, how dare you talk to me like that? Call your parents here right now." Speaking of Ducio, seeing her lioness-like rage, he finally remembered who she was. Oh crap, I almost forgot about this annoying plot point. I got too caught up in alchemy and completely blanked on this troublesome part. Thinking this, Ducio could only sigh inwardly, then replied, "I don't have parents." You dare say that to me?" she kept shouting, but Ducio had gone full deaf to criticism mode. "Whatever, I've already been targeted. What's there to be afraid of anymore? If that's the case, tomorrow I'll try making golden elixir and cola potions," the guy silently planned in his mind. Time flew by quickly, and a few weeks later the confrontation between Ducio and Professor Mazen started getting more and more intense. "Bitch Ducio, how many times do I have to tell you, you're not allowed to change the alchemy ingredients on your own?" she said furiously, while Ducio across from her calmly explained, "But I only tweaked your formula a little and the results came out better." "What you?" She was so angry she couldn't even speak properly. Over here, Ducio quietly activated his glasses to scan her info. And the results popped up right in front of him. Mazen Tyron, dark corruption rate 21%, insecure, jealous, dark pact signer, alchemy professor, chapter 8 boss, dark transformation confirmed. Seeing that, Ducio nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Everything's going exactly according to my plan. Chapter 8, Mazen Tyron, the boss corrupted by darkness. She's one of those villain characters who gets fully darkened because she couldn't overcome the shadows in her own heart. Once the dark corruption rate exceeds 90%, she'll completely become a dark mage. But when it's under 50%, we can't detect it with regular magic. Right now, Mazen's dark corruption is at 21%. No way to prove she's a dark mage yet, so no way to report her. The only option is to keep provoking her until the corruption goes over 50%, then call in the Dark Mage Extermination Squad. In normal dark corruption cases, there's still a way to cure it before full transformation, but Mazen is a Dark Pact signer. She willingly made a contract with a Harmon entity. So the dark seed has already taken root in her body, and it's impossible to save her anymore. Even though we're only at chapter 4 right now, since she's a strong boss, I need to prepare early. Otherwise, she'll turn the other students into dark mages and threaten the safety of Stella, Ducio thought to himself. Over here, unaware of Ducio's thoughts, Mazen started glaring at him with utter contempt. "You're still the same stubborn brat. Don't even dream of getting high grades in my alchemy class. Even better, let her keep her focus on me. Might as well use this time to grind some muscle training," Ducio thought inwardly before he got a headache. From the next situation, what the heck is this? I didn't expect the practical exam to be a group assignment. And hilariously enough, the teammates paired with Ducio are none other than Azel and 2 other guys. However, looking at the faces of all 3, it was clear they weren't thrilled about being grouped with someone who'd already pissed off the teacher. Oh man, look at this gloomy atmosphere. Anyone who didn't know would think there's a funeral going on. Ducio thought, then forced a smile and said, "Nice to meet you all. I'm bitch Ducio." Hearing that they started introducing themselves too, the blonde guy is Kasahun, the black-haired student is Manhwa, and Azel obviously needs no introduction. At this point, it seemed like the introductions made everyone a bit more comfortable, so Manhwa clutched his face and wailed, "We're so screwed as a group. I heard Professor Mazen grades super harshly on students she hates. It's basically impossible to pass. Because of me, you're all gonna suffer," Ducio thought awkwardly to himself. And in this depressing mood, Azel stepped up to encourage them, "But we can't just give up like this. Anyway, when grading the practical exam, there will be at least 3 professional alchemists from the Alchemy Association present, meaning Professor Mazen can't just fail us arbitrarily." Her explanation made Kasahun and Manhwa look a little brighter with hope. While they still clung to that slim chance, "Then yeah, we just have to give it our all. Thank goodness this is actually a potion I wanted to try making once," they said excitedly. And over here, Ducio turned to look at Azel with a satisfied expression. Too bad the look wasn't returned, since Azel had already turned away in annoyance, refusing to meet his eyes. Putting that aside, next the whole group started discussing. Anyway, the D enhancement potion assigned for this assignment isn't too hard if we combine what we've learned. The only issue is the ingredients are kinda rare. So who's gonna go gather the main ingredient, fire lizard tail, she asked, and Ducio immediately raised his hand to volunteer. Leave that to me. Everyone knows the most important thing in alchemy is picking fresh monsters and materials right. Azel reminded them again, of course. The group nodded in agreement. And seeing Ducio's confident demeanor made Azel feel a bit more at ease. He looked so sure of himself, so it should be fine. Fire lizard, huh? All right, I'll bring them fresh right to the spot, Ducio thought to himself. That night, Professor Mazin secretly summoned a student for a private meeting. Professor, you called for me. Across from her, Mazin pulled out a sheet of paper and explained, take this notice to the Class C Alchemy Group students. Remember to exclude Group 12 though. Yes, Professor, the guy nodded and agreed. The alchemy practical exam will be conducted under the supervision of professional alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If they see how pathetic he looks, then his alchemy career is over right there. Bitch Ducio, I'll make you learn the consequences of defying a teacher, she growled. Time passed quickly until the next morning, in the Class S training room. The student Mazin had assigned the task came to hand the notice to Flame. Flame, this is for you, notice from the alchemy class. He said while handing her the paper, then added, oh, and don't tell anyone about this, okay? They say if you say it like that, people will listen. After saying that, the student left immediately, and Flame pretty much guessed what it meant. Probably means don't tell Group 12 with bitch Ducio, right? Why the hell should I listen to that? Inside the paper it said, notice, the practical exam topic has been changed from D enhancement potion to Tyrant supplement potion. Please take notes, students. Reading that, suddenly Flame had a thought, wait a second. If bitch Ducio knows the original story in advance, then he would stop this from happening. Instead of preparing fire lizard tails for the D enhancement potion, he would prepare a Talix spider carapace, the ingredient for Tyrant's supplement potion. That's right, this is my chance to test him. Thinking that, Flame crumpled the paper tightly in her hand. It seemed she decided to use this exam to check whether Ducio really knows the plot ahead or not. Scene shift to Ducio's location. Right now he just stepped out of the teleportation gate to hunt for fire lizard tails. Welcome to Darably Grand Arena. The welcome announcement rang out, but Ducio had no time to care. Oh man, my head. Teleport gates are convenient, but stepping out always makes me dizzy, he complained. Right at that moment, a voice came from ahead. Welcome, esteemed mage, bitch Ducio. It's our honor to welcome you to Darably, the smiling female staff said. Hearing that, Ducio explained, I'm not an official mage yet, just a student, but students from Stella enjoy the same privileges as official mages. At the same time, people around were staring at Ducio's uniform and whispering, hey look, that's a Stella student. For real, first time I've seen a Stella uniform, so jealous, and he's kinda hot too. How is everything, sir? If you need any assistance, just let me know, she said cheerfully, but since he was already used to it, Ducio didn't need any help, thanks. He nodded and quickly walked away. As long as you have the Stella Pass and pocket watch, you're treated like an official mage anywhere. Stella Academy really is amazing. Plus free teleport gate access, which normally costs 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, I use the weekends to teleport and visit nearby cities, and everything I know matches this world exactly, Ducio thought to himself, until he reached some forest area and stopped. Looks like this is the spot. Today's target is the Fire Lizard, level 2 monster. Their strength and stamina are only a bit above normal beasts, but they have magical defense and are super agile. You need level 2 magic or higher to take them down. I've hunted level 1 monsters before and it wasn't too hard, so level 2 probably won't be a problem either. Thinking that using his detection ability, Ducio sensed something charging toward him. Immediately he drew his sword and gripped it tight. At the same time, something shot straight at Ducio from behind like an arrow. Too bad it picked the wrong opponent, because Ducio had already sensed the attack, so he just lightly thrust his sword backward and easily pierced straight through the fire lizard's body, making a screech in agony. And in less than 3 seconds the monster was done for. Alright, that's that, Ducio shrugged and said, but this isn't over yet. Next, a whole pack of fire lizards slowly closed in on Ducio, which made him thrilled that the ingredients were coming to deliver themselves. Alright then, time to start collecting materials, the guy said excitedly and charged forward to attack, until he brought the pile of materials right in front of Azel, who couldn't help but be amazed. So fresh, of course, Ducio grinned and said, at least you know how to pick good ingredients, now that you know. Shut up. Good, now we just need to combine them and we're done. Let's do this, she nodded and everyone got pumped up. At that moment, Professor Mazin called out to get everyone's attention. Is everyone gathered and ready? As announced earlier today, the practical exam will be held under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you perform well in front of them, your future in alchemy will open up wide, so let's get started. Today's exam is the Type B Tyrant Supplement Potion. Does everyone have their ingredients prepared? Hearing that Ducio's group was completely shocked. Then Azel stood up and asked, "Excuse me, Professor, we thought the assignment was the D Enhancement Potion." "It was, but I already announced the change to Tyrant Supplement Potion, right everyone?" she said while turning to look at all the students, making the whole crowd too scared to say a word. And over here Ducio looked down on her inwardly. She's really playing dirty. I'm fine, but if the others fail, it's gonna be bad. Was there a scene like this in the original? Thinking that, Ducio noticed the female lead Flame staring hard at him. And the moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving him totally confused about what was going on. And seeing his bewildered, clueless look made Flame start doubting her own guess. What's happening? Could bitch Ducio not know the original plot after all? Or if he does know, then why didn't he stop this? Back to Mazen. Right now she looked at Azel and questioned, "Student Azel, did you prepare the wrong ingredients by any chance?" An alchemist who pursues truth, mistakes the materials, and loses sight of the goal. "No choice then, it looks like Group 12 will be," she said with a smug laugh, but before she could finish, Ducio cut in, "Hold on. Making a Tyrant Supplement Potion isn't that hard. I'll make it with different ingredients, and the effect will be even better than yours. Just like I've always done," Ducio said confidently. And that made the people from the Alchemy Association lane in and start murmuring to each other. The main ingredient for Tyrant Supplement Potion is Italic Spider Carapace, which contains a huge amount of nutrients. And Tyrant Supplement is the tonic made from that material, yet he's planning to use fire lizard tails to make a supplement potion. Even better, this is my chance to end his alchemy path right in front of everyone, Mazen thought smugly to herself. And she responded out loud, "Fine then, you have 1 hour. Complete the Tyrant Supplement Potion within the time limit." Just like that, the exam officially began, and seeing Ducio openly challenge her, the group got a bit nervous. Are you crazy? That bitch Ducio anyway," Kasahun stammered. "Things have come this far, so we have no choice but to go all in. Just trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than get disqualified," Ducio explained. And just like he said, they had nothing left to lose. "Alright, I'll do it. I want to show them what we can do too." The whole group nodded. "Okay. Then listen up while I explain," Ducio said softly.
Alchemy has always been one of the fields I was most passionate about throughout my entire game journey. I meticulously noted down every single formula, even the tiniest details, and naturally, the recipe for Type B Tyrant Supplement was no exception. At first, I had no intention of using this formula, because it's something Professor Mazen from the future would painstakingly research and invent. Back to Ducio at this moment, he pointed at the fire lizard tail and explained, "The reason metallic spider shells contain so many nutrients is because they're essential for their reproduction process. The fire lizard tail has a similar organ right here, this blood vessel. I heard that in the Alaker tribe in the southern desert, they often use fire lizard blood vessels to boost the health of their chieftains, and they live very long lives, so this blood vessel can definitely substitute for the metallic spider shell," Ducio said calmly. And the black-haired guy Maluan heard that and volunteered, "That I know a bit about the Alaker tribe's ingredient processing techniques. How about I handle this part?" "Sure, go ahead." Ducio nodded in agreement. Then he continued explaining, "As for this mistletoe, it needs to be dried using the special desert method. Does anyone know how? It's sun-drying with solar energy, right? I learned it when I followed my father. With this amount of blood vessel, I can dry it in about 5 minutes, Kasahun spoke up. Then for this processing part, leave it to me, Azel volunteered. Just like that, the whole group quickly dove into their tasks, watching them so focused. Ducio felt a bit pleased. Everyone's doing pretty well, huh? Now we'll start compounding according to what I guided. Time flew by quickly not long after. A real potion bottle was placed in front of Mazen, along with the Alchemy Association guests. "This is Type B Tyrant Supplement Professor," Ducio said confidently. That left the guests a bit stunned. Unbelievable. These kids actually did it. Up front, the 17-year-old looking professor still couldn't believe Ducio's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. Even I took years of research to create the Tyrant Supplement. How could they complete it so easily? She muttered to herself. Then, without letting everyone wonder, a guest stepped forward and said, "Let me check." With that, she applied some kind of magic into the potion bottle and looked a bit surprised. Beside her, a companion asked, "So how is it?" "Still some flaws and quite a bit of material waste, but its effectiveness is even better than my Tyrant Supplement," the guest explained, making the whole group beam with joy. "Truly outstanding. I never expected young people like you to have so much novel knowledge," they praised admiring. And it seemed unable to accept this result from the guests. Mazen directly snatched the potion bottle from their hands and shouted, give it here, let me verify it myself. Then after checking, she couldn't believe her own eyes either. Impossible. This potion uses the monster nutrient to human energy conversion technique that I researched. It's clearly a perfect Tyrant supplement. How could they produce something superior to mine in such a short time? Whatever, I'm the one gradding anyway. Just blame it on insufficient materials and fail them right here, she thought while gripping the potion bottle tightly, then spoke up. Inspection complete. Group 12, her words weren't even finished when a guest cut her off. Group 12, an A+ is too low. Professor Mason, what do you think? The person smiled and said. It was like they saw the conflict between Mason and Ducio's group, so they spoke up to block her, and that made Mason grit her teeth, cursing internally. Damn these old fogies. Even though she cursed inside, she didn't dare offend the guests, so she had no choice but to accept. Group 12 pass. We did it. Awesome, not bad, right? Ducio laughed without noticing Mason's gaze behind him, staring at him like she wanted to devour him alive. I'll deal with you later, Beak Ducio, she silently vowed. And through this event, Professor Mason Tyrant's dark corruption rate also increased. Scene shift to the magic training ground. Sigh, finally done. Being old and still having to go to school is exhausting, Flame said dejectedly. Before a voice rang out, catching her attention. It's okay, Arshwan. You did really well. Yeah, right now you're still better than the princess. Over here, Flame also noticed where the sound came from and thought, that girl, she's known as the fire magic genius. Responding to them, Arshwang said frustratedly, but I think her progress speed is terrifying. I've trained for so many years, yet the princess. Sooner or later, she'll surpass my control ability. Over here, Ducio, hearing them say that jolted, Bion's control ability only starts developing in second year, but why? Could this also be because of Beak Ducio? Thinking back to the alchemy practical test, there was something strange too. The Type B Tyrant supplement formula was originally discovered by future Azel, then stolen and perfected by Mason. Yet Beak Ducio knew a formula that never appeared in the original. Seems like there's no such scene in the source material either. Thinking that, suddenly Flame's eyes widened as a guess hit her. Wait. He knows future information, but doesn't know the original novel's content. Could he not be a transmigrator, but a regressor? Thinking that, Flame's eyes relaxed a bit. If that's the case, everything makes sense. If Beak Ducio came from the future, he only knows future knowledge. He couldn't possibly remember every tiny event involving Azel. Actually, in the original Ma Ducio also regressed once. The 11th moon, the only existence in this world, with time control power. If it's that person's ability. Thinking that, suddenly beside Flame a voice rang out, something wrong. Hearing the call, Flame snapped out of her thoughts, then turned to look. It was Ha Wenryang. Perfect timing. Do you know Beak Ducio? Did he leave any impression on you? What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly special student. Ha Wenryang asked, puzzled. What else? Don't you feel anything different? She asked again. No, he replied. Is that so? Flame's voice sounded a bit disappointed, and that made Ha Wenryang think a little. Flame, do you have feelings for Beak Ducio? Seems like it, she thought for a moment, then answered, without realizing her response could cause misunderstanding. I see, anyway, Beak Ducio is like me. He knows the future in advance. Thinking that, Flame muttered, but no, this won't do. Staying stuck here like this doesn't suit my personality at all. By the way, about Beak Ducio, maybe I should go confess to him. Confess? Like feelings? Ha Wenryang thought blank. Thanks for listening, I'm off, Flame said while waving goodbye, then turned and left. And she didn't notice that. Right after she left, Ha Wenryang's face turned visibly sad. Time flew by until the next day. At this moment, Ducio started thinking about Professor Mason's issue. What do I do now? Right now, Mason's dark corruption rate has risen to 37%. That means in less than 3 months, that event will happen. Mason's corruption will randomly affect one student, Flame's friend Zeki Bion's subordinate, Arshwang Bion's loyal knight, and Hei Wenryang, the sole successor of the Moon Shadow Tower. If Hei Wenryang gets corrupted, it'll be a disaster. Though the chance is extremely low, but Hei Wenryang's corruption leads to the worst outcome, so I have to be extra careful. Among the three, the most likely one is. Thinking that, Ducio suddenly stopped when he noticed Flame standing right in front of him. You, what are you doing? She suddenly asked, making Ducio confused. What are you talking about? Last time you didn't answer clearly about my question, your identity. Flame frowned and said, making Ducio's face darken again. That question again. You're making this really hard on me. The guy complained internally, then turned to look at Flame and calculated. Maybe I should just tell Flame the truth. Who knows, it might give more info to reach a better ending. Go big or go home. Let's try. Thinking that, Ducio made his decision and spoke up on. But before he could finish, suddenly countless system warnings appeared around him. Warning: insufficient plot power. Cannot reveal transmigrator identity to this character. Cannot share known knowledge or information with this character. Damn it, what the hell, Ducio screamed internally, then scratched his head and said, all right, let's do this. Everyone has secrets, so let's each say half the truth. How about it? Fine, I agree, she nodded, and started asking, then I'll go first. You know the future, right? She asked bluntly, making Ducio want to bow down internally. You said half the truth, why ask so directly? You asking that means you do too, right? What's your purpose for coming to this school? Ducio asked back. To prevent the world from being destroyed. This world is in danger. My turn now. Why do you act the way you do? Act? What do you mean? I don't really get it, but let's just brush it off for now, Ducio thought confusedly, and answered, there's no particular reason. I just do what I think is the most right thing. That's enough, right? Ducio thought secretly, but his words made the female lead Flame tremble and shout, don't lie. How can someone be this kind-hearted? There must be a purpose, something you want to achieve, she said with absolute confidence, leaving Ducio baffled why she could be so sure. No, there isn't. No, there is something I want to achieve. Actually, I'm not sure anymore. I just want to survive. That's all, Ducio said calmly. Over here, Flame heard that and froze for several seconds before replying. Probably so. Sorry I spoke out of turn. Then I'm off with that. She turned away teary-eyed, leaving Ducio shocked. Hey, wait. What? She's crying, he thought internally. But before he could react, he suddenly sensed killing intent from behind. And the one approaching was none other than Ha Wenryong. Again, what now? The guy screamed internally. And Ha Wenryong walked up to him and questioned, answer me. Why did you make Flame cry? If you lie, I won't forgive you, he warned seriously, making Ducio shrink back. Man, getting glared at by the strongest rival's opponent already gives me chills. Now I remember. Seems like there's a plot where Ha Wenryong has one-sided feelings for Flame. If misunderstanding happens here, it'll be a huge pain. Gotta clear it up. I have nothing with Flame. Why are you asking? You think I'd believe that? Ha Wenryong said suspiciously. Just trust me, especially what you're thinking. No such thing, so relax. Ducio waved his hand while thinking internally. That should do it right. On the opposite side, the handsome guy pondered for a bit, then bowed his head. Sorry I asked too much. No problem, Ducio quickly said. Then I'm off. Ha Wenryong replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing his demeanor, Ducio was a bit surprised. What's with that? Doesn't match his personality at all. Ha Wenryong, the always cool and rational guy, showing instability like this. I'm getting uneasy now. Speaking of Azel, at this moment her face showed clear frustration. Sigh, why can't I focus at all today? Thinking that she remembered her morning conversation with Ducio. Beak Ducio, I have something to ask. That formula earlier, did you come up with it on the spot? Let's say yes, Ducio answered. And that response struck right at Azel's pride. I always thought I was a genius. I believed that alone would let me defeat anyone. But what was that just now? If I stay like this, how can I avenge father? Those who framed him as a traitor and pushed him to death, the filthy, lowly Adalevit family. I can't get revenge on them with just this. Thinking about that, she slapped both hands hard against her own cheeks to snap herself out of it and regain her composure. I can't just give up like this. I have to try even harder, the girl muttered to herself under her breath. Cutting to Flame's bedroom. While lying on the bed, she finally had some time to let her thoughts ramble on. I chose the 4-person dorm room because I liked the lively vibe, but now that I think about it, I really should have picked a single room reserved just for Class S instead. Bitch, Ducio clearly said back then that he didn't know what his purpose was. That's definitely proof he's the one who regressed. In the final moment of the original work, and th letter 1 ebf, th letter 1 eadp, nh letter 1 e5t, and guy letter 1 ec7t said this to Ma Ducio. You can turn back time, but the price you'll pay is losing most of your memories and everything you've experienced during that period. And once your mission is complete, your very existence will vanish completely from this world. No one will remember that you saved the world. Not even the people you love will recall you. Yet even knowing that, do you still want to turn back time and start over from the beginning? If that's my fate, Ma Ducio replied with a calm smile, showing no trace of fear or hesitation. But the one who ultimately stopped Ma Ducio was Azel. Wait, she shouted, startling him enough that he turned around in surprise. Wait, if I have to live in a world without you, then I'd rather watch this world get destroyed while still holding on to the memory of you in my heart. Come with me, her words made Ma Ducio abandon his plan to regress, and so the world was destroyed, the story ending in a tragic conclusion. But if this world is different from the original work, and it's bitch Ducio, not Ma Ducio, who regressed thanks to an th letter 1 ebf, th letter 1 eadp, nh letter 1 e5t, and guy letter 1 ec7ts power. Then once the mission is finished, he would immediately disappear from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Yet this guy, who lost most of his memories and is left only with an obsession for the mission, claims he just wants to live. In that case, me, she thought while gripping the bedsheet tightly in her fists. Right at that moment, her friend Jackie burst into the room and shouted, Flame, Ha Wenryang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Just tell him I'm not here, Flame said as she rolled over to go back to sleep. But Jackie hesitated. I don't know, I want to sleep. Cutting to outside the dormitory, since Flame refused to come out. That's why Jackie had to run over and report it now. Ha Wenryang. Before she could finish her sentence, Ha Wenryang cut in coldly. Who are you? Where's Flame? Ah, she's sick and resting right now. Got rejected by some low-skill student and feeling down about it. Ha Wenryang muttered arrogantly in his head before saying out loud, I get it, you can go now. From behind, Jackie watched Ha Wenryang's retreating figure with a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. I love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this, exceptional talent, everyone's attention. All the good things belong to Flame, even Ha Wenryang's heart. This is so frustrating, she muttered while clenching her fists tightly. Time flew by until the next morning, cutting to the inside of the first main tower. In one of the rooms, a man was lecturing Mason. I heard you were humiliated by a student, Professor Mason. I'm truly useless, she admitted openly. The person facing her was Iki Heaton, vice principal of Stella Academy. At this moment he turned around and said, I'm sure you know how much expectation I have placed on you. The research on combining alchemy and engineering with the doctors from the Moonshido Church, is it progressing well? Of course, sir. I won't let you down, she affirmed confidently. Good, I trust you, he said while giving Mason a pat on the shoulder. Yes, please leave it to me. After she left and was out of sight, the vice principal's expression immediately darkened. How foolish. She doesn't even realize she's being used, blindly chasing after fame, a mage assigned to fight against the Black Mana being. Yet now she's researching for them. How ridiculous. I'm really looking forward to the day when the alchemical magic engineering formula is completed, he said with a voice full of mock. At the same time, Professor Mason's assistant Altarisha was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. Sorry, I can't see anything ahead. She quickly apologized to the people in front of her. Suddenly a pair of hands reached out, taking half the stack from her, then said, Assistant, are you okay? The person was none other than our protagonist, Ducio. After that, he helped Altarisha carry the pile of documents to the office. Thank you. If you hadn't been here, I'd have gotten scolded by Professor Mason all night. Ah, no problem, he smiled back. Next, Ducio glanced around the room and sighed in disappointment. This place is such a mess. Thinking that, something suddenly caught his attention. That's, Ducio said while staring at the board in front of him. The surface was covered in densely packed notes and formulas. Seeing his interest, Assistant Altarisha turned and explained, Ah, that. It's the formula Professor Mason is researching together with the doctor. Something about combining alchemy and engineering, I think. Hearing her say that, our protagonist couldn't help but jolt in shock, because he knew exactly what this was. This is the alchemical magic engineering formula. The alchemical magic engineering formula, the very first formula of alchemical magic engineering, in Mason's corruption arc. The Black Mana beings will complete this formula together with the technological gap it creates will cause immeasurable damage. And Altarisha is the one who ultimately changes the outcome. What if she manages to solve this formula before the Black Mana beings do? Thinking that, Ducio spoke up. Assistant Altarisha, do you want some coffee? She asked back. No, that's not it. Have you ever felt frustrated being suppressed by Professor Mason? Why are you suddenly asking that? She rambled without answering, so Ducio went straight to making her an offer. If there was a way to get revenge on her in the most satisfying way possible, would you want to try it? Hearing those words from Ducio, the assistant first froze for a second, then gently shook her head. I'm just a lowly assistant. Why would I want revenge? If I get fired, I'll end up homeless, though living on the streets does have its own charm, I guess. Seeing how timid she was, Ducio changed his approach. How about this then? Becoming an alchemist even more talented than Professor Mason herself. Making it so no one can ever look down on you again, Ducio said excitedly. People always say no one taxes your dreams, so hearing that, Altarisha's face showed a hint of longing. If only that could really happen. Looking at the assistant's expression, Ducio fell into thought. Altarisha is already exhausted. There's no way she can keep accepting being just an assistant cleaning dust in this cluttered storage room forever. Altarisha has always dreamed of becoming an alchemist and freely creating her own inventions, and she has more than enough talent to make that dream real. Because she will become the greatest alchemical genius of the era, the one who creates countless items with superhuman intellect and unique ideas. Even though right now harsh reality forces her to put that dream on hold, I'll help her make it come true, Ducio silently promised himself. After all, having such a capable ally would be an enormous advantage. Back to Altarisha. After daydreaming for 3 or 4 seconds, she gave a wry smile and said to the protagonist, sorry, In the end, I couldn't even treat you to a coffee. It's fine, assistant. Ducio shook his head. To sum things up, as the midterm exams at Stella were nearing their end, Ducio frequently visited Altarisha. And today was no different. Seeing him arrive, the assistant greeted him with a bright, happy face. Oh, you think so too? I was also planning to add a color-changing button function to the magic pen. Add an eraser too, Ducio awkwardly reminded her. Ah, like a mechanical pencil. That's a great idea. Altarisha clapped her hands at his suggestion. Then she dove right back into designing, watching her figure so passionately absorbed in her work. The protagonist beside her couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Good, the number of Altarisha's inventions is steadily increasing, but her ability to decipher the formula is still too weak. I have to guide Altarisha to solve it before Mazen Tyron, but it's so hard. Thinking that, Ducio felt a bit stuck in his nurturing plan, and while he was still deep in thought leaving Altarisha's lab, suddenly the female protagonist Flame's voice rang out. Hey kid, why are you wandering around like a lost soul? Keep walking like that and you'll crash into someone, hearing her voice. Ducio whipped around and shot back. Who are you calling kid? Just looking at you screams kid, Flame retorted. Hearing that, Ducio gritted his teeth inwardly. Damn it, I never even told her my age, probably because we've run into each other too often. Thinking that, he took a deep breath to calm his anger and said, whatever, running into you is actually good timing. Hey, you're close with Zeki, right? Hearing the question, Flame's face opposite him suddenly turned worried. What are you planning to do? Are you going to commit a crime or something? Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. Just keep an eye on him a little, please. He might be going through something, Ducio said seriously, because he knew that if Zeki got influenced by the darkness, his mental state would become extremely unstable. Turning to Flame, seeing Ducio's serious attitude, she arrogantly shared a bit of info. I'm not sure, but we agreed to go hunting together this weekend evening. I'll keep an eye out then. Yeah, thanks, Ducio nodded. Speaking of which, he was also a little anxious about the upcoming plot developments. The hunting season, no need to ask. I already know exactly where they'll go. That's the setting for Chapter 4, Mardivis Cemetery. All the key characters like Ma Ducio, Azel, Flame will participate in this event. And there will be a large-scale battle with the appearance of a level 5 necromancer. Though I'm not directly involved in that storyline, collecting the rewards there would be hugely beneficial for the familiar contract ceremony. Time passed quickly, cutting to teacher Lee Hanwal's location. At this moment, Ducio met him to hand over some documents. Here, your pass. Hearing the protagonist say that, the cool uncle reached out, took the paper, examined it briefly and nodded, training, huh? Makes sense, at Stella no one really teaches swordsmanship or knightly spirit anyway. While waiting for Lee Hanwal to finish checking, Ducio also noticed a cert application form on the desk. Is this Ma Ducio's leave request? Maybe I should probe a little. Thinking that to make sure the plot doesn't derail, Ducio casually asked, lately a lot of people are requesting leave to go hunting, huh, teacher? Hearing that, Lee Hanwal glanced at him and nodded. Yeah, they're all heading to Mardivis Cemetery for club activities, probably trying to make some money. As expected, Ma Ducio and Ha Wenryang are both outstanding and diligent students. Ducio lazily followed up to confirm whether that super genius was heading there too, and sure enough, without any guard the teacher just said it outright. Nah, Ma Ducio said he wants to go home. While Ha Wenryang is going with Flame, hearing him say that, sure enough Ducio's worst fear came true. The plot is starting to veer off course. Oh god, what the hell? Without Ma Ducio, how are they supposed to survive the necromancer's attack? No idea what wind blew in for Ma Ducio, the guy who never goes home without a damn good reason, to suddenly request leave. But one thing's for sure, with the current team lineup they have no chance against a level 5 necromancer. What should I do? Without solid proof I can't request backup. Plus, because of the story's power, I can't reveal information too blatantly. But I also can't just stand by and watch them die. No other choice, I'll have to handle this myself. Thinking that, determination flashed in Ducio's eye. Time flew by. A few days later, at Mardivis Cemetery right now. This burial ground for the departed was currently being farmed hard by a group of students, casually punching a giant purple piranha-like monster to death right in front of him. The red-haired guy grinned and said, they call it a level 2 monster, but this piranha is weak as hell. He was a second-year student. CU letter 1ED3, NG stroke letter 1ED9. Hearing that, another second-year named Kasif Durik yelled, hey idiot, you just ruined everything. Did you even hear the team leader's orders? Ah, sorry, haha. CU letter 1ED3, NG stroke letter 1ED9C scratched his head and laughed, making Kasif even more annoyed. You can still laugh at a time like this. Not far away, a mage girl seeing the two arguing spoke up to mediate. Just ignore him. Talking more is pointless. This black-haired girl was a second year, Ban Jai-on. After saying that, Ban Jai-on turned to Azel beside her. Hey, you don't have to pay attention to those two. Ah yes, Azel replied awkwardly, Meanwhile, Cassif, hearing that, got a bit irritated and reminded, "Hey, we heard that you know." "So what if you did?" Banjayon challenged. "Shut up, can't even watch your mouth in front of your juniors." Cassif growled. "Nope." Banjayon shot back, turning to Azel. Watching their exchange, the mage girl thought to herself, "I came here because I heard the club with special leave permission is recruiting members. Good thing they're not bad people." Over here, after arguing enough, Banjayon spoke up. "Azel, let's go." "Ah yes, senior," Azel replied. However, before she could finish, suddenly a terrifying explosion boomed from the distance, making everyone instantly turn toward the source of the sound. "What was that?" the black-haired mage asked worriedly. "Sounds like someone's fighting really hard nearby." Hearing that, Banjayon turned to Cassif. "Should we go say hi? Just in case we accidentally step into their hunting zone." "Sure thing, Captain." "Ah yeah," Cassif nodded in agreement. Just like that, their four-person party started heading forward. And when they arrived, they were a little surprised. Because right now, two groups of people were in a tense standoff. Over there are Flame and Bion. How are Bion and Flame even here? Azel wondered to herself, but very quickly, after overhearing their conversation, she started piecing everything together. Clearly, I was the one who took down that giant piranha. "Nonsense, it was in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us." "What the hell?" one of them shouted. And hearing that, Azel glanced at the massive fish corpse lying there. "And don't ask why there's a fish in a cemetery, just know it's here. That's a giant piranha. They say it's a level 3 monster and super rare too." They're probably fighting over loot, which led to this argument. Getting involved would just bring trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the man who killed my father. "No, I have to get out of here right now." Thinking that, Azel slowly backed away a few steps to hide her presence. However, the clueless Cassif, overestimating himself and wanting to show off, stepped forward and said, Hey, senior. If there's something bothering you, feel free to talk to this senior right here." The atmosphere was so nice. In response to his words, they suddenly saw this random guy butt into their conversation, and without even glancing at him shouted, "Shut your mouth and get lost." "How dare you talk to a senior like that?" Cassif said in confusion. "If you're a senior, you should act like one." Princess Bion replied coldly, leaving Cassif speechless. Serves him right for the show-off guy jumping into women's argument. But luckily, very quickly, their argument couldn't continue, because right then the ground beneath their feet suddenly rumbled violently, startling the whole group. "Wait, this energy signature is..." "No, it can't be, the skeletons are appearing," the group cried out in shock, as right at that moment a swarm of pale white skeletons crawled up from underground, staring straight at them with cold, empty eyes. At the same time, in another corner of the cemetery, Ducio was busy farming monsters. Skill experience increased, stat experience increased. The system's cold notification sound rang out. Hearing that, Ducio let out a long sigh. So jealous of mages who can clear mobs from range. If only I could use magic too. Why did I get speed burst instead? Speed burst, oh my god. But I guess it's about time now." Saying that, Ducio started looking left and right as if searching for something. And very quickly, he spotted his target, a grave not far away. Seeing it, the protagonist's eyes lit up with joy. "Found it. I don't have any overpowered skill to wipe out an entire skeleton army like Ma Ducio, nor do I have overwhelming power. There's only one way to survive, and that's to fight like a real player." Thinking that, right after, the tremor hit and a notification popped up in front of Ducio to remind him. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's attack has begun. As soon as the notification appeared, in the patch of ground ahead of Ducio, right in front of the grave, a horned skull head emerged from below. That's the Skeleton General, the commander of those hundreds of skeletons, Skeleton General. A mid-boss monster that only appears 3 times in this chapter. With my current strength, facing it head-on would mean certain death. However, I have no intention of doing that. Thinking that, while the sub-boss had only just poked its head out, Ducio charged forward, swinging his sword non-stop at its head, determined not to let this skeleton fully emerge. "Get back in there," he said while his arm swung like a machine. The unspoken rule of comics is that when someone is transforming or summoning, others have to stand still and watch. But that doesn't mean standing still keeps you safe, he thought smugly. Saying that, it didn't take long before the poor Skeleton General was tragically defeated in frustration. Ultimately turning into Ducio's new weapon, looking at the skull staff in his hand, he smirked in a very villainous way. "Spine magic staff acquired. Now the command over the skeleton troops belongs to me, so let's get started." As he spoke, he glanced toward another direction. Back to Azel's group. Right now, they were completely surrounded by this swarm of skeletons. After a while of fighting, the whole group was exhausted, yet the number of skeletons barely seemed to decrease. Inside the group, the female protagonist Flame panted heavily while analyzing the situation. "I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter, but something feels off. If I remember correctly, the one who handles this chapter is Ma Ducio. But why is Azel here with these people? Where did Ma Ducio go?" Does that mean I have to face a level 5 necromancer together with these guys? Thinking that, she unconsciously gripped her staff tighter. Meanwhile, the handsome Ha Wenryang spoke to her. I've already sent a distress signal to Stellar Academy with my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they arrive. Hearing his words, the others regained a bit of spirit. That's right, just hold on a little longer, and the professors from Stella will come, even if they can't defeat the necromancer. At least we can escape safe. Back to Princess Bion, unlike their optimistic thoughts, she understood the situation was far more dangerous. Now isn't the time for comforting words. This is a cemetery. The longer we drag this out, the more skeletons will keep spawning. We need to head back to base quick. As soon as she finished speaking, as if it couldn't wait any longer, the bloodthirsty skeletons started charging forward, causing Zeki to panic and back away a few steps. Don't come closer. She screamed, and that terrified scream only excited the skeletons more as they rushed straight at her, jaws wide open to bite. Seeing that, Zeki could only helplessly squeeze her eyes shut, but luckily at the critical moment, Azel used her water magic, firing a massive water pillar that slammed into the skeleton and shattered it into pieces, saving Zeki just in time. Hey, you okay? Azel asked. Ah yeah, the burden replied. Nearby, CU letter 1ED3 and G stroke letter 1ED9C, seeing Azel handle it so cleanly didn't hold back praise. Oh, this first-year kid's pretty decent. Hearing that, the mage girl stayed focused on the front and shared her thoughts. It seems this necromancer prepared very thoroughly. Most likely he created an energy container. The energy container is a technique necromancers use to store their mana. Even for a necromancer, energy has limits. If summoning skeletons the normal way, a level 3 or level 4 necromancer can only control up to 15 at most. Yet he's controlling such a wide area. Azel frowned in thought, unsure just how much energy that necromancer had stockpiled. The number of skeletons pouring in is insane, someone shouted, and looking at such a massive army, even CU letter 1ED3 and GD stroke letter 1ED9C's smile stiffened a bit. Looks like this was planned long ago. They probably want to kill us to turn us into skeleton mages. Saying that, CU letter 1ED3, NG stroke letter 1ED9C focused ahead, where 3 cloaked skeleton soldiers radiated far more dangerous auras than the small fry. Back to Cassif, in this life-or-death situation, the guys still had time to think about showing off to the girls. As team leader, I have to step up here. I'll wipe them out with one powerful spell. Thinking that he started forming some magic circle. However, before his magic could finish, suddenly, a bony hand burst from the ground and grabbed his ankle tight, startling the guy out of his wits. Luckily, CU letter 1ED3 and G stroke letter 1ED9C was always paying attention, so the moment he saw trouble he charged in, punching the skeleton right in the face and shattering its skull bones. Don't even think about it, he yelled. But after taking down that skeleton, an even bigger problem arose, because Cassif's interrupted spell lost its stability. Damn it, he's still channeling the spell. Realizing the danger, CU letter 1ED3 and G stroke letter 1ED9C could only curse quickly. It's gonna blow, get down. Hearing that, everyone turned and stared wide-eyed. No, if it explodes, we'll all. The princess cried out. Then right after, a massive explosion erupted, turning the entire surroundings pure white. Time passed quickly. Now after the explosion ended, it left a huge crater in the ground, with the Stella group scattered around unconscious or worse. The only one still standing was the female protagonist Flame, but even she was breathing heavily at her limit. This is bad, I'm at my limit. Situation's not good, almost out of mana, and no time to recover. Plus the enemies are way too many. Am I really going to die? The more she thought, Flame felt like today she might really end up selling salt here. At that moment, the skeleton soldiers seemed to sense she had reached her limit, so they fearlessly charged to invite her to join the skeleton squad. However, just when Flame thought she was done for, suddenly that skeleton soldier's body froze in place. And it wasn't just that one. The entire group of skeletons behind it stopped too. Those skeletons all froze. Saying that, she focused, and soon spotted the protagonist's figure far behind the skeleton swarm. It's Betch du Seo. But why is he here? Saying that, she noticed the skull staff in his hand and was stunned. That's the skeleton general. The skeleton general is way stronger than regular skeleton soldiers, and it's even protected by elite ones. Yet he took it down alone and captured the skeleton general. Hard to believe, but maybe we're saved. Thinking about finding a way out from certain death, the female protagonist let out a relieved breath in her heart. Time passed quickly. Soon under Flame's help, the group started waking up one by one. Thanks, because of you we survived. CU letter 1ED3, NG stroke letter 1ED9C said gratefully. No problem, Ducio shook his head. Nearby, Mage Azel curiously asked the protagonist, but how did you get the skeleton general's head? Hearing the question, Ducio looked at the staff in his hand and smiled. Ah, this thing, I fished it out of a bone broth pot. Saying that, He silently told himself no need to mention he'd been camping the skeleton general's spawn spot. Opposite him, Azel looked at him with a face that clearly said, "I don't buy it," making the sun god guy cough awkwardly a few times. A hum. Anyway, we need to hurry and figure out how to deal with this. If the necromancer ignores the skeleton general and directly controls the remaining skeletons, it'll be a huge problem. Hearing that, CU letter 1ED3 and G stroke letter 1ED9C asked right away, "Hey, do you have a plan?" In response, Ducio shared his thoughts. "On the way here, I saw the necromancer has already taken control near the base. Escaping the encirclement is impossible. So there's only one way left: charge straight at the boss," the guy said calmly as if it wasn't a big deal. Unfortunately, CU letter 1ED3, NG stroke letter 1ED9C, and Cassif didn't have nerves of steel like him. So after hearing the suggestion, they froze for a few seconds before yelling, What the hell? Wait, are you insane?" Back to Ducio, seeing their shock, he patiently explained again, "Didn't you guys study at school? Although necromancers have insanely strong summoning abilities, the necromancer himself is very weak physically, but he's surrounded by tons of guards," Ban Jian reminded worriedly. Opposite him, Ducio knew that too, however he had no better option. The necromancer controls a huge area. If we don't attack head-on, we can't break out, the sun god affirmed once more. At the same time, he thought to himself, right now the necromancer's guards include 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeleton soldiers, 50 regular skeleton soldiers. Their numbers keep growing, so this is our only chance. But how to convince them? Ducio frowned, thinking, and then before the protagonist could find a way, Flame and Bion beside him already spoke up in support. "Sounds good. Though he seems dumb, his combat experience and strategy are way above ours." Flame nodded, saying, while the arrogant princess also agreed with the plan, "I agree too. Honestly, I don't think we can break this encirclement. Plus, the necromancer definitely won't expect us to attack him direct." Back to Ban Jian and CU letter 1ED3 and G stroke letter 1ED9C. Seeing the others agree, they looked at each other and nodded. "Though we don't know what he's basing his confidence on. We can't escape alone either, so we'll cooperate with you, fine. Let's give it a shot before the necromancer notices." Cutting to some corner inside the cemetery right now. There was a man in a cloak packing back and forth in the area. He was the level 5 necromancer Sab Huck from the Black Tower, unaware that Ducio's group had planned to ambush him. He was still confident everything was in the palm of his hand. "How lucky to run into these Stella chicks here. If I turn them into skeleton mages, those Black Mana Alliance guys won't dare look down on me anymore." Saying that, he paused, scanning all the graves around and thinking, 7 years collecting energy for the container. This place holds 700 skeleton soldiers. Now no one can underestimate. Thinking of his bright future, he couldn't help but let out a smug grin. However, that smile didn't last more than 2 seconds. In his senses, something suddenly appeared. What? My senses just fluctuated. Could the skeleton general have been stolen? Sab Huck thought worriedly. But before he could sense again, from behind a powerful magic attack came roaring at him with wind-tearing speed. In front, Sab Huck hurriedly turned around, at the same time using his dark magic to summon a white mist wall to block the magic attack. But after taking the hit, the white mist wall quickly showed cracks. A level 4 magic bone shield cracked already. "You bastard, I won't forgive you," Sab Huck shouted threateningly. But right after he spoke, the black mage realized a massive fireball was hurtling toward him right in front. Just like that, another huge explosion occurred. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to take down this necromancer, as he quickly raised another wall to block. However, with 2 consecutive attacks, it was enough to make his skin crawl. "I was too careless. I never thought they'd dare attack me head-on. Though they're just noobs, they are Stella students after all. I didn't want to resort to this. But continuing to clash with them like this is too dangerous. I have to summon the elite skeleton soldiers." Thinking done, without any hesitation, Sab Huck bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood. Right after that, he spread both arms out wide like he was doing some morning stretches and shouted loudly, "Arise, my soldiers, come serve your master." Following his call, a massive magic circle appeared right under the black mage's feet, and at the same time, the surrounding ground cracked open into pieces. Very quickly, elite skeleton warriors emerged from underground, and since they were elite, their bones were pitch black instead of plain white. Back to Sab Huck, after successfully summoning his little minions, he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. Probably overexerted himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and comforted himself. Even though summoning so many elite skeletons caused internal injuries, this should be enough now. Thinking that, he turned his gaze toward the group and barked the order, "Go stop them." Hearing their master's command, the skeletons let out terrifying roars and charged forward in a thunderous rush. Seeing that, Sab Huck relaxed a bit and found himself a spot to sit back and rest. Good job, they're fighting really well. Now I can finally relax, he thought with a smile. but at the same moment Duseo's figure suddenly appeared right behind him. And the instant he appeared, Sab Huk sensed it and nearly wet himself in fear. "You, who the hell are you?" he shouted. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Sab Huk yelled. However, in response, Duseo just flashed an extremely confident smile and said nothing at all. And with that confident demeanor, Sab Huk felt even greater pressure. "I've tracked every Stella student's position through my skeleton's vision. Yet no, that can't be." Thinking that, he looked at the skull staff in Duseo's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out. "That's my skeleton general." Back to Duseo. After letting Sab Huk ramble on, he casually tossed the staff to the ground and smashed it into pieces with one stomp. Then, as if there was a direct link, right after the weapon was destroyed, Sab Huk himself suffered the backlash and coughed up several more liters of blood. "Damn it, I was way too careless." So this is the power of Stella, Sab Huk thought in a daze while staring at Duseo. Meanwhile, contrary to the confident front he was putting up, deep down Duseo couldn't keep up with how the plot was unfolding at all. Wait a second. This wasn't part of my plan. CU letter 1ED3, NG distroke letter 1ED9C, and Ban Jai On were supposed to handle the skeleton general and back me up. But with the elite skeletons added, they got completely pinned down. Does that mean I have to fight this guy solo? Me, the weakest one among them all. Maybe I should just bail, thinking that the guy immediately started retreating. If things got dangerous, he'd bolt without a second thought. Then right when Duseo was debating fight or flight, suddenly Sab Huk started coughing violently like he had untreated tuberculosis for a decade. And looking at the guy's appearance like he could drop dead any second, the protagonist's runaway thoughts gradually faded. Wait, he looks seriously injured too. Right, he overexerted himself summoning those elite skeletons and got internal damage. Looks like I might actually pull this off. Thinking about all the sweet rewards he could farm after beating this black mage, Duseo suddenly felt like this fight wasn't as bad a deal as he first thought. Putting Duseo aside, back to Princess Bion. Right now, she was completely surrounded by skeletons from all sides. And she herself was panting like crazy. "This is bad. I need to deal with these things fast and get to bitch Duseo's position," she thought to herself, and right when that crossed her mind, the red-haired junior girl shouted a warning. "Princess, it's bad. The necromancer and bitch Duseo are dueling one-on-one." Hearing that, the princess's eyes widened. What? Bitch Duseo is only a level 1 mage, while the opponent is a level 5 necromancer. How could he possibly win? "If you die, I won't forgive you, bitch Duseo," Bion said through gritted teeth. Back to the protagonist's fight. After a few seconds of shock at Duseo's appearance, this Corp System player Sab Huk immediately launched the first attack, using some kind of magic that made giant skeletal fingers sprout from the ground right under the protagonist and cage him in like a prison. Seeing that, Duseo instantly activated his speed burst skill to escape outside. However, the moment his figure reappeared, he sensed something targeting him. With no time to turn and check, Duseo immediately used speed burst a second time, narrowly dodging death by a hair. Then passively taking hits wasn't Duseo's style, so he used speed burst once more to close in right next to the black mage. Not that easy, saying that Sab Huk cast magic and summoned a mist wall to shield himself. Meanwhile, to deal with this guy, Duseo had prepared in advance for situations just like this. "I brought Cola, the skeleton's natural enemy, for exactly this kind of moment," saying that he pulled out several tubes from his pocket and flung all the cola inside straight at the wall. And the instant it touched the cola, the bone wall started smoking furiously as it corroded away. "My bone shield. You little rat, Bone Spike," Sab Huk roared in fury. And right after, sharp bone pillars shot up from the ground straight toward the sun god. But with his speed burst, he dodged perfectly once again, teleporting behind Sab Huk for a sneaky attack. This is the moment, saying that he gripped his sword tightly and charged at him. However, at the same time, Sab Huk suddenly turned and stared right at him with a smile like he'd read Duseo's every move. Seeing that expression, Duseo knew he was screwed. Damn it. The guy cursed inwardly, and sure enough, right after, because he'd prepared in advance, Duseo hadn't even reached the necromancer when a bone spear shot up from the ground under his feet, grazing his thigh and shoulder, making his face twist in pain. After that, not daring to attack recklessly anymore, the protagonist quickly jumped back to keep distance. Back to Sab Huk. Seeing Duseo injured, he grinned like he'd won the lottery. "You scum, causing trouble. Now take the consequences," saying that he summoned a bone spear into his own hand. Meanwhile, Duseo had to drop his cocky attitude. Even injured, he's still level 5 after all. But that means that's all he's got. Even at level 5, he's completely drained. One more solid hit and he'll go down for sure. But the pain is too much, I can't focus. That means I can't cancel the speed burst cooldown. What do I do? Duseo thought desperately. And while his brain was running at full speed, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. "That's it, that's the one," he shouted inwardly. Opposite him, the necromancer wondered why Ducio suddenly zoned out, but he had no intention of dragging this out, so he happily charged forward to send Ducio to the afterlife, saying that he gripped his spear tightly and thrust forward. At the same moment, Ducio's eyes snapped open. Then he spun and dashed straight forward like he was fleeing. However, because one leg was injured, his jump faltered, and he tripped, crashing face first to the ground. Making Sabhuk burst out laughing. Haha, look at the guy running for his life. Ignoring the mockeries, Ducio gritted his teeth and told himself, just a little more, saying that he struggled to push himself back up. Meanwhile, seeing Ducio struggling desperately, Sabhuk got even more excited. Struggling is pointless. I'll kill you right here, the corpse system player declared loudly. Unaware that right then, Ducio in front of him suddenly broke into a smile. I win, he muttered under his breath. The current distance between the necromancer and me is 13 meters, meaning I don't need to cancel the speed burst action. Thinking that without wasting another second, Ducio instantly activated his speed burst skill, and in a flash he appeared right in front of the corpse maid. Not giving him any chance to react, Ducio gripped his sword tightly and stabbed straight through the guy's chest. At the same time, over on the battlefield, where Princess Bion's group was still fighting desperately, all the skeletons he summoned suddenly froze like machines that lost power. Then their bodies slowly disintegrated into black dust. The skeletons are vanishing. Could it be bitch? Ducio defeated the necromancer. See you letter 1 day 3, NG distroke letter 1 ED9 C muttered. No way, I can't believe it, we're saved, we're alive, the group shouted in joy. Over here, after double checking, the necromancer had no breath left. Ducio said exhaustedly, I'm dead tired, let's head home. Time passed quickly. Afterward, the whole group was escorted back to school by Stella's magic knights. And when they met the cool teacher, Lee Hanwal didn't hold back his sarcasm. You said you were going to train in some scenic green place, but the air in the cemetery sure seems fresh, huh? The uncle said while staring judgmentally at Ducio. Making the guy's head slowly droop. I'm sorry, Ducio mumbled. According to school rules, you'll be punished, no exception. However, your willingness to break school regulations to protect your friends is highly commendable. The school will award you appropriate rewards and bonus points, so look forward to it. Saying that, he turned away coldly, while Ducio quickly called after him, thank you, teacher. Seeing he wasn't getting chewed out more, Ducio let out a relieved breath. All right, time for me to go too. The doctor said it'll take a few days for my thigh wound to heal, so I need to rest up, he thought to himself. Before Ducio noticed Mage Azel staring intently at him and asked, Azel, something wrong? In response, she spoke up, thank you for today. Hearing that, Ducio smiled back, yeah, next time treat me to a meal and we're even. Over here, after thanking him, the mage girl's face showed some difficulty as she asked further. So can I do something like that too? If I try hard enough, can I become like you? Saying that, she turned to look at the protagonist with eyes full of anticipation. And just seeing her somewhat panicked and lost expression made Ducio feel a bit scared inside. This is bad. In the original, Azel would never ask something like this. It must be because of my interference. My meddling forced Azel to face this challenge, but without getting the victory, thinking that. To fix the mess and correct his mistake, Ducio gave her some advice. You don't need to ask me that. You've already accomplished things others thought were impossible. That's a miracle. How could you? Azel said in confusion, like she wanted to ask how Ducio could be so sure. And without letting her say more, Ducio explained right away, because I've always been watching you. Huh? Azel exclaimed in surprise, and her face immediately flushed bright red. Seeing that, Ducio had to curse himself inwardly for being an idiot. Wait a second. If that's what I just said, doesn't that basically admit I'm a stalker? What the hell did I even say? Wow, that was close. I almost got caught. Thinking that, the sun god started scratching his head frantically and quickly made a run for it while yelling, gotta go now. Back to Azel, those words from Ducio really made her little heart skip a beat and go out of rhythm. No one's ever cared about the daughter of a traitor like me before. But he said he's always been watching me. Is this really a miracle? She wondered to herself in her heart. Time flew by. Many days later, to reward the students who bravely fought against that necromancer, the school held an award ceremony today. Just an award ceremony, and yet there are magic cameras, magic towers, reporters, and nobles everywhere. They're really overdoing it, Ducio grumbled while scanning the crowd around him. Then he glanced at the princess next to him with some confusion. She looks really excited, huh? Catching the protagonist's gaze, she immediately switched back to her cold, arrogant demeanor. What are you looking at? Nothing. No, it's nothing, Ducio replied. Cutting to the stage up front, after confirming everyone was present, teacher Lee Hanwal stood up on behalf of the professors and said, settle down. Today we will award 12 students who courageously fought against the black mana beings, and these rewards will be personally presented by the principal himself. Hearing that, everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the Chibai principal in front of them. Wow, that's the pinnacle of humanity, a level 9 mage. Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old, always wearing a gentle smile but nicknamed the Butcher. The strongest mage in the world, Ducio muttered inwardly. Unaware of the students' wild thoughts, the tiny principal approached and patted each one on the shoulder encouragingly. You've all worked hard. Keep being brave and keep pushing forward. Just like that, the Shota principal began handing out awards one by one, until it was Ducio's turn. Suddenly he stared intently at him, making the sun god feel an immense pressure. Just looking at him gives this much pressure. This is the power of a level 9 mage, one of only 10 in the world. But I can't look away, thinking that he forced his eyes wide open, looking totally stoned. Seeing his expression like that, the Chibai principal couldn't help but chuckle. You're still as diligent as ever, huh? Just as I expected. Saying that, the kid turned and walked away, leaving Ducio behind looking utterly confused, having no idea what those words meant. What did he mean by that? Not dwelling on it. After awarding all the students, teacher Lee Hanwal announced, the award ceremony concludes here. Back to Ducio, after returning to his room and checking out the rewards the school gave him, he finally felt like all his effort slashing away at that necromancer was totally worth it. Oh, 5 million credits bonus. That's seriously generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. And that's not all. I even got a share of the energy container, basically the necromancer's heart. Though I can't use it yet, Altarisha will soon create that spatial storage thing. Once that's done, carrying stuff around will be way easier. But before that, I gotta help her solve the alchemical magic engineering formula puzzle first. Luckily, everyone else happily handed their rewards over to me. Now for the system rewards, saying that he quickly pulled up the system screen to check. And very quickly the notification popped up. Chapter 4, Necromancer's Attack completed. A massive amount of experience awaits you. Due to your creative and unique plot guidance, the Constellation Project has decided to grant you bonus rewards. Reward 1 weaker version of an item used in the game. Reward 2 weaker version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3 experience points. Over here, Ducio glanced at the rewards, and his excitement immediately dropped by half. Again with these. Honestly, I was torn, but right now the most important thing is getting experience points for speed burst. Speaking of which, remembering the moment I almost died at that black mage's hands, Ducio felt a chill run through his body. That fight really showed me just how weak I still am. Just working hard isn't enough. I need to leverage my knowledge to go even further, Ducio told himself inwardly. Meanwhile, the system started pumping experience into him, awarding rewards. Speed burst skill has accumulated enough experience points. Level increased, speed burst level 2, maximum range 12 meters, maximum charges 3, cooldown 3 seconds. Outside, after the skill leveled up, Ducio's entire body was enveloped in a gentle glow, making him feel lighter, refreshed, and energized like he'd just finished an intense session. Finally got 3 charges for speed burst. Now I can use it way more freely. If that's done, next up is Azel, Ducio muttered to himself. Time passed quickly, cutting to the meditation class soul journey session that Azel was attending. Right now, while she was meditating, suddenly, a voice called out in the mage girl's head, Azel. Azel, hearing that, she jolted awake, opened her eyes, and scolded herself inward. Oh crap, when did I fall asleep? Unaware, she dozed off for who knows how long. The tiny spirit in front of her continued telepathically asking, Azel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? Using magic, what do you mean? Azel said with a face full of confusion. No choice, the spirit explained. Look above your head. Hearing that, she quickly looked up and discovered somehow 2 blue ice-like crystal orbs were floating above her head. Seeing that, the mage girl's eyes widened in shock. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any spells or calculations at all. Thinking that, she paused and glanced around at the other students in class, wondering. No one else noticed this. Even though it's only level 1 magic, once completed, there should still be mana flow. If this is really the effect of meditation, did that person predict this too? The more she thought, the mage girl unconsciously swallowed hard. Time passed quickly. Once the meditation session ended, this broke girl treated herself to a bun. Looking at the bun in her hand, Azel's eyes lit up with happiness. Thanks to the reward money, I could finally buy this red bean cream bun for 1,500 credits. So happy saying that. She'd just taken one bite when suddenly Prince Jeremy appeared out of nowhere and greeted, Azel, have you joined any club yet? Hearing that, Azel paused her eating, lifted her head, and replied, no, not yet. Why? Would you like to join mine? Jeremy offered. What are the conditions? Azel asked, because she didn't believe free pies fall from the sky like that. Conditions? What do you mean? I just like you, that's all. Jeremy waved his hand. Even though he said that, Azel didn't believe a word of it. Liar, you're just approaching me. to turn me into one of your trophies, Azel thought inward. Meanwhile, right then, the prince stepped closer and whispered in her ear, you don't trust me. But Azel, I really have no conditions at all. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can give you so many things, you know who I am, right? Turning to Azel, of course, she knew his identity better than anyone. I know more than anyone. The Skarlvan Empire is clashing with the Adalvit Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power my current hard life would end. I wouldn't have to rejoice over a simple red bean bun anymore. I wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being the traitor's daughter. Even knowing she shouldn't, thinking that Azel's face softened with difficulty as she prepared to speak, but I hearing that the prince broke into a smug smile like he'd achieved his goal. However, things never go that smoothly. Before Azel could finish, suddenly, the female protagonist Flame appeared out of nowhere and slapped her right across the face, leaving both Azel and Jeremy stunned. And not just them, even Flame, after doing it, snapped back to reality. Realizing what she'd done, then she quickly flipped the script. Trash, you said you wanted to date me, yet you're sneaking around flirting with someone else behind my back. I already said I like you, and now you're ditching me. Come with me, we need to talk. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Saying that, Flame grabbed Azel's hand and dragged her away immediately, and only after running to a secluded spot. Making sure Jeremy wasn't following, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Hugh, that was close, almost screwed up seeing her like that. Azel asked what's going on. In response, Flame explained briefly, forget it, you should thank me. If you'd rejected him outright, he'd harass you to death. Anyway, sorry for slapping you, I'm out. Saying that, Flame turned and left right away, leaving the green-haired mage girl behind, still dazed and trying to process everything. Ignoring that, after finishing, Flame asked herself inwardly, did I do the right thing? If Azel joined the club like in the original, Jeremy would ruin her. I tried not to interfere with the main plot, but seeing bitch Ducio like this, I think it's not bad either. Wonder if he noticed my lie, Flame wondered to herself. Meanwhile, in his own room, Prince Jeremy, of course, could easily see through her lie. Sipping tea in front of him, he smiled and said, that girl's really cute, pretending to lie just to steal someone right in front of me. Interesting, more interesting than Azel even. I want her now too. Time passed quickly, cutting to Professor Lee Hanwell's class. Right now, he pointed to a screen behind him and explained, today we'll start practical beast combat simulation in this session. Our target isn't level 1 or level 2 monsters like before, but mid-tier level 3 monsters, much tougher ones. The method is form groups, research the monster, and defeat them using proper tactics. After selecting a mid-tier monster type for attack, you'll have practice time to prepare against. Head to Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt mid-tier monsters matching your attribute. Class A and Class S will practice together. The evaluation test is in 4 days. Form groups of up to 6, and submit your list to me, the cool uncle demanded cold. Making Mage Azel sigh in annoyance. I hate group work the most, she thought inward. Before being drawn by other voices, Princess, will you group with me? No, I can handle it better than someone else. Someone else chimed in. What did you say? It's my turn now. Another art. Looking at the scene where Princess Bion was being swarmed by everyone around her, suddenly a wave of bitterness rose in Azel's heart. Before Adalvit destroyed my family, people used to fawn over me like this too. Both of us started from similar places, the Morph Ducal family with ice attribute, and the Adalvit royal family with fire attribute. Back when these two families competed to dominate the magic world, Bion and Azel were the two children born with heavenly talent. Back then I thought I was the chosen one. Can I really get revenge on Adalvit now? Thinking that, the little mage unconsciously hugged herself tightly, as if even she wasn't confident she could avenge her family. When she was all alone like this, right at her loneliest moment, Ducio approached and offered, hey, you're going solo, huh? Hearing the call, Azel snapped out of it, turned, and said, what's up? Hearing that, the protagonist flashed a bright, cheerful smile and asked, wanna group up with me? Did you just say form a group? Azel asked again, like she couldn't believe her ear. And to explain more clearly, Ducio laid it out, you know, there's no minimum member requirement, right? We form a duo and get bonus points for small groups. The sun god shared his plan. However, after hearing that, Azel thought, this guy must have short-circuited. You're crazy. How could just 2 people handle a mid-tier level 3 monster? Without saying much, Ducio just looked at her and gave a mysterious smile. So you in or not? Seeing his confident look after a few seconds of thinking, the mage girl had no other choice. Fine, I agree. Anyway, I don't have anyone else to group with. All right, then I'll go submit the list. Ducio nodded and quickly went to report to teacher Lee Hanwha. But for some reason, right after Ducio left, the arrogant Princess Bion immediately ran up in front of Azel. Hey. Her call startled the mage girl, who stepped back a few paces, looking wary. What if you're trying to compete with me? What nonsense are you talking about? Just worry about yourself, you pig in human skin. The princess insulted her and immediately turned to leave. I'm not competing with you just because of bitch Ducio. Back to Bion's thoughts right now, a surge of anger rose in her heart. So frustrating, am I really losing to a failure and a commoner even though I could group with anyone? But at least I need the strongest knight for an advantage, thinking that she turned her gaze toward the strongest guy in the game. Ma Ducio, the one no one dared approach to talk to. Hey Ma Ducio, hearing someone call him, Ma Ducio's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned and said, hello princess, what's up? Have you formed a group? Yet Bion asked straight. No, I was planning to go solo, he replied. Then group with me, the arrogant girl proposed. And in response, Ma Ducio smirked and asked back, huh, is that necessary? Hearing that the princess glanced sideways toward Ducio, and Azel bitch Ducio, and Azel already grouped up together. I think they're not aiming for regular mid-tier monsters, but special mid to large ones. I'm saying it again, group with me, turning to the super genius guy, ignoring Bio. But as soon as it involved Ducio, he immediately got interested. I see, sounds interesting. I also want to compete against bitch Ducio once, all right. Then thanks, Bion said with a bright smile. After that she glanced toward Ducio and Azel, and thought to herself, bitch Ducio and Azel more. This time I'll crush both of you. Time passed quickly. After 4 days of preparation, the Beast Combat Simulation Test officially began cutting to Stella Dome. After confirming all his students were present, Professor Lee Hanwell took a list and nodded, all right, now we'll start the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. Just like that, the test began, and with prior preparation basically, the groups didn't face too much difficulty fighting the monster. Group 16 got Mugreka, huh, that mid-tier monster looks pretty manageable, the onlookers nodded while watching the fight ahead. Meanwhile, the female protagonist Flame, warming up in the back, spoke to reassure herself, it's fine, I've trained hard. I can't hunt special no-attribute monsters or large special ones, but if I solo defeat this level 3 mid-tier monster, it'll be enough for max points. Speaking of the monster's strength, normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a level 1 mid-tier monster. And if you exploit attribute counters, rich experience and favorable terrain, defeating higher level monsters is within reach. I use light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, so I have to tough it out. Thinking that, Flame paused, glanced at Mage Azel with a somewhat sad look. I hope Azel does well on this test. In the original, Bion made things hard so she couldn't group with anyone and got the lowest score back. Then I even planned to recruit her into my group. But with bitch Ducio by her side, Azel's future will definitely be brighter, Flame thought inwardly. At the same time, down on the arena, the monster from Group 16 had been defeated. All right, Group 16, you've worked hard. Next, Group 17, to the arena, Lee Hanwell called out. Hearing that, Flame snapped back and replied, yes sir, saying that she quickly headed down. But right as she passed in front of Ducio, she suddenly stepped on her own thick shoelace, causing her whole body to lose balance and tumble forward. Luckily, Ducio reacted fast and caught her in time. Thanks, Flame said, no problem. Tie your shoelace. Ducio waved it off while looking at her shoelace that had somehow come undone. Flame was a bit puzzled. Zeki tied it really tight for me earlier. Oh well, good thing I noticed, or it could have been dangerous. Thinking that, she hurried down to the practice arena. Watching her do the test solo, the onlookers couldn't help but be shocked and murmur, she's doing the test alone, huh, seems like. Then when they saw Flame's opponent appear, they were even more stunned. No way is she planning to solo that monster. Giant boar, that monster has no special attribute, so no counter. The group said worriedly, for Flame, ignoring that. After Flame finished preparing, Lee Hanwell announced, then Group 17 test begins. As soon as he spoke, the boar coiled its legs, powered up, and charged forward like a tank. Seeing its aggressive momentum, the onlookers felt chills down their spines. Look at that reckless charge. How could she handle it alone? Ignoring the chatter, looking at the monster rushing toward her, Flame took a deep breath to calm down, then murmured incantations to prepare her spell, petals whispering on the wind. As the words rang out, a brilliant golden magic circle appeared under the female protagonist's feet. Then countless thick vines burst from the ground around, charging forward, wrapping tightly around the boar's body, making it scream in agony, struggling desperately, but failing to break free. Seeing that, Flame used another spell, material transmutation, causing the vines gripping the boar's body to slowly turn to stone. Not done yet, she whispered inwardly, then cast another spell, creating a radiant golden magic circle above her head. At the same time, opposite, sensing imminent danger, the boar thrashed wildly and successfully tore through the vine restraint. Then its eyes turned blood red as it charged straight at Flame. However, just as its sharp fangs were about to reach her fragile body, her spell completed right then. From inside the overhead magic circle a destructive energy beam shot out, slamming straight into the boar's mouth, creating a huge hole straight through from front to back. As a result, with just this one strike, the boar only managed one miserable squeal before collapsing dead on the ground. Back to the crowd of spectators on both sides, seeing the female protagonist finish her test so cleanly and quickly, they couldn't help turning to each other in awe. Wow, that intense. Our group of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-tier she. Who is she anyway? Back to Flame. After finishing, she let out a relieved breath. You finally done thinking. Teacher Lee Hanwell's voice rang out. Next now, we'll begin Group 31's test. Hearing that, Du Seo turned to look, and his eyes widened. Did I see wrong? She asked herself. Because right now the team in front of them was Princess Bion together with the guy Ma. Du Seo. Look, princess, go for it. Cheers from her fan club started ringing out as they entered the arena. Meanwhile, seeing this detail deviate from the script, Flame frowned in thought. Why is Bion with Ma. Du Seo instead of someone from our side? In the original, those two had zero connection. What kind of lineup is this? The more she thought, the more confused Flame became. Back to the arena right now, the monster chosen by Group 31 had been summoned. It was a massive half-human, half-fish giant, golden pupils, dark green skin, with red patterns all over, looking extremely ferocious. And just seeing its appearance, the onlookers felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Wait, that's an aquatic monster. Oh my god, that's a special mid to large monster. As expected of the princess, amazing. She found such a rare one to hunt, the crowd said in shock. Meanwhile, with her game knowledge, Flame had an even clearer view. It's not just a special mid to large monster. Bion's and Ma. Du Seo's attributes are fire, earth, and lightning. Aquatic monster is water type with high fire resistance, and it can fly in the air. It completely counters both Bion and Ma. Du Seo. They're not just aiming for special mid to large if everyone fails. They even gave up attribute advantage. They're gunning for max points, but that's only if they succeed. Thinking that, Flame felt a bit expectant, wondering how this duo will perform. Back to the arena, just as Flame had mentioned earlier. Right now, behind the aquatic monsters, back the 2 pairs of wings it had folded earlier spread wide and flapped rapidly like dragonfly wings, lifting its body to hover in midair. Then the monster let out a terrifying roar to intimidate the whole group. However, those roars weren't enough to scare the 2 monster students in front. Let's begin, Bion said. Got it, Princess. Ma. Du Seo replied with a grin, saying that for some reason Ma. Du Seo suddenly stepped back a few paces, making the onlookers confused. What are they planning? I thought they'd attack right away, but the knight backing up while the mage. What kind of setup is this? Ignoring the audience chatter right after, Ma. Du Seo gave a light smile, gathered power in his legs, and leaped strongly forward through some kind of magic. Looking at his expression, CU letter 1ED3 NG D stroke letter 1ED9C couldn't help but praise. Oh, impressive jump for a first year. Beside him, Ban Jion was still puzzled, but with that level he still can't reach the aquatic monster. Plus jump boost can't be used in midair. What are they calculating? She wondered aloud. And just as she thought the jump couldn't reach high enough for the aquatic monster, however, right then, Ma. Du Seo swung his wand, creating a stone slab out of thin air, giving him a foothold to move at the same time from the side. Below, a fireball shot by Flame headed straight toward the slab. As a result, the instant it collided, it created a repulsive force, blasting Ma. Du Seo's body even higher. A bit more. Wow, unbelievable. CU letter 1ED3 NG D stroke letter 1ED9C said, dumbfounded at the sight. Then when Ma. Du Seo was above the aquatic monster's head, he quickly used his earth magic, creating a massive fist that slammed straight down on the big guy's body, sending its heavy frame rocketing downward like a missile toward the ground. However, it wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the aquatic monster still being dazed and unable to stand up, he swung his wand again, causing countless sharp stone spikes to erupt from the ground, interlocking and clamping the big guy's body tightly inside, making it go berserk with rage. But a special monster is still a special monster. After all, those few rocks weren't enough to hold it back. Right then, the aquatic monster opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, gathering all its strength to twist and struggle, breaking free from the restraints around it. HMPH, just as predicted, it tried to escape, but it's already too late because the princess's magic is complete. Ma. Du Seo said with a smile. Beside him right now, Princess Bion's entire body was enveloped in a fierce blaze of fire energy. Then she pointed her staff forward, and immediately a massive pillar of flame crashed down from above the aquatic monster's head, making it scream like its house was burning. Even the spectators around started smelling grilled fish wafting. Oh my god, it's in agony, but aquatic monsters have super high fire resistance, the onlookers said to each other in shock. Meanwhile, to finish it off, Ma. Du Seo added his lightning magic vada. It's over, he said coldly, as another bolt of lightning struck down from above, officially turning the aquatic monster into charred grilled fish. On both sides, the spectators watching the aquatic monster get utterly wrecked felt a bit sorry for it taken down without even a chance to fight back. The students this year are seriously terrifying. This level could rival third-year Class S seniors already. So this is what genius looks like back to Bio. Hearing the murmurs, she felt a bit smug inwardly. How about that bitch Ducia? No matter what you pick, you can't beat me. This time victory is mine for sure. Saying that, she glanced toward the arena right, then Ducio and Azel's group had entered the field. Give me 5, the sun god declared. His request made the entire stands fall deathly silent. It took a few seconds before some students snapped out of it and stammered in disbelief. Did I just hear him write 5 when even 5 of us struggled with one mid-tier? And now these two are asking for 5. I've heard rumors, but is bitch Ducio insane or what? Saying that, everyone focused intently on Ducio, as if trying to figure out what was going through his head to make such a bold demand. Though the teachers didn't understand why Ducio was showing off either, they had no reason to refuse. Following his request right after 5 massive mid-tier monsters, the size of buildings, appeared surrounding the duo in the center, summoning complete. One professor announced. Over here, Professor Bitchin from the Monster Studies Department. Upon seeing the monsters' appearances, his eyes flashed with shock, as if realizing something. These 5 monsters include a giant frog with its tongue sticking out called Hymer Rada. This giant black cow is Black Sand Bison. A pelican, a water slime. And the last one is Sensitive Bat. Could this lineup be? He whispered. Elsewhere, the third princess also couldn't understand why Ducia requested to fight these 5 specific monsters, so she turned to her teammate. Hey ma Ducia, do you get it? In response, the genius guy just shook his head lightly. I don't think so either. I'm curious what Ducio's planning too. I'm kinda looking forward to this. Saying that, he focused his gaze ahead, watching the pair. Cutting to cool teacher Lee Hanwal's position before Ducio's test officially started, he spoke up. I just want to ask one thing. Who decided this monster lineup? It was me, Ducio nodded. Hearing that, Lee Hanwal bluntly commented, you're a knight, so you can rack up points easily in dangerous situations like this. But a bishop can't. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop. The professor's doubt didn't surprise Ducio much. He just smiled gently and affirmed no, this strategy was designed specifically for the bishop. His words once again stirred murmurs among the crowd. Seeing Ducio so confidently assert it, Lee Hanwal didn't press further. I see. All right then, let's begin. As soon as he spoke, all 5 giant monsters slowly closed in on Ducio and Azel, their enormous eyes filled with killing intent, staring them down, making both swallow nervously. Then Ducio suddenly asked, hey, can you handle it? Of course, Azel nodded, but sweat poured down her face. Just trust me, Ducio added one more line. That sounds way too casual, she grumbled. The green-haired girl complained. Then Ducio said he trusted Azel too. This made the bishop girl fall into thought. Remembering the evening before Ducio, he's really hard to figure out. Back then, while trailing behind him, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, hey, why me? Honestly, with a talented knight like you could pick anyone else, right? Her question made Ducio pause silently for a few seconds before answering, yeah, there are tons of talented people. For example, in terms of firepower, no mage matches Bia. For control, Flame is unmatched. Ma Ducio is already the strongest first year, no question. Ha Wenryang or Adalan specialists in single target attacks would fit me perfectly too. Then why me? Azel asked again. Even so, I still feel you're the most suitable. That's all, just that. So shall we continue? The protagonist replied gently and walked forward, unaware that his words had made Azel's face flush slightly. Back to the present, the bishop girl gripped her staff tightly and reminded herself, though I still don't fully get what you mean, but you must have a reason for choosing me, so I'll show you. Saying that, she began using her magic, causing her body to erupt with tremendous energy, lifting her floating into midair. Meanwhile, the other students watching from the sidelines, upon seeing this, couldn't hide their shock and shouted, wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? No way, that's a phenomenon only level 6 mages and above enter in an unconscious state. If you force focus, the mana flow reverses, and you could become crippled. He's just a first year, though their voices were full of amazement and worry for Azel. Back to Ducio's perspective, though he'd anticipated it, seeing Azel effortlessly enter supernatural resonance still made him admire inwardly, as expected, worthy of the Winter Queen's candidate. He gave a slight smile. Then let's begin, shall we? The 2 against 5 mid-tier monster battle officially kicked off. Ducio gathered power in his legs, instantly launching upward, while activating speed burst in a flash. He appeared right beside the giant frog Hymer Rada. His sudden appearance made the massive monster's body tremble in surprise, but before it could react, a sharp sword slash came down. Ducio's blade tore through the air, slicing deep into the frog's chest, leaving a gaping wound. Hymer Rada let out a miserable screech, its huge body trembling, eyes filled with terror. It opened its mouth, as if to retaliate, but the intense pain left it rooted in place, only able to wail like a child. Ducio didn't press the attack, immediately retreating to safe distance. First Heimer Raydun is done. Next Black Sand Bison, he shifted his gaze to the next target. Opposite him, the giant black cow stood imposingly. Following his look, it suddenly changed state, its eyes blazing red like a wild beast about to go mad. It began turning its head, staring fixedly at the glowing red horn on the frog beside it. That red light infuriated it, wanted to tear, shred, crush. Immediately HRRRNG, the black sand bison, inhaled deeply, muscles tensing, hooves stomping repeatedly, preparing for a massive charge. This was exactly the reaction Ducio had waited for. Seeing its aggressive posture, the corner of his mouth curved up. The plan succeeded. The way to handle 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to make them enemies of each other. Just like that, the black sand bison's sudden charge became the signal for total chaos. Inexplicably, the monsters turned on each other, brawling wildly, leaving the watching students stunned. What the heck? The monsters are attacking each other. To explain this, it was all Ducio's prior preparation. After all, he'd cleared this trash game before. His plan was to turn the monsters hostile toward one another. In other words, borrowing a knife to kill, using others' strength to eliminate enemies without wasting effort. Veteran Etherworld players had long wondered how a small group could take down large numbers of monsters. After countless trials, they found the way, exploiting monster traits and attributes. Step 1. Attack the giant frog Heimer Raid. When attacked, its head horn emits red light, which triggers the black sand bison's aggressive instinct. When agitated, the bison spews sand everywhere. And if that sand hits the water slime, a reaction occurs. The slime immediately generates massive water to keep its skin moist. Over here, seeing the water surging up to his feet, Ducio nodded, everything still going according to plan. Good. The school's barrier makes the water rise fast. So next is, he thought, turning to look at the bird behind. When Cadden senses the humidity, it emits a piercing screech above 7 octaves. The terrifying sound wave from its mouth instantly provokes the sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Enraged by the noise, the bat immediately targeted the bird, using its sharp claws to kick straight at its head. The kick was so powerful, it sent the bird flying backward, crashing into the water slime. To retaliate, the water slime immediately turned, swinging watery arms to blast a water pillar at both. Accidentally, this only made the 2 big monsters even more furious. Just like that, the battlefield turned into total chaos, with monsters fighting each other indiscriminately. Watching this, the observing professors realized it wasn't coincidence, only precise calculation could make the monsters clash like this. All of them are attacking each other. That kid knows every species' traits. Even I, a monster studies expert, never thought of this. Truly astonishing, the long-haired professor said. However, one thing he hadn't noticed until the female professor beside him reminded him, what's even more astonishing is Azel Morph's concentration. She can maintain mana flow and focus in such chaos. It must be because she completely trusts her knight. The group looked ahead, silently awaiting what came next. Back to Ducio, while quietly observing all sides to ensure nothing went off track. He suddenly noticed something when the bird and bat collided. The giant Cadden was knocked flying toward Azel the bishop, still concentrating her energy. Seeing that, Ducio instantly used speed burst, closing in on the foul bird and delivering a powerful kick to its body. The strike was so strong it sent the bird flying outward like a kicked ball. But before he could relax, from high above, a massive boulder fell straight toward Azel's head like a meteor crashing down. Fortunately, the protagonist had spotted the danger early, using speed burst to appear in front of the bishop girl, swinging his sword to cleave the boulder in 2. Watching him dash left and right non-stop to protect Azel, the genius Ma Ducio chuckled, hey princess, see how Ducio looks like the ideal knight. Just like a knight protecting his princess. His words made Bion's gaze pause for a moment. Below, Ducio continued flying around, blocking attacks. And his efforts weren't wasted at all. After a period of eyes closed, energy focus, Azel's jade eyes opened again. This time, she completed her prepared spell, Crystal Flower. Right then, countless razor-sharp ice pillars sprouted from behind her, spreading across the entire arena. The largest pillar right behind Azel even took the shape of a blooming flower. The moment she unleashed the magic, the whole battlefield fell silent before the sight. Wow, so beautiful, someone exclaimed unconsciously. Down on the arena, the 5 giant monsters were completely frozen solid by this freezing magic. For Azel, seeing the monsters temporarily restrained by her spell, she didn't want to drag it out. Shatter, she shouted. Then right after, from inside the massive ice flower, countless razor-sharp ice shards shot forward like a rainstorm. The immobilized giant monsters could only stand there and take it unable to resist at all. Is it over? Did they really defeat 5 mid-tier monsters? With just 2 people, some murmurs rose from the crowd. However, right after someone else noticed something and shouted, "Wait, look, the monsters are waking up." Following everyone's gaze, Azel's previous attack still wasn't strong enough to finish them off right now. They'd broken free from the frozen state. This made the professors a bit regretful in the end. They couldn't finish it off, what a shame. But with that performance, they still got really high points. Cutting to Azel's position, the bishop girl showed no great surprise that her earlier attack didn't take them down more like. She'd predicted it. The moment her ice magic ended, Azel immediately began chanting another spell. A lightning orb slowly gathered, radiating extremely dangerous energy. Crackling in midair, "Strike down, Azel," said cold. Right after the sound ended, a massive lightning pillar burst forth from the palm of Azel's hand. The entire arena seemed swallowed by nothing but the dazzling golden hue radiating from it. Then a deafening explosion erupted at their position, and the monsters that had just regained consciousness were violently shocked and thrashed by the thunderbolt strike. Witnessing the overwhelming power of this magic, even Azel herself could hardly believe it. "This is my magic, so I really can pull off something like this, after all," just like what he said. Azel thought while recalling the memory from the previous evening, when Ducio proposed that the two of them would take on 5 mid-tier monsters at the same time. Naturally back then, right after hearing it, Azel had thought Ducio must have lost his mind to say something like that. "Huh, 5 at once, are you crazy?" "No, you can do it, and I believe in you, so please believe in me, the one who believes in you," Ducio said with unshakable confidence. The faith he placed in Azel stirred something unfamiliar deep within her mind. "Before this, I had nothing, no confidence in the path I'd chosen, nor anyone to tell me that path was the right one. But now it's different now. I won't lose my way anymore," Azel whispered to herself inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, Ducio had quietly become the torch lighting her way forward. Back to the present, with all 5 mid-tier monsters defeated, the referee professor's voice rang out. "Group 32's test concludes here." Hearing those words, the bishop girl couldn't help but break into a deeply satisfied smile. Perhaps she hadn't even realized how long it had been since she'd last smiled like that. Back to Ducio to dodge that lightning strike, he swiftly drove his sword into the wall and held himself suspended in midair. The sheer skill of that thunderbolt just now made every hair on Ducio's body stand on end, almost got swept up in it. "At least give me a heads up before you do that," he grumbled inwardly. Just like that, not long after the test results were posted on the wall for all students to see, on the paper it read: Beast Combat Simulation Test Results. First place Group 32. With 199 points consisting of Bitch Ducia and Azel Morph. Second place Group 31, with 127 points consisting of Ma Ducio and Bion Adelaide. Looking at the posted results, since she'd already anticipated it, the third princess wasn't overly disappointed. "Completely defeated, even though I chose a special mid to large monster that counters my attribute, and still lost. Guess I have to accept it," she sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, the genius Ma Ducio didn't seem the least bit down. In fact, he even turned to tease the Princess O, accepting defeat so quickly. "Huh, HMPH, shut up," Bion huffed coldly. But then she started glancing at the genius guy and comparing inwardly. "But if my knight were Bitch Ducio, could I have achieved that result? I can use magic no worse than Azel. But why is that commoner so devoted to Azel? If there's a perfect knight in this world, it has to be my knight, the perfect queen." Thinking that, a surge of irritation rose in the princess's heart. She bit her lip lightly, her gaze turning colder as she stared at the result announcement paper. "Actually saying I accept defeat is a lie. I can't accept it. This is so confusing. I need to investigate Bitch Ducio more thoroughly." Thinking that, the princess turned and walked away, as if ready to start digging into Ducio right away. However, her steps suddenly halted when she noticed another girl staring intently at her. This was someone Bion knew, and also made her wary. Saolan, or did she come here because she heard I lost to a commoner and a traitor's group? What a troublesome woman, Bion grumbled inwardly, then quickly hurried away, brushing past Saolan without any intention of greeting her. But she didn't know that, even after she left, Saolan's eyes remained fixed on her retreating figure. Then she muttered under her breath, still so naive. Time passed quickly, cutting to the school library area. Right now, the female protagonist Flame was trying to focus on her studies. However, the test results made it hard for her to concentrate normally. She set her pen down and thought, the power Azel displayed earlier. I never expected she could bloom the crystal flower so quick. The crystal flower magic is Azel's signature spell, and it only appears when she overcomes all hardships and regains confidence in herself. In the original right, now Azel should be sinking deeper into despair. Yet now she displayed the crystal flower in front of everyone. This is definitely thanks to bitch Du Seo. In the original romance novel, Du Seo and Azel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there's a side story I don't know about? If bitch Du Seo, an unknown character, loved Azel and chose to regress in her place instead of Ma Du Seo, at the moment the world ended. Regressing for the one he loves, even if the price is being forgotten by the very person he cherishes. Would bitch Du Seo truly have no regrets, that kind of love willing to trade his very existence to turn back time? What would that feel like? The female protagonist Flame silently pondered inwardly. If a Du Seo knew her thoughts right now, he'd probably laugh his head off, clutching his stomach. Cutting to the protagonist's position right now in the dead of night, Du Seo had to get up to check the new notifications that just came in. Chapter 5 Beast Combat Simulation has concluded. You have received a large amount of experience. You have successfully guided the story in a positive direction. The Constellation Project will grant additional reward. After reading the notification, Du Seo fell into thoughtful silence. What should I choose for the reward this time? My skills have already been strengthened quite a bit, best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking that, Du Seo quickly listed out what he needed and declared, I will select the item fictional leaf key. In response to his request, the system went silent for a few seconds, as if verifying something. Then, after several dozen seconds, it released the reward system check. Reward granted. As the notification ended, a silver key appeared before Du Seo. For Du Seo, seeing the system actually grant him this item, he excitedly exclaimed, awesome, the fictional leaf key. Though not an ancient relic, this is one of the extremely rare items. Only high-level players can possess. It's the key to the abode of the god. But to use it, I have to get outside. However, after the recent necromancer incident, the conditions for leaving have been tightened even more. What now? The more he thought, the tighter Du Seo's brows furrowed. Until suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He quietly exclaimed, that's at the club. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Right now, Du Seo had just finished writing a pitiful poor background essay. Growth process. Since childhood my family was poor, rarely got to eat out like others. Whenever my mom was away working, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Then, when I got sick of noodles, I stubbornly demanded something delicious. My mom used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and invited mom to eat together. But for some reason she didn't eat, she said. She didn't like black bean noodles. After skimming through it once and confirming the sob story was extremely emotional. Du Seo yawned widely and said contentedly, all right, temporarily done. Now time to go find a club. Time passed quickly, cutting to the bulletin board, covered in flyers. Right now, Du Seo was scanning around looking for a suitable club. Standing before countless recruitment posters, Du Seo pondered deeply, not sure which club to choose, but right now, which club should I pick? Among so many clubs, not many are allowed special off-campus activities, so I have to think carefully. Thinking that, Du Seo glanced at the bishop girl Azel beside him and asked, hey, are you looking for a club too? Haven't joined any yet? Du Seo's sudden question startled Azel, her voice a bit flustered. What? You should be getting scouted by tons of clubs, right? Du Seo frowned, saying, don't you know who I am? Azel asked back, I know you're Azel. Who else? Lately you've been pretty famous. Du Seo's praise made Azel's face even more flustered. Ah yeah, I guess so. For Du Seo, looking at the bishop girl beside him, he thought inwardly, after the test ended, Azel's reputation has changed dramatically. She must have noticed it herself by now. Back to Azel to ease her embarrassment, she cleared her throat a few times and said, but you have to choose a club carefully, blah blah blah. At the same time, while the two were still murmuring to each other, the genius guy suddenly walked over and patted the protagonist's shoulder in a very friendly manner. However, our Du Seo coldly brushed Ma Du Seo's hand away, seeing that the genius guy didn't get angry and still smiled, saying, I watched your test, and I heard you even led the necromancer hunt. You're seriously impressive. Ah, just got lucky. Du Seo waved it off, but his attitude seemed to want to avoid Ma Du Seo. Seeing Du Seo's demeanor, the genius guy smiled. You're really quite different from everyone else. Ma Du Seo's gaze, when saying that, was extremely unusual, making the protagonist swallow nervously and work. Then Du Seo quickly changed the subject. You know, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to outperform others. In response came a smile from Ma Du Seo. I see, so you've just used your time more efficient. So what do you do on weekends? Du Seo asked next, making Ma Du Seo a bit surprised. Me, huh? Just studying. For some reason, his answer left both of them frozen, as if they'd just heard something incredibly bizarre. I was just asking casually, and you answered casually. Thanks, Du Seo said with a deadpan face. The genius guy hurriedly explained, no, I really study and then train more. From Ma Du Seo's attitude, Du Seo seemed to sense something, and asked back, "How you don't usually do stuff like that?" "Ah yeah, that's right, but for some reason lately I've been doing it," Ma Ducio said awkward. This information made the protagonist curious. Ma Ducio only started training much later in the story what could be the reason. Beside him, the bishop girl Azel had already guessed the reason, and asked, "Is it because of the dungeon practice trip?" "Right, yeah, that's right." "If the young lady hadn't interfered back, then I might have been in danger," Ma Ducio said with a smile. "Don't call me young lady," Azel snapped irritably. Meanwhile, Ducio, standing right beside, finally pieced it together and understood everything right. In the original, Ma Ducio teamed up with Flame and easily defeated Ha Wenryang. But this time, because of my interference, Flame got stuck, and he had to face Ha Wenryang alone. Could this be why Ha Wenryang became abnormal? But anyway, it's good this way. Both Ha Wenryang and Ma Ducio will train themselves. Unlike me, their growth will definitely bring positive influence toward a happy ending. Turning toward Ma Ducio's perspective, seeing that Ducio was still hesitating over which club to join, the young man suggested, "Hey Ducio, you still haven't joined any club yet. It's been a while since the semester started." In response to the question, Ducio explained that he was extremely busy and simply didn't have time to participate. Hearing this, Ma Ducio got excited, pointed at himself, and offered, "Then why don't you join the same club as me? Let me think. If you meet my requirements, I'll consider it," Ducio replied calmly. Meanwhile, his genius friend also asked Ducio what kind of club he wanted to join, and Ducio answered, "It has to be a quiet club with few people, no private gatherings, and it must guarantee the four great insurances: lunch with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom to go outside, comfort in personal activities, and special permission to leave." Ducio started listing a whole series of conditions, causing Azel's face to grow more and more puzzled. And she reminded him, "There's no way a club like that exists in this world, right?" "Of course there isn't, I was just kidding," Ducio thought to himself. All those conditions he rattled off were simply meant to drive Ma Ducio away. However, there was one thing the protagonist didn't know: never joke around with geniuses. "Really? Then I'll create a club like that for you," Ma Ducio said while pointing at himself, leaving the two people in front of him completely stunned. "You can actually establish a club with special outside permission?" Ducio asked once more, and the genius friend nodded firmly. "Yeah, I can." Turning back to Ducio, he quickly thought about the background of the guy in front of him and realized, "Right, with Ma Ducio's connections, that's actually possible. But if you create a club for me, what do you get out of it?" "There is something, because you're special," Ma Ducio replied softly. This made the protagonist a bit anxious, wondering if Ma Ducio had figured something out. "Do you know something?" Before he could finish, Ducio suddenly stopped because he realized something. "Ah, that's right, I remember now. One of Ma Ducio's core issues is that he's really afraid of being alone." Thinking of this, Ducio didn't ask any more questions and nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead and establish the club." "Really?" the genius friend asked excitedly. "Yeah, but she has to join too," Ducio said while pointing at Azel next to him, startling Azel in the process. And when he said this, our protagonist had his own intentions. In the original story, the two of them were a match made in heaven. If Azel could take care of Ma Ducio's mental well-being, that would be the best outcome. For Ma Ducio, as long as the protagonist was in his club, the young man would easily accept everything. "If the beautiful young lady Azel joins, I'd welcome it very much." "Stop calling me young lady, it's so annoying," Bishop Azel grumbled irritably. Meanwhile, watching the two of them bicker like that, Ducio suddenly wasn't so sure this matchmaking would actually work out. "So what should we name the club?" someone in the group asked. "Oh, I've got an idea for that already," Ducio chimed in. Not long after, an application form for establishing a club appeared. Club establishment application, club name, Gourmet Club President, Beak Ducio members, Ma Ducio Azel purpose, exploring cuisine. Looking at the form in front of her, Azel stroked her chin thoughtfully for a moment and said, "Is this okay? To get the special activity seal, you need a supervising professor and at least 4 members." In response to her words, Ma Ducio confidently declared, "I can handle the members and the seal, but finding a supervising professor feels difficult to me." "Why, you can get special outside permission, can't you?" Ducio frowned and asked. What he got in return was Ma Ducio's mocking face. "Because they're all trash." "Whatever, I'll go get the seal for the application. Then I'm counting on you," Ducio nodded. Watching Ma Ducio's back as he left, Ducio silently thought, the special activity seal isn't something just anyone can stamp, but if they stamp it for him, it's definitely one of them. Time passed quickly, cutting to the main tower #1. Inside the vice principal's office, he was still admiring his precious vase when the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. The vice principal glanced over to see who was entering and immediately jolted. He hurriedly stood up to greet. "Welcome, young master," he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Ma Ducio, carrying the application form, nodded in greeting. Yes, it's been a while, Grand. Carrying the club opening request letter, Ma Yuseong approached Vice Principal Achai Hayden and sat down. Once comfortable, Ma Yuseong laughed loudly. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought. I like it already. Vice Principal Achai Hayden in front of him waved his hand and gave an awkward laugh. Haha, really. But then he frowned slightly and thought to himself, what the hell is this crazy kid doing here? He tried to force a smile and asked Ma Yuseong, but what brings you here today? From his hand, Ma Yuseong pulled out the paper they had discussed earlier with Beek Yuseol and Azel. Still keeping his smile, he continued, club registration application, stamp it for me. Achai Hayden was caught off guard by this, his embarrassment leaving him frozen for a few seconds. But he quickly reached out, took the paper, and gave a few comments. Club registration application. First, I need to check if it meets the establishment requirements. His suspicion was set, but in response, Ma Yuseong slammed his hand down on the table. This was understandable since the minimum member requirement wasn't even met. Faced with this slightly unpredictable change, Vice Principal Achai Hayden couldn't help but be surprised once again. His anxiety made him hear the continuation. No need to look at the content, right? Just stamp it. Ma Yuseong's cold expression was now clear. Achai Hayden could see the dark shadow lurking behind Ma Yuseong's smile. The request came next. You'll do it for me, won't you? Achai Hayden felt a deep unease and trouble from Ma Yuseong's gaze. He unconsciously swallowed and pulled his hand back, his mind racing. He knew he couldn't resist. Since this child was the successor of that man, there was absolutely no way to oppose. With no other choice, he had to accept the request. Yes, I'll do it. He held the paper in his hand, and a new issue came up. And Ma Yuseong, you know what I'm thinking. I know, he replied, adjusting his tie and saying that. After meeting the condition, he quickly headed toward the door but didn't forget to add, thanks, I'm off. After seeing the door close, Vice Principal Achai Hayden, who had stood motionless for a while, finally slumped into his chair and sighed. His eyes then showed clear contemplation. Like father, like son, they're exactly the same, half the man yet so arrogantly daring. But it won't be long now. One day I'll cut that arrogant neck with a single slap. Cutting to some classroom. The lecturer was starting to step out the door, and the students immediately focused their gazes, countless thoughts forming instantly in someone's mind. Ha, finally over. That professor always nitpicks nonsense during presentations. Yeah, especially with commoners, he picks on them even more. Zeki, standing to the side, got up holding a few documents tightly in her hand. As she held them, her hands trembled slightly, and countless thoughts suddenly flooded her mind. I could have performed so much better in front of everyone, but I got so nervous I messed up. I could have done way better than Flame. Then from nearby, Flame approached, smiled, and said, Zeki, your presentation today was really good. Don't worry about what the professor said. You did great. But Zeki turned away and shouted, enough, leaving Flame watching with a bewildered look. This little one really, I was worried about her, yet she doesn't even understand people's feelings. And then unexpectedly, a voice spoke up beside her. It's true though, making Flame turn in surprise to see Beek Yuseol. She exclaimed loudly, ah, you scared me, what's up? Seeing her startled expression, Beek Yuseol smiled and said, nothing big, you're close with the professors, right? I'm trying to start a club. Could you ask a professor for me? Flame first assessed and asked back, why don't you do it yourself? Beek Yuseol immediately gave his reason. The professors hate me, so I'm kinda embarrassed and don't dare ask. Hearing that, Flame added, yeah, makes sense, just look at your usual attitude. She continued listing a series of issues. You always argue with the professors, sleep in class, you're lucky you haven't gotten a warning yet. Hearing this, Beek Yuseol just laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, it's not that bad. But then Flame continued while closing her eyes. But who would bother helping with something that troublesome? But then an idea suddenly popped into her head, and she said it in his surprise. Oh right, aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altarisha? Farewell to their conversation here. Beek Yuseol was walking down some hallway. Countless thoughts kept appearing in his head. Turns out assistant professors can supervise students too. Since I only played the game following the plot, I never knew about that. After walking a bit, he was suddenly surprised by something and stopped. Ahead of him, some professor holding documents stepped out of a room in front. No one else, it was Professor Tyrande, the one who gave him trouble earlier. His face carried a somewhat sinister look, as if some long-planned scheme was about to take shape. Still standing there observing, Beek Yuseol was a bit dazed. What the heck? Cutting to Assistant Professor Altarisha's private research room. Beek Yuseol arrived, opened the door, and greeted with a smile. Hello. But then he showed a surprised look again. Looking at the professor in front of him, he asked, Professor Altarisha. She was standing pensively staring at the papers scattered all over the floor. As soon as she saw someone appear, the professor looked over with teary eyes, and she quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears. She said, You're here, I wonder what's the matter. Beek Yuseol immediately questioned the assistant professor. "Assistant professor, what in the world is going on?" And then Beak Yusial listened in slight confusion as the assistant professor explained. Ah, it's like this. After hearing her story for a while, he noticed the desk that now only had a few sheets of paper left. A few questions came from him afterward. "Assistant professor, the thesis you said you prepared earlier, where is it now?" Hearing that, assistant professor Altarisha froze for a moment, her hand then trying to clench tighter. But she still forced a smile to hide her earlier emotions and continued telling him, I already gave it to the professor, you know that. There's an upcoming academic conference. The professor said he'll use my thesis there. I should actually feel grateful. A place full of talented alchemists like that." But unexpectedly, Beak Yusial interrupted the assistant professor, and his face darkened afterward. "Isn't that just being stolen? Will your name even be mentioned in it?" The assistant professor froze again at that, but still smiled and continued. "It's fine. Things like this are just life experience." Hearing that, Beak Yusial felt helpless, his gaze shifting sideways with a new thought. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have just asked her to supervise the club. His gaze then turned toward somewhere, where the blackboard containing magic, with countless formulas stood. His train of thought continued. Soon Professor Men will solve that formula, even if I want to let Altarisha complete it herself before that happens. But cutting off the sudden thought here, Beak Yusial turned to Assistant Professor Altarisha and said, "Assistant Professor, you have another thesis you're preparing, right? Last time we solved it together, remember?" Altarisha was surprised and said, Oh, the one about stochastic intersection combined with Qigong. I tried applying your unique idea, but it didn't work. It's not for nothing that it's been an unsolved problem for 300 years. Looking toward the blackboard again, Altarisha continued, "Just unblock one stuck part, and you can see the path ahead." But then the surprise shifted to Assistant Professor Altarisha when she heard him say afterward, "I already solved that part." With her surprise, Altarisha immediately asked, What did you just say? You really solved it, for real?" To prove it, Beak Yusial turned and walked to one side, replying, "Yes, but I just stumbled on a trick to solve it, so I don't really understand it deep." He then picked up the chalk and began writing his explanation and formulas on the board. Altarisha kept staring intently at everything he wrote. A face full of surprise mixed with astonishment appeared there. After writing a few formulas, matrices, and indices on the board, he turned back, smiled, and said, "But if it's you, it'll definitely be different." Altarisha quickly stepped close to the blackboard where he had just written. Her focus and analysis came out afterward. "Right, if we add scattering and reflection to the Trini coefficient in this formula, then add the Panusan flow too." Hearing her say those words, Beak Yusial smiled in satisfaction. The thought formed right after. She's already completely immersed, such incredible focus. Unlike me, who only mimics what I see, she's a true genius, a genius who can change the future of all humanity. He then turned his body to one side. "My role here is done." And so he walked out of the room, leaving Altarisha alone to continue her research. The rest could only be left to trust in her talent and wait. Continuing his journey, a certain fragrance drifted out from somewhere in a room, and Beak Yusial's footsteps came to a stop right there. "Ah, finally made it. My body's so sore and tired," with thoughts quickly forming right after. After that, thanks to Altarisha's help, I successfully established the gourmet club with myself as the leader, and I was able to get the outside permission permit. His eyes then closed tightly, even though there was a bit of suspicion during the process. But anyway, it was fortunate to get the permit so easily. A conversation between him and teacher Lee popped up right after training. While requesting outside permission under the name of the Gourmet Club, he could only laugh awkwardly. "Ha ha, yeah, that's right." And so he kept walking forward, where a large tree branch appeared, with a thought crossing his mind. As long as it doesn't cause any trouble, it's fine. And then once again, he surprised himself next. Oh, a giant tree. It appeared right before Beak Yusial's eyes, with the assessment coming right after. Is that the Third World Tree? Updated information. Nam Hoa Lin Garden. Many new buildings had appeared under this giant tree. This time, Beak Yusial had arrived at the place where the elves lived. An unexpected remark slipped out as he walked forward. "No way, this can't even compare to the game graphics." After moving a bit further, a female elf appeared and greeted him with a bright smile. "It's an honor to meet the Mage of Stella." A male elf standing nearby added, "May your sincere heart reach the Earth Mother." Seeing these two appear, he immediately gave a warm smile. "I wish you all continue to receive blessings from the world tree that gifted this beautiful garden," with a few thoughts taking place in him afterward. Probably because back then, Altman and Eltruin saved them from the second world tree that was burning and about to collapse. Many elves recognize Stella's uniform, so they act quite friendly. Looking at the others here, he made another assessment. Just like the game settings, there really are a lot of handsome guys and beautiful girls, but among them, there truly is one exceptionally beautiful elf. That is the king of the flower elf tribe, Hoasiorin, with an appearance like a goddess. Hoasiorin once made countless male gamers fall for her, and is the character with the most fans in the game world. However, elves have no gender, and only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the person they love. Hoasiorin was born in female form, but since she has never truly loved anyone, according to the setting, this character still has no gender. Later, when she falls for Flame, Hoasiorin chooses to become male. No matter which storyline you pick, there's no option for Hoasiorin to choose female, which drove countless male gamers to despair. A tragic yet funny story. I used to like Hoasiorin too. While walking and reminiscing about those things, Beak Yusial kept heading deeper inside. A certain surprise caught his attention. A smile appeared on his lips along with a glance over. Found it. This place is the mysterious labyrinth, the garden of celestial spirit Leafhanel. Before moving on, he stopped and began pondering. My current skills have been strengthened quite a lot. It's better to prepare for the upcoming events. Some old memories returned. Receive item reward, Leafhanel's light key. Holding a key in his hand, a smile appeared on his lips again. Lucky I can use it earlier than I thought. And so Beak Yusial inserted the key into the lock in front of him, but his system suddenly appeared right after. Warning: if you open the gate leading to this place, there's a chance that someone else holding a key will also detect. Seeing it, he wasn't too surprised. The assessment came right out. This warning line I definitely saw in the game before, and then the thought replaced again. But among the players, it was confirmed that nothing special happened. At this point, what else could possibly go wrong? After that thought, Beak Yusial once again connected the key to the lock and turned it to one side. A gate carrying blinding light appeared before his eyes. System information updated. The gate leading to the garden of celestial spirit Leafhanel is open. Cutting to some castle, this place is the Elf Kingdom, the cradle of the celestial spirit tribe. Along a massive palace appearing inside a room, at the center bed, a white-haired girl was sleeping. But then something made this girl sit up immediately, her slow footstep. Then gradually stepped off the bed and approached to open a window. In the distance, the giant world tree appeared. Information about this girl appeared right after. The king of the flower elf tribe, Hoasiorin, looked toward the far distance and murmured thoughtfully, "The world is so peaceful today, isn't it?" Nearby above, two doves were exchanging with each other. Looking at them, she added, "I wonder when I can be free like that." Her golden eyes also showed her own longing. Just watching those birds makes me jealous already. But then someone's footsteps appeared, and the surrounding scene changed a bit. Sensing a certain energy shift, she surprised herself with the thought, "This aura is." She touched her forehead, then the assessment continued in her mind. Has someone entered the secret garden where Leafhanel is sleeping? That place shouldn't be accessible to anyone. Who the hell is it? Worry clearly showed on her face. What should I do now? Carrying that concern, she placed her hand on something placed nearby, and then put on a hooded cloak, heading toward the door and preparing to leave. But then she stopped her steps, hand gripping the hem of her robe tightly with countless new thoughts. No holding back, I've endured for decades already. I can't act recklessly now. What if the curse activates and drives someone into madness? She hesitated a bit more. Let's wait until the destined day comes, then I'll investigate and return to Beak Yusial. He was currently making himself sneeze a bit. Achoo. Around him appeared clouds of dust. His footsteps were full of it. The assessment came out afterward. Ah, this damn pollen. And then something suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to move quickly to dodge. Whoa, damn roots. After moving a distance, he stopped at some position. More precisely, he was standing next to a giant flower. Adjusting his clothes, he said a few words. If I keep fighting, there'll be no end. But he took out a bottle with a special smile and continued. Good thing I prepared incendiary bombs with alchemy in advance. Without a second's hesitation, Beak Yusial threw the bottle he was holding forward. Light flashed instant. The tree caught fire and burned, flames engulfing the whole area. On this side, Beak Yusial had drawn his familiar sword, ready in stance. Assessment confirmed. Then I can't miss this chance. His body suddenly changed at an astonishing speed, accelerating forward as he charged straight toward the target. His eyes focused to find a fixed position, and then he locked onto the attack target there. Position determined, Beak Yusial let his sword gently pierce through it. With just those two basic attacks, this tree monster gradually dissipated. System settlement information displayed. You have gained experience points. Standing to the side reviewing the situation, eyes half closed, he commented, "Phew, for ordinary monsters this is enough." Quickly adjusting his mood, looking ahead of him, he continued, "Now let's go accomplish the real goal." System panel appeared again. You have entered the maze boss room. Coming to a garden with blue glowing flowers, someone was leaning against a central pillar. From nearby, Beak Yusial took steps approaching. Then he had to stop and observe ahead. Is that celestial spirit Leafhanel? Continuing with Beak Yusial's narration, The most mysterious being in the world is the soul. This means a pure soul that has been forged over hundreds of years and finally achieved enlightenment, transforming into a new form of existence. People say even the world doesn't have many such entities. But the being before him was not a perfect soul. That woman had lost her heart right before she became a soul and was trapped in that state forever. Under the shining moonlight in a somewhat dreamy night, Beek Yusial saw someone leaning against the central pillar. Anxiety began to envelop Beek Yusial. He tried to take a deep breath and then step by step advanced forward. Even though a head only existed in soul form, the pressure from the enormous mana began pressing on his body, the great pressure making his body somewhat slump. Although he had read the previous warning that he must always wear high-grade protective armor, right now he had nothing at all. The intense pressure quickly forced his body to kneel, thoughts racing in his head. Supernatural mana pressure, a problem added to his thoughts. Indeed, even in death, a soul is still a soul. Proof being the pressure it emits at the moment of death. But because of that, I can't give up here. Gritting his teeth tightly, gathering all his strength focused in his body, he began to slowly stand up. It was somewhat difficult for him. However, he finally succeeded in standing, but most of his body was trembling because of the previously mentioned issue. Body cannot store mana. After moving step by step for a while, he now appeared next to the soul, heavy breathing clearly visible on him. By now he could see more clearly that this soul was clasping hands praying for something, green light outlining a beautifully ethereal space, and then a surprise was brought to him. Information panel appeared. Experience for slow mana accumulation skill has increased. Stopping his blunder, Beek Yusial leaned back a bit. A complaint slipped out right after. Now I feel like life's a bit better. System information panel still there. Ability values increased. He fell into a somewhat lethargic state. That's right, this place is a precious training ground left by the soul, one of the world's mysteries that even the most brilliant mages cannot discover. It's one of those random coincidences that mages all over the world desperately seek. Mana Bloodline. This is a mystical place where even ordinary training can bring effects dozens to hundreds of times greater. Moreover, thanks to absorbing energy from a natural soul, compatibility increases significantly, and then his face became dazed with the next thought. Right, it's really hard for me to find a suitable training room, but here I can practice new moves that I've never trained in other rooms. But quickly after that he shifted his attention back to the soul statue, more precisely something lying on it. Thoughts formed. But before that, no more thinking. He took it out and held it in his hand. Notification panel appeared specifically. You have obtained the item Branch of Hatred. A smile bloomed on his lips along with a hand on hip there. Information then appeared in more detail. Branch of Hatred, high rare grade, description. Hatred never fades with time but only grows stronger day by day. Special feature Hatred. When upon first contact, the target falls into an abnormal state of resentment. 2. Upon second contact, the target's hatred explodes, dealing significant additional damage to those with dark attributes. 3. Damage from resentment or hatred accumulates daily and can last up to 3 months. 4. If the target has danger level 6 or higher, damage may be reduced by half. Single-use feature. Looking at the item just obtained, a confident smile pushed up another level. With this I can deal with the 8th sequence insect, Mage Mazen Tyrant. I've also obtained the image artifact, so let's start training. Time passed quickly. Cutting to a few weeks later, Beek Yusial opened his system panel to check information. Slow mana accumulation level 3, strength increased by 8%, agility increased by 12%, sensation increased by 20%, sixth sense intuition activated by consuming user's mental power. It can detect mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and activate accelerated perception. Automatically activates when the user is deemed in danger. Mana circulation rate in blood 2%. He exhaled, phew, then put his hand to his chin and commented, current stats are around mid 2-star level. A thought appeared in his head. There's still a long way ahead because the main characters have already reached 4 stars or more. The training process continued without stop. In this world, there's no master who can teach swordsmanship, so I need to repeatedly practice simple thrusts and slashes to hit the enemy's weak points more accurately. His determination lit up even more. I have to try harder. His sword raised high behind him, sacrificing body, blood, bones, and sweat in the training process. Several slashes he called basic were created in front, but then some pressure interfered with his body. It felt like something had just pierced through his chest. His sword dropped afterward, but it seemed like this was beneficial rather than harmful, because the assessment he gave afterward. Excellent. He himself was breathing heavily, hand continuously wiping sweat from his face. To show more, the system gave him some new information. You have learned some special breathing techniques, have obtained the skill Soul Breath. But then Beek Yusial felt something off. His vision gradually blurred. The perceived world began to twist abnormally. A heavy feeling enveloped his body. eyes showing signs of drowsiness, and then his worldview twisted into a strange shape. But quickly after that he jolted awake, hearing someone's rapid-fire questions. What are you doing right now? Didn't you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice? You can't hear. You hear me but ignore me. I wish that were the case. Do you hear me? Yes, yes, answer quick. I'm waiting. I told you to answer quick. Hurry up. The surprised expression still there. He quickly placed his hand on his chest as if just startled. That was creepy. What the hell was that? Where did that sound come from? But then a new sound arose, making him turn his eyes back in surprise. Huh, can you hear my voice right now? Beak Yusial confirmed. Are you the soul? His gaze focused on the soul statue here. Thoughts quickly replaced. What did the soul Leafhanel talk to me about? He covered his mouth and exclaimed right after. What the heck? That corpse is talking to me. But opposite specks of light began converging in one place and forming a sign. The soul spoke. I'm not dead yet. You're really a bad person. The question from Beak Yusial continued. What was that? What did you just say? The issue was answered by the soul. I've been talking the whole time, but you couldn't hear because you're deaf. You still can't grasp the situation. Beak Yusial added a new question. Why could I suddenly hear that sound when I couldn't hear anything before? While picking up the sword that had fallen to the ground just now, the soul replied, Isn't it because we're similar? He froze for a few seconds, but then his face showed even more surprise as the voice continued. You just breathed the same breath as me. A train of thought immediately formed in his head. Right away, a previous notification appeared saying that some skill had been learned. A new detailed information panel popped up. Soul Breath Level 1. Soul Breath allows you to become one with nature, significantly increasing blood circulation speed, but causing mana erosion effects. First form increases strength by 107%. Second form increases agility by 125%. Third form increases sensation by 147%. Fourth form adds 101% strength boost with a maximum duration of 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate 1%. Looking at it, he fell into a rather long contemplation. What kind of amazing skill is this? The duration is a bit short, but it can instantly boost my physical stats straight to 4-star level. Right, he immediately spoke up. Oh wait, the penalty is divine power erosion. He drifted again in thought. This fits with what I said about losing the human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form using their own magical power. But I'm a mana-deficient person. I'm losing my own body. It means death is approaching. This is a great skill, but my lifespan will gradually decrease the more I use it. His eyes focused ahead. A new thought formed. No, I need to think more positively. Anyway, it's true that I've gained a useful skill I can use in emergencies. Opposite him, the soul statue looked somewhat pensive. After a while it spoke. Truly astonishing. This is only the second time a human has been able to breathe the breath of a soul. You're similar to that person with such a faint presence. Because your body has no mana at all, it's as if you don't exist in this world. Although he didn't understand much, Beak Yusial grasped the key point and asked back, Who was that person? The soul statue replied, That person also used a sword like you. They could cut through all magic and souls. His face showed surprise. What? He pieced it together in his mind. In the game there was never any mention of checking this. If you can slash a soul, then aren't you incredibly skilled? Another question came from him. Can I meet that person? The soul statue answered. No, you cannot. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the Origin Mage. It hit like thunder. Beak Yusial's face fell a bit. The Origin Mage, so he died a long time ago. But then he received another new line. Should I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I recorded their entire breath along with their movements. Beak Yusial grew even more surprised. Really? The soul's voice continued. In exchange, there's one condition. I cannot leave here or talk to anyone. I'm definitely already dead, so please save my heart, save me. Beak Yusial paused for a few seconds, his face then sinking somewhat. That's exactly the answer I expected. He spoke, Sorry, that's impossible. With my current abilities, I can't save the heart of another soul. The soul Leafhanel fell silent, the subsequent pensiveness clearly visible. After some hesitation, the soul continued. It doesn't have to be the heart of a soul, it's just the pure heart of a god. Beak Yusial was puzzled. If you use a god's heart, won't you lose most of your power? Hearing that, Leafhanel's voice temporarily softened. Are you okay? Rather than being trapped here forever in loneliness. A bitter feeling emerged in those words. Not knowing what that feeling was like, but Beak Yusial sighed in agreement. Yeah, all right, if it's just the heart of an ordinary god, then it probably won't be a problem. Some hidden thoughts formed in Beak Yusial. Anyway, the reason I'm training here is because of the upcoming Spirit Beast signing ceremony. At that time, I'll encounter countless creatures. That's worth far more than saving one soul's heart. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said, I'll bring it as much as I can. The soul in front replied, Thank you, I'll wait. I have something for you as proof. Beak Yusial was skeptical. Proof. Pointing in a certain direction, there was another item. The soul's voice came. Look at the pillar behind me, he asked. What is this? The soul replied. This is proof that you're my friend. Beak Yusial picked it up in his hand. System knowledge updated. Leaf Hanel's flower necklace, proof of friendship item. New thoughts rushed in. I've never heard of an item like this even in the game. He put it in his pocket. All right, if there's no fire then I'll use it as firewood for now. But then he stopped putting the necklace in his pocket. No, wait, it's a sacred soul. He held it up in front of his face, admiring it with a smile. This is a sign of friendship, probably a pretty useful item after all. Cutting to the end of dawn, soft light shone through the window of some room. Someone's hand writing on a board appeared in frame. This place was no stranger. It was Stellar Academy, Altarisha's lab. She suddenly stopped her chalk writing. Before her eyes was the complete system of some formula. I did it. In the somewhat cramped room, Altarisha had solved the entire formula that Beak Yusial had given her earlier. But then some sound rang out. She didn't pay much attention. Oh, this isn't the time. She moved to her note-taking desk and began writing. The pen was placed down. After a while, she smiled in satisfaction. Tomorrow a new era will begin. Would Yusial be happy if he knew about this? Co-author Beak Yusial, yeah. Capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire. A vast, high and desolate area containing the two main resources. Gold mines and iron mines, buildings so tall they couldn't even reach the end of sight. These buildings were so high they looked like a cyberpunk-style construction forest. In the sky, countless steel wires and countless trains running back and forth. It looked like a spider web, so it was called Spider City. The gloomy and dark atmosphere gave a foreboding feeling. But the dwarves who actually lived here were full of vitality. Beak Yusial along with Altarisha had set foot here, and he smiled brightly saying, "We've arrived," though a bit surprised Altarisha next to him confirmed, "Yes, that's right." A few explanations formed afterward. Today is the day of the academic conference. The location of the academic conference changes every year, and this year the event will be held at Jumhakwang Academy, the best alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the creators of material magic are dwarves, this year's conference is expected to have a different scale than usual. In addition, people say that the best alchemist in Khodan, also known as the Golden Alchemist Hwal Siak Ko, will participate in this academic conference. A thought appeared in Beak Yusial's head, mixed with satisfaction. This is the perfect time to present Altarisha's latest research finding. But then his gaze shifted to Altarisha beside him. She continued, "But Yusial, is this really okay?" Worry clearly showed on her face. This is exactly what that professor researched for half his life. Seeing her like that, Beak Yusial felt a bit worried and thought, is that person good or an idiot? Even when her own research was stolen, she couldn't do anything, yet she can still say such nice things. Seeing it wasn't good, he immediately changed the mood. "Don't worry," Altarisha looked over. And he continued, "It's not that I copied Professor Mason Tyron's research. It's just that the assistant is better than the professor." Altarisha was a bit dazed on the spot. "Yes, thank you." And so the two continued forward. He went on, "Then let's go in. There's way too much red carpet in front, so let's just use the back door, okay?" Altarisha didn't refuse. "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." Everyone then proceeded inside. The host's broadcast voice rang out. "Hello to all the doctors, professors, and researchers of the Goodwill Association. The 87th Golden Section Science Conference is about to begin. In this first session, we will introduce a new type of medicine." Footsteps of one person stepped up. No one else, it was Professor Mason Tyrond. The host's voice continued after she reached the position. "First, we have Professor Mason Tyrond from Stella Academy." After starting the introduction, she projected some information on the screen. The introduction began. "Hello, I am Mason Tyrond from Stella Academy. Today I will introduce the alpha type of red potion." She began her lengthy presentation. Everyone listened attentively to those words, but we couldn't know what she was saying. After a long while she concluded, "That's all." Everyone was shocked. Beak Yusial stood in a corner, arms crossed, observing, while the crowd's discussion erupted afterward. "Oh, Professor Mason Tyrond really has a brilliant idea to improve that hard-to-make red potion." Looking at the discussion, a few thoughts appeared in Beak Yusial's head. Seems like she's very good at talking about Altarisha's thesis, as if it were her own. There are many ways to play here. The main dish is about to start right now. One person stepped forward. The host's voice rang. "Next is the presentation by Assistant Altarisha from Stella Academy." Altarisha stepped up to the exact position where Professor Mason Tyrond had stood before. She decided to speak. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy." But no one paid attention to her words. People below started whispering, "Hey, isn't that the person from the pharmaceutical company I introduced before? I really liked the presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method that the professor explained." Beak Yusial above listened attentively to Altarisha's words from below. She continued, The topic I will present today is. A faint smile appeared on Beak Yusial's lips, and her next sentence made the hall fall silent for a moment. This is a perfect summary and understanding of the complete analysis and explanation of the mixed number intersection alchemy magic. The noise stopped noticeably. No one dared to discuss further. But then one person couldn't hold back and immediately questioned her. Do you know what position you're standing in? Altarisha was a bit flustered hearing that, her words in response. Yes, of course, this is a wonderful and respectable position for someone like me. The questioning directed at her again. So how should we understand what you just said? Altarisha was anxious, her hands clenched and placed in front of her chest, but then regained confidence. Please accept it in the way of an alchemist. Once again, people below started discussing. But that mixed number intersection magic is completely unreasonable. In principle, martial magic and alchemy can't mix. This has been an unsolved problem for 300 years. Above the golden alchemist, Hwal Siak Ko put his hand to his mouth, adjusting his state. He continued, I'm really looking forward to it. I want to find the truth inside a magic that seems impossible. This little alchemist, please announce your discovery for all of us to know. Altarisha couldn't help but be surprised by this. A bit of blush appeared on her face from happiness. She continued, thank you. But then someone suddenly stood up and shouted, I object. No one else, it was Professor Mason Tyrand. Words came out with gritted teeth. Before presenting Assistant Professor Altarisha's report, I want to raise some questions about the mentioned report. Professor Hwal Siak Ko looked over asking, what is your doubt? But then something urged Professor Mason Tyrand. Looking at Altarisha in front, she clearly said, there is suspicion of plagiarism. Altarisha's face was dazed while people's discussion didn't stop. Oh my god, plagiarism. Suspecting plagiarism too. Hwal Siak Ko looked excited. Haha, funny indeed. Do you know what happens if you make a plagiarism accusation and can't prove it? With a faint smile, Professor Mason Tyrand said, of course. She stepped closer to Altarisha's position, standing in front block, spreading her arms sideways, saying, as everyone knows, the mixed number intersection alchemy magic has 5 difficulties. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic harmonize, she continued. Up to now, only 2 of these problems have been solved in the academy, and even then they can only be considered incomplete answers. Beak Yusial, arms crossed, listened to these words from Mason Tyrand. The professor below continued, but I have solved the 4 hardest problems. And the assistant Altarisha standing here is my alchemy assistant, and my assistant. Altarisha was anxious. The crowd's discussion set up again. If that's true, then this report. Mason Tyrand hadn't finished. Of course, my thesis is correct. Even if the assistant solved the 5th puzzle, criticism weighed heavily on Altarisha's shoulders. Can you really say that you solved the remaining 4 problems yourself? Mason Tyrand looked triumphant, glancing at Altarisha beside. A dangerous smile appeared along with the thought. Altarisha, you fool. I have to admit your genius and superior talent, but this is where an alchemist's life like yours must end. Talent is forever. Professor Mason Tyrand approached Altarisha closely. The question, along with a hand on hip, was posed. So what do you think, Assistant Altarisha? Altarisha still hadn't escaped this difficulty. Trembling feeling returned along with new thoughts. Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is gradually turning white. What should I do? But then an intention urged her. If you feel difficult being alone, then call me. Calm gradually integrated back. She narrowed her eyes, raising her hand. I have someone who helped me. I want to call one more person to appear like everyone else, from above. Altarisha continued, for this entire report I am the co-author. A trembling finger was raised straight forward, pointing toward where Beak Yusial was standing, and said, that student is Beak Yusial. Not expecting this scene, his face showed worry mixed with surprise. New thought appeared. I'm the co-author. After being introduced by Altarisha as the co-author, Professor Mason Tyrand also looked toward Beak Yusial. The boy on this side took steps, gradually advancing to the podium. The crowd's discussion mixed in. This is ridiculous, a young student like that. I don't think anything will really change beyond verbal arguments. The golden alchemist Professor Hwal Siak Ko over here felt a bit of interest, crossing his arms in anticipation. Oh ho, I'm really looking forward to this. On Beak Yusial's side, after moving, he was now closer to the presentation podium, his eyes somewhat looking down at the ground, carrying a slightly melancholic mood. He gradually approached Professor Mason Tyrand. His gaze looked straight at this professor, without the slightest worry or hesitation. He quietly walked past beside Professor Mason Tyrand. But then a sudden surge of magical energy poured out. This came from the branch he was holding in his hand. The direction this source of spiritual power touched was the professor's arm. A system information panel quickly updated. Special resentment skill of the branch of vengeance item has been activated. Target of resentment. Mason tired. After he passed by, it seemed Professor Mason didn't notice it at all, only showing a bit of anger, looking over and speaking. HMPH, how rude. Seeing the opponent didn't realize, he gave a faint smile along with the thought, all right, it's taken effect. After reaching the necessary position, he stopped and officially faced the scholars below. Silence formed first, then with an emotionless face, Beak Usial spoke. First of all, let me carefully listen to Professor Mason Tyron's argument. There's a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times, so let's solve this cross-training technique together right here. A smile appeared on him, and once again the crowd's discussion arose. A debate between a professor and her own assistant to settle this report. Sounds way too interesting. I agree with everyone. Altarisha's worry directed toward him, speaking somewhat stammeringly. Hey Usial, seeing her anxious. He looked over but then turned the question back. Hey assistant, don't you trust me? Hearing that Altarisha was a bit dazed. Ah no, I do trust you. To make it more certain, Beak Usial comforted. I've been by your side the whole time, so don't worry assistant Altarisha, you can do it. I trust you more than anyone else. Looking at his smiling face, Altarisha blushed a little, thoughts running through her head. After this, can I really do it? Her hand gripped her collar tightly. Regaining focus, she adjusted her glasses, thoughts flooding in. That's right, Beak Usial is correct. I have to believe in everything I've done all this time. Her hair was neatly fixed. On this side, Professor Mason Tyrand was dazed, unable to adjust the situation here. After regaining confidence, Altarisha stepped forward to stand opposite Mason, saying, Then let's begin. Encouraged by Beak Usial earlier, Altarisha was completely confident. Starting with some new information, the variable intersection method in alchemy, 300 years ago an alchemist declared, I have found a magical formula that can solve this equation. This is the magical array that can solve the anomalous equation, but I urgently need to use the bathroom, so I can't write it down. Afterward, he died in the bathroom, making this formula famous. Since then, countless alchemists have tried it, but all failed, so now no one wants to try anymore. This unsolved formula is considered impossible, but now someone claims they will solve the stochastic intersection magic formula. A smoker with a cold face gave a comment. Interesting. Information about this person appeared. Member of the Moonbone Tower, Destruction Squad number 13, Squad Leader Keen. Another girl in similar attire standing nearby yawned long. What's so interesting? It's boring to death. Updated information. Vice Squad Leader Hyjin Macaron. Both appeared here in stealth state. After finishing the long yawn, Vice Squad Leader Hyjin Macaron looked up, giving half an eye assessment. But Captain, is that professor really a black magician? Someone nearby discussed. Seems like there's a cigarette smell around. Looking toward where both were recording information, on the blackboard Vice Squad Leader, Hyjin Macaron's assessment came out. The more I think, the more this mission feels like a total scam. She glanced at Keen beside her without saying anything. Ellipsis appeared. She helplessly rubbed her head, closed her eyes, and continued. Who knows, Captain blindly believes whatever that old man says. But then she suddenly opened her eyes, looking forward. Not just her, even Keen paid attention in that direction. Where Professor Mason Tyrand and Assistant Altarisha faced each other again, assessment formed quickly in thought. The atmosphere in this conference hall has changed, hasn't it? The host's voice rang out. Yes, the first difficult problem has just been solved. Arriving at the position of Golden Alchemist Professor Hwal Siak Ko, he was surprised by the information recorded below. Observing the stream of specific and detailed information on the two blackboards, he gave the assessment. Similar yet a completely different approach. On this side, Squad Leader Keen formed thoughts while observing intently in the same direction. However, the assistant's explanation is simpler than Professor Mason Tyrand. Moreover, the final result is also slightly different. Below, the host's voice rang again. Next is the solution to the second difficult problem. Both advanced to their blackboards and continued writing. In the observation area, some people started focusing, worry mixed with surprise clearly on faces. Truly astonishing. Quite a few have solved the second problem before, but this way of explanation is the first time I've seen it. Problem said to require at least 200 lines to solve and clarify, yet she solved it with exactly 12 lines. The person everyone was discussing was Altarisha. On one side, observing the situation, Beak Usial crossed arms smiling, giving assessment in thought. The audience's reaction is really good. Keeping the smile thoughts replaced, but really now is the main part. The host's voice rang. Currently, the solution to the third difficult problem is continuing. Will the third problem, which no one has ever solved until now, really be broken right here? Both focused on writing research results on the board. Altarisha's face began showing worried sweat, while Professor Mason Tyrand was much more anxious. Both stopped writing. And Hwal Siak Ko below was surprised. Assessments came continuously. She really solved it. Professor Mason, who solved the third problem, considered impossible, truly impressive result. Although hearing praise, Professor Mason showed no joy, instead mixed surprise. While Siak Ko's words pointed out. But more than that, Assistant Altarisha has something even more impressive. Looking at the result hidden by Altarisha, Professor Mason began irritated and angry, thoughts taking over. What kind of explanation is that? On this side, Beak Yusial gave a satisfied smile, hearing non-stop discussions around. How could she come up with such an approach? Even witnessing it, I still can't believe it. Some new information proposed. Up to now, alchemy predecessors viewed the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues and solved them one by one, but Altarisha is completely different. She treated all 5 problems as one whole, then solved in an integrated way. That is also the difference between Mason Tyrant and Altarisha. The process of solving difficult problems continued. Professor Mason's writing hand began trembling. Calculation thoughts no longer working well. Wait, what was the formula for the later part? Looking back at the blackboard, she cursed. Damn it, there's not enough board to write on. She turned to the nearby host, shouting loudly, please bring another board in here. Her voice grew harsher. Hurry up. But then a familiar sound arose, instantly erasing the tense atmosphere. I'm already done. Professor Mason's eyes froze, then looked to the side, where Altarisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked toward the people below. Altarisha explained, directing to everyone. Just now was the complete analysis and explanation of the stochastic intersection magic formula. Light flashed where she was, her calm voice echoing throughout the hall, ending this difficult problem. Everyone couldn't hold back their temperament, sounds overwhelming everything. Insane, this is truly too crazy. Am I witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, so moving. This is really the moment of the century. Altarisha, below, hearing these words, felt joyful confidence forming in thought. I did it. She directed toward Beak Yusial, standing not far, adding thought. Thank you, Yusial, it's all thanks to you. Her smile was still there, but another voice appeared. Altarisha, facing her, was darkness radiating from Professor Mason Tyrant. Altarisha looked over full of worry. Professor Beak Yusial stepped forward to stand beside Altarisha. Then an arm was raised, and the dark magical energy emanating from Professor Mason Tyrant became increasingly evident. A voice with something off came from her immediately. Altarisha, some confession was also revealed. How much longer do you plan to make me suffer? You revised the stolen thesis like that and even fabricated it as your own. Does it feel good? Beak Yusial took one step forward, shielding Altarisha behind him, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. And a train of thought quickly formed in his head. Is she about to turn into a black magician right now? It's earlier than expected, but that's actually better. Not only that, looking at Professor Mason in front of him, he formed a new thought. If she turns into a black magician right here in front of everyone, she won't be able to hold back the dark aura of rage anymore. She called out the name again. Altarisha, Altarisha. Her eyes finally showed pure hatred. Altarisha was still in a state of anxiety. She tried to regain calm by biting her lip. Altarisha suddenly shouted loudly, I told you to just admit it already. Confidence returned to her. Following that momentum, Altarisha clearly stated, my thesis is even more outstanding than the professor. Wasn't the presentation just now enough? How much more do you have to steal my thesis to feel satisfied? Hearing these words from her, the audience as well as the scientists began to be surprised and exchanged with each other. So the red potion thesis earlier was that assistant. No wonder. Not confident for long, Altarisha trembled again. Professor, Professor. Once more she burst with emotion, her voice louder than before. The professor is even more foolish than I am. Hearing this, Beak Yusial's face began to look dazed. As he glanced at her standing beside him, this feeling quickly spread to Squad Leader Keen and Vice Squad Leader Hyjin Macaron, who were standing over him. Finally, Professor Mason, who was the center of attention at this moment, also looked dazed. To cut through the awkward atmosphere, the golden alchemist Hwal Siak Ko spoke up. Breaking the mood, Keh, this is really interesting. He crossed his arms and burst into loud laughter. Ka ha ha ha, today's conference is truly very interesting. At this point, Professor Mason suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling dazed mixed with a voice because she knew she had revealed a bit of dark energy. What? She looked back at her trembling hands. What did I just do? Thoughts quickly replaced. Dangerous, really dangerous. Knowing where everything started from, Professor Mason carried anger, along with eyes toward one direction. Hurried footsteps, her purpose heading straight toward Altarisha. Specific threat materialized. Altarisha, how dare you? Altarisha was surprised and shrank back. This surprise quickly changed when Professor Mason saw a familiar figure blocking in front. That person was none other than Beak Yusial. His voice rang out slowly. Professor Mason, now please take a look at the situation. Following the voice, Professor Mason's face froze, then gradually fell into a state of daze, doubting life. She herself endured an invisible pressure, as countless eyes from the people below held no good feelings toward her. The alchemist sat silently waiting for the outcome to let people reduce doubt and understand the situation again. Professor Mason Tyrant turned sideways and spoke. "Ah no, it's not like that." At the peak she raised her hand to her chest, her voice higher. "That little wench stole my thesis." Below, hearing everything and assessing the situation, the alchemist Hwal Siok Ko said calmly, "Take her out." Someone quickly responded, "Yes." The order was carried out. Two surveillance elves stepped forward, taking Professor Mason to one side. Facing this situation, Professor Mason still tried to argue. "Ah no, I said I didn't do anything wrong." Both members of Destruction Squad number 13 watched her being taken away while her voice still hadn't stopped. "Let go, let me go." After the great danger and huge trouble had left, Altarisha sat down on the spot. All the initial burdens seemed to be lifted. From the front, a hand was slowly extended. Her sparkling eyes looked at that familiar hand. Beek Yusial, with a confident smile directed toward her who was sitting, spoke. "Assistant, you worked hard today." Hearing the encouragement from him, Altarisha was dazed for a few seconds, then gave a bright smile, dispelling all worry. The golden lights outside added a sparkling beauty to the place here. Cutting to Destruction Squad number 13 of the Moonbone Tower, both were now heading in one direction. Vice Squad Leader Hyjin closed her eyes and started a new conversation. "In the end, we got nothing at all." Hearing her speak without head or tail, but with a middle squad leader Keen grasped the issue, adding, "If emotions exploded to that extent, there should definitely be signs already." The sensor reacting to black magic erosion didn't show any response at all. A problem was continued by Vice Squad Leader Hyjin. "That's true too. After all, the spiritual sensing of the Moonbone Tower isn't absolute." A new question was added after glancing at Beek Yusial and Altarisha being surrounded by scholars. "By the way, isn't that kid the high school student they said was the co-op?" Directing toward Squad Leader Keen beside her, she paid attention to the assessment. "He's kinda cute, huh?" Keen gave half an eye, looking back. "Have you investigated yet?" Hyjin's dazed face replied, "Just got info from me." She provided detailed information about Beek Yusial. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by black magicians, so he should be a commoner. Lowest grades, yet how did he get into Class S? And studying at the world's most prestigious magic school without using magic. In short, very strange. Today, he also requested to remove his name from the paper. Didn't expect so much info. Squad Leader Keen calmly looked ahead. "I see, remember it well." His eyes showed surprise at something. From ahead, Beek Yusial looked directly at Keen. Carrying partial focus, the remaining 9 parts expressed not knowing. He decided not to pay attention, looked ahead again, and gave a bright smile. Standing there a bit dazed, Squad Leader Keen wondered to himself, "Wait, did our eyes just meet?" Hyjin beside looked over in disbelief. "What? No way." She looked toward Beek Yusial ahead, continuing. "The captain's perception reduction and my dark barrier were pierced so easily like that. Assessment, probably just an illusion." Focusing her gaze without looking away ahead, Keen was silent for a few seconds. Beek Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had just happened with the previous gaze. Beek Yusial's smile appeared as if nothing had just happened with the previous gaze. Keen had no words to say about him further. Countless ellipses appeared. With nothing left after confirming Professor Mason was not abnormal, Keen headed one way, saying, "Let's go, it's done." Hyjin put both hands behind her back, following, adding, "I'm fed up with this boring place too." Cutting to a carriage bearing distinct noble marks. Inside was the figure of someone angry, biting their nails. This person was none other than Professor Mason Tyrant. Non-stop curses arose. Damn it, if not for Beek Yusial, I wouldn't have to suffer humiliation like this." But from the front, someone was sitting reading a book with closed eyes, calmly saying, "Now that it's come to this, we have to deal with Beek Yusial. Calm down." Mason, seeing this person suddenly appear, her voice added drama. You're right." He continued speaking, "She caused this mess." After giving an indifferent gaze, he quickly closed the book in his hand tightly upon hearing the assessment from Mason Tyrant. "That's not trouble." Professor Mason Tyrant's face showed no light surprise, almost. Raiden continued with a face showing a bit of displeasure, eyes looking over, adding, "Almost. Fortunately, there was suppression from the contract. If emotions rose just a little more and caused chaos, it could ruin all our plans." Knowing she almost caused a great risk, Professor Mason was dazed on the spot. "Sorry, I sincerely apologize." Seeing her only know to say such words, Raiden put the book back into space while closing eyes, sighing. "Do you think just apologizing can solve the problem? The leader is extremely disappointed. Immediately adjust your mindset back to how it was at first. She continued, you've almost lost your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Not accepting this professor, Mason shouted loudly, her voice explaining continuously. No, I have many connections in the plagiarism review board. This incident I can still make everything smoother. I haven't been expelled yet. Hearing her talk a bit too much, Raiden closed eyes, interrupting. Be silent and stand still, bow your head to the ground, and walk. That's the most useful thing you can do. Questioning replaced the atmosphere. Understood. She then teleported away, leaving Professor Mason with a series of demands. Don't move and stay silent until the commander gives instruction. When only one person remained, Mason, tired, poured out hatred, clenching her fists, blame directed straight at one person. This all because of Beak Yusiel. Her face showed clear danger. Some scheme was about to form. Recalling the image of both before being dragged away, Professor Mason added thought. Just wait a little longer, just wait a little more. His image deeply engraved in her mind. Cutting to a train moving towards somewhere. In one train compartment, Beak Yusiel crossed arms, staring at assistant Altarisha. His gaze shifted to one side. Assessment put into thought. What a pity. I thought if Professor Mason Tyrant used black magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse, forming the disaster of the 8th story. He continued, I guess everything will proceed calmly until the story is said to explode. Eyes closed, he leaned back, but thoughts still there. Can't do anything else, don't be too hasty. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the resentment branch has been activated. Suddenly, eyes opened. There's only one thing that bothers me a bit. He recalled the moment his unconscious eyes looked toward one direction, where Squad Leader Keen and Vice Squad Leader Hyjin Macaron stood together in dark stealth state. Looking at Keen, who was looking back at him, then new assessment specified. That person is definitely Keen. More detailed introduction. A small group of elite mages, selected with extreme strictness, the top dark mage unit Moonbone Tower, even in the Moonbone Tower. Famous for hunting dark mages, and which is the commander of destruction unit number 13, the most elite group is precisely Keen. Thoughts added depth. If I didn't have the sixth sense, I would never have noticed until the very end. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. Probably to monitor Professor Mason Tyrant. Whatever it is, it would be great if we could participate actively. Just thinking this far, he unconsciously noticed Assistant Altarisha, who had a drowsy face like she just woke up. The old story continued through a new one. Sorry, but can you spare a moment? As soon as the words ended, someone appeared near where Altarisha was sitting. A surprised question from her. Who is it? Before hearing the other introduce, she was surprised. The person opposite appeared in a white suit, characteristic elf ears, holding a hat. Opening with a cheerful face, saying, very pleased to meet everyone. Character information appeared. Chairman of the Nebula Corporation Melian. In-depth explanations supplementing knowledge. As game chapters develop, the worldview gradually expands. When protagonist Flame matures naturally, many other characters become targets, among them also known as the heart of the southern Lower Moon Plains. Chairman of the Nebula Corporation Melian, thanks to the golden ratio fate point, is predestined as the richest person in the world. Even though over 50 and having a daughter, he is still the target of many. The reason isn't because he's rich or handsome, but because his daughter is precisely Jelial. High-ranking elf Melian, fitting the title of villainous, who tormented the protagonist in various chapters. Players angry and trying to torment Melian as much as possible, targeting the person she loves most, her father, marrying Melian and destroying the family. After the long introduction process, Beak Yusiel let out a weary sigh, but didn't forget to sum up his thoughts. It sounds like a joke, but everyone's excited about this dramatic turn of events. Continuing, he looked ahead with half-lidded eyes, his indifferent demeanor clear. I expected this, but I didn't think he'd actually show up here. Overthinking kept forming non-stop. I need to leave a good impression in today's conversation to prepare for the upcoming chapters. Melian smiled brightly, looking at the two sitting together, and started with a few questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha, right? And this is the unnamed alchemist who hasn't been publicly revealed, correct? Ah, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? Beak Yusiel thought, I knew this was coming, but that question was really smooth. He answered right away. I'm Beak Yusiel, a first-year Class S student at Stella Academy. Melian was surprised. Oh, so you're a student at Stella Academy, it's a pleasure. While slipping his hand inside his coat, Melian closed his eyes and added, the reason I came to find you too. A carefully prepared stack of documents was placed in front of them. He explained clearly, to propose an exclusive alchemy formula contract with the Nebula Corporation for alchemist Altarisha. Of course, the terms will be very generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? Beak Yusiel's face showed no surprise, but Altarisha was stunned. As soon as she took the documents, ellipses appeared non-stop, her hands trembling along with the paper. Opening it, her eyes sparkled, her voice excited. Ah, this is unlimited material support and technicians. This amount of money I've never seen before. Thoughts formed, with these conditions I can create all the inventions I've always dreamed of to my heart's content. Yusial will definitely like it too. Her eyes looked toward him. But Beak Yusial looked blank, not understanding the meaning. Altarisha froze after seeing this expression, directing her opinion toward Melian. Sorry, could you give me a little more time to think? Knowing something wasn't quite right, Melian added, are the conditions still not enough? If you have any requests, please feel free to say them. But Altarisha quickly interrupted. No, it's not that. The conditions aren't just sufficient, they're way too much. Her focus brought a reasonable explanation. I need to discuss it with the co-author of this formula. Beak Yusial, sitting beside, was surprised by these words, not believing he was the reason for this important issue, his dazed expression clear. Huh. Hearing this, Melian chuckled, implying through his words, is that so? Thoughts slipped in. Co-author, huh? I thought that was just lip service, turns out it's real. Looking at the two opposite him, smiling brightly, he said, you don't need to worry about him. How could that be possible? Thoughts continued. At that teenage age, already helping solve a 300-year-old problem, he's definitely no ordinary genius, no matter what, he's still just a student. Assessment done, Melian raised his hand, asking, would you like to look at the contract? Additional thought, whether a genius in magic or alchemy, when it comes to deals, he's still just a kid. Following the suggestion, Beak Yusial took the paper, observing it carefully. Melian inferred, with these conditions, there's no way he can refuse. But Beak Yusial replied, I decline. Not expecting this, Melian's face showed extreme daze. Looking at him sitting opposite, questioning, may I know the reason? If the conditions aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them immediately. Pausing his words, Beak Yusial stared straight ahead, thoughts unfolding. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Corporation, the world's largest trading guild, is obviously a good thing. But Melian, despite his outstanding business talent, has an extremely stubborn personality, unwilling to let go of anything that's his. If this formula gets bound in his hands, only cheap, mass-produced items will be made, limiting the diversity, personality, and overall performance of equipment. He continued, moreover, due to excessive exclusivity, many mages won't be able to access the devices, and technological development will lean heavily toward commerce, allowing black magicians to catch up in technology. In fact, I've seen players choose this storyline branch. They only made money, but ended up with a tragic outcome. From those inferences, he added, it's not about the conditions, I simply don't want to sign an exclusive contract. Melian stammered, holding the paper, his face showing no expression. Beak Yusial continued, this technology, a fusion of magic studies and alchemy, will have a huge impact not just on daily life, but also on equipment crafting for mages. We want this technology to be used by as many mages as possible. Hearing this series of words, Melian gave a few confirmations. You have very big dreams and ambitions. Having great aspirations is good, but to realize those beautiful dreams, money is essential. Beak Yusial replied immediately. Perfect timing, I just finished negotiating with a series of investors, and one of them is Chairman Melian himself. As if understanding, Melian asked the important question. So you plan to sign contracts with those people, and also with me? If so, most of the conditions I offered will have to be cut. Not denying, Beak Yusial closed his eyes, smiling brightly, confirming. That's right. To be honest, I'm really tempted by those conditions too. His eyes gradually opened, his voice calm. It would elevate the products to luxury level. A new smile on his lips. That's the proposal I'm putting forward, yeah. Additional information from the setup indicators. Promote maximum popularization of items, but for hard-to-make luxury goods, I'll sign an exclusive brand contract with the Nebula Corporation. Beak Yusial was trying to lure Melian into those decisions. That's what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian opposite narrowed his eyes slightly. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his intention, his arm extended toward him, smiling and asking, excellent, but will those luxury items really sell? I would never do anything that harms myself. Knowing what he was worried about, Beak Yusial bowed his head, replying, yes, so I won't ask you to sign the contract right away. A cold yet confident gaze appeared. Half a year, let's hold an investor conference inside with Chairman Melian. Melian's face showed surprise as he continued, if you like the products I present, then please sign an exclusive brand contract with us. Seeing his meticulous calculation, Melian closed his eyes with his familiar smile. Yes, truly so. Yes, it's wonderful. Altarisha smiled, understanding that the other party had initially accepted. To prove the cooperation, Melian took out something like a business card, saying, this is a message paper, it also contains my contact information. Beak Yusial reached out to receive it. Yes, thank you. Annotation information appeared. Message paper, an item written on paper and sent that will definitely reach the recipient. Work done, Melian put his hat back on, his smile signaling farewell. All right then, I'll take my leave now. Beak Usial's face was nothing short of surprised. Meanwhile, Altarisha kept a faint smile. As calm as he had been, he was now trembling that much. He put his hand to his chest, checking if his heart had fallen out, his voice shaking. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die from nervousness." Seeing him like that, Altarisha worried along. Is that really the behavior of someone who's usually anxious? Before her dazed look, he replied, "I was really nervous." Hearing him say that, she gave a natural smile with praise. As expected, Usial is amazing. Hearing something odd in her words, Beak Usial was dazed. Huh. Seeing him confused, Altarisha changed her tone. "Ah, it's nothing." Not paying attention to her anymore, he focused on the door where Melian had just left, thoughts along with a smile showing. "Anyway, one problem solved. When we get back, I think I'll go to a nice restaurant with the club member." Additional information appeared. The science conference ended safely. Classes at Stellar Academy are proceeding normally. The professor on the podium spoke to the students below. "Professor, my Dan is unwell, so I'll be substituting for him in today's class." Beak Usial, wearing glasses, hearing this, looked with half-lidded eyes, thoughts returning. As expected, she disappeared without a trace. Thoughts rose higher as the image of Professor Mason Tyron's black magic appeared. If everything goes according to plan, Mason will fully awaken in Chapter 8 and cause massive damage to this school. I don't know how much everything will change in the future because of this incident. His gaze grew more serious. Could this chapter happen earlier? I hope at least it can occur at a level I can handle. Additional assessment. Not just Mason, even Altarisha isn't coming to school. Class ended and he was now walking down a hallway. He thought, seems like she's happy and getting retirement benefits now. Right on cue, a student ahead spoke. "Hey, did you hear anything?" Beak Usial paid attention to the conversation. "Assistant Altarisha, is she the one who solved that super difficult thing called the stochastic intersection magic formula?" The conversation continued. "Oh, I heard, but isn't there another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret, but why do that?" Beak Usial didn't pay attention, glancing ahead. "Good," another student said. "Is that person extremely ugly or something?" "Aha, really?" After some time, Beak Usial went outside the school grounds, overthinking still there. "Keeping my identity secret, as one of the authors, has helped me stay under the radar in this school." His footsteps suddenly stopped. "First, I gave hints by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses, because all focus and attention should be directed toward Altarisha. That's the right and best way." Stopping, he noticed something nearby. "Ah, found it." A voice, "Isn't that Ma Yuxiang? Wow, look at that figure." Both main characters, Ma Yuxiang and Azel, appeared again. Everyone looked at Ma Yuxiang, observing Azel a bit shyly, discussing. "High grades and good looks, is that cheating? The one next to him is some kind of what? She looks like a doll. HMPH, anyway, she's not a very good person. Yeah, she's pretty though." But Beak Usial, hand on hip, looking over, thought to himself. "Anyway, there'll never be a quiet day to attract both their attention." He called out loudly across, "I'm here." Seeing him appear, Ma Yuxiang smiled brightly. "Hey Usial." He waved back. "Sorry, I probably kept everyone waiting, right?" Azel added. "Not really." A question came to him. "So what are we eating? Didn't you say you're the one deciding?" Knowing Azel rarely got to eat good food due to her family circumstances, Beak Usial gave a confident smile. "You'll know when we get there." Cutting to a restaurant, on the table 3 people but only 2 plates of food. Kinda stingy, huh? Beak Usial said, "This dish, if I guess right, is probably pizza." Sparkling light, fragrant aroma spreading. Altarisha's eyes showed desire, her face red, from about to eat something delicious. Beak Usial noticed her cuteness. Right now her eyes only have food and more food. He hadn't looked away, yet some overthinking appeared. Thinking back in Azel's explanation and introduction, when ordering pizza, you have to order a soda-like drink first, maybe pickle water. He passed her a glass. "Here, drink this." Azel looked over, question marks. "What is this? How do you eat it?" Worry appeared, countless question marks. Beak Usial added a few ellipses, thinking. "Hey, is this her first time at a pizza place?" He said, "Ah yeah, that's right." Azel brought it to her mouth, taking a sip. Surprise appeared on her face. "Ah, so good." Her face flushed red. Ma Yuxiang also noticed the similar glass to Azel. Bringing it to his mouth, a comfortable feeling blended in. He directed toward Beak Usial. "Yeah, it's really good." Beak Usial dazed, coldly thinking. "Take a photo, capture this reality. He's just drinking, but it's like posing for a food magazine." After everyone finished drinking, he lifted a slice of pizza with a bright smile. "Try this too, okay? Let's eat." Azel looked forward to it, picking up a knife and fork. Seeing her hold them, Beak Usial wasn't surprised. He closed his eyes. "Oh my God, are you planning to stab that knife into this pizza? No one does that." Azel looked back in surprise as he showed her how to eat. He demonstrated, bringing a slice to his mouth, explaining along. People say eating it like this makes it really delicious. Azel was awkward. That feels kinda weird, right? Isn't it impolite? Ma Yuxiang smiled brightly. Oh, isn't that way more fun though? He coolly picked up the slice with his hand, choosing a spot to bite. Then let me try it. You don't know until you try, but once you do you realize it's delicious. Azel followed suit, picking up a slice. Taking a bite, her eyes squeezed shut. Her body trembled, slightly drawing the attention of the two male classmates sitting together. Azel put her hand to her cheek, her face full of joy thoughts. Ah, there's a gentle, sweet flavor flowing through every bit of cheese and bell peppers dancing on top too, mixed with a touch of bell peppers and olive oil, yet it creates such a special dish, and there's smoked meat and onions too. They're all dancing together to make a sim. Seeing her so happy, Beak Yusial asked, how is it? Does it taste good? While eating, hearing him speak, Azel was surprised, looking at the slice in her hand, blushing more. Yeah, it really is delicious. Both looked at her, giving faint smile. A few more suggestions and exchanges followed. From now on, let's come here often to eat, okay? Can I join too? Depends. Don't be like that. Cutting to a sunset scene at a field. An incident occurred with a special crack signaling danger about to emerge. Back in class, Flame was walking when suddenly someone called out, "Hey Flame, have you heard about that?" Her eyes looked back, a smile carrying an immediate reply. Yes, I've heard about it. The female student was a bit awkward. Oh, really? And so she left right after. Then see you later. Flame watched her figure gradually walk away, then stood there sighing. I guess she came to tell me about the rumor regarding assistant Altarisha solving the mixed number intersection alchemy magic. But from what I know, all of this was done by Beak Yusial. His image appeared in her mind. Then she turned aside, adding new thoughts. But how could he solve this formula? Clearly, to return most future knowledge, except decisive events and storylines, everything had to be forgot. Can he still remember those things? Or is he just that smart? Ahead of Flame right now, someone was chatting noisily. However, someone approached, greeting her afterward. Hello, Flame. This person was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He gave a bright smile, adding to the conversation. This time, do you want to train Persona Gate with my group? Seeing him standing beside her, Flame immediately ignored him. Why are you acting like this? If you go do, I have to follow. Her eyes opened slightly. Go find another girl. Stop flirting with people for no reason. Flame then walked away afterward. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scanvin's face showed a slightly creepy smile. She's really special. Cutting to a notice board over here, some content was displayed. Official Persona Gate document. First-year students, please decide which Persona Gate you want to practice in a group. The person looking up at this Flame was still here with new thoughts. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has this finally started? Additional information followed. A different dimension created by the power of dark mages, the Persona Gate. If you don't quickly conquer the Persona Gate, when it first appears, that place will become a land where no creature can live. Moreover, unlike dungeons cleared by defeating the boss or destroying the core Persona Gates, must be completed by analyzing, breaking their patterns and tricks. After more contemplation, from analyzing focus to spatial distortion, structure, soul confinement, you need understanding of thousands of patterns and abilities, as well as the power to remember them, and finally combat strength. In fact, the reason for training magical warriors is to stop Persona Gates. It can be said this is the most important core sub. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If it's like the original, there will be something real mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let Beak Yusial handle all this alone forever. Determination added in herself. This time I have to stop it to prevent major damage. Cutting to the 9th Star Tower Cloud Floor Cafe, Princess Bion's group was present here. On the table, plenty of desserts, along with added tea. An unexpected question came over. Have you all tried this new dessert yet? A few others replied. Ah, you mean the pumpkin pie without cream cheese. Its flavor is really unique. Princess Bion took a sip of tea while the group's discussion continued. Yeah, I tried it once and was really amazed. Princess Bion's thoughts disagreed with this. It's bland. Right at that moment, her eyes suddenly opened when someone mentioned a recent story. Oh, by the way, the assistant from Stella solved the stochastic intersection magic formula technique. Richard continued his words. I heard this from my father. Also, I heard the real co-author is actually a student from Stella Academy. The two friends were both surprised and amazed at these words. Oh my God, is that true? That's definitely it, since Richard's dad is the intelligence agency director. Doubt was revealed again. Who in the world could solve an unsolved puzzle while still a student? You're right. Over here, Bion set her teacup down on the table, thoughts taking over. Even the Intelligence Bureau director doesn't know clearly who that student is. But then the images of Beak Yusial and assistant Altarisha appeared together in her mind. Beak Yusial is the co-author of the stochastic intersection magic formula technique. Her face showed clear contemplation. She could no longer hold back this excitement afterward. Her hand continuously tracing the rim of the teacup, countless questions followed into her head. But why did Beak Yusial hide that truth? Is he intentionally helping elevate Assistant Alterisha? And then a certain intention flashed. It's very possible Beak Yusial also has feelings for Assistant Alterisha. She then stood up and a friend sitting nearby instinctively looked over asking, Princess. Princess Bion left immediately after turning back to everyone. I have to go right now, this classmate unconsciously added. Yes, but it's tea time already. The three left behind dazedly, watched her leave unable to understand what happened. A question arose when seeing her leave somewhat quickly. Why did the princess act like that? Cutting outside the school grounds, Princess Bion was walking, when suddenly someone's figure appeared right in her path. Her eyes looked down and hadn't noticed this person yet, until the voice spoke she paid attention. Bion. Seeing the familiar person appear, she replied, Hong Shihua. Seeing her call her name directly, Hong Shihua quickly put her hand to her mouth, changing. Oh my gosh, didn't you say I should call you sister already? Additional information pushed in. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate child, my half-sister from the same father Hong Shihua Adolbit. I hate this woman to death. Cutting off that issue here, Princess Bion asked a new question. So what are you doing here? Hong Shihua smiled brightly. Ah ha ha, don't look at me like that. She added a bit of focus. Isn't it always because I have business when I come here? Lately in the first year, a very interesting ordinary student has appeared right. The new issue startled Princess Bion a little. You're talking about an ordinary person carrying out the almost extinct night spirit in this world. Beak Yusial's image appeared more in her. Seeing her reaction so unusual, Hong Shihua looked over, arms crossed, saying, From this reaction, it seems my little sister is interested in him too. Her voice added attention, final thoughts. He's a knight who sacrifices everything for mages. A somewhat cold gaze and a smile adding, teasing. Isn't that the dream of every princess? Princess Bion's hand clenched again. So will you introduce him to me? She wasn't pleased with these continuous words. Princess Bion then walked past lightly, saying, All right, thanks, try it yourself, okay? Princess Hong Shihua burst into laughter. Look, you seem a bit annoyed already, so cold-hearted. Right at that moment, as if remembering something, a finger was raised. You weren't like this before. You know it's because big sister is gone, right? Bion's face sank right then, and then sad eyes appeared afterward. Footsteps continued forward. I'll take my leave. Hong Shihua's eyes didn't leave her departing figure. She herself left behind also, a bit sad thoughts quickly replaced. Maybe this time I was too harsh and went too far, right? Maybe it's still too early for her to hear about our big sister. Right at that moment, guard Sayara appeared from somewhere, adding, Princess. Seeing her appear suddenly here, Princess Hong Shihua paid attention. Huh, what's up, Sayara? A stack of documents was handed by Sayara. This is the information you asked me to find on the student Beak Yusial. It's a copy of the assignment he submitted in class, and it contains a brief biography of his past. Hong Shihua took the documents, adding, Oh really? I didn't expect to find something I didn't even need to dig for like this. Good job. Indeed, there was an assignment requiring such content. The document stack was opened by her. Then let me take a look. Title, To my mother, Mom, I miss you. Seeing this, Hong Shihua suddenly laughed quite loudly, hand quickly covering her mouth. Aha, kids are just kids, right? Time changed about a minute later. Hong Shihua's hands, holding the document paper, were trembling slightly. Sayara, seeing this situation, was also a bit surprised. Opposite Princess Hong Shihua had a few tears falling. Sayara quickly asked, Princess. Meanwhile, she quickly covered her mouth. I understand now. Beak Yusial's mother said she doesn't like black bean noodle. Seeing something wrong, Sayara quickly changed her words. Please forgive me. While Hong Shihua had turned in another direction. Wait, are you crying? Hong Shihua replied. Ah, it's nothing. While wiping the unexpected tears below, she added some thoughts. I've never really thought deeply about poverty before. And he lived a life like that, while still firmly holding onto knight spirit beliefs. Her gaze slowed a bit. Beak Yusial's hometown was invaded by dark mages, right? And then a smile bloomed on her lips. I'm sorry, Beak Yusial, but I'm getting more and more curious now about a boy named Beak Yusial. Cutting to somewhere, and then the final training day finally arrived. Students gathered at some grassy field. A professor stepped out explaining to everyone, From now on we will begin the Persona Gate training for first-year students. Students, please enter this personal gate. Hearing this arrangement, Beak Yusial stood off to the side while murmurs rose around him. Through it, and it's exactly like the textbook. I'm starting to get a little worried now. Thoughts crossed his mind, so it's finally starting. Before everything about to unfold, Beak Yusial began with a new thought along with his system panel, as a reward for completing the academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these glasses. I've walked around Leaf Hanel's garden and improved my abilities, so this should be enough. his information appeared clearly. Beak Usial physical stats, strength, 2 stars 61%, senses, 2 stars 45%, agility, 2 stars 42%, endurance, 2 stars 12%, durability, no stars 97%, mental stamina, 1 star 59%, mana, unknown, remaining exp, unknown skills, acceleration level 1. His face showed clear contemplation. The teacher over here pointed toward the gate and gestured again. All right then, students, anyone entering gate C7 please head this way. Flame standing nearby spoke up. Yes, his attention was drawn over. Not only that others appeared too, including Princess Hong Bion and Azel, he thought additionally. So these are the people I'll be going with. This Persona Gate practice session would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The important thing was how to cooperate and get through it. His gaze still hadn't left the first-year Stella students, who were average in Class 2. It wouldn't be easy to conquer the Persona Gate prepared with 3 risks in the very first real mission. One concerning thing here was Gate C7 Persona. Where the event occurs, it only had a maximum capacity of 16 people. What a pity there was no Ma Yuxiang or Hei Wenriang. But there was Flame along with Hong Bian and Aizel, so there wouldn't be any failure in conquering the Persona Gate. His footsteps advanced forward thinking, I probably don't need to get involved in the final boss strategy. The gate right in front of me anyway, all I need is the hidden reward, those enchanting flower petals. Cutting to somewhere Beak Yusial's face showed a bit of surprise. A new information panel was set up right after. Welcome to the Heroine Ball. A sparkling square illuminated with golden color. Everyone began gathering at the central large carpet. Immediately Princess Hong Bion's group advanced into this area. Similar to him, everyone's eyes looked around assessing the situation. Then someone's voice rang out, drawing all eyes. Hello. A maid butler raised her arm behind her, smiling brightly. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hong Bion, hearing something off, immediately questioned doubtfully. A dress, shoes, what? Thoughts replaced. Has there ever been a ballroom scenario in a Persona Gate before? But then she adjusted her mindset. This isn't the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the guide notifications. Countless complex phrases appeared on a diagram. But then worry began surrounding her. Wait. They're giving such a complicated formula in a first-year training exercise. The butler then gave instructions toward everyone. Miss, it's almost dinner time, you need to hurry. Princess Hong Bion still couldn't understand the situation here. The butler kindly approached, smiling, asking, is something wrong? The issue from Hong Bion. How can you speak like that? Is that a designated phrase? Thoughts replaced again. I don't know if that's a real NPC in the Persona Gate. I've heard that people inside gates created by mages can't show any personal actions, she unconsciously added. Could it be? Looking at the freely smiling butler, along with those previous words, Princess Hong Bion's mind began to waver. No, it can't be. This is Stella, students. There's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. It's just that Stella's technology has advanced a bit more. The smiling expression still there from the butler. Why would you say that? Princess Hong Bion changed her words. Don't worry about that, go get the dress, the butler replied. Yes, understood. And so she left under the princess's gaze. Worry added, continuing. I don't know if it's my mood, but this training session feels like it won't be easy to finish. Time passed quickly. A certain footstep appeared. Princess Hong Bion had changed her outfit, her silver pink red hair, blending with the dress she wore, her beauty enhanced to perfection. Then her eyes suddenly glanced towards someone's figure. No one else, it was Beak Yusial in his elegant suit. His gaze also looked in a certain direction. Princess Hong Bion looked over with a flushed face. He dresses pretty well, looks good in. But then focus suddenly took over. Some memories returned. This was submitted by student Beak Yusial as an assignment for a specific subject. I heard it's a past story of that student. She took it and brushed her hair. I see. Looking over the information once more, she seemed to grasp some clue. This is. Back to the real situation, she was still staring at Beak Yusial without looking away. Is it because of the personal information I received about Beak Yusial a few days ago? I feel like he looks different. He used to yawn constantly before. His eyes looked back while her thoughts were still there. Overcoming a past like that, the night path in Stella, he's taking step by step. His dazed expression cut off her thoughts. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn. Princess Hong Bion was a bit surprised, but then felt embarrassed and glanced away, replying, no, it's not. Right at that moment, someone's voice interrupted. Everyone has gathered fully right. Someone gradually approached. The position of both everyone's eyes turned to this appearance. A lady with red hair holding a fan continued her previous words. From now on you will have to attend the ball hosted by Duchess Iher. Then this person's eyes changed attention, falling on a wall. They say those 4 passages lead to the basement of the mansion, but the basement is full of mazes and traps, and as soon as everyone gets lost the knights in the mansion will start moving. A smile added, you have no choice but to trust and cooperate with your own intuition and understanding. Can you do it? Beak Yusial, standing in a corner, immediately replied, yes. Hearing this from him, the lady was a bit surprised, looking over. You look really confident. It's nice to meet you. This confident demeanor of yours really makes people feel guilty. I like it. Still confident, he added. Thank you. Watching this natural back and forth exchange, the other students couldn't help but be amazed. What? That person just talked like a real human, right? Do original NPCs have lines like that? The woman's voice added, then good luck to you all. And so she turned and left, leaving her back for everyone to watch. The male students began looking at each other again. Alright, let's go. Worry enveloped everyone. They began advancing toward the gate and proceeding with the task. Right at that moment, another voice rang out, forcing everyone to look back. Hey guys, wait a sec. The one who spoke was Flame. She added a question. This training test, everyone feels it's a bit strange, right? She calmly provided countless details. It's hard to explain, and these NPCs act very realistically. Also, I can't analyze anything from this persona gate at all. Normally, a practice test for first-year students couldn't possibly be this difficult. The male students ahead also agreed with this view. Their analysis added, actually, I feel strange too. I can barely understand anything. Yeah, that NPC looked very real. As the students began agreeing, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll convince everyone to go this way, continuing, according to me, but then someone's voice interrupted. Wait, Flame. Zeki appeared, arms crossed, displeased, continuing. You're not about to tell me this could be a real place, right? Worried in Flames, Zeki continued, from what I see, this is exactly the situation the professors want. Isn't it obvious? In real combat, you can't always fully decode a persona gate either. In other words, us falling into this incomprehensible, unanalyzable situation is also part of their intention. Deeper analysis further. Stella, the place that trains the most elite magical warriors, is also where the top magical knight squad is. Is it possible they wouldn't detect if a real persona gate appeared in the school? Everyone began believing Zeki's words. Is that so? I see. Meanwhile, unease began enveloping Flame. This isn't good. If according to the original, this persona gate is real, even if I say that, no one will believe for sure, so I tried to make them feel the abnormality. Then, looking at Zeki's triumphant look, now what do I do? Silence enveloped the space once more. Beak Yusial over here looked over 100 thoughts. In the end, we still have to follow this branch, Some information he mentioned. E006, Zeki's blackening branch. In the original novel character, Zeki didn't exist, so Flame must be very confused. But this scene where Flame blocks Zeki is one of countless branching paths that appeared in the game's original. Anyway, this is the situation where one of the three students is forced to become the blackening sacrifice. New worry forming. Even though I hoped no one would get corrupted, but if fate is set, can it be changed? Looking at the opposing situation ahead, even if he helped Flame here, the ending couldn't be changed. If so, the right choice was to step back. The two looked at each other. One question, and Zeki had already decided to turn and leave. No matter what you say, I'm going. Flame tried to pull back. What? Wait, Zeki. Zeki turned back, looking with cold eyes, replying, even in this situation, it's arranged by the professors. We just need to handle it calmly. As for you guys, just stand there dazed. And so Zeki chose one gate and proceeded to teleport. Flame couldn't stop her. At this point, the male students began looking at each other, worried. The decision afterward expressed, I'll go in too. I've always prepared for situations like this. Beak Yusial stood, arms crossed, assessing further. No one is acting systematically at all. Fingers began moving anyway. Since it's come to this, the only way is to proceed. A smile bloomed on his lips, and he advanced forward. While Beak Yusial confidently stepped forward, he suddenly stopped and noticed one direction. Turns out the group of male students, gathering quite a few behind him, questioned from Beak Yusial toward that direction. But why are you guys standing behind me? Everyone began, awkward sweat drops falling. It's nothing. Seeing many people with the same expression, he could only stand there, indifferently sighing with a small thought. You guys aren't planning to follow me the whole way, right? Kids always have scheme. His footsteps advanced again. However, I don't really care about these things much. Anyway, here there's nothing important. A long dark hallway was the next choice on the path. Lamps containing some energy source emitted purple light. He stopped in the quiet space, and footsteps from behind approached. His attention shifted again to one place, speaking. What is this scary hallway? The ones accompanying him were Princess Hongbyun and two other girls. Thoughts formed in him. Seems like everyone has arrived. The princess's eyes noticed something. The three then advanced ahead of him and stood before the closed door. Question from him. Where did the others go? His eyes looked down. Assessment immediately established. As expected, it seems we can't all appear at the same time. More detailed analysis here. 16 students divided into groups of 4. Those 4 passages will be divided according to the 4 groups entering them. He then showed images of 2 familiar friends. Seems like Izel and Flame have transferred to another place and formed a group together. His eyes looked more at the people here with Princess Hongbion. I really didn't expect to be in the same group as her. The 2 were exchanging something. We should move now. Yes, princess. But then the princess noticed his gaze. A question was directed with slightly dazed eyes. What, do you have something you're dissatisfied with? He immediately sweated. No, nothing. Still keeping that face, the princess added, oh my, you're really boring. Not paying attention anymore, his gaze shifted to another direction, instead thinking, it's actually a good thing that Princess Hongbion and Azel split up, huh? At this point, a startled expression replaced on his face. No, wait a sec. He immediately raised his hand sideways, stopping everyone from advancing. There's something ahead. Golden light appeared. Several statues, in dancing poses, revealed, their shapes resembling decorative mannequins. A big question emerged from everyone looking at them. Mannequins. Princess Hongbion said nothing, but she was slightly startled. And then attention poured straight ahead. Over there was a gate inside the room. The 2 girls standing beside the princess gave their opinions. Will our unlocking spell work, I wonder? I'm a bit doubtful about that. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything. This place is too dark, it's making me a little scared. The situation was a bit difficult. Princess Hongbion looked over at him asking, hey commoner, have you decoded this gate yet? But his answer was somewhat disappointing. No. The princess's face showed that disappointment most clearly. For a commoner, is it too much to expect this much from me? There must be something here. But then surprise replaced again when his voice rang out once more. But I already have a rough idea of how we can move from this place. Carrying this new feeling, the princess immediately asked back, really? Are you serious? His eyes still looked ahead at the dolls in front. Beak Yusial pointed forward while drawing her attention over, saying additionally, if you look carefully, you can see each statue has a different pose, but they're all performing the same dance. Question posed, do you know what that dance is? Hearing him say that, her eyes fixed ahead, and then an answer gradually formed, she immediately said, Serena's soul-calling dance of the departed. Further detailed analysis. This is the dance that Serena, who couldn't bear her own tragedy, performed right before she died. Question from him continued. So you must remember the moves clearly, right? Princess Hongbion was slightly startled. Understanding his thoughts and calculations, she exclaimed, no way. To calm her down more, he looked ahead again with a bit of thought. Now she must have realized too, each statue's movement is connected in sequence, but occasionally there are overlapping movements. After some time, he looked over again, speaking, continuing. All right, is everyone ready? The 2 remaining friends advanced to empty positions and began their dance moves. Done. Me too. Princess Hongbion after him also performed the move in the missing spot. His eyes looked over without leave. And then the gate afterward opened perfectly. Everyone's joyful voices rang out. We did it. The door opened fully, and ahead appeared another dark hallway, far away the light of a new area. Without hesitation, everyone quickly moved through. Great attention poured back toward Princess Hongbion again. As everyone advanced, a large room appeared, golden light covering the entire room. Knight armors holding swords up and down, arranged in different positions. Under these armors, strange patterns divided on the floor. One friend pointed that way, asking, seems like this time too maybe there are some hints on those armors, right? Another friend added afterward, all right, let's go examine those armors closely. Everyone then split up to observe each standing armor, but no progress. No matter how I look, I still don't understand. Why isn't it like that this time? Yeah, I don't see anything unusual. But then Princess Hongbion's gaze noticed another direction. Where Beak Yusial was touching the carpet with special drawings, question immediately posed. Hey commoner, what are you doing? After observing for a while, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time it seems those knight armors are just visual illusions to deceive. The real clue is the carpet. Another round of surprise. Huh. Gathering everyone, his explanation added. This time it seems the dance on the carpet is the issue. If everyone looks carefully, you can see there's a figure performing a certain special movement. If we can piece them together in an accurate sequence, we can solve this problem. The 2 girls now also looked intently, and words supplemented his. Oh, you're right, I think I know about this. Serena's tango in silence. Everyone split again and observed the movements engraved under the carpet. He, along with Princess Hongbion over here, also looked down more carefully. After a while, surprise formed in him as if discovering something strange. Sequences newly arranged, and light flashed strong. Familiar sound rang out, and loud words came. The door has opened. A new passage revealed he, along with everyone, quickly moved toward it. All right, let's hurry. Princess Hongbion's eyes once more didn't leave him. Assessment added in her thoughts. He really is different. I knew that from the moment I was taught to change perspectives, but I couldn't know it made such a huge difference. Breakthrough speed strangely fast to conquer a gate that can't be analyzed. Worry added there. Strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really the level a first-year student can have? This is like he's gone to a Persona gate practiced dozens, hundreds of times. Arriving at the new place, her thoughts hadn't stopped. Thinking back before Beek Yusial entered this school, he said his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. Some murmur he made, seems like there are other stone statues here too. Meanwhile, further analysis from Princess Hongbion continued. That was a remote, secluded village no one knew about. But it was the site of fierce battles against dark mages. Now I understand why that commoner lacks basic academic knowledge, but is very proficient in strategies and combat. Further analysis looking at him, he must have fought on brutal battlefields against dark mages in his previous life. Whether that's the reason or not, he really is different from other students. Small discussion ahead. Go there and adjust the weight balance for me, okay? All right, got it. Surprise added to the princess's face over here. Everyone tries their best to get high scores, yet he openly guesses randomly, scribbles, on tests like showing everyone it. He doesn't do his assignments. Attitude in class is very bad. But wait a moment, looking again at his handsome features, new assessment added. So why is he trying so hard this time? Princess Hongbion immediately grew serious. There has to be some reason for this. Don't tell me you just sensed a change in the atmosphere. Beek Yusial turned back to look at her, pointing a finger in one direction to draw her attention. Hey, why are you just standing there spacing out like that? Come on over here too. But she suddenly questioned him. Tell me the truth, commoner. You just looked completely clueless about what I was saying. Hongbion voiced her suspicion. This Persona gate we're challenging right now, is it actually real? She stayed silent, waiting for his answer. But all she got in return was a thoughtful pause and quiet. He then appraised her. Your eyes have gotten a lot sharper, Hongbion. Normally you wouldn't have figured out the truth until the very end, and you'd keep interfering with Erin nonstop. A smile replaced his usual expression. This is proof that Princess Hongbion is slowly stepping away from the path of becoming a villain. Seeing him like that, Princess Hongbion noticed quietly. What are you smiling about? He replied, nothing. The other two friends were still looking around in confusion. Why isn't the princess coming over here? Did something happen? Turning his back to her, he finally answered her earlier question. Like you said, this place is real. You can get hurt here or even die. If you fail to clear it, there will be a synchronization phenomenon with the outside world. That's why I plan to clear this place as fast as possible. Princess Hongbion paused for a few seconds. I know that. Beek Yusial only ever acts when there's a solid reason behind it. Her lips pressed together as she thought, I won't accept help like this. Her eyes narrowed with a bead of sweat rolling down. I'm definitely going to survive using my own strength. Meanwhile, in a different scene, a dark room filled with loosely fallen soldier armors lay scattered around. Flame and Azel were teammates together in this trial gate run. Seeing both of them appear there, someone immediately called out to one of them. Hey, Flame. Flame looked over, and a girl waved her hand excitedly. Over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three of them. Running up, is everyone okay? There's one more person, right? Where'd they go? The girl hesitated a bit. Well, and then she added, Zeki suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes widened in shock. What, Zek? The female classmate looked at everyone with the same expression and explained further. We only made it this far thanks to Zeki, but right after we passed through the final door, she just vanished out of nowhere. We couldn't find any trace of. Panic suddenly gripped Flame tightly. Have you been searching for a while? Another thought replaced it. That means she conquered this gate faster than me and Azel, and she didn't even leave a single scratch behind. The other person unexpectedly added, but this isn't the first time for us. Flame couldn't believe her ears. What? Switching back to Beek Yusial's side, he was currently sitting with arms crossed, leaning against some pillar with his eyes closed. Suddenly someone approached and asked, making him open his eyes. Hey, when did you get here? Seeing Flame coming over, he answered, not too long ago. Flame added her question, then did you see Zek? I haven't seen her. Hearing that, Flame looked a little down. Oh, is that so? With that, she walked away under his lingering gaze. Even though he didn't fully understand what was going on, he had already guessed something. I think I could have stopped Zeki from disappearing if I'd gotten here earlier than her, but now there's nothing else I can do. Since things have come to this, all I can do now is help the heroines clean up the stage. Shifting to somewhere in Stella Academy, a voice suddenly boomed out. What? a real persona gate got mixed into the students' training exercise. Instructor Lee hurriedly rushed toward the training area. Shock and worry appeared along with the scar on his face. That blue gate from before has now turned into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? Professor standing nearby explained as he saw Instructor Lee arrive. It's as if someone completely reversed the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. The unique wave appeared at the exact same time as the persona gate, so it wasn't detected in time. The security department is reinforcing the system right now. But Instructor Lee cut in sharply. Damn it, that doesn't matter anymore at this point. Suddenly, another person interrupted. He's right. Following that, a figure appeared, drawing Instructor Lee's attention. As a new character stepped in, someone recognized them. It's Commander Heroine. Heroine Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight in the world. The man said to have created rivers of blood from the corpses of dark mages. He rarely ever shows up on Stella's campus. He approached with a cold demeanor. What's the situation? Has reinforcement entered yet? The professor from before replied. No, we can't do that. It seems the students inside are going through quite a tough challenge. Heroine asked further. What's the estimated risk level of this persona gate? The answer came immediately. Right now, it's estimated between level 4 and level 5 risk. Heroine frowned. Estimated. Give me an exact number. The professor holding the stack of documents said, yes, it started at level 4, but the moment the students stepped inside, it suddenly jumped up one level. Heroine noted, that's unusual, but not unheard of. The persona gate is emitting fake waves. Bring me the list of registered students. The professor handed over the documents. Here you go. Heroine opened it and carefully scanned each name on the page. A few names from Class 1 S rank appeared. Baek Yuseol, Hong Byun, Flame, Ezel, Zek. After receiving the list and reading a few names, Erin's eyes narrowed further. A level 5 risk persona gate. That means even veteran mages have to prepare thoroughly and completely to clear it. And right now it's first-year students, only at second or third-tier mage level. They're completely incapable of handling. Erin's voice grew even colder. Prepare 16 body bags and collect the corpses of those students. Hearing that, Instructor Lee shouted, Commander Heroine. But Commander Heroine had already turned his back and started walking away. This is just a guideline for efficient future operations. Turning back with a dangerous glint in his eyes, don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 risk persona gate, Lee Hangwon. That's like saying ants can kill a tiger. With that said, Commander Heroine disappeared, leaving Instructor Lee even more worried about his students. I know this gamble is completely ridiculous, but I still hope those kids can come back out safely. The red gate still stood there unchanged. Back inside, Ezel and Flame both suddenly turned their attention in the same direction where someone called out, Hey, everyone. Zeki had returned with some dust on her clothes, continuing, So this is where you guys are. She stood there with arms crossed, looking thoughtful, while the others showed some relief. I'm really glad you're safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? It kinda scared me. After looking around, she turned to one side and spoke gravely. Now that everyone's here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss in this place. While she was deep in thought, not long before, something suddenly seemed about to appear and caught Baek Yuseol's attention. Then red status windows popped up continuously. You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you descend the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just begun, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed toward a staircase leading downward. I guess we have to go down these stairs. While everyone was focused on the path below, Flame anxiously looked upward, as if sensing something ominous. A giant spider monster began forming in her mind. At the top of this clock tower is the lair of the great sword spider leader, a level 4 risk monster, and its 8 legs can transform into 8 razor-sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing is extremely dangerous, and I can't keep relying on Baek Yuseol forever. Besides, he's lost his memories, so he has no information about the great sword spider leader at all. But I've done some research on that spider already, so I'll try to hold it back myself somehow. Then Flame glanced at Ezel nearby. If Ezel and Baek Yuseol face the final boss together, we might get through without taking too much damage. All right. Flame immediately resolved herself and called out, Wait, everyone. Right at that moment, someone's voice interrupted, startling her a bit. Hold on. It was Baek Yuseol, who was looking up towards some high corner. There's something up above us. Flame froze for a few more seconds. He then turned around, breaking the fresh silence. You guys go down first. I'll check around here a bit and come down later. Following his words, no one objected. Everyone continued downward together, led by Princess Hong Byun, with her trailing slowly at the back. The worry still hadn't left Flame. Baek Yuseol probably doesn't even know the great sword spider exists. That figure just now appeared, but he sensed its presence right at that spot. That's impossible. don't tell me. Hesitating, another thought came. I didn't realize his senses were that incredible. Well, after all, he did deflect magic. While she was hesitating, the others had already gone deeper downward. Right then, a male student stopped, as if noticing something. What's that sound? The other students shared the same puzzled look. Next, Princess Hongbyun pinpointed the strange sound's origin and immediately warned everyone loudly. That sound is coming from above. Everyone's attention shot upward, only to be stunned once more as they saw the great sword spider charging toward them. That's the blade spider. Another student immediately corrected. No, that's the great sword spider leader at level 4 risk. Seeing it appear here, Flame's mood turned anxious. What's going on? What about Beak Yuseol? Thinking the same about him, Princess Hongbyun suddenly realized. Commoner. Both their expressions shifted toward the one beside them. Don't tell me. But then, unexpectedly, a foot appeared on the spider's body. Beak Yuseol leaped down from high above, delivering a powerful stomp that sank deep into the spider, with faint golden light flashing from the burst of speed skill. He gripped his sword tightly in hand. Someone below shouted his name loudly. Beak Yuseol. Seeing the others hesitating down there, he suddenly yelled even louder. I'll stay here and deal with this thing. So everyone, hurry up and get downstairs right now. Azel still couldn't believe what just happened. Can he really hold it off by himself? She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Maybe I should go up there and help him. Right at that moment, someone's voice called out. I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is head straight to the ballroom as fast as possible. Princess Hongbyun had suddenly stepped close to Azel and said those words before continuing forward. Princess Hongbyun didn't forget to glance back one more time as she added, that's the most helpful thing we can do for that commoner right now. Still reeling from what happened with him earlier, Flame now felt even more stunned and confused by Princess Hongbyun's actions and expression. Curiosity rose as she watched the princesses retreating back. In the original story, was Hongbyun ever like this? It made sense for Flame to wonder. Normally, Princess Hongbyun would be jealous of Azel's combat strength and plotting something against her. But instead of jealousy this time, the princess actually helped Azel. After that, no one stuck around to bother him anymore. The door to the room below burst open. Everyone proceeded into a brand new dance hall. The sounds of violins and music filled the entire space. The moment they stepped further inside, someone gasped in amazement. Whoa, it was completely understandable. The place was far more magnificent than anything they'd expected from this special ballroom party. Crystal chandeliers cast brilliant light across the air. Masked nobles held hands and danced in that dazzling atmosphere. A long red carpet stretched over every staircase in the room. It was truly captivating. While the mood was lively and joyful, the lights suddenly went out all at once. The music stopped along with it. Everything fell silent. All the nobles went quiet, as if waiting for the main character to appear. And in that darkness, slow footsteps gradually approached. Once again, everyone was stunned. Princess Hongbyun spoke up, drawing attention over. Someone's coming down the stairs. Flame quickly made a small guess. It's probably the final boss, Duchess Heroine. Everyone, stay on guard. But then something shattered her view, leaving Flame frozen in shock. In the center where a spotlight shone, someone stood under the beam. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Heroine. And it was none other than Zeki, the one who'd separated from the group and vanished earlier. The smile on her face now felt somehow off. In contrast to the students' expressions, the nobles here were thrilled by her appearance. Duchess, you look stunning today. Please grace us with a bright smile. I'll offer you my heart. Even though she'd read the original novel, Flame had no idea this plot twist existed. How could this happen? This development doesn't exist in the original romance novel's storyline. In fact, the character Zeki didn't even exist from the very beginning. Looking at Princess Hongbyun's worried face, it's impossible for a normal person to become an NPC inside a Persona gate, and not just any NPC can become the final boss. Turning to Azel's expression, there's only one way for someone to turn into an NPC in a Persona gate. And that means Zeki was already a dark mage. Flame pressed her lips together after those realizations. She also understood why Beak Yuseol had said those strange things earlier. So this was Beak Yuseol's way of warning me about Zeki, but I can't just give up like this. Determination filled her anxious heart. I'll bring her back, no matter what it takes. With that, Flame immediately tried talking to Zeki up above. Zeki, if you get too drunk on that power, you could turn into something really terrifying. So please calm down. But Zeki suddenly cut her off. How ridiculous. Right now, I am Heroine. A dangerous smile appeared from behind her paper fan. She posed a question, and the nobles below responded eagerly. My head is Heroine. My chest is Zeki. My heart is. Zeki's face flushed unnaturally. It's so thrilling it feels like everything's melting away. Seeing the situation, Princess Hong Bion understood. It's already too late. Her mind has been corrupted by dark magic power. Azel added from beside her. At this point, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring her back to normal. Flame gripped her staff tightly. Yeah, I know. Golden magical light poured out from the staff. Flame's focus locked in completely. Just wait for me, Zeki. I'll definitely save you to make up for all this. A bolt of red lightning suddenly appeared near Zeki. All right, enough small talk. Magical power exploded around her, and that smile returned to Zeki's face. Let's get this party started together. An important status window updated. The battle with the Temptation Masquerade Ball Boss has begun. Meanwhile, in another place, a streak of green blood appeared on the screen. The great sword spider leader had a long gash sliced across its upper abdomen. That blood was from the wound, the result of Beak Yusial's attack combined with his speed burst. Worry began to envelop his body as sweat dripped down. Man, this really is tough. Analyzing his own situation, the great sword spider leader is a side space monster and doesn't play a major role in clearing the gate. Still, there are two reasons I have to go through this hardship. His eyes narrowed. The first is to obtain the enchantment flower petal attached to that great sword spider's forehead. While he was thinking, the spider suddenly thrust one leg straight down at him. But he was already prepared. He instantly used speed burst to dodge effortlessly and checked the item left behind. At the same time, during his dash, he threw 3 potions of different colors forward: orange for spark, green for slippery, purple for oil. And right after, the result came. The spider got shocked repeatedly, bolt after bolt of lightning striking its body. White light flashed outward. The second reason was that Beak Yusial swung his sword hard, charging straight toward its energy barrier. In a short time, that barrier began cracking in a miraculous way. His target was aimed directly at the rose petal on its forehead. His expression shifted with the changes. Hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6, Zeki's Path of Dark Magic. Additional info suggested, the enchantment flower petal, absorbing it significantly boosts mental strength stats. It's an item used effectively to speed up perception, add points to keen senses, and supplement mana flow slowdown. This is a must-have item, and there are some interesting points in the story tied to it. The great sword spider charged once more. He attacked again, adding to his earlier assessment. In other words, those enchantment flower petals are connected to the final boss, Duchess Heroine. As it thrust forward, he jumped to dodge, his main focus on the fight, but his mind still split on thoughts. Actually, this great sword spider leader is the husband of the Duchess, Duke Heroine, but I didn't pay much attention to that since I skipped the plot. While concentrating on important thoughts, he got annoyed by the monster's constant attacks and showed an irritated face. He kept using speed burst to move around and finally decided to change it up, leaping above its head. Anyway, because of that, whenever I attack the barrier in front of the petal, the Duchess shows signs too. That way, the main characters can carry out their strategies more easily. Because of this concern, he also had another worry, but I don't know if my attacks will hit at exactly the right timing. But then a faint smile locked onto his lip, so I'll just attack it as much as possible and take it down completely. In all previous clashes, the spider had attacked first, so this time he decided to go big and strike preemptively. Speed burst activated continuously. As soon as he appeared in one spot, he burst again. All anyone could see were afterimages trailing behind him. The triple consecutive speed burst allowed this, turning the place into his personal stage. The spider, faced with this rapid shift, let out a series of grotesque cries. As for him, after that performance, he finally stopped. All right, if I keep maintaining this state. Before he could think further, he suddenly looked surprised. Huh. The spider below moved abnormally, accompanied by some green substance, and he knew the issue. I threw so many slippery potions. Did it run out already? With no other choice, he was forced to charge at it once more. When Beak Yusial saw the spider below moving strangely with no solid footing, unease flooded his emotions. Damn it, below us is the ballroom. His speed increased from momentum as he dove downward. That was the instant decision to change course. Okay, let's think about this. I need to check the direction that spider's heading. With his rapid descent, he finally caught up to its position. Both collided. Their eyes met, sweat dripping down his face as he gritted his teeth in frustration. And I'll adjust it. His pupils flashed with a special color as speed burst shifted him. A few minutes earlier, right when the big notification appeared, the battle with the Temptation Masquerade Ball Boss has begun. Following that announcement, Princess Hong Bion's group quickly gathered into a combat formation. Meanwhile, Zeki's hand grasped part of her black dress. Blood-red music began playing, and Zeki's dance opened immediately. All attention focused on her movements. Each step change brought more red lightning bolts appearing. At the same time, a strange magic circle formed beneath her feet. Once again, Zeki shifted her steps according to her dance. The red lightning bolts began altering the surroundings. Everyone, get out of the way. But the warning seemed too late, and all those previous bolts converged on one spot to attack. The nearby nobles were blasted away. Back with the group, Princess Hongbyun, after seeing that powerful attack land, turned back to check on everyone and asked, "Is everyone okay?" A male student behind her replied, "Yes." Calming down and analyzing the situation, her worry grew clearer. There's no time to hesitate or second guess. Now's the time to fight. She directly pulled out her staff, holding the top part as it glowed with light, because this opponent was a dark mage. Up above, as Zeki continued her dance moves, fire-based magic attacks began targeting her and locking on. Noticing this, Zeki looked back with contemptuous eyes, and of course she had reason to. It's not that easy. After those words, a strange black magic array appeared right in front of Zeki. The fire attacks were effortlessly blocked. But the assault didn't stop there. Azel formed 3 small ice arrays, from which massive ice pillars shot out. The other students weren't idle either. They all unleashed magic toward the target at once. Unfortunately, every single attack was stopped by similar magic circles as before. The students were shocked. All the magic we cast, none of it works at all. While everyone launched their attacks, Zeki made a new movement. Red lightning formed in the sky, startling some as it appeared. "Ah, she's attacking again, be careful." In some miraculous way, Flame had created a complex magic formation right in front of her. Right at that moment, 2 exclamation marks popped up. Mimicking her earlier motion, Flame also grabbed a part of her own dress. Music began to play once more. Holding her staff with an indifferent expression, Flame started the dance required for this phase. Watching her act without realizing when it had started, Azel looked over in complete shock. "Why are you suddenly dancing here?" But Flame didn't answer and simply continued with her dance. After a while, Flame stopped. Her eyes lowered halfway as she stared straight at her opponent. Following the magic formation she'd created earlier, Flame released an attack out. Golden light streaked past Zeki's side. Holding her fan with wide, rounded eyes, Zeki could only stand there staring. Seeing it succeed, Flame inwardly rejoiced. "Good, it's just like what I read in the novel." With that, she raised her voice loudly. "Everyone start dancing." Princess Hongbyun and Azel exchanged stunned glances, and Flame continued her explanation. "We've already gotten the hints from the previous phases. In this one, it's not just a magic showdown. It also involves dancing. We can only use magic through our dance move." Catching on quickly, Princess Hongbyun grasped the point. "So that's it. Duchess Ihurine's dance can't be broken by ordinary magic." Azel also had her own realization. The dance that counters Serena the Silence Boost is, and it all tied back to one key element, Serena's farewell song when she died. Without hesitation, Princess Hongbyun opened with a dance to the music's rhythm. Those in sync began dancing along, and the other classmates recognized this dance too. Musical notes formed, blending with the movements, and in no time, successive magic attacks were unleashed one after another straight toward where Zeki stood. Caught off guard, she covered her mouth with her fan. Just like that, a massive explosion erupted right in front of everyone, centered on Zeki. The music kept playing, but Azel grew a little anxious in the melody. Did that attack actually work? But then the music suddenly shifted, making her react. Wait a sec. As the blood-red tune rose again, and from the smoke left by the previous explosion, a dark silhouette slowly emerged, with a new thought replacing the old. The melody seems to have sped up. 2 other classmates noticed the same thing as Azel. "Look over there, what the hell is that?" A foot slowly extended forward, and precisely 2 more legs emerged from beneath Zeki's dress. Her eyes shifted to an eerie red. Someone immediately warned the group. "Her legs have grown into 4 now. Is that right?" Those blackened feet, after the explosion, rose onto their toes following the dance rhythm. Steps changing continuously. Through the new rhythm from 4 legs, Zeki quickly formed a denser, more intricate magic array behind her than before. "All right, then let's do this properly." As Zeki spoke those words, her face grew increasingly shadowy and grotesque. Seeing her like that, Flame couldn't hold back and shouted toward Zeki, "Stop it, Zeki. If you keep sinking into the role of Duchess Ihurine, you won't be able to come back anymore." Zeki shot back. "Exactly what do you want me to stop for? Look around you." At the same time as dark magic spread outward, the voices of the other nobles rang out non-stop. "Zeki Ihurine, Zeki Ihurine." Everyone just stood there frozen, watching this scene unfold. From that point on, the scene was no longer beautiful. It had become something far more horrifying. The nobles now howled along with the music's rhythm. "As expected, you're so beautiful. You're truly the best dancer. Go ahead and punish those foolish challengers." Looking at Flame's bewildered expression, Zeki added, "Flame, are you really that heartless?" Flame was taken aback. "What? Some old memories surfaced, along with an analysis in her mind. Petty, selfish, and mean-spirited. This is such a sweet and wonderful feeling. You're the only one who gets to have it exclusively. You've kept it all to yourself. Flame always wore a smile on her lips, while Zeki stood to the side, only able to feel sad. And now the pent-up anger burst out. I will never let go of this heart or this feeling. More red lightning began appearing. Sensing the massive mana about to be released, Princess Hong Byun warned on behalf of everyone. It's coming. Everyone protect yourselves. After those words, Zeki over there started moving. Energy beams formed from the arrays and shot straight forward. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier warning, Princess Hong Byun and Azel had already raised protective shields to block the attack. But unexpectedly, another classmate standing next to Azel took a hit. Azel noticed it, but there was nothing she could do to help. Then, while she was distracted, another power surged toward her position, but she couldn't turn back in time to see it. She was helpless. Azel closed her eyes tightly, but then opened them again when nothing reached her. A light shone on her face, accompanied by a question mark in her mind. Hong Byun, using her own strength, had stepped in front and formed a massive wall of fire, shielding Azel from the earlier danger. After helping, Princess Hong Byun quickly turned back with urgency. Hey, idiot, why are you just standing there spacing out like that? Azel stammered. What? Seeing her still dazed, Princess Hong Byun raised her voice higher. For me, defending against fire magic is more effective, so let me handle that. You focus on blocking the incoming lightning magic. Azel understood. Oh, right. Princess Hong Byun continued the arrangement. Stay behind us and attack whenever you get an opening. Flame also noticed this change in the princess, and especially that she was speaking to her. In that fleeting moment, Flame felt even more confused. What's going on here? In the original story, Hong Byun ruined team morale out of jealousy toward Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage their relationship. In the end, it caused huge damage to everyone, turning the story into a mess. But now, Hong Byun was the one grasping and reading the situation the best. This time, a blood-red energy attack headed straight for Princess Hong Byun, but Azel raised an ice wall to block. The princess was slightly startled and looked over at her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts lingered. No, that's Hong Byun and Azel. They're working together. Azel looked at Princess Hong Byun and spoke naturally, gently. Don't let your guard down either, okay? Hearing the jab, Princess Hong Byun showed an annoyed expression. What? Right after, Flame suddenly appeared behind both of them to support the attack and defense. Me too. I can't let those two outdo me. With defense in place, Flame officially counterattacked by forming a massive magic spell behind her and continuously releasing golden energy beams forward. But with 3 dark magic arrays in front of her, Zeki blocked everything Flame sent her way. Useless. Yet Flame gave a faint smile right after. The large energy bolts spread out and pierced through those barriers. Once again, a huge explosion erupted at Zeki's center. Looking toward the dust ahead, the familiar question came. So, is this the end for me? Peering closer at the thicker smoke than before. And of course, that dark silhouette appeared once more, but this time with an added horn. The first to notice was Azel. Right after Princess Hong Byun, that appearance. And then Flame, Zeki. Zeki's voice changed as she called out, Flame, Flame. Zeki's lower body had fully transformed into a spider, just like the one they'd encountered in the hallway on the way down. Do you hate seeing me happy that much? The noble NPCs had completely changed. They began trembling. Meanwhile, someone started vomiting. Zeki was gradually losing control. Why won't you just leave me alone? Why, knowing part of why she'd ended up like this was her fault, Flame tried shouting over. Zeki, that's not it. Please snap out of it. But Zeki had reached the peak of her rage. Shut up. Immediately, a layer of blood-red magic formed. It didn't stop there. A second divine array appeared right beneath. The blood-red music rose again, and that smile locked firmly on Zeki's face. The original Princess Hong Byun froze. No way. Behind her, Flame wore the same expression. This is. Facing the danger ahead, an analytical thought emerged. At the very least, this is already level 5 risk. I can't think of anything else anymore. What do we do now? From her gaze fixed forward. Flame suddenly looked upward, as if sensing some movement. The noise grew louder and more frequent, and she asked loudly, what's that sound? Azel, seeming to recognize it, cut in while standing beside her. Beak Yusial, was momentarily startled by her words, but quickly, another unexpected development occurred. Zeki screamed as if struck by something. Princess Hong Byun asked again, what's happening? Flame glanced from afar and explained, I don't know the exact reason, but it seems like the fight between Beak Yusial and the great sword spider leader up above is affecting Zeki down here. Zeki clutched her head in pain. Flame couldn't believe it, but another confirmation arose in her mind. Don't tell me Beak Yusial already knew about this trait, and is fighting that monster alone, just to help us defeat this final boss. No one knew how he was attacking up there, but Zeki clutched her head again and cried out helplessly. Not missing the chance, Princess Hong Bion's voice changed. This is our opportunity right now. After issuing the command, all three unleashed their magic skills once more. Flames from Princess Hong Bion, ice from Azel, and light from Flame surged forward rapidly. The ice struck first, freezing the spider leader's leg section solid, followed immediately by Princess Hong Bion's enveloping flames. The light attack came last, crashing into the others. A massive explosion erupted as the three elements collided, sweeping away the resulting smoke. Zeki roared in fury, "You bastards, is this all you've got, you brats?" But then her anger exploded to its peak. "How dare you?" Right at that moment, the original Great Sword Spider leader suddenly appeared in the ballroom. Sensing something new entering the space, Princess Hong Bion asked worriedly, "What's happening?" Flame shared the same confusion. "I don't know, it looks like something just fell down." As if recognizing the familiar silhouette, Flame froze mid-thought. "No way, that can't be. Isn't that the Great Sword Spider leader?" The massive spider had crashed down from above, knocked unconscious, cracking the ballroom floor. A big question followed. Is it dead? One of the male students in the group, unable to believe his eyes, started trembling and muttered unconsciously, "This is ridiculous. Beak Yusial, a first-year student just like us, took down a level 4 monster by himself." It wasn't just the spider that had fallen. The male student quickly spun around in alarm, spotting him lying there unconscious in a heap. In full view of everyone present, the giant spider had crashed right onto the spot where Zeki had been standing moments before. From below, one of her friends stepped up the stairs. Flame was the first to climb up, but her heart was heavy with sorrow. Zeki, now pinned under the enormous spider, struggled to rise on trembling limbs and questioned the approaching Flame. "Why do you always have to interfere with me like this?" Rage deepened on her face. "I'll never forgive you." But then another thought surfaced in the moment. "Oh, I get it now. You couldn't beat me at dancing, so you had to resort to this dirty trick. Because no one dances better than me, right? How pathetic, how truly pathetic. In the end, you're just like me, jealous of someone more beautiful showing up." She wore a deranged smile. Ha, it's not just me after all. You're no different from me in the end." Yet the sorrow etched deeper into Flame's heart as she looked at her friend, who was no longer in her right mind. Seeing Flame staring at her with that strange expression, Zeki asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?" To shift some of her emotions, Flame turned to Azel behind her and asked, "Azel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Azel replied quickly, "Yes." Realizing what she was doing, Zeki smirked triumphantly. "No matter what nonsense you pull, the truth is I'm still more beautiful than you." At Flame's request, Azel created an ice mirror right in front of Zeki. She stared blankly into it. One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider's. She still couldn't accept it. This is, While the male classmate nearby tended to the one just sitting up. "You okay?" My head." Zeki's voice shattered the quiet again. "Is this really my appearance? Are you lying to me? This isn't a real mirror, is it?" Beak Yusial had now woken up, but he pressed a finger to his forehead, while Zeki's tirade continued. "You're all trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, so fucking disgusting." Her screams kept echoing. Zeki cried out even louder, "Please take that mirror away." The group of nobles who had been on Zeki's side during the dance now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what came next, so they all bowed their heads, letting Zeki rage in her misery. I don't want this, I hate it. This isn't me, Zeki's transformed hand trembled as she reached out desperately. "Flame, please, you can do anything. Just help me, save me." But her words shifted slightly. "Do you think I'd beg like that?" A sword-like leg, just like the giant spider she'd fought, appeared. Zeki's transformed arm thrust toward Flame as she screamed in rage. "This is all your fault for turning me into this. Die." Flame was caught in a mix of white and red, but the one wounded in the attack was Zeki. Something had emerged beneath Flame's feet and pierced straight through Zeki's body. Her dazed eyes widened. In that instant, Zeki recalled the happy feeling of standing beside Hei Wenryang. There was no saving Zeki anymore. All they could do was help her escape this fate through sacrifice. Flames from Princess Hong Bion began to rise once more. Azel bowed her head in sorrow for having done something so terrible herself. Princess Hong Bion felt the same guilt, but perhaps the saddest of all was Flame, because she knew she was partly responsible for this death. After Zeki faded away, she stood there and spoke her final words to her friend. "I'm sorry, Zeki, I'm truly sorry," as Zeki collapsed. The main notification appeared. The story of Duchess Heroine, who achieved the world's greatest beauty and fame, has ended. You have conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Switching to the outside, at the place where everyone had entered the gates, an announcement rang out. Team A6, simulation training has ended and the students have exited. Group B3's simulation training has also concluded. As soon as the students emerged, Instructor Lee gave the order, "Evacuate them immediately." One teacher replied, "Yes, sir, everyone's out." Instructor Lee then focused on the last spot, worry forming on the spot. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate right next to Instructor Lee began to change. Red lightning started flashing around it. Sensing something bad was coming, Instructor Lee turned to another assistant nearby. "The waves are shaking, get ready quick." "Yes." But before he could say more, the gate warped directly, the space expanding as the previous red color gradually faded away. Instructor Lee's eyes locked intensely on the transformation. But then a faint smile appeared on his lips. The ants have defeated the tiger. Following those words, all the students had emerged outside, except for one. The red gate then vanished completely. Seeing the students come out alive from such a dangerous place, murmurs and discussions broke out. They really conquered a level 5 risk persona gate as mere students. Even seasoned veterans would find that tough. Questions kept arising. Was that kid the leader? Erin's face showed a flicker of surprise after catching himself on his earlier word. Then he turned back and mocked himself for the joke. "Let's withdraw." "Yes, sir." It didn't end there. After coming out, Beek Yusial stepped forward, raising his sword across his chest as he reported, "Permission to report. The Persona Gate Conquest mission has been completed. A total of 16 participants entered, 1 sacrificed, 15 returned safely and successfully." Instructor Lee's expression turned bitter upon hearing that. In the end, there was still 1 sacrifice. He refocused and gave instructions. "You all did great. I'll send a healer right away, so everyone rest up." "Yes." Right then, someone appeared and cut in. "Did something happen while I was gone?" Everyone turned their attention to the familiar voice. Following that, another figure appeared. "Oh, looks like something interesting happened while I was away, didn't it?" He paused for a moment, confused by this sudden arrival. The headmaster of Stellar Academy, Elman Eltwin, a level 9 great mage, approached him with a smile. "Seems like quite the excitement went down without me here. Tell me everything." Heading to building Stella number 1, the principal's office, Beek Yusial walked alongside Director Eltman Eltwin down the hallway of this place. As they walked, his face carried an indescribable dazed look mixed with a fresh worry. A private conversation with Eltman Eltwin. "No way, right? Why do I feel so anxious about this?" His gaze drifted elsewhere, as if complaining about some decision. "That's exactly why I didn't want to become the leader." Going back to before they left the Persona Gate, Princess Hong Byun gathered everyone together, as if she wanted to bring up some major issue. "Wouldn't it be better if we designated one leader to report the situation before we leave?" With a straight face, his thumb immediately pointed at Azel as he said, "Then how about Azel?" In his dazed state of passing out, waking up, and Azel looking utterly confused at the huge suggestion directed at her. However, from the very beginning, both Hong Byun and Flame had no intention of letting him escape this role. The two of them shared the exact same expression, arms crossed, casually saying, "Commoner, I've already opened my eyes wide, and you still dare to blatantly ignore my contributions. How pathetic, no matter what, that's just not right." Sweat drops fell, and for some reason, as if she had a special task attached to Azel, she chimed in, "I think I'm a little good at it, but not this time." He froze, vaguely following his own thought as he continued, "You think so too, huh?" His eyes instantly narrowed. "So in the end, I got forced into becoming the leader. What the hell even happened when I was out of it like that?" But perhaps to snap him out of his thoughts, the director's voice rang out, bringing a new topic. "Is this the 3rd time we've met?" Widening his eyes, he immediately looked at the director and continued, "Sir, I've gotten taller since last time, haven't I?" A bit flustered, still young and not fully grasping the director's meaning, he froze again. What are you talking about, sir?" While he was trying to make sense of it, suddenly some old memories flooded back. A small village being ravaged by a blizzard, flash, flash, flash. In that snow-covered place, Beek Yusial stood alone. Back then, even though he had a body that couldn't use magic, he still diligently trained in one single magic skill, Flash Step. In that moment, he turned his gaze to the side as a sound came from there. "Kid, you're really amazing." A fully cloaked figure appeared, adding in his fresh confusion, "You have an interesting talent. I'll write you a recommendation letter, so come to my school and take the entrance exam. There'll be bonus points." And the one who appeared was none other than the current director of Stella Academy, Eltman Eltman. So to pull him back to the present, the director spoke once more. "The reason I called you here is," he jolted a little in surprise. The teacher smiled warmly and added, "I'm here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potentially dangerous situation." He sat there, adding a bit of reflection. "It all started with me." But the director's words continued, "And I have no intention of revealing this matter to the outside. Of course, if the damage to the students had become severe, things would have been different. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. And there's one thing I need to confirm. He instinctively focused on those words. In an instant, the director's expression turned icy cold. Was there any error inside that gate? In that brief moment, cold sweat began pouring down Beak Usiel's entire body. Ah, what's with that look? No wonder they call you a black witch slayer. Even so, I'm not even a black mage myself. Between hiding the truth and speaking it, Beak Usiel chose to tell the truth, even though the worry still lingered. Yes, a student died. Zeki showed signs of black magic corruption. With a face showing zero sympathy, the director immediately responded to his answer. Is that so? What a shame. Being affected by corruption means there were already dark emotions in the heart from the start, and no one can resist that. Beak Usiel could clearly feel it. There wasn't the slightest hint of regret. Before he could even process what was in front of him, the director brought up another matter. Oh, look at me, my mind wandered. Come to think of it, I haven't even offered you anything to drink yet. The teacher turned back with his signature bright smile. He then asked, coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks? Others might not notice it, but from here on out it would be a real conversation. Grasping some key information, Beak Usiel started stating his choice. I'd like tea, he added casually. Do you have any kind called lilt? The director looked at him curiously. Lilt. Then immediately smiled with hidden meaning. The answer came right away. Yes, we do. Wait just a moment. Beak Usiel let out a soft breath. That was lucky. After a short wait, the director brought out a cup of tea and placed it on the table. That's right, lilt. Quite surprising. Not many people know about it, and even fewer actually like it. He replied, thank you. Right after, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Tasting the tea but showing no expression at all, his immediate thought filled the atmosphere. Yep, as expected, it's completely tasteless. If you compare it to foods on Earth, it's like durian or fermented skate. The issue is purely taste preference. But strangely, it's addictive, so some people hate it. It has that distinctive smell that turns them off, to the point they won't even put it in their mouth. Yet those who come to love it become absolutely obsessed. The reason he chose lilt was that, in reality, this private meeting with Eltman Eltwin was a branching point and an opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised magic instruction. Aizel, who chose a carbonated drink, gained enlightenment in magic. And this lilt was Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue here was that he glanced over, waiting for the teacher to continue. About lilt, you see. It used to be exclusively enjoyed by the El tribe living on the western continent for decades. They really should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and ended up facing misfortune along with the El tribe. The lilt tea recipe was said to have disappeared. The teacher smiled as he looked at the cup in his hand. This must be one of the very few lilt teas left in the world. If foolish humans hadn't been so greedy, we could still be enjoying it today. It really is a shame. But his next words brought the director a full sense of surprise. Is that so? But it's kind of strange, because even now I'm still drinking it. Watching him set the cup down, the teacher hurriedly asked with that surprise, wait, so there's more of it? He answered shortly, no. Hearing that, Eltman Eltwin's expression shifted once again. That's disappointing. However, it was still too early to be disappointed when he cut in again. But I know about it, the recipe for lilt tea. The director's eyes widened round, staring at him, and the quiet atmosphere shattered because the teacher couldn't hold back his composure anymore. What, really? How did you get that recipe? Beak Usiel realized he'd spoken too quickly, so he looked dazed. The thought took over right after. This is actually kinda hard to explain. I can't exactly say I got it from a game. Under the director's expectant gaze, he slowly said, My late mother taught it to me, so that's how I know. Wearing a slightly sad expression, he said it. The final gesture, the nurturing from his mother, swept him up in emotion. The teacher grew somber along with him. I'm sorry, it seems I shouldn't have asked that. He tried to brush away the sadness. It's fine, you don't need to apologize for that. The thought took over again. Thank goodness it went smoothly. Regaining his usual calm, the director cleared his throat and asked, then would you consider selling that recipe to me? I'll pay you very generously. Eltman Eltwin couldn't hold back his excitement, but he had been waiting for this moment. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. He said right away, actually, there's something I want from you even more than money. Dear director, the teacher asked back. Oh, and what would that be? Surprising the director once more, he revealed what it was, the spatial enchantment technique of the principal. I want your help with it, even if it's just once. Surprised by his choice, the director asked again with new curiosity. What? Why don't you reconsider? The lilt tea recipe is no longer in production, and it could fetch a very high price compared to that. But my magic technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, right? He sat there, silent. I understand very well. With Eltman Eltwin's spatial magic and Altarisha's alchemy techniques. And finally, By using a mana vessel captured by a soul mage, I can create an amazing multi-dimensional space. It would be a storage space, a dimension that can only be created when a mage fully masters the 8th level spatial attribute. That's why so few people in the world can do it. It would be a storage space, a dimension that can only be created when a mage fully masters the 8th level spatial attribute. That's why so few people in the world can do it. But with the help of a 9th level mage like Eltwin, I could create the highest grade storage possible. Having calculated it all in his mind, he smiled and continued, more than a few coins, as an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understands the essence of magic and its principles of use. I can consider it the most precious gift in my life. So please, I'm asking for your help. Listening to him surprise him over and over, a smile and a sigh finally came. Under his expectant look, the teacher immediately replied, "All right, if that's really what you want, then let's make a deal." Beak Yusial's joy was plain to see. Awesome. Meanwhile, at the same time, at the location of the first tower, Vice Principal Iki Haydn was sitting in his chair, while someone sat opposite. He clenched both fists and spoke to the other party. "I heard a story. The Persona Gate was extremely difficult, and you barely opened it only to fail, right, Raiden?" Just as the Vice Principal said, the one talking to him was Professor Raiden of the Crescent Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and answered, "Yes, I'm afraid the cult leader will be furious if he learns the truth about this." The Vice Principal adjusted his collar and interrupted, "You're being way too stiff and rigid. That's what's causing the trouble. I'm not particularly sorry that you failed, but there are still plenty of other ways." Professor Raiden remained indifferent, as if he could already guess something. And under Iki Haydn's dangerous gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his guess. "Are you planning to make Professor Mason lose control?" The air fell into an unusually heavy silence, and the exchange ended with Professor Raiden's departure. "If there's nothing more to report, I'll take my leave." The long hallway stretched out, and the professor walked there quietly. During this, the professor began forming some new judgments of his own. The only real and practical reason for me to open the Persona Gate this time was to deal with a few students who might participate in the upcoming Aslan seminar. Even though they opened a gate carrying 5th level risk far beyond their capabilities, who could have imagined that Flame, Azel, Princess Adolvit, and even Hong Byun would all walk out safe? Looking toward a nearby window, a small assessment slipped in. None of it went according to plan at all. While busy with those thoughts, the professor suddenly looked in one direction when someone spoke to him. "Professor, it's been a while." Raiden slowly turned around. It was the polite smile of a student greeting him, Ma Yuxiang. He crossed his arms, and the earlier words continued. "Back when I was little, you were like a dangerous wild beast. But now I almost didn't recognize you acting so human-like." Before he could react to the situation, Ma Yuxiang brought up another big issue. "Seriously, lately my friends almost got hurt. Is this because that slow old man carrying a heavy burden on his back planned all this?" Hearing those words, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuxiang with a cold face. "Even if you are a young master, please restrain your disrespectful words and actions toward the cult leader." "And friends," Ma Yuxiang's face darkened. The other party ended with a question. "Are you getting too immersed in this student role-playing game?" However, Professor Raiden had to return to a feeling of surprise when Ma Yuxiang's tone was no longer the same as before. "So it's not just the appearance that changed, huh? You dare to say such arrogant and rude words right in front of me." An invisible but very real pressure began to weigh down on the professor's body. He had to grit his teeth to endure it, but then the expression intensified as sweat beads started appearing on his face. The eyes, demeanor, and aura of the Ma Yuxiang facing him had completely changed. Raiden could feel the kingly spirit radiating along with that warning. "It's wiser to be careful." A smile came after that too. "You guys are really annoying and an eyesore. See you next time then." Ma Yuxiang slowly walked away step by step. Step by step, the sound still carried a strange feeling, and the professor raised his fist to his heart. And when Ma Yuxiang had completely left, Professor Raiden breathed heavily. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. If it's for the benefit of the Moonshadow cult, then this is nothing. The scene changed, shifting to Princess Hong Byun's group standing somewhere. Two female classmates kept worrying nonstop, turning to the princess and saying, "Princess, we're so glad you're safe. We heard the school made a mistake in setting up the Persona Gate. Is that true? Seriously, what kind of work are they doing?" As expected, in response to those words, Princess Hong Byun looked down with unsurprised contemplation. Just as predicted, the other students don't know about this. Considering the Academy's stance issues, it's understandable. Right at that moment, someone appeared and called Princess Hong Byun's name. A voice impossible to ignore. The princess turned her head to confirm who was calling. "Senior." A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmono Achlik, a third year at the academy. Still that smile, but brighter. Edmono continued, "You don't have to call me so formally and stiffly. I feel a bit awkward when you use such grandiose language too." In response to this change, Princess Hongbyun remained calm and replied, "The student maintains a strict hierarchical system." Hearing her speak so coolly, Edmono immediately changed the subject. "Haha, I'm glad you're still safe. I was really worried something might have happened to you." Still with that familiar expression, the princess's words were blunt too. "I'm fine, Senior doesn't need to worry." A thought suddenly formed and replaced it. This sly old fox. What he's worried about isn't me, but his own rice bowl more like. The two greatest powers in the Adalvit kingdom. The Duke Orkin family supporting Princess Hongxi HWA, and the Duke Achlik family being the only one that can match and oppose Orkin. Among them, Edmono is the sole heir of Duke Achlik. Perhaps his goal is to help me become queen and marry me. With the princess's previous responses, Edmono realized that approach wasn't working, so he decided to change the topic. "Oh right, do you want to play Seoul chess? There's going to be a student tournament coming up soon." Even though Princess Hongbyun had no interest in Seoul chess, she still nodded in agreement. "Yes, sure." Seizing the chance to get closer to the princess, Edmono placed an arm on her shoulder and whispered coldly, "All right, today I'll teach you one move. Watch closely and learn it well." Hongbyun was caught off guard by the action and immediately bit her lip in unwilling frustration. As they walked after Edmono greeted everyone ahead, Princess Hongbyun closed her eyes and calmly thought, "The painful truth is I can't become queen without help from someone like him. If only I had some kind of power. Even if it's someone with strength equivalent to Duke Achlik standing on my side." Right at that moment, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Beek Yuseol. By sheer coincidence, he happened to walk right past outside and fell into her line of sight. But the princess quickly looked back up at Edmono as he turned toward her and spoke again. "Hongbyun, what are you doing? Why don't you come over here quick?" However, Princess Hongbyun still hesitated, her eyes glancing back toward that window spot. "Looks like he's already gone." And with that, Princess Hongbyun left the spot. "Yes, Senior." Shifting to someone's hand, holding a single flower petal. It was Beek Yuseol who had just stopped at a corner. He started examining it closely, admiring it, and posed the question, "Let's see, is this enough yet?" The surrounding scenery suddenly turned pink. The petal in his hand began to float up, and a status window immediately replaced it. Absorbing the petal of the bewitching tree will permanently increase mental strength by 65% and slightly boost resistance to charm-type magic. Beek Yuseol's status window also appeared. Ability stats. Strength 2 stars 73%, Senses 2 stars 57%, Agility 2 stars 42%, Stamina 2 stars 19%, Durability no stars 99%, Mental Strength 2 stars 24%, Magical Power, dashed line. Looking at the change, he murmured softly, "Not bad at all." In addition, the information continued. "The Constellatio project grants you a special reward." Because of this, Beek Yuseol put his hand to his chin and started making new judgments. "Thanks to completing a new milestone, I've received this special reward as a result. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use a growth item or not?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. The question followed right away. "Could there be the Merkin necklace?" The system responded, "Possible." He immediately looked satisfied. "Then I'll take that one." New information appeared. "You have obtained the Merkin necklace item." The item details popped up. Merkin necklace, superior grade. Description: a necklace crafted by Mekin, a future alchemist engineer. He pushed past its limits to protect his own life. Special function: Merkin shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below. Can only be used once. Without any hesitation, he put it around his neck. Too bad it's single use only. But having something that can guarantee my life isn't a bad idea at all. Since episode 8 is coming up soon, I'll have to fight the awakened Professor Mason Tyrant. Plus, more information appeared. The Hatred branch has accumulated 78% value. Beek Yuseol smiled at that. "Good, preparations for fighting Mason Tyrant are going smoothly too, so I guess I'll rely on Altarisha for the rest." The scene shifted to a new place, the International Alchemy Organization. Beek Yuseol had arrived here. He stood in front of a certain area, and someone greeted him with a bright smile. "This is Branch 13 of the Cordon Living Stone School, the annex building under the Great Elm Tree in Alchemy City." He replied right away, "I'm here to see Alchemist Altarisha." However, the receptionist clearly expressed, "I'm very sorry, sir, but you can't meet her right now." He knew what was up, so he looked a bit dazed and reached into one side of his coat. "I figured as much." Immediately, he handed over a letter. "This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Altarisha." The receptionist looked flustered at the situation. "Oh my." Their exchange simplified after that. "I'm truly sorry, I'll guide you right away. Please follow this way. Thank you." Arriving at the door of Altarisha's research lab, the female receptionist called inside. "Miss Altarisha, you have a visitor." However, no sound came back in response. The receptionist tried again. "We'll be coming in now if that's all right." Right then, Beak Yusial suddenly jolted in alarm at something. This feeling. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, releasing tremendous pressure. The blast made the door fly open wildly, but somehow it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke billowed everywhere, making it impossible to see. But fortunately, it didn't seem like a major accident since Beak Yusial was still there and spoke up. That was unexpected. Thanks to the door flying open earlier, he had quickly pulled the receptionist to the side, but he still felt a bit of worry for himself. "We almost got into real trouble there." Waving away the smoke in front of him, Beak Yusial stepped forward bit by bit into the room. With so much smoke still lingering, he called out loudly to check. "Assistant, are you okay?" Shortly after, he was surprised to hear a voice respond. "Hey, are you the student Beak Yusial?" Even though the earlier incident had been a bit chaotic, Assistant Altarisha was safe and even smiled as she continued. "Welcome, I wanted to show you something." At the same time, a familiar figure appeared next to her. It was none other than the Golden Alchemist, Baostone Fox. Beak Yusial hadn't noticed him at first, but he did notice Altarisha's expression and thought. The explosion didn't even faze her. And then both their attentions turned to the Golden Alchemist as he discovered something on the bracelet on his wrist. "My student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet." On the silver bracelet was a button, and he placed a finger on it. A green shield immediately appeared, enveloping his entire arm. He was thrilled, and his excited explanation continued. "If we press this button twice, even in just this state, it already proudly boasts third-level power." However, Beak Yusial got another surprise when the result didn't stop there, along with his words. "Oh ho, but if we press this button here one more time." How about that? Amazing, right? Even if your mana is low, or you're just an ordinary person who can't use magic at all, you can still deploy this shield at least once. Though its defensive power was only at 500, it could be incredibly useful in critical situations. Before the three of them, a shield 3 times larger than his face appeared right where the smaller one had been. And unlike other shields, there wasn't a single magical rune engraved on it. Continuing with the Golden Alchemist, he couldn't help but be astonished at what he had just done. He couldn't hold back his new excitement. "If we announce this, the world will be turned upside down. It's all thanks to this genius child Altarisha." He then noticed the boy's presence. "Ah, come to think of it, you're a co-author too." He immediately pulled him in. "How about we join the alchemy world together as master alchemists?" Beak Yusial actually wanted that too, but he had to leave both of them stunned with his response. "I can't survive as a master alchemist because I have no mana." Witnessing an incredibly outstanding alchemy genius who lacked mana, Baostone Fox said, What did you just say?" His secret up to this point seemed unknown to anyone in the academy, but it wasn't exactly a secret either, and he explained his earlier statement to both of them. "A congenital constitution incapable of accepting mana, that's the mana leakage delay physique." The Golden Alchemist pushed up his protective glasses, still not believing what he heard. "What you just said, you don't mean." However, Baostone Fox's reaction seemed a bit different. He couldn't continue, and Altarisha took over. "Is that what they call a limited lifespan?" He calmly accepted the words, but then his gaze drifted elsewhere as he thought to himself. "Yes, that's a big part of the problem, but is it really true?" To bring both of them back to normal and out of their daze, Beak Yusial added more about his own situation. "My time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of that myself, so don't worry about it." Hearing him speak like that, Assistant Altarisha finally let out a relieved breath. "Ah, right." To lighten the tense atmosphere further, Beak Yusial changed the subject by holding out one hand. "And besides, can I take a look at that shield bracelet for a moment?" Baostone Fox jolted awake. "Huh, oh sure." After taking the silver bracelet into his hand, he pulled out his own encyclopedia glasses to examine. Up close within the bracelet, some information formed, and because of that, he gained a personal new impression of it. It's definitely still in the early stages, so there are a lot of rough and unnecessary parts on this item. Pausing there, he looked over at Assistant Altarisha and smiled as he asked, "Wait a sec, can I borrow your magic soldering pen for a moment?" Altarisha was surprised by his request but had no objections. "Ah, here." However, Baostone Fox's eyebrows twitched slightly, not understanding what he was trying to do, and he asked, "Oh, what exactly are you trying to pull off now?" But the silence was broken by someone, and that someone was Assistant Altarisha standing beside them. She knew what Beak Yusial wanted to do and didn't want anyone interrupting him right now. Back to him, Beak Yusial, after receiving the magic soldering pen from Altarisha, slowly and carefully placed the pen on the silver bracelet where that special information was contained. A thought slipped in. Here, using the connection point from this magic soldering pen, he's not doing it sloppily. He's using the encyclopedia glasses to precisely engrave the complete future shield bracelet he knows. erase the original, and create a more efficient structure that can enhance the quality. Everything was done, right as the sound ended, along with him activating its function for a test. A much larger and far stronger shield was created compared to the slightly small one before. Stone Fox immediately gaped and quickly pulled out a measuring inspection lens to give the result. This is impossible. Amid their growing anticipation and joy, he announced the measured result. The defense value has shot up to 800, almost 1.5 times more effective. No wonder she said you're a co-author too. He exclaimed in full admiration, his face flushed and voice raised. Have you ever thought about working under me? Ah, no, not under me, but as equals. Don't worry about not being able to use magic yourself. I'll assign a few alchemists to make you some magic shuttle familiar. Beak Yusial appreciated the offer, but it still didn't sway him. Haha, sorry, I have my own reasons for continuing to pursue my dream as a magic warrior. He looked a bit regretful. Oh, that's too bad. However, another more important intention came from him. I still have something I'd like to ask. A purple orb, the mana vessel, was held out in front of him. Can you create an item with this? Altarisha's hand reached out to take it, asking, some kind of enchantment. No need to rush, Beak Yusial took both from surprise to even greater surprise. Spatial magic. The Stella principal said he'd lend a hand too. Both of them froze solid in massive shock. Altarisha calmly said, first of all, the principal. Meanwhile, Stone Fox looked like he was at a loss for words. Oh, that old geezer decided to help you. You really are a troublemaker. However, Altarisha expressed her confusion out loud. I want to do something to help you, but unfortunately I don't think I can. I've never tried using elemental attributes before. Beak Yusial knew that well. A smile bloomed on his lips as he added, I know I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time and do it once you've mastered your skills more. His initial thought set a limit. With this, it'll probably take a few months. Then a small exchange followed from both. All right, then leave it to me. It's time for us to create a masterpiece. Back to the classroom at Stello Academy. Azel sat at her desk, currently showing clear confusion. Things aren't looking good. Shyly afterward, Azel cast her gaze toward Beak Yusial, sitting blankly not far from her position. Watching him yawn repeatedly there, Azel hesitated and formed an intention in her mind. That thing, should I ask Beak Yusial about it or not? However, before she could act, someone arrived first and spoke in a very familiar tone. Commoner. Beak Yusial looked dazed as Princess Hongbion appeared in front of his desk, adding words directed at him. I have some important things to discuss with you. Do you have time? Azel watched both of them in fresh confusion. There's even more important stuff. However, Beak Yusial's reply came. It's nothing major. Accordingly, Azel watched as Princess Hongbion led Beak Yusial out of the classroom. After the two had left, Azel returned to her usual sadness. Thoughts kept arising. Whatever they're about to talk about probably has nothing to do with me, right? Why do I feel so weird about this? The two were now walking down the hallway. Going in silence felt a bit awkward. Beak Yusial decided to speak up right after. What did you want to talk about? Princess Hongbion, walking ahead, stopped at the question and answered. In the alchemy world, they say that products from alchemical techniques have been developed. Right after, Princess Hongbion decided to turn back and look at. Seeing him looking somewhat handsome, she went straight to the main point. I heard you're a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused for a beat to consider. Given the Adalvit royal family's information network, that's only natural. Still calm, Beak Yusial replied to the princess. So what? Are you looking to get a direct connection to the M-letter 1EB7C hang business through me? Seeing that he could guess part of her intention, Princess Hongbion crossed her arms, closed her eyes with aristocratic coolness. I won't deny that, but don't misunderstand me. The items are indeed very important. But I think building a relationship with someone like you is far more crucial. He suddenly became flustered at those words. A thought replaced it once more. I didn't expect her to think so highly of me. It's definitely different from the original story. So maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hongbion's death after all. As cold as she had been before, now Princess Hongbion was just as shy. Hey, then how about going to eat with me? Suddenly at that moment, someone interjected. Isn't that Hongbion? Both looked over in confusion, wanting to confirm who it was. It was none other than third-year student Edmono Atlik. His expression and next words clearly showed irritation. You even turned down lunch with me. I was wondering if something important had come up. Turns out you're just going with a commoner like this. That's really disappointing. Behind Edmono Atlik's cold face, the three stood there in silence for a long while. But it was quickly broken by Beak Yusial's thought and his gaze locking onto the other party. That guy. I've seen him before when playing this game. One of the death flags that leads Princess Hongbion to destruction. Edmono Atlik. Judging by this guy's attitude just now, It seems he still doesn't know I'm the co-author of that random report paper. Right then, Princess Hong Byun suddenly spoke up, startling him and interrupting that thought. He's not just any ordinary commoner. I'm considering connecting with alchemist Alter Risha through this commoner, so please don't interfere right now. However, Edmono Achlik wasn't going to let that happen. A dangerous smile appeared clearly. Hey Hong Byun, do you really think that? What kind of power could a mere commoner like that possibly have to help you? Aren't I a much better option? Baek Yuseol listened to the criticism aimed at him, but his usual indifference took over his thoughts. That's really funny. Looking at the princess beside him, the thought continued. Yeah, I'm used to being looked down on as a commoner anyway. Even though he knew the other was a major supporter, Princess Hong Byun coldly refuted Achlik's earlier remark. Exactly what do you mean by that, senior? Seeing this not-so-great expression from the princess, Baek Yuseol didn't want things to go too far and immediately cut into their conversation. All right, let's just pretend we never discussed trading items. Princess Hong Byun jolted and whipped around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmono Achlik was very pleased. Smart thinking. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Baek Yuseol suddenly brought up another important matter. Oh, by the way, regarding the item business, I'll definitely tell them that Duke Achlik outright refused to supply the Adolvit kingdom. At that, Edmono's face turned serious, but the dangerous smile remained as he said, Hey, you seem awfully cocky. Do you know what happens when a first year dares to challenge a third year? Baek Yuseol replied coolly and quickly, So what? That's not my concern. Worried about his direct confrontation, Princess Hong Byun found herself in a slightly awkward position. Commoner, you must know that Stella's hierarchy system is extremely strict. Plus, Edmono is known as the most influential among third years. What are you even thinking saying things like that? Paying no mind to either of them, Baek Yuseol turned to leave. Then I'll excuse myself first. Accordingly, both their eyes locked onto his retreating back, and afterward, we witnessed Edmono's clear contempt. How can a first year not know just how terrifying his senior can be? Looks like I'll have to make this guy's school life a bit more fun. Seeing all her efforts turn to nothing after everything, Hong Byun clearly showed a sense of loss and sadness. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol had stepped out into the large courtyard of the academy. As he walked, he carried his own quiet sadness. Sorry about that, Hong Byun, but if that guy doesn't get taken down, you'll never get a happy ending. Of course, even if you inherit the throne or Duke Achlik falls, death would still come in the end. That's something unavoidable. His footsteps came to a quick stop. His gaze suddenly snapped straight toward one direction. At the very least, I won't let Hong Byun have to bow her head to that bastard. His eyes shifted directly toward the direction where students were moving about. And farther off, it was Hong Byun hiding in a corner of the wall. Truly helpless, Princess Hong Byun could only slap her own forehead. Ha, should I just throw away everything tied to this princess title? The reason Edmono Achlik kept interfering with her was painfully clear. Maybe he wants to make sure I can never stand on my own 2 feet. When that happens, I'll have no choice but to depend on him. Helplessness piled on more helplessness as she stood there alone. Looking back at her own clenched fist, the earlier sadness deepened. I missed a really good opportunity. Am I really incapable of doing anything on my own? Right then, Princess Hong Byun's eyes suddenly widened as if she realized something. Wait a sec. The figure and voice from earlier flooded back into her mind. I'll definitely tell them that Duke Achlik outright refused to supply the Adolvit kingdom. Thinking back, he's just a commoner. Why would he say something like that? Normally, he shouldn't be drawing attention to himself like this. But instead, he directly provoked Edmono. She had a very strange premonition about it. Don't tell me. Scene shift to nighttime, in some dormitory wing of the academy. Baek Yuseol appeared holding something in his hand. He opened a box and smiled brightly. Perfect, it arrived safe. A 3-compartment box revealed itself. A bracelet, a necklace, and a ring with simple patterns. Though they didn't look like fancy accessories, their integration potential was highly impressive. Sitting there staring at them for a long while, Baek Yuseol sank into deep contemplation. Alter Risha's prototype items arrived faster than I expected. Hesitation crept in. Now, let's see, what are these even for again? A status window popped up immediately. Barrier-coated necklace, low to mid-grade. Description: activates a protective coating that shields the entire body when worn. Effects: agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: level 1 body shield, 125 BP, plus 3% damage absorption rate. Looking at the necklace he had just picked up, Baek Yuseol's joy was plain to see. Oh, this is even better than I hoped. And the ring he held in his other hand displayed new information. Unnamed dagger ring, mid-grade. Description: when used, the ring transforms into a dagger hilt and generates a new mana dagger from it. Effects: agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function, level 3 magic dagger, lasts 5 minutes. The final item among the three was detailed out. Shield bracelet, low to mid-grade. Description, when activated, it turns into a forearm protecting bracelet. Effects, strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function, level 1 shield, 1000 BP. He added a compliment while looking at the bracelet. As expected from Altarisha, she managed to make mid-grade items already. He clenched his fist, a new smile forming. I need to test these in real combat right away so I can give feedback to Altarisha. And I already gave advance notice to Dr. House Corden. Now all preparations are complete. It's time to slowly crush Duke Agilek. A few days later, the second exam was approaching. This second exam was divided into two parts: practical combat and theory. In the practical section, magic combat tests would be scored differently depending on the type of magic used. For example, lightning magic was graded based on maximum voltage and number of chain links. Wind magic was scored through the explosive force generated. Ice magic was evaluated by maximum coldness and coverage range. Healing, light, and other special attributes had many factors to consider, but the most anticipated among them was still the fire attribute. And who else but Princess Hong Bion? Watching everyone continuously demonstrate their abilities, he couldn't help but be amazed again. As expected from the main characters, they're on a completely different level. Then, right in front of him, an instructor looked over and called, "Beak Yusial, it's your turn." Beak Yusial stepped onto the testing area. The overseer signaled, "Prepare to begin. Use exactly one of your abilities." From his standing position, Beak Yusial accelerated forward toward the pillars with a slightly large red button on top. Using Flash Step, he easily moved between the pillars and pressed each red button. Notably, his focus was perfect, no wasted movements. He completed each one simply and cleanly. From a corner evaluating the performance, the supervisors couldn't hide their surprise at his execution. Every time I see it, it's still unbelievably unreal. No delay at all in that Flash Step, and he can orient and execute it instantly with perfect precision. Truly astonishing. When Beak Yusial stopped, the overseer's announcement rang out. Beak Yusial's test is complete. Still standing alone there, looking indifferently in one direction, Beak Yusial slipped into a new thought. With this, I've finished one part of the practical exam. Since I can't use magic, the rest is basically doomed. But if I score high on the theory test with my glasses, that should make up for it. Right then, Beak Yusial jolted and looked back dazedly as someone approached and called his name. "So you're Beak Yusial, huh?" A group of students came over, clearly showing mockery aimed at him. "Heard a first year like you dared to talk back to a third year. You're beyond saving man. Oh man, as a freshman, I can't even imagine doing that." Looking at the group that had naturally come to pick a fight, Beak Yusial narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, "So it's starting already. Edmono's crew, right?" As expected, one of them got right in his face and said, "Oh, look at this kid, daring to glare at us like that." The guy's face seemed to drain of color, not planning to lower your eyes. In response to those words, Beak Yusial stayed calm and thought, "I figured as much." But even so, irritation showed on his face. It's a bit annoying having to take hits from these kids. Still wearing that fixed stare, Beak Yusial silently watched the troublemaker to let him intimidate him more. The guy laughed perfectly. "HMPH, look at this brat. I told you to bow your head." Beak Yusial listened calmly as the other cursed him out quite a bit. "This damn kid is even more arrogant than I thought. Commoner, and I heard you don't even have parents anymore, right? If you don't want to die, kneel down, you bastard." Right then, second-year senior Ban Dion passing by noticed the commotion over here. "While I'm at it, let me think a bit. What's this, a fight?" Not far away, Ban Dion quickly recognized they were Edmono Agilek's people. But more than that, she noticed he was there too. "Huh, isn't that the freshman we met at the Made Cemetery? I think his name was Beak Yusial." Having thought it through, she decided to just watch closely and speak up loudly. "What are you guys doing over there?" As she approached, the guy looked at Ban Dion and said, "Can't you see? I'm disciplining a junior, don't butt in." Ban Dion, this kid dared to talk back to a third-year senior. As seniors, disciplining juniors is our duty. Hearing the argument, others also noticed her arrival. "That's Ban Dion, right? Isn't she from S52 class?" Grasping the situation quickly, Ban Dion turned to look at Beak Yusial, showing clear surprise. But then looking more closely at him, a new thought formed. Beak Yusial, is he planning to kneel? If he's strong enough to take down a 5th-level summoner, he should easily handle these guys. Why is he letting himself get worried like this? No way, no hesitation anymore. Ban Dion decided to intervene. "No, don't do that." The guy was surprised by her decision. "What?" Ban Dion closed her eyes and said casually, "If what you say is true, that a freshman talked back to a third year, then this isn't a small matter. In a military mage unit, that would be seen as defying superior. So my suggestion is, why don't we open a special junior training session?" Hearing this idea, both sides stiffened in confusion, looking over with questions. Someone already spoke up. That kind of training needs approval from the student council president. With that said, Bandion decided to handle it. I'll go get approval, so make sure it's done properly. Suddenly having a more reasonable path, the guy flashed a perfect smile. He added with a bit of killing intent, staring straight at Beak Yusial. All right, sounds fun. The whole group left afterward, leaving just the two of them. Bandion then spoke to him. Sorry for interfering, but if I hadn't stepped in, they wouldn't have let you go. Beak Yusial didn't say anything but showed clear surprise. Huh, she means they wouldn't let me off. Without a reply from him, Bandion voiced her guess. You were planning to use the humiliation moment to strike back big, right? Someone smart enough to defeat a summoner wouldn't argue pointlessly. So there's only one reason. To end Stella's stupid, long-standing senior tradition. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Beak Yusial stayed silent there, listening, then dazed confusion took over. Me. Like, who am I and where am I? Why am I in this situation? Back to the main point, watching the group that hadn't disappeared yet, Bandion continued analyzing her earlier words in more detail. But among them, some have no choice but to follow Edmono Achlik. They're called the coerced, bound by family circumstances. Even if you're right, you can't let people like that get punished. One of her hands then directly placed on his shoulder, offering encouragement. So I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president. Hearing this much, sensing danger approaching, Beak Yusial broke out in continuous sweat, unsure what else to do, a helpless smile stretching across his lips. What has she been talking about this whole time? Time passed quickly. Some blue drawings were precisely etched out. It was a form of inscription created by some professor. This was the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. The students below began their written test accordingly. Among them, some couldn't avoid complaining. I don't understand any of this. Can I even finish solving it today? However, standing out among them, someone got up and left their seat. It was Beak Yusial. After putting on his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed even the professor's. Don't forget to add up my submission. The exam overseer took the paper from him, a bit confused. Only 20 minutes in and you're already turning it in. How is that possible? Beak Yusial, walking away, turned back to explain. No, I finished it. Hearing that it sounded absurd, the overseer looked at his answers. What, you mean? And then, from earlier confusion, it turned into outright shock on the spot. Putting his glasses back into his coat, Beak Yusial calmly walked away, saying, I didn't study anything, but finishing it feels pretty refreshing. However, things gradually got a bit complicated when he had to stop and look in one direction as someone gossiped about him. That's Beak Yusial, right? Heard a freshman dared to talk back to Edmono Achlik. Looks like he's about to get properly disciplined, Feeling embarrassed there, he knew trouble was brewing again. Looks like the whole school knows now. His eyes drooped, and now Bandion has to step up front for special junior training. Simply put, it's a place where seniors can directly challenge juniors for discipline. They duel one-on-one. At Stella, seniors are forbidden from insulting or hitting juniors. But in training sessions, seniors can legally punish juniors through challenges. In reality, it's just seniors beating juniors with magic. That's why it requires student council president approval to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can propose directly to the council. I was just planning to kneel and get it over with. How did it turn into this? Recalling that moment. Well, kneel quick and go sleep it off then. Throughout the walk back to his room, Beak Yusial gradually came to a decision, since things had come this far. Some box was opened. Inside was an item placed there, especially like a stuffed bear. Holding it in his hand, a confident smile faintly appeared. If it can't be avoided, then fine. Let's just enjoy it slowly and comfortably. Shifting to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was reviewing documents and noticed movement ahead. This student was Stella's Student Council president, second-year S-class, Myro Yoon. And what was coming came. The person who had spoken to Beak Yusial earlier arrived here with clear seriousness. The president quickly asked, Bandion, what brings you here? Without wasting another second, Bandion placed a sheet of paper on the president's desk. But her voice softened a little afterward. I'd like to request approval for opening a special junior training session. Target Beak Yusial, S-class freshman. The president was surprised in his response then. I thought you hated ridiculous stuff like this. Why now? Showing no emotion, Bandion said, precisely because I hate it, that's why I'm doing it. Since this was serious, the president gave a slight reminder. I don't know what you're scheming, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't possibly beat a second year. The gap created by experience isn't something stats can make up for, yet you still want to request a training session. Waving the paper in her hand, Bandion smiled at that moment. If you want to know why, just come watch, it'll be fun. Seeing her sudden change, the president narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed, saying, Seriously, what are you plotting? Meanwhile, outside, someone's voice preparing to enter rang out. Oh, student Myro Yoon. The figure of the earlier exam overseer for Beek Yuseol entered the room holding a paper. Could you take a look at this report? It's a student thesis submission. Recognizing the person, the president greeted. Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. Did this exam produce a thesis worthy of submission to the academy? However, hiding some dissatisfaction. Last time the one you brought wasn't that great, but you insisted on submitting it anyway. Haha, just take a look. From earlier slight confusion, now even more so. The president understood why. Isn't that Professor Priss's circuit planting model? Impressive indeed. It shortens the reverse model resolution loop formula by half, and with such a simple formula too. Looking more closely, a thought formed. The circuit planting was already perfected by countless scholars before, yet now it's been pushed even further. Only a genius could do that. Unable to wait any longer, the president posed the crucial question. Who wrote this? Raising one hand, the professor smiled as he answered, Student Beek Yuseol. At this level, he could even be invited to the Aslan seminar. Ah, but now's not the time. I need to report this to the vice principal right away. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned eerily quiet. Holding the test paper, the president froze in place for a long moment. Combining the two events happening to the same student, the president offered his own assessment. Beek Yuseol, way more interesting than I thought. Professor Gerald took Beek Yuseol's exam paper and immediately went to find Vice Principal Aki Hayden. Teaching a student who produced such an outstanding thesis wasn't just about raising Stella's reputation. It was a matter of his own honor and achievements. The documents were already laid out on the desk. Aki Hayden skimmed it quickly, frowning as he asked, You're planning to recommend student Beek Yuseol for the Aslan seminar, aren't you? Professor Gerald replied happily, Yes, as you can see, it's truly astonishing. However, Aki Hayden's voice suddenly dropped low, cutting in, That would be quite difficult and troublesome, Professor Gerald. Unconsciously, Professor Gerald responded, Yes. Aki Hayden adjusted his mood and began explaining his earlier statement. Right now, Stella has many other candidates applying besides that student. Especially this year's freshmen, they're all highly promising and would stand out anywhere they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students who can attend Aslan, excluding those with fixed rights due to prestige, is 2. But you're nominating Beek Yuseol for one of those spots. A magic warrior who can't even use magic. That's an insult to mages. Professor Gerald stood stunned, then closed his eyes as Aki Hayden continued. If you understand, then leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Beek Yuseol to go to Aslan. I understand. Gerald left the vice principal's office exhausted. Meanwhile, Aki Hayden's frown deepened even more where he sat. The exam paper lay on the desk. Without even needing to review it, he crumpled it directly. HMPH, who would ever let a bug like that into Aslan? Not a chance, his face ice cold. The boy's exam paper was instantly burned to ashes. Time passed quietly and unnoticed. The second round of exams had ended, and the rankings were posted. Beek Yuseol blended into the crowd, standing in front of the large results board. Pointing with his finger, his face dazed as he added, Let's take a look. Ah, found it. After scanning from the bottom up for a while, Beek Yuseol spotted himself selected at rank 419 in Class S. Beek Yuseol looked at it with a hint of pride, even though the rank had quite a few digits. I placed 419th, so I'm actually pretty amazing on this leaderboard, even though I got a perfect score on the written test. However, his eyes suddenly focused, locking onto one spot in his line of sight. By the way, this time the top spot belongs to. And there it is, Ma Yuseong, right? The order appeared. First in Class S Ma Yuseong, second in Class S Flame, third in Class S Arshwang, fourth in Class S Heroine Ryong, fifth in Class S Hong Bion. All the top members were from Class S, nothing surprising about the rank, but something caught his attention. Heroine Ryong, who got second place last semester, has now dropped to fourth. Is it because Azel and Flame focused more on studying than in the original? At the same time, Princess Hong Bion's figure appeared nearby. She stood right beside him without him noticing and continued thinking. Since Zeki went down the Dark Mage path, both Hei Wenryong's and Arshwang's Dark Mage storylines disappeared. When she saw him too focused, Princess Hong Bion suddenly spoke up directly. Are you trying to adjust your rank to fit in appropriate? I think it's pretty obvious already. Princess Hong Bion waited for his answer, but it seemed nearly impossible because sweat beads appeared on Beek Yuseol's face from her sudden appearance. That was unexpected. What is she even saying? Why is she here out of nowhere? Is she planning something bad? As if reading his thoughts, Princess Hong Bion immediately said, However, seeing that you managed to break into the top 600, it looks like you're planning to participate in the Academy tournament. Hearing this, Beek Yuseol vaguely realized and put a hand to his chin, thinking further. Ah, now that I think about it, there was something like that. The Academy tournament is an event where selected students compete against participants from other prestigious magic academies. After these calculations, He immediately turned to look at the person who had just evaluated. At that moment, all he saw was her shyness, flushed cheeks, and the way she fidgeted with her hair. He thought, what's going on? What is this feeling? Naturally drawing closer to the princess, Baek Yuseol confidently voiced his recent thought. What's that? Do you have anything else you want to say? Hong Byun's eyes widened, her face turning even redder. She immediately turned away as if sulky. Her clenched fist tightened further, proving it even more. Amid Baek Yuseol's continued confusion, a question arose. Why did you do that? Baek Yuseol didn't understand. Huh. Her eyes narrowed slightly as Princess Hong Byun questioned. Why did you do something like that with Edmono? He's influential and holds grudges. He'll probably keep making things difficult for you until graduation. Her voice grew a bit stern as she added, are you confident you can handle this? Seeing Princess Hong Byun concerned about him made Baek Yuseol a little surprised. His eyes followed every shift in her mood. And without much thought, Baek Yuseol answered frankly, no, I don't think I can handle it. Hearing the reply made the princess's heart tighten. She grumbled and confusion flooded back to Baek Yuseol. Rather than letting kids a year younger come pick fights with me, I'd rather crush them all and get expelled. Returning to the princess's mood, her clenched fist trembled slightly as two questions came one after another toward him. Then why did you do it? What do you even gain from me? Instead of answering quickly, Baek Yuseol once again created a moment of silence, his eyes still fixed on the princess. And only when his gaze drifted elsewhere did the answer come. Because I value our relationship more. Princess Hong Byun's worldview instantly turned pink after those words. Knowing he hadn't finished, he scratched his face, looked away, and added, and besides, I'm not doing this for you for free. So after this is over, you have to sign a contract with me to buy an item. Facing him, Princess Hong Byun was a bit confused because she knew one thing. Actually, item contracts can be done anywhere, not just with Adolvit. But why? Baek Yuseol's inner thoughts wavered after the question. Honestly, I shouldn't say I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His eyes glanced elsewhere again. I'll tell you about that later. Curiosity added a new question mark for Princess Hong Byun, but she couldn't press further on that topic. Hong Byun decided to switch to another subject. All right, by the way, do you have any plans for the freshman training session? This time he answered quickly. Yeah, I'll have to do something about it one way or another. Unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Baek Yuseol looked dazed. Giving herself confidence with many shining stars, Princess Hong Byun spoke with her own assurance in a rush. Yes, you can fight seniors to some extent with your natural abilities. It's fine, I'll do my best to handle the aftermath. Baek Yuseol broke into a bit of sweat. Okay, thanks. A new thought arose. Looks like she's trying to be considerate and help me, but why does she think I could win? While the two were talking, in a hidden corner of the hallway, someone stood listening to everything. That person was none other than Arshwang, the fire attribute magic talent. She left afterward, then moved to a special training ground. A large flame suddenly flared high here, right at the practical magic class location. Arshwang was present and under the training of Professor Hong Chwa. Praise came along with a smile. Your control is truly excellent. Arshwang, though you lack firepower, that can easily be overcome with precise control, and you'll pass this test. It'll work well against sensitive enemies or when carrying out quiet missions. Right after, her gaze shifted elsewhere for comparison. But your magic still isn't enough. Princess Hong Byun bowed her head, looking down sadly. Meanwhile, complaints from the other side kept coming. Fire magic. How many times do I have to say that destruction isn't everything? Yet you're ranked first in fire attribute compatibility. It's ridiculous. Now do it again. Arshwang looked at the criticisms, and a sense of unwillingness began to show outwardly. Fire magic flames kept being generated and blazing. The training dummies ahead were engulfed in even more fire. Arshwang continued training relentlessly with her fire attribute specialty. However, dissatisfaction still hadn't left her expression. This time I lost again. If it's about effort, I didn't fall short. So why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff. Looking at the destruction she had caused ahead, Arshwang still couldn't understand why she couldn't win. Back to Azel, she had just overheard some nearby students chatting. Thinking about it, isn't it today? I'm talking about the sparring match between first years and second years. Shall we go watch together? Azel formed her own thought about it. Is this related to Baek Yuseol? Meanwhile, she had missed the chance to talk to Baek Yuseol when Princess Hong Byun took him away first. A sadness etched across her face, but that doesn't really matter to me anyway. I still have class to go to. So Azel walked alone toward another place. However, deep inside she had a major specific hesitation. Then stopping at some spot, Azel smiled faintly and regained her spirit. Ah, I finally made it here. Suddenly another incident occurred. Azel looked at the person beside her who started talking. Ah, you came here too? A question mark appeared. It was a girl with brown hair and green eyes, smiling. There's a rumor about Beak Usial, you know. Class B freshman Heroine. Without hesitation, she sat beside her, flashing an even brighter smile with a touch of teasing. Actually, you two aren't secretly dating, are you? That's why you're here, right? Azel had been shy before. Hearing more of this, her face turned fully flushed. That's not it. From the start, she showed hesitation in her words. Beak Usial and I are. Seeing her unable to finish, Heroine beside her gained a new thought about Azel while keeping her smile. That's surprising. I wondered what kind of person she'd be, carrying the title of the traitor's daughter. But isn't she cuter than I imagined? She couldn't force Azel to continue that story. Instead, Heroine remembered she hadn't done something. This greeting is a bit late, huh? I'm Heroine from Class B, nice to meet you. Azel replied dazedly. Yes, nice to meet you too. Right then, someone's loud gasp drew both their attention toward one direction. Looks like it's about to start. Down on the large field, Beak Usial appeared and stood frozen there, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the gradually rising chatter focused on him, he looked as dazed as ever. Why are so many people gathering? And not just that, a senior cheering from the stands above shouted down, Hey, brave kid, I don't know the exact details, but go easy on them, okay? Hearing this overly flattering praise, Beak Usial felt blind to it. A new thought formed in his head. Wait, are I the one the seniors chose to beat up? Why should I go easy? As for Senior Bandion beside him, she remained strangely calm. Only Senior Bandion was like that. The other students were gleeful about such a match. That bastard Beak Usial is finally going to get a lesson he'll never forget. A commoner thinking he's the center of the universe serves him right. Once marked by a senior, that's the end of the story. Speaking of which, one of the two froze their expression. Hearing her crush being badmouthed, Hong Bion shot a cold glare, staring fixedly at the other party. The coldness intensified as if warning that one more bad word, and she'd make them watch something embarrassing. And it worked perfect. When Princess Hong Bion left, the two earlier mockers hid in a corner, cowering and not daring to do anything more. Like the others, Hong Bion was also concerned about his match and chose a good spot to observe. But when remembering him, her eyes narrowed slightly. Commoner. She still couldn't take her eyes off the calm Beak Usial below. And not long after, Beak Usial's gaze focused straight ahead. There stood someone facing him, speaking up. Hey kid, you ready yet? His opponent had revealed himself. Second-year Class C student Caliban Catalum was present, a Class C guy, roughly rank 300 or so. Even though I'm in Class S, if we're talking pure combat ability, he's stronger than me. Best to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Beak Usial casually replied, yeah, I'm ready, probably. Hearing confirmation from him, Caliban flashed a dangerous smile, stubborn to the end. HMP8. And right as the tension built up, a professor stepped forward to oversee them both. Since everyone's here, I'll explain the rules. This match will last at least 15 minutes. It continues until one side falls. If any life-threatening danger arises during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Additionally, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to forfeit. The match will end immediately, so the fight begins. As soon as the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast green forest. A clock with 4 zeros became the highlight to start everything. Caliban remained confident as he drew his wand. Facing him, Beak Usial grew serious, holding a light sword to ease some tension. Heroine looked at Azel and asked, Who do you think will win? Azel had her own answer and choice. Obviously the senior. Anyway, Senior Caliban is the heir to the Earth attribute. Earth has very strong defense, and Beak Usial's firepower isn't exactly overwhelming. Heroine agreed and analyzed further. Not to mention Earth specializes in terrain control. It can manipulate the battlefield. Attacks can become even more varied. Can Beak Usial's sword even pierce the defense of a third-level Earth mage? Though she had said that earlier assessment, Azel still felt more sadness. Heroine, you're right. There's no way Beak Usial can win this match. At least by normal logic, but I still have a little faith in him. Back to the battle, Senior Caliban's danger showed more on his face. Today, I'll show you what real fear is. Terrain domain. At that, confusion flooded in. The ground cracked open, but the words flash step kept repeating in front of Beak Usial. The first thing Beak Usial chose in fighting the opponent was to maintain distance. And once he had a safe distance, Beak Usial realized something. His opponent, Caliban, felt something similar. Immediately, a new smile carved itself on Beak Usial's face. After smiling, he ran as far as possible. Caliban left behind couldn't believe he could move so fast. What the hell? Sharing the same feeling, Heroine froze and commented on what she observed. Oh, running right from the start without any pride at all. Azel beside her agreed. Yeah, makes sense. However, Azel's worry for Beak Usial remained, but in this situation, maybe that really was the right move. Back to the fight, Caliban chased after him relentlessly, irritation constantly showing as he shouted, "Hey you bastard, get back here." Normally, if he turned back, that'd be the weird part. Who would listen to that and actually return? Once enough frustration built up, it was time to release it. Caliban gritted his teeth. Then right from where he stood, 3 simple green magic circles formed, flying rocks. Beak Usial was surprised by how quickly the opponent shifted the situation. And when he realized it, the attack struck ahead, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. Azel, Princess Hongbion, Senior Cho Wang, and Senior Ban Dion all paused their emotions, waiting anxiously. Stopping at a somewhat green bush, Caliban smiled again and thought, "Good, that hit for sure." When smugness peaks, the face slap hits harder. Caliban froze. What is this? Appearing right before his eyes was a monkey hanging upside down by its tail, swinging back and forth. A stuffed monkey doll. Because when dazed, people lose their sharp judgment. What the hell? Why is it here? Right when he didn't know what to do, the 2 claws on its hands showed signs of closing in. A dangerous pressure quickly transmitted into the opponent's senses. Boom, an explosion of light erupted, forcing him to raise his arms to shield himself. True to his earth mage nature, a green light enveloped Caliban Cadelem's entire body. His body didn't feel the slightest dizziness, but the uneasy feeling only intensified. Ha, I almost got done for. Good thing I increased my body weight to match the great Earth's gravity. But that no longer mattered, as his own senses detected a strange change. An earth shield dagger formed right behind him. And just as Caliban predicted, the sound of tearing wind rang out. Beak Usial appeared at that exact spot and swung a slash with his light sword. A cracking sound echoed, but unfortunately, the sword couldn't pierce through it. Caliban turned back with a smug grin, raising his wand high. Die, shatter, rock. The earth shield dagger he'd created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to form. Caliban was certain he wouldn't miss this time, but the face slap was about to slowly change his perspective right at the explosion's origin. There was nothing there, not even any strange traces. Nothing. Caliban scanned around, pursed his lips, and added more taunting. "Hey freshman brat, is running away like that all you can do? All that talk about knightly spirit, was it just empty words?" Another face slap update came when he stepped right onto something strange. Oh heavens, his body suddenly reacted oddly. Previously heavy like a clump of earth, now it was lifted straight up, wobbling and confused as he stammered. Why is my body so stiff like this? I lost balance." He staggered and tilted to one side, his eyes darting forward. From far away, hidden in the bushes, Beak Usial watched everything intently. A smile boosted his own confidence, but when it caught Caliban's eye, it felt like pure provocation. "Yeah, that kid," he's smiling. Pouring all his strength into casting magic, Caliban bent down and gritted his teeth. Great earth gravity. His wand pointed straight toward where the boy had been earlier, but the boy had vanished. Frustrated, angry, furious at himself, Caliban scanned frantically to find him again. "You damn infuriating brat, want to play hide-and-seek. Get out here now." Whether he had the right angle or not, something strange like a tennis ball flew in from afar. He spotted the movement. Caliban dodged aside and sliced it in half with his wand. "Stop pulling cheap cat tricks." Direct hit, but instead of exploding, a bright light shone from the cut. Rather than a bomb, it was a smoke bomb. Ah, smoke, what do you do with smoke? It stings the eyes. Just like that, Caliban was temporarily blinded, tears falling, game over. But no, Caliban was still there, though he looked a bit pathetic. Is this a CS tear gas grenade? Though he didn't take much damage, his attention accidentally bumped into a small bell lying on the ground nearby that he hadn't noticed before. And what was coming came. That light was revealed for everyone to witness. Instead of affecting only Caliban in the fight, now it impacted everyone watching from outside. Heroine wondered, what the heck is that? Izel narrowed her eyes and assessed. It looks like a flashing device that temporarily blocks vision and sound. From CS tear gas to a flash attack, this second-year senior seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hongbion stood in a corner, pursed her lips, and made her own judgment. That's it. Now, if he can approach slowly and land the finishing blow, that commoner will be the winner. Suddenly something changed, making the princess's eyes widen as she looked down. What now? Down below, Beak Usial casually pulled out more round orbs, preparing to throw. Bingo, the first one hit right on the side of his face, deforming and spreading pain. The rest couldn't be wasted. Beak Usial continuously used his flash step to change attack direction. From another observation angle, Senior Diok Choi Wang and Senior Ban Dion voiced their doubts. Another CS tear gas this time. Seems like it's mixed with simple smoke. Yeah, what should I say now? Beak Usial's attacks aren't exactly lethal, but he did inflict some minor injury. Instead of just tears flowing like before, now there was drool too. Cursing was the only way to vent temporarily. Beak Usial, you bastard. Gathering most of his mana, Caliban pulled up a massive chunk of earth from beneath his feet straight into the sky. Beak Usial below was somewhat shocked by the impact. The cursing earlier didn't quite cut it. Caliban raised his volume in the following words. "What the hell is this training nonsense? I don't need it anymore. I'll fight you seriously right here, right now." Beak Usial knew what was coming, so confusion was unavoidable. This time it was Beak Usial's turn to get hit hard. A gigantic green magic circle, with countless overlapping symbols, covered the entire area. From earlier days, Beak Usial froze completely with fresh sweat drops. Even so, isn't a meteor shower a bit much for a freshman? Already angry and frustrated, now hearing forbidden words, Caliban's eyes reddened, teeth grinding. "Are you out of your mind? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that." Both Deok Choi Wang and Ban Dion sympathized. Yeah, fair point. When words couldn't change anything, small sharp stone pillars began protruding from the circle. The countdown began. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand-holding arm raised high, preparing the assault. As soon as his arm swung down and pointed forward, he poured more power and shouted, "Die!" The timer kept running. 14 minutes 55 seconds. The dense meteor shower filled the sky, drawing closer to Beak Usial every sec. Time reached 14 minutes 57 seconds, and he still stood there without any preparatory movement. Not just that, Beak Usial looked sleepy, his eyes gradually drooping. Time slowly ticked. 14 minutes 58 seconds, 14 minutes 59 seconds. And the most critical moment arrived. 15 minutes. A long smile stretched across his lips. Right when the earth pillars were only a few handspans away, Beak Usial raised his hand high and declared, "I forfeit." Instead of stopping right before him, all magic halted under Stella's enforcement. The entire plaza suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Because one thing, they couldn't believe he'd say those words at such a crucial moment. And it seemed the most humiliated right now was Caliban. From the start, only he had been constantly getting hit, tricked, eyes stinging, choking on smoke, one frustration after another. After a while, he finally regained some composure. The announcement came. The training match has ended. Both returned to the real world and stood facing each other. First-year Class S student Beak Usial has forfeited, therefore the winner is second-year Class C Caliban Kadalam. Caliban still couldn't believe it, so it's over. In contrast to that expression, Beak Usial felt his body lighten tremendously. Finally survived, poor guy still standing there hearing the announcement. The special training match ended here, his body trembling naturally. And then a furious roar echoed across the entire plaza from the third year. The match concluded just as most students had predicted, the second year won. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Did you see that second year's face? He looked furious enough to go insane. If I were him, I'd start throwing punches regardless of the outcome. You're right. It seemed like the freshman had defeated the second year outwardly. This impacted how Stella students analyzed that fighting style. But what exactly did Beak Usial use? Is this some newly developed item? Beak Usial did great, but I'm way more drawn to those tools. Senior Ban Dion got caught up in the talk. As expected, does he like using magic tools? While normal alchemists fight by manipulating terrain features. But Beak Usial planned the positions of his magic tools from start to finish, thanks to his superior mobility. He created advantageous terrain by placing items in the area. As expected, that kid is truly amazing. Senior Deok Choi Wang beside her suddenly interjected. "Oh, Myro Yoon said you requested this training. So did you get the result you want?" Ban Dion observed the people around again. "The result I wanted. Yeah. Now second years won't easily mess with first years anymore, right? And sometimes even second years can lose to first years." A bit more chatter from other students. "I'm in a bad mood. Couldn't see that arrogant freshmen get humiliated. Too bad, same here." Senior Ban Dion concluded. "At this level, I guess this is the relatively satisfying result I wanted. Things have gotten really interesting now. Haha, everything's going great." Shifting to the Red Falcon club room, someone slammed their fist hard on the desk. It was Ed Mono Agilic clenching his fist with a twisted face. Caliban Kadalam, that stupid kid. Not far from there, Princess Hong Bion was sitting and reading some newspaper, which had information about Assistant Alchemist Altarisha. Alchemist Altarisha develops new future magic engineering technology. Amid external discussions about Beak Usial, Princess Hong Bion immersed herself in thoughts filled with battle images. Is this the final outcome of forfeiting to let the opponent win? Throughout the 15-minute one-on-one, Beak Usial didn't even use his sword properly and only humiliated the senior by using various magic tools. In other words, if he wanted to win, he could have at any moment. However, he chose not to and deliberately forfeited. The reason is obvious. It would be strange for a first year to defeat a second year. So isn't he pointing out that not everything is resolved by raw strength? Personally, Princess Hongbion thought Baek Yuseol would get angry and crush the senior, but she never imagined he'd humiliate the opponent before withdrawing. Seriously, he really is an unpredictable commoner. In a nearby corner, Edmono Atlik and his faction members were still discussing what to do with Baek Yuseol. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't I tell them to teach Baek Yuseol a private lesson? Actually the second years haven't approached Baek Yuseol individually yet. What? The student scratched his face in confusion, explaining carefully, contrary to rumors. Baek Yuseol greeted the seniors politely and treated them very kindly. I was going to scold him, but he was so good at chatting that I ended up buying him snacks instead. A ridiculous situation happened. What the hell? Edmono Atlik was speechless and seemed unable to believe it. Just as they started thinking about next steps, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Young master. Surprised, both looked in the same direction. It was one of Edmono Atlik's followers who had come to the academy. Seeing her appear gave Edmono a bad feeling. What is it? She hesitated but spoke clearly. The thing is, I just received a call from the Duke. I think you should try contacting him. A phone appeared where needed. Edmono Atlik made the call as if he'd anticipated it before the two sides connected. Oh man, this is getting big. Father contacting me first. When connected, he responded. Yes, father, it's Edmono. The father's voice replied, I just received a call from Alchemy City, from the alchemists. He held up a newspaper. I received extremely important news. The alchemists from Altarisha's Research Institute have stopped supplying items to the country because Duke Atlik refused. Do you know anything about this? He replied. Yes, of course not. Why would I say something like that to Altarisha's school? Though Edmono denied it, the father repeated the reality once more. But it was true. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said it himself. In an instant, he went silent. Something strange flashed in his mind. A co-author. It didn't take long for him to become utterly shocked. Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before. Then another thought suddenly sparked in his head. His heart pounding as a familiar figure appeared. Is it Baek Yuseol? Right where he stood, a chill ran down his spine, with sweat beads forming on his face. He couldn't continue until a special ray of hope flickered. One issue. I'll be straightforward with you, father, but it's absurd to dare refuse the Adolvik kingdom. Father, do you know how much influence we have over the Alchemy Association? Not letting his son continue, the father interrupted coldly. This is a scientific and technological revolution. It's brand new technology that never existed before, the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is jointly researching with Altarisha. Edmono Atlik gritted his teeth in the dangerous situation. The Golden Alchemist too. It's way bigger than I thought, right? The father cut in. As you said, the country will soon restore trade relations, but the Atlik name won't be in it. He got serious about earlier issues raised. I'll ask again, are you involved in this incident? Edmono had no answer, and that was enough to give a full reply. Back to Princess Hongbion. The princess was surprised when someone called her name, Bion. The one who could address her like that was none other than Edmono Atlik. Confusion showed clearly on her face as Princess Hongbion responded. Yes, senior. With no other choice, Edmono could only pin his hopes on Princess Hongbion now. Can you arrange a meeting with Baek Yuseol? Princess Hongbion couldn't believe that Edmono himself had uttered that name. She personally found utterly disgusting and detestable. After thinking it over for a moment, Princess Hongbion narrowed her eyes. Yes, I will do that. Heading to the southern part of the continent, the Howal ice fields, the lower moon plains. A breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A girl with long crimson-red hair was gazing out at the vast expanse ahead, and that was none other than Jelliel. With no expression at all, Jelliel spoke to herself. Land values are going up. At that moment another figure appeared, trembling as they approached her and knelt down. Lady Jelliel, please, I beg. Just this once, have mercy on me. Above his head hovered a strange number 3. A new knowledge update that assigns a value score to everything. This feature lets you view any living being, person, animal, or object as a single number. The lowest value is 0, and the highest is 100. She sat down close to where he was, but this guy only had 3, a value equivalent to a random rock on the street. Then she spoke to him. See that? How did you end up so bankrupt? I already warned you not to expand into useless business sectors. But he gritted his teeth with a completely different mindset and lied. This venture was supposed to succeed, and you're the one who ruined everything. But it seemed like everything was beyond saving now. Bury him. Yes. That voice rang out as the clearest expression of her utter indifference. The guards stepped in and dragged him away amid his desperate screams. Ah, please spare me, Lady Jelliel, Lady Jelliel. Jelliel cast one final glance at. Once those sounds faded away completely, she broke into a particularly satisfied smile, though it quickly vanished and returned her to her usual calm demeanor. Ah, how boring. Kids these days really have zero backbone. Right as that thought formed, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Jelliel, are you there? Changing her expression faster than Doraemon could blink, Jelliel broke into a beaming smile with rosy cheeks, her voice now completely different from the one she used earlier. The arrival of this person was marked by a big question mark, and the special someone could only be the chairman of StarCloud Corporation, Melian. My beloved daughter, how have you been late? Jelliel rushed over and hugged Melian tightly. Daddy, did you have a good trip? Her cheeks flushed even redder. How did the deal go? Is everything okay? Seeing her bright smile, he happily replied, it's still in progress. This time, the Altarisha Alchemy School developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of an actual battle using an item co-developed by Alchemy. Would you like to watch? The smile stayed on her face. That would be really fun. A thought slipped into her mind. Honestly, I wish I had more time to talk with Dad, but I can't say that to him. Then let's head to my room. Okay. As they entered the new room, a purple orb was emitting a lot of light. A brief introduction before playing the specific video. He's a first-year student at Stellar Academy. He fought a second year using that item. Jelliel showed a tiny bit of surprise at her father's introduction, an alchemy technique co-authored by the Magic Metallurgy, and it's just a first-year student. Jelliel started feeling a spark of interest in this person in her mind. What kind of guy is this kid going to be? When the screen started playing, Jelliel snapped out of her own surprise. Huh. The image of Beak Yusial appeared in crisp 4K quality, yet just like with her father, through the screen he also had a question mark panel. Another perspective replaced it. What's this weird thing? Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire and the King of Adolvit, I've personally seen all of them have values. There are two cases where the value of all things can't be measured. She looked more seriously at her father, more precisely at that small question mark panel. One is when the subject is someone dear and loved. Then she sneaked another glance at the screen with him on it. The other is when the value is hidden to the point that it's immeasurable. The poster he was holding had countless super cool energy orbs, knowing her dad hadn't mentioned the name yet. Jelliel grew interested and asked about him. Dad, what's this person's name? He smiled warmly at his daughter. His name is Beak Yusial. Remember that name well, who knows, maybe you'll meet him someday. Not wanting to disappoint her father. If Dad says so, of course I'll remember, she added a little more. By the way, Dad, before you leave, want to play a round of soul chess with me? The cheerful merchant smiled back. Why not? On her side, the red-haired girl was lost in her own thoughts. He has a value I can't measure. Beak Yusial, I'll remember that name. Back at Stellar Academy, or more precisely, the guy who had just been secretly remembered by someone not long ago, Beak Yusial. He was holding a glass cup and seriously drinking something pitch black. And on the other side, Edmono Achlik was clearly showing embarrassment, hesitation, and stuttering, unable to let the silence waste any more time. He spoke first after setting the cup down. I've finished my coffee. If you have nothing to say, then I'm leaving. Edmono couldn't believe he was so decisive and direct. Ah, wait. Not daring to look at him. I feel regret about what happened earlier. That was my fault. I'm deeply remorseful and reflecting on myself for looking down on you just because you're a commoner. So please, could you forget the words I said before and take back what you said too? He remained indifferent while the other was talking to him. Keeping that same expression, his deeper thoughts translated into, what's this? Apologizing or whatever doesn't really matter much, but to avoid the tragic ending for Princess Hong Bion as much as possible, I need to strip away Edmono's political power. To achieve that, Edmono was caught off guard when his voice suddenly turned unusually cold. I don't want to do it for you. Right now it's better to play hard to get. He switched to a cute tone. So what should I do then? Let me think. Beak Yusial reached into his clothes. How about this? A sheet of paper with writing on it appeared out of nowhere. This wasn't ordinary paper, but a magic sheet. A mysterious paper where anything could be magically created just by drawing. Beak Yusial continued. This is a magic oath written on magic paper. Let's make a bet with me. Edmono looked confused. A bet. He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. The game will be soul chess. If I lose here, I'll take back my words. I'll only supply items to the Adolvit kingdom through the Achlik family. Edmono wanted to confirm again. Soul chess. He also added the reverse condition, but only if I win. Please transfer to me a regular attendance ticket for the Aslan conference. Edmono clearly sensed danger in those words. What? He calmly listened to the other speak afterward. Now do you think that's reasonable? He rolled his eyes. Of course not. The Aslan Conference is a public discussion forum where members of prestigious magic families gather to hold academic group discussions. Only families with real prestige in the magic elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions to attend. Having attended last year and presented an outstanding thesis to be recognized for the following year, having a paper that can be presented at a slam. You can receive transfer rights to attend, or become one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Because worldwide, it's where genius mages gather to determine superiority. Participating in a slan and even maintaining that status proves one's ability. The Achlik ducal family has attended the Aslan conference for many decades. This is a key factor in maintaining their political power. I'm thinking of targeting that. He tucked the paper back into his clothes. Beek Yusial closed his eyes and added, "If you don't like it, then forget it." Right as he took a few steps away, a hesitant but firm voice stopped him. "Wait." Edmono looked so down he might as well be depressed. "You just said soul chest." Since he said that, a long smile stretched across his lip. Danger lurked even deeper along with his gaze. "All right, I'll sign it. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow." He held his expression for a long time, until the other had tucked it into his pocket. A full day passed leading up to something important. Moving to the next day, students were gathering in much larger numbers than usual. They were surely heading toward one event. Those who didn't know were being told by those who did. "Why are there so many people at the cafe today?" Senior Edmono, the final year student, is betting a game of soul chess with his first-year junior. "No way, really." The focus pointed straight behind Beek Yusial with chatter. "In Stellar Academy, who could possibly beat Senior Edmono at soul chess? What kind of fearless freshman is this guy?" He had the answer but didn't say it out loud. "That would be me." He let out a light sigh and looked elsewhere. "Do you guys really think I enjoy this? From the start, I had zero interest in soul chess." But then what? He jolted when he saw a student signaling, "He's here." Senior Edmono and Princess Hongbion, plus another student carrying something along, confidently taking center stage today, came from Edmono Achlik. He was concerned about something similar. As expected, he brought Princess Hongbion along too. Today Princess Hongbion was extremely irritated. Irritation doubled when the gossip included her. "Wow, the princess looks so beautiful today. Are those two secretly dating or something?" The weather was nice and bright. Suddenly one of his shoulders was shadowed as she dumped all her irritation and anger on him. Princess Hongbion turned toward Beek Yusial, wondering what was going on. "Why is she staring at me so intensely? Did I do something wrong?" Unable to do anything after sulking so much, Princess Hongbion crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and picked a seat. Another student brought out a chessboard divided into many alternating black and white squares. Up until now, Princess Hongbion hadn't understood much about him. This time was the same. She felt uneasy. What is Beek Yusial think? Edmono has been playing soul chess since he was 5 and is called a soul chess prodigy. Not just Stella, but throughout all of Adolvit there aren't many better soul chess players than Edmono. But why did he choose the sport Edmono is best at? Beek Yusial is an idiot. As if reading Princess Hongbion's mind, Edmono Achlik smiled at her like she was a familiar possession. Maintaining that smile, he turned back to this decisive chessboard. Honestly, it was surprising when Beek Yusial brought up the Aslan attendance condition. It was beyond expectation. He placed his hand on the white pieces and thought further, but this actually works out better. "Now it's time I'll make you feel humiliated first." Hongbion picked up a chess piece, her smile turning slightly inhuman. "Let's start the game." Finally, let's double-check and confirm one last time. Edmono Achlik, brimming with confidence that victory was in the bag, repeated the terms of the bet. "Once you've signed the magic paper, breaking the oath means losing all your mana. You understand that, right?" Beek Yusial showed no unusual reaction and simply replied, "Of course." But in this whole thing, he really felt like he was playing dirty just a little bit. "I don't have any mana anyway, so breaking the agreement doesn't affect me at all." Edmono Achlik placed one final piece, right in the center of the sharp point formation on the board. He let go and gestured invitingly toward him. "The pieces are all in position now. Feel free to go first." Beek Yusial gave himself a quick thought. He's giving up the first move advantage in such an important bet. He reached into his clothes. "Looks like he's completely underestimated me." He made full use of the encyclopedia down to its last breath. "All right, things are looking better for me." At this point, let's briefly explain some of the rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. You select 20 pieces out of 200 types and place them on the board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, each piece and each square has its own unique attributes and abilities. Strategically combining them to capture the opponent's king and win is the ultimate goal. Even for me, a veteran with 10 years of soul chess experience, it's definitely not easy, but PvP is way more fun than this game anyway. Beek Beak Usial chose the black pieces, and then his gaze locked onto his opponent. On top of that, Edmono Agilik was one of the top Seoul chess players, not just at Stella, but throughout all of Adol. That confidence completely clouded Edmono's judgment. I'm really surprised he bet his Aslan conference attendance rights, but challenged me to Seoul chess of all things. What an arrogant commoner brat. I'll crush you so badly you'll never dare challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, since Beak Usial had been given first move priority, he prepared and spoke. Then let's get started. As if isolated in an undefined space, both of them were completely cut off from outside awareness. Edmono paid close attention to the setup Beak Usial had prepared. It showed an unusually high level of surprise, but at the same time completely unpredictable details emerged. What kind of formation is this? It feels like his pieces are positioned to subtly dismantle my strategy. This can't just be random coincidence, right? Anyway, a commoner like this kid couldn't possibly have played enough Seoul chess to build up that much experience. Beak Usial began adjusting his opening pieces in a strong direction. Since you let me go first, I'll take the liberty. Just with the very first move, he already overwhelmed a player like Edmono. This guy's not only moving his queen right from the start, he's charging straight into my formation. He lifted a piece that resembled a knight. This could prove the guy was an idiot. A smug confidence stretched the smile at the corner of his mouth. The white piece was placed firmly on a white square. As soon as the piece moved into place, some special change vaguely revealed itself from the previous move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked back one of Beak Usial's pieces to the rear. The leading knight Edmono confidently believed he had the advantage. How stupid. This guy actually dared to push his queen into a sacrificial danger right from the beginning. The piece's revealed trait, Swift Knight, can move across the board with its special movement ability. On one side, Beak Usial played seriously. On the other, Edmono moved with careful confidence in every step. Continuing with the knight charging forward, wherever it went, Beak Usial's pieces were knocked away and vanished. Still the knight, and it kept pushing ahead relentlessly. Right at that moment, Edmono could no longer hide the inner glee he'd been concealing from the start. He covered his face and laughed with trembling excitement. Once the trembling passed, his true nature gradually came into the light. Unbelievable. I never thought you'd play so recklessly. I can end this even before I move into the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmono Agilik brought out one of his favorite tactics, Destruction Flame. The core of this tactic lies in the tight coordination of 3 Swift Knights. The first step is using the Swift Knight's mobility to disrupt the enemy. The second step is using 5 fire pawns to safely seize control of the map, creating Burning Terrain. Burning Terrain is a special map that reduces defense for units weak to fire and boosts damage for fire element units. If he reached this phase, Beak Usial would have no chance left, although that was the plan. But right when Beak Usial moved his arm for a new step, Edmono seemed to have spotted the mistake somewhere. It was supposed to be that way. In a white square on the black side's territory, a piece suddenly appeared without any warning. Edmono realized where the error was. An invisible pawn. It also had its own unique info. Iron Chain Trap creates a prison in a designated area. Any piece trapped cannot move for 5 turns. The 3 rampaging white knights from before were now chained in red shackles as they stood in the same row. Panic started creeping in for the damned Edmono. My Swift Knights. The invisibility effect was supposed to end after 3 turns, so why? And then the surprise wasn't over for him, yet because the next piece of information was revealed. Invisible pawn. The pawn remains invisible during the match. Invisibility ends after 3 turns, however. If the queen dies before the effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 more turns. Sweat dripped down, but that dangerous smile appeared again. That bastard intentionally sacrificed his queen early to trigger this effect. His hands froze stiff. No problem, that effect only lasts 5 more turns anyway. Plus, this turn I'll activate the Burning Land domain. The white piece was placed on a black square. Flames erupted across the entire battlefield. Burning Land domain reduces defense by 30% for all non-fire units. Fire units gain 200% damage boost, an environment that weakens the opponent's defense against fire and amps up the owner's attack power. Completing this goal is extremely difficult because it requires holding points at 5 different locations. Once achieved, the advantage tilts heavily to one side. Edmono stared at Beak Usial. How about it, Beak Usial? Now the domain is activated. Next turn you're done for. Beak Usial remained strangely calm. But then another hand movement changed everything. A wave of unease surged straight into his thoughts. Edmono watched intently without blinking to see what trick he'd pull next. Another invisible pawn. You cunning bastard. But no matter what he placed, once this turn passed, the chess master Edmono still couldn't grasp Beak Usial's move. Then that move landed. Edmono froze and blurted out a dumb word in his mind. Ha! Edmono hadn't even noticed how an ordinary pawn had somehow seized control of a specific point. A black piece manifested in a white square, capturing the terrain reversal. When you capture while the opponent's terrain is active, you gain the reversal effect. In other words, the blazing burning land instantly turned into frozen land. Activated, icy terrain, flames vanished and ice pillars rose up. Edmono gradually lost the control he wanted. With the reversal effect, ice elemental damage increased 200%. The hidden condition for reversal had been met, gaining an extra attack turn, 2 moves, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights and an environment neutralized. Edmono tried to calm himself with his earlier arrogant thought. What the hell? He saw through my entire tactic. Edmono rolled his eyes to look more closely at him. No, impossible, it must just be coincidence. Just with the motion of adjusting his glasses, Edmono took in the sight of a Beak Usial who had him completely in the palm of his hand, a true chess monster, gradually revealing its pale horror. At the same time, his own mouth opened uncontrollably wide. Coincidence, right. There was still one white knight not yet imprisoned. Snap out of it. You can't let the opponent have you in the palm of their hand. Edmono could only clutch his clueless pants pitifully as another bead of sweat fell. Edmono pressed his lips tightly. I've faced countless opponents like this before. Just hold out until the next turn, then I can turn the tables. Just endure and I'll win. Swallowing hard, his outward appearance grew even stiff. That's all. The once bright future on his face gradually sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of giving himself confidence, disappointment dragged Edmono into an isolated dimension. Can I really beat him? Can my turn come back? Beak Usial's pieces moved without the slightest hesitation. Edmono gradually shrank in that scene. If Edmono wanted to be the king, then right now Beak Usial was like Saitama. He crossed his arms in his chair and switched to serious mode, then added a few compliments for his opponent into his thought. Edmono's skill really isn't bad. In fact, it's quite strong. In this world, beating Edmono at Soul Chess has always been one of the toughest challenges, but after 10 years, crazy veteran players appeared. This guy's seriously insane. A veteran who played thousands of games against Edmono and finally wrote a perfect strategy guide, no longer hiding it. Beak Usial broke into a bright smile, and that strategy was stored right in the state of glasses. In other words, he was playing Soul Chess with an entire detailed encyclopedia guide in hand. The next black piece was selected and placed on a black square. It differed from the traits of pieces he knew. Thunder Bishop unleashes lightning strikes, dealing 200% damage to frozen enemies. If frozen targets are linked, the strike becomes chain lightning. Under the piece's hat appeared a slit revealing lightning. The golden color shared by lightning and energy rays gradually converged. The blue of ice and snow covering the board completely shifted to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmono stared in despair at the rapid transformation. All the white pieces had vanished. Now only the black ones remained. The previously cold expression changed into Edmono, bitterly accepting a truth he himself had spoken. The voice gradually concluded with one sentence. Yes, thank you for the match. Absolute silence. On the board now only black and darkness remained. Even turning off the lights couldn't help Edmono Atzlik anymore. Very quickly afterward, non-stop gasps of amazement came from the students one after another. One of them mustered the courage to speak directly. Wait, forming the first group of 3 turning to each other in excitement. Are you kidding? Did you just see that? Senior Edmono actually lost. How did that happen? Was that a strategy or a joke? His tactics were that insane. Edmono Atlik sat motionless without a single twitch, ignoring all the disruptive noise. For the first time facing an opponent who moved pieces coldly and extremely logically, those things turned an arrogant Edmono into an emotionless one. And then the unwanted scene played out for him. Princess Hong Byun was talking and standing right next to Beak Usial. Thoughts swirled endlessly in Edmono's head. I really lost, and to Soul Chess of all things. Edmono still couldn't accept this reality as the two walked away. The product contract was lost. He even lost his Aslan conference attendance rights. His hands trembled, thoughts grew more chaotic. What do I do now? If my father finds out about this, will my life end right here? The student in charge of the chessboard was tidying up when he noticed the change from Senior Edmono. With a decisive motion, the still intact chessboard took a dangerous hard punch from Edmono. Suppressed anger exploded instantly. Damn it all. Because of this action, a few students outside didn't dare intervene too deeply. They could only leave the place before things got even worse. Very quickly, the quiet space now held only Edmono, covering his face and trembling. What should I do? Just when he thought he would fall into despair, a familiar voice rang out to untie this uncomfortable knot. Senior. He looked up. Edmono wasn't mistaken. It was indeed Princess Hong Byun. When the other paid attention to him, Princess Hong adjusted herself and spoke in the calmest voice. I'll try to persuade that commoner on your behalf. We'll secure the business rights for the items. I'll ask him to retract the statement he made about the Agilic ducal family. Edmono was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. A surge of excitement made him more open in his next words. Really? Is that really true? Thank you, Bion. Thank you so much. How can I ever repay this help? The princess's gentle voice interrupted a bit. You said repay. I was born to be destined as queen. After one final emotional loop, Edmono returned to the feeling right after losing to Beek Yusial. It had been a very long time since Princess Hong showed danger in her expression, so it's only natural to care about the one who will become my vassal. Princess Hong turned and left coldly. Next, I'll go meet Beek Yusial. Edmono's voice suddenly became unusually small. I haven't become your vassal yet, Princess Hong. Just after she walked a short distance, Edmono's heart-wrenching scream shattered what was left of the final silence. Yes, originally their relationship was like king and vassal. Edmono had used his power to manipulate their dynamic, trying to change. But now, with the power balance broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Princess Hong's confident smile swept away all the tension she'd carried for so long. The story's direction shifted back to the main character Beek Yusial. Stellar Academy actually has a phone booth. Right now Beek Yusial was contacting the owner of a phone on the other end. Hello, yes, please hold off all transactions with merchants in Adolvit for the next month. He smiled and proposed an alternative plan. Right now we plan to distribute only through royal channels. Is that possible? The quick reply came through to him. Of course I'll do that, anything you want. Thanks, assistant instructor. With the plan he'd set in motion completed, he ended the connection. Stepping outside, he stretched a few times to breathe in the fresh air and relax. Phew, finally done. Good thing everything wrapped up safely. But as for the Aslan ticket, it's not really that useful anyway, so what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically get placed among the 12 rising stars. While he was deep in those thoughts, someone interrupted with a voice. Commoner. Who else could call him so bluntly like that except Princess Hong still here? That said, Princess Hong was hopping he was still nearby. As soon as she approached Beek Yusial, he reached inside his clothes like he was about to pull something out. Ah, you showed up at the perfect time. He held up a sheet of paper right in front of her. Here's a new contract. Princess Hong's round eyes blinked in total confusion. He didn't hide anything and straight up explained his plan. The Altarisha school will only distribute through the Adolvit royal family for 1 month. As for how to use it, that's entirely up to whatever you want to do with it. Princess Hong carefully studied the details on the new contract, and then quickly clutched the paper tightly when he suddenly said something a bit dismissive. Well then, I'll be heading off now. She definitely didn't want him to leave that fast. Mustering all her courage, Princess Hong spoke up again. This time I owe you one. Her cheeks flushed red and her voice grew softer along with it. Thank you. Noticing the clear shift in her behavior, Beek Yusial looked back a little flustered and replied shortly, sure. A thought slipped in. Lucky me, getting a thank you from her like that. Knowing she wasn't handling her emotions well, Princess Hong felt shy but became more cautious with her words. Hey, back then you also said there be a price for helping me. If you tell me what that price is, I'll pay it right away. On this matter, it seemed like Beek Yusial hadn't really thought it through yet. He scratched one cheek and looked away. Ah, the price, huh? Honestly, the price Beek Yusial wants is pretty simple. He stared straight at Princess Hong. It was way too obvious. Hong Bion won't get stained by evil. Instead, she'll choose the good things and together with me build the best possible happy ending. This time, it was Princess Hong's turn to avoid looking directly at him. Seeing her like that, he didn't dare say it out loud and kept it in his heart. But even so, he couldn't suddenly blurt out, I hope you become a good person. So drawing on 29 years of life experience, he came up with the most appropriate and exemplary response for the situation. Then Princess Hong, look forward to the results. The two of us can have a cute little chat and you buy me a meal. What? He patted his stomach and smiled innocently. Just treat me to one meal. I want to eat until I'm stuffed with a meal that the princess buys. Princess Hong was surprised and never expected the price he mentioned to be something so strange. She stood frozen for a long moment before a small smile replaced it. Her cheeks flushed red once more. All right then, follow me. Beek Yusial's footsteps changed, and he soon found himself in a new place. One thing was certain. He had come here with the princess via the car parked right beside them. He stared hard at that car, sweat dripping without time to wipe it. In the 10 years I played this game, cash items popped up everywhere. The cars in this world are seriously luxurious. Not letting Beek Yusial glue his eyes to the car and get in, Princess Hong turned back to remind him. On her side, a confident smile sparkled with stars. He had to tear his eyes away from the car and follow the princess inside. She brought me all the way here. What has she planned already? With the princess's current money, I should at least pick the 5 most delicious dishes in Etha, right? But reality seemed about to slap him pretty hard. Stepping to the side, Princess Hong showed him a special eatery. Black bean noodles stir-fry were here. Surprised yet, shocked yet, what could top the endless question marks and his dumbfounded face? And here he was dreaming of a beautiful dream too. Where's my big belly salmon piece? Where's my caviar canapé with salted fish roe? And the creamy risotto with black truffle too? When the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere clearly split into two opposing sides. The shining stars shifted over to Princess Hong Bion, along with a wave of collapse. The waiter still stood there waiting for both to order. Even with so many stars, the princess's expression was unusually serious. These dishes look a bit unfamiliar to me. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about something that would make Baek Yuseol the happiest. Hong Bion recalled her conversation with Tyrande. It said there's a story from his past tied to this place. Really, expensive food doesn't mean anything to Baek Yuseol. From the past I happened to glimpse, I learned the dish he treasures the most. That gave her confidence as she pointed in one direction on the menu. One of this, please. Coming closer, it was exactly black bean noodle. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol calmly raised his hand to order, but not what the princess had in mind. Ah, give me 3 bowls of champong and 1 portion of tangskuk, huh? Princess Hong was flustered. He looked at her with round eyes asking, what, can't I order 3 bowls? Princess Hong similarly, no, that's not the issue. This time Princess Hong forced herself to rethink. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Is that his memory with his mother? And it seemed Hong Bion realized her mistake. No way, that's right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hasn't gotten over the past. He still regrets those things. Because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness when he was young and didn't understand. The waiter brought the ordered dishes. The food arrived. Princess Hong lowered her head and gradually felt ashamed for bringing him to a place like this. For him, black bean noodles aren't nostalgia. They're a symbol of regret, and I didn't even realize that. Though she realized it a bit late, the princess chose to speak to him right away. Sorry for treating you to a meal in a place like this. Baek Yuseol didn't catch what the princess was thinking and just opened his mouth a little. It's fine. He raised his hand high with round eyes continuing. Life sometimes throws surprises where your wallet doesn't work so well, but since she's a princess, adding more food to the quality shouldn't be a problem, right? He spoke up. Sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the sole chess match between Edmono Atilik and Baek Yuseol had been widely spread by the students who were there. A huge rumor quickly swept through the academy, growing out of control. What? Senior Edmono lost to Baek Yuseol. Naturally, the question of why came up too. The reason was revealed by many students who overheard the cafe conversation back then. The truth was even more shocking than the apology rumor. I heard this from Aiken, a close aide from the Atilik family. Actually, it seems Senior Edmono did that because Baek Yuseol is a co-developer of the alchemy magic technique, just from the rumor that Edmono Atilik apologized to a first-year student. And the fact that Baek Yuseol was a co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique shocked Stellar Academy. His name didn't just spread to Icanium, but even to the Dark Mages. Arriving at the first tower, Tower 1 in Vice Principal Iki Hayden's office, arms crossed with a cold face showing zero emotion. That guy is really quite annoying, just a commoner, plus didn't he interfere with Mason Tyron's plan? The mysterious figure hiding their identity opposite asked, should we handle this quietly? Iki Hayden's face hardened as he rejected the idea. HMPH nonsense. If just one Stella student goes missing without reason, everything will be thrown into chaos. Handing Aslan conference attendance rights to someone like him makes me unhappy, but taking it from someone like him would be easier than taking it from the Atilik family. We need to keep an eye on the name Baek Yuseol starting now. Monitor him for the time being. A new exchange replaced it. More important was Mason's current condition. The mysterious figure answered shortly. She's suppressing her dark mana with the cult leader's control magic, but it could erupt at any moment. Iki Hayden had to reassess everything. It's still not the right time. The Familia contract signing ceremony is coming up soon. If she really goes berserk and messes with the Spirit King, the backlash will be even messier. Raiden, monitor Mason's condition. That way we can use it to divert Eltman Eltwin's attention when needed. Professor Raiden nodded seriously in acceptance. Understood. With Iki Hayden's final instruction, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the science building. An almost deserted area. Inside, the lights were off, creating a dimly lit laboratory. Shattered glass tubes scattered. Lab equipment, including microscopes, broken pitifully. Only a few sheets of paper were still somewhat intact. Inside the room, Professor Raiden clenched his fists, looking at something on the floor emitting black aura, groaning with rage. Since this was a mission, priority should be given to resolving what needs attention. Right in front of him was the transformed state of Professor Mason Tyrone, who could no longer stand steady amid everything happening. Professor Raiden thought silently. This is getting pretty serious. Mason, now with bloodshot eyes, asked in a hoarse voice, "You came here to tell me to wait longer. If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position?" Raiden, outwardly calm but inwardly showing great contempt. Ridiculous. After a lifetime of stealing what belongs to others, you still dream of getting back a position that was truly yours. However, Raiden still decided to show mercy. Your usefulness has ended. Once the plagiarism investigation starts, you'll be stripped of all positions and expelled from the academy. Maison Tyrn panicked, regaining some sanity and her voice filled with high-pitched questioning. "Then why did Iki Haiden leave me?" Raiden answered coldly and decisively. "You've been completely corrupted. As another purpose, you can definitely fulfill that role. That's why you were left here." Maison Tyrn trembled and gradually lost control of herself. "Ha, you're trying to make me go mad and lose control, aren't you? You damn bastard." When Maison bared her teeth ready to rage, Raiden interrupted her again. "Then leave this place." Maison was stunned as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? Something dark blue rolled across the long carpet toward the west, to the fallen guard. Raiden turned his back. "Our kin are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release magic to stop your corruption." As Raiden reached the stairs, Maison's voice stopped his footsteps. "Why are you letting me live?" Raiden didn't need to turn back. "I just don't want to see my people die so pathetically." Once Raiden completely left, Professor Maison was able to stand up and walk step by step toward the crystal. Without hesitation, Maison picked up the orb in her hand, continuing to walk in an undetermined direction, and stopped beside a table holding the annual plan, observing longer at what was on it. More precisely, the things she herself had noted and left behind. But when she focused deeper on one item, uncontrollable dark magic surged out, suppressing all the accumulated resentment. Maison gradually unleashed dark claws, digging deep, slowly giving birth to tyrannical thoughts. "How dare you? You really think I'll just leave after you turn me into this without doing anything? I'll tear everything apart into pieces." What Maison just tore was the familiar contract signing ceremony. Time passed very quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students had their first field trip to the Cradle of the World Tree to participate in the familiar contract signing ceremony. Massive airships began departing on a new journey. In one room, the figure of Azel, along with a few other classmates, were starting to enjoy a meal. Opposite Azel, two classmates looked at each other exchanging. Speaking of which, about Beak Yusial, he got scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him anymore. "Ah, I heard about that too. I even heard he's really a co-developer of the alchemy magic technique." Right. After that rumor spread, even some seniors personally came to apologize to him. The classmates looked at Azel and asked quietly, "Azel, do you know about that?" Azel held a bun and answered naturally, "No." The classmates continued, "Anyway, is it really related to Beak Yusial?" She took a small bite of the bun. Azel was lost in thought, thinking a bit about him. "Is it just my mood? I don't know why, but I feel like the distance between me and Beak Yusial is growing bigger. It gives me a sense of loneliness." But the other classmates didn't think the same. A smile appeared. "Honestly, I thought Beak Yusial and Azel were dating or something. Just bitten but not yet chewed." Azel spat everything out. Seeing Azel's strange reaction, the friends immediately showed concern. "You okay? Here's water." "Thanks. He seems really close with Princess Hongbion lately, right?" "Wait, no way, the princess got charmed by a commoner." Someone drinking water listened to the story continue. "But lately the princess's eyes when looking at Beak Yusial aren't normal at all." This time Azel coughed continuously. Azel drinks slowly. Nearby at that moment, Flame noticed it was Azel. Azel was currently being looked after by the other classmates. Flame stopped but was thinking something more, then decided to continue going wherever she was headed, but the concern couldn't escape her mind. Azel seems to get along pretty well with friends. If it were normal, she'd be here, alone, arguing with Hong Bion by now. Is something changing in a place I don't know? Are all these things because of Beak Yusial's influence? "Hey you show up right when I've been looking for you forever. Hey, can you do me a favor?" Flame was startled by his sudden presence. "Ah, you scared me. Who knew you'd appear like this?" Amid her mixed feelings, Flame asked, "What is it?" He brought out something and confusion took over. "Pick me a flower here, Hanbarum flower, the one flower wind flower." Flame paused a beat to ask back. "Hanbarum flower, the kind that always faces one direction. You think I'm an automatic flower vending machine or something?" Even though she said and thought that, her hand still reached toward the soil box he held out. A moment later, Flame's magic activated. Emerald light highlighted one spot. Very quickly, in that box appeared a beautiful 5-petaled white flower sparkling. Beak Yusial smiled with squinted eyes now that he had what he wanted. "Thanks." Flame crossed her arms knowing he was up to something shady. "What the heck are you planning to use this for?" Right after saying that, Flame vaguely realized something. So a direct question replaced it, aimed at him. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go down to the fourth floor. Beak Yusial was surprised Flame could figure it out. Of course I have to go, otherwise why would I take it? Flame couldn't help but add a few more words, keeping her body careful, otherwise this time she'd naturally get cut off mid-sentence. He showed question marks, not understanding anything. Flame knew she slipped up, so she quickly looked away. Nothing, nothing. However, she was a bit startled when Beak Yusial proactively asked back, "What about you? You okay?" Confusion took over, asking if I'm okay. What do you mean? He tucked the flower into his bag with a bright smile. Just that you seemed down after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned her face away. It's not like that, you're such a busybody. Her face flushed red uncontrollably. If you're worried about me, I won't thank you or anything. Beak Yusial looked back with a faint smile. From far away in a hidden corner, someone was secretly watching their exchange. Looks like you're thanking me there. I told you it's not like that, you're so dishonest. Oh, give me back the flower. Right at this moment, in the Menon Tower area, the figures of two people dressed like the 13th Division were gazing toward the glowing specks ahead. The residents of Maison Tyron, who had vanished under the name Stella, was no longer known. Starting today, first-year students in the research major will begin their extracurricular activities. Special activities related to dark magic will start there. There's a chance Maison Tyron will participate, so please stay alert. The isolated space, along with that stream of information, quickly dissolved and brought both of them back to the endless plain. And then the person standing beside Commander Keen, Vice Commander Hazen Macaron, was currently complaining heavily about that piece of news. Oh my god, why is the Ivory Tower Master so obsessed with Stella like that? Commander Keen wasn't pleased with that tone. He seriously adjusted his voice and said, "The Ivory Tower Master possesses prophetic abilities. Stop spouting nonsense over there and follow me." Vice Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that tone. She immediately made a huge annoyed face and shot back. "Yeah, right, it's prophecy. More than half of them are always wrong anyway." Although that was true, Keen still held firm to his stance. In most cases, this is because we resolve the issue before those disasters even occur, or perhaps it was prevented by other factors before we even arrived. Hazen Macaron gave in that way, light magic already forming in her hand. Anyway, our captain is way too obsessed with the Magic Tower Master, and it seems like he's also in trouble because of those words. Keen also didn't want time wasted here on back and forth. All right, let's move quickly. Immediately, linked magic circles formed, and then the two of them vanished in a blink. Back to the main issue, Stella Academy frequently has more field trips than planned throughout that development process. They've set up teleport gates at over 20 locations exclusively for airships. One of the notable examples is the Cradle of the World Tree, which is also the nurturing place for the High Elf Kingdom's Cloud Flower. This time, Instructor Lee gathered the students in quite a spacious area. His voice carried a sense of responsibility. Everyone pay attention. After participating in the World Tree's birthday celebration ceremony, the Familia contract signing will take place and begin tomorrow. Feel free to use your time well until the assembly hour. The 12 students responded in unison at once. Yes. Once there were no longer restrictions on time or space, each student split off to do what they wanted, and this time attention turned to Flame. She was looking around as if searching for something. When gazing at the lush green canopies, Flame shook off her tension and broke into a smile. Maybe because I'm surrounded by nature, I'm feeling really relaxed. But then Flame's target appeared when she shifted her gaze elsewhere. And the one she was aiming for was none other than Beak Yusial. Flame noticed Beak Yusial, but completely Beak Yusial didn't detect that at all. Flame felt disappointed because of that, but she had no intention of approaching close, and watched his back gradually getting farther away from her. Is he wandering around alone? Lost in thought so much that Flame completely didn't notice one person. Jeremy Scanbin smiled and shone brightly. "Hello, Flame." Instantly, Flame's face started to scrunch up. Of course, she was extremely annoyed. She stepped past lightly, without even glancing at that handsome, smiling face. Jeremy still kept that expression, even though he was blatantly ignored in a flash. Just as Flame was fully leaving, Jeremy quickly stopped her with his words. "You're not going to show me that face from earlier again." Already annoyed and now being teased, Flame looked back confused. "What are you talking about?" Jeremy stepped closer step by step. "If you have time, could you walk with me for a bit?" Flame stood frozen in place. "I don't have time." A silence formed, but quickly Jeremy fully revealed his not-so-good boy nature, more precisely like a killer receiving something unwanted. "One more time, why don't you think about it some more?" Flame realized she was dumbfounded, unable to believe Jeremy was showing that shade right now. Very quickly it blended into her own thoughts. This guy really is dangerous. Jeremy wasn't simply stopping at that. In the situation where she didn't know what to do, suddenly another person stepped in to block for Flame. Flame found it hard to believe when this person also appeared. It was Hei Wenryong. He helped Flame untie this knot. Prince, that's enough. Do you know your actions are quite rude and forceful? Jeremy smiled with mockery. Oh, how could I not know that? When Jeremy spoke with a smile, normal people would naturally turn away and avoid him. However, that wouldn't work on someone standing at the pinnacle of the magic world as the heir to the magic tower. Sparks flew as the two boys stared each other down, Flame standing in the middle sweating while analyzing. Oh my god, what the heck is this situation? Now that they'd clashed, some scheme gradually brewed on Jeremy's every expression. Leaving behind one serious and one flustered, Jeremy walked away, returning to normal and waved. Seems like your friend misunderstood something, so today I'll head back first. See you next time, okay? With that, Jeremy completely left the two there. Although everything seemed to be heading in a pretty stable direction, Flame fully sensed something uneasy. Right after she expressed it out loud with a somewhat reproachful tone toward the one who stayed. Hey Wenryong, what the hell were you thinking? You dared to block Jeremy's way. You think provoking hostility with the Scanbin family is smart. Hey Wenryong seemed to pay no mind to those criticisms. Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it. And right now, you've become the thing he wants most. Flame knew that better than Hey. So right now, she really was pondering what she needed to do. However, a new perspective from Hei Wenryong made her confused. You already have. Or maybe you actually trust him. Indeed, Flame couldn't think of Hei Wenryong saying those words. This time, unexpectedly, Flame shot back at him. Who are you talking about? Hei Wenryong was stunned from the position he was standing. He turned his back and tried to walk away hurriedly. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Huh, Flame looked bewildered with full suspicion. Hey, who is he? Yeah, Hei Wenryong suddenly realized his body was gradually losing control because of something very strange. Right after he supported his forehead with his hand and knelt on one knee, Flame knew the situation wasn't good and quickly called his name. Hei Wenryong. Flame hurried closer with concern. You okay? However, Hei Wenryong quickly raised his hand to stop her, the headache recurring. Hei still stood up and continued to leave. I'm fine. How could Flame believe that? Fine? What do you mean fine? When he left just like Baek Yuseol had earlier, Flame tried to hold him back. Wait, Hei Wenryong. And that couldn't happen, as the other left. Flame still didn't know what exactly was going on. Hei Wenryong. An unease once again enveloped her already not great mood. Something's really off. She tried to leave herself. Hei Wenryong moved into an alley that drew little attention from passers-by and leaned against the wall. He propped up his body and analyzed within his consciousness. He didn't know since when, but this unexplained symptom had been getting more serious. His vision gradually blurred. Damn it. If this keeps up, how can I complete the familiar contract ritual? Right when he was puzzled, suddenly Hei jolted as a familiar voice rang out. Oh, who do we have here? Although Hei had only heard that voice a few times during their encounters, as soon as Hei slowly turned his head, he confirmed who it was. Professor Mason, half her face obscured by a black cloak, her appearance shrouded in shadow. Professor Mason approached step by step, full of her own surprise. I was wondering where my seed had gone. Turns out there's a seed right here all along. Perfect timing. I didn't expect the corruption level to have progressed this far already. Hei panicked at those words. Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Mason's hand along with dark magic extended forward, danger rising to a high level. Come now, don't resist, because from now on you'll become my limb. Hei understood what kind of situation he had fallen into. No, he tried to push himself to wake up. Don't come closer. Hei's consciousness gradually darkened. Fragments of memories standing and talking with Flame surfed. They kept filling that memory. However, they gradually grew fewer and melted into the darkness, leaving only the final image of Flame. Shifting to the massive twin towers belonging to the Elf Kingdom. A long-eared elf was standing in front of some gate. It was the aide to the Elf King, Orenha. He raised his hand to knock on the door and said, Your Majesty, if you don't appear at this birthday ceremony, the Elder Council will make things difficult. Their intention is to seize control of the gate leading to the sacred tree garden. Spirit King Seorin was gently holding something wrapped in green cloth in her arm. After a long moment of weighing, she replied to Orenha, I know, I'll come out right away. You may withdraw. Orenha let out a light sigh and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of footsteps fading away left a somewhat heavy atmosphere where the Spirit King was. A long while later, she turned her back, a cloak draped over the top of her head. A thought arose. When was the last time I could freely enjoy my freedom? Even covering her body like this, she could only hold out for about an hour, adding another cloth to cover her face. But none of it could hide the sadness she carried. Please, let everything go smoothly this time. Seorin walked with a few followers behind her. The Spirit King appeared along with white snowflakes. At the same time, the disguise of identity created a very strange abstract beauty. The long-eared kin following bowed respectfully at the appearance of the one said to be the spirit king. The long cloak trailed no different from a wedding dress over the beautiful flowers. Crossing a bridge made of wood was the next thing to do, and stopping only when the white spring continuously flowing came into view. Chatsioran stared intently at it. Now almost done, prayer finished. Now just need to turn back the way she came. However, it seemed things were no longer smooth, as a terrifying pressure began affecting her very body. And then precisely, a male student silhouette from the academy locked her gaze deep into her mind. This aura was so subtly concealed it was strange, but surely it was dark mana that shifted her gaze to another direction. A no small dark mage was sneaking into this heavenly land, but put another way, only she, the elf queen, could sense it. The others were still firmly holding their role. Chatsioran's eyes changed. Unease gradually merged in and solidified her calculations. From the knight's reactions, it seems only I can feel the dark mana. During the World Tree's birthday ceremony, the Spirit King isn't allowed to convey any will, but she couldn't just let a dark mage dare invade the cradle of the heavenly flower forest. Her own fist clenched tighter. No choice left, only I can step forward personally. Chatsioran once again shifted her observation angle. Otherwise, it was still the Elf King. Flame's figure hurriedly searching for something on the wide path. Sweat dripping and thoughts revealing what she intended to do. Seeing Hei Wonryong's strange condition, she chased after. Where did he go? Flame scanned around but lost track of him. But suddenly from an alley, someone with a deep voice called her name loudly. Flame. Flame startled, and the one who appeared was exactly the person she was looking for. Hei Wonryong. As heavy pressure gradually spread from that very body, Flame unconsciously called, Hei Wonryong. Her heart pounded wildly, her pupils dilated abnormally. She was trying to speed up her thoughts. This ominous aura, could it be dark mana? From some angle, Hei Wonryong's eyes had changed. A profound, mysterious black had enveloped his snowy white pupil. Damn it, I don't know what happened. Luckily, Hei Wonryong's corruption process hasn't completed yet. Right now, I can bring Hei Wonryong back to normal. Just thinking that, Flame hurriedly shouted loudly at the person standing in front of her. Calm down, Hei Wonryong, calm down. Hei Wonryong stayed silent for a long while and said nothing more. Instead, he slumped down. Suddenly, a non-stop thudding sound rang out, and after that, we could see the dark mana pressure spreading even more. Flame couldn't shake off the tension on her own, and if anything, it was only getting worse than before. Not beyond expectations, Hei Wonryong stared straight at Flame. He posed the question, why are you avoiding me? Flame quickly blurted out unconsciously, what do you mean by that? At this point, the situation was steadily worsening, making Flame's face grow even paler. She took a step back in line with trying to find an escape route for herself. But right then the corruption from the darkness revealed what Hei Wonryong had been hiding. Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy? With a flustered look, her mouth slightly open, Flame said firmly, no, please don't think that way. A white light mixed with a hint of purple surged up from behind her and rushed in front of Flame. An indescribable feeling, and that thudding sound rushed back once more. Right at this moment, dark mana surged to the brim. A bolt-like black lightning struck down, triggering a massive explosion, just as expected. That earlier light signified someone charging in fast, and this person had shielded Flame from the blast's impact. Blinking rapidly, Flame adjusted her emotions to make out who had protected her. And more surprising than anything, the one who appeared was a familiar student, and she called out his name loudly, Ma Yuxiang. With crimson pupils, he turned back to look at Flame and asked, you okay? Instead of answering his question, Flame raised another doubt. That black lightning just now. Ma Yuxiang gave a wry smile and quickly cut her off. Sorry, just forget about it, please. Hei Wonryong's body in front swayed as his gaze dropped to the ground. Ma Yuxiang added seriously, by the way, why didn't you fight back? You almost died there. Flame calmly replied shortly, I tried to resolve it by talking. Ma Yuxiang now looked at Flame differently, with suspicion. She didn't voice the reason, her eyes no longer daring to meet Ma Yuxiang's directly. Instead, a series of inner thoughts formed on their own. In the original story, Azel used dialogue alone to purify countless dark mages, and even earned the nickname Saint of Confession. So I thought maybe I could bring Hei Wonryong back too. In the end, with my abilities, am I really unable to save anyone? Ma Yuxiang realized she had no intention of continuing, so he shifted his gaze to the one on the verge of becoming a dark mage right in front of him. I don't know what your plan is, but first you have to be able to fight, right? Flame pressed her lips together, beads of sweat forming on her face. The mystic staff that Flame regarded as her weapon was brought out. Yeah, I can do it. A thought surged up. This time I absolutely won't let him die like Zeki. I will definitely save you, Hei Wenryong. Flame wasn't sure how she'd ended up in this situation, but at least things looked promising since Flame was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who possessed the protagonist's ability. On the other hand, right now in front of her, Hei Wenryong had been taken over by dark mana. One hand had already transformed into a demonic form. His face darkened completely, so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Hyper jump from Ma Yuxiang's wand unleashed a burst of light, more precisely brighter lightning bolts. From his position, he instantly moved in a special way across Flame's vision, still acting on his own. Mana accumulated denser by the moment. Instead of going straight, Ma Yuxiang chose to weave along the wall and appeared right above Hei Wenryang. Energy almost divine, massive lightning continuously spreading around, unleashing magic. Ma Yuxiang's wand pointed straight at Hei Wenryang as the whip of the great earth. Through the decorative green vines they transformed and targeted straight at. A huge surprise happened fast. Hei Wenryang's now blackened eyes looked up precisely at that attack path. And right at that standing position, a shockwave erupted, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying faster than Ma Yuxiang by one step. Hei Wenryang could circle behind him. A flash of surprise passed. Hei Wenryang countered, and no different from the result, Ma Yuxiang dodged and returned to the position in front of Flame below. White smoke seeped in, both prepared to clash again and continue fighting as if there had never been any separation. Being left out felt a bit unpleasant. Flame wasn't satisfied and began casting a binding light magic. Countless beams of light aimed at Hei Wenryang with no gaps. The battle situation had shifted, more advantageous for Flame and Ma Yuxiang. The mystic staff trembled slightly, but Flame still gripped it firmly. Hei Wenryang struggled to break free from the restraint, his own voice automatically calling out a name. Flame seized the opportunity. Ma Yuxiang sped in and appeared right behind. A fiery fist was summoned. Ma Yuxiang's pupils contracted once more. One strike downward, the fist collided, generating rebound sparks that sent Hei Wenryang flying far away. The two regrouped to prepare for the next steps, and of course seriousness was essential. Where Hei Wenryang sat right there, part of the aftershock had cracked the architecture behind, pain spreading, making Hei Wenryang groan. Realizing that, Flame quickly turned to Ma Yuxiang, speaking for her. This is the moment we need to act. But Ma Yuxiang cut that off. It's not over yet. Because Ma Yuxiang still hadn't taken his eyes away, Flame hurriedly followed that direction. That urgency in Flame's heart kept growing stronger. She no longer believed things were gradually heading in a bad direction ahead. Now the joints twisted unnaturally. Hei Wenryang stood up, but the pitch black had transformed him no longer human. A long horn, proof of the unique darkness of dark magic. Hei Wenryang, her voice rose slightly, trying to bring Hei Wenryang back, but completely futile. Instead, the unease only multiplied. This is serious now. The corruption had spread so widely. An unintentional reminder slipped out quickly. Ma Yuxiang, that's dangerous, get away fast. Before she could finish the sentence, the blackened Hei Wenryang appeared silently right at both their positions. His hand accordingly clamped onto Ma Yuxiang's face in fresh surprise. When the force was released, Hei Wenryang let go and Ma Yuxiang flew far, crashing into architecture, and dust kicked up again instead of calling Hei's name like before. Now Flame had switched the name she called, Ma Yuxiang. Flame never expected things to change so fast, pausing for a second, not calm but her heart beating faster every moment because that black shadow had imprinted on her face. Because earlier she confirmed there were two people, one had been blown away. The remaining one was Flame, so Hei Wenryang's red eyes couldn't look away. A helplessness before the incident, Flame's eyes clearly showed panic. Hei Wenryang. The blackened Hei Wenryang could understand from that. He tried to call out a name, Flame. While both were preparing to exchange calls, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a fiery fist charging in fast. Mana and mood remained completely unchanged. Hei Wenryang didn't move, still standing there taking the attack, and the explosion hit his very body. Flame was stunned, unable to believe he just struck straight like that. Ma Yuxiang locked his gaze, but uneasy sweat took over. Because the fist was still on Hei Wenryang's face, but nothing affected. Then those red eyes opened again. The gap was truly no longer strained. Following natural motion, this time the blackened hand gripped Ma Yuxiang's neck, completely unnoticed by the movement speed, the grip firm. Hei Wenryang slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang up. Aside from the binding magic earlier, now Flame could only speak and do nothing. Ma Yuxiang bit his lip lightly, worry doubled. If this situation continued, Hei Wenryang really would kill Ma Yuxiang. But with her current strength, she had no way to stop Hei Wenryang. What should I do now? Hei Wenryang still held the blackened motion, but his hazy consciousness still recognized the person he was holding, Ma Yuxiang. The grip suddenly tightened. Ma Yuxiang began to feel suffocated. Emotions distorted, but his voice almost returned to Hei Wenryang. I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang. In the end, I'm Ma Yuxiang. A smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang cut that off with a very strange sentence. Something's not right. With those words, He Wenriang paused his action in surprise, his pitch-black face like some character from another story. He Wenriang muttered to himself and said, "Huh." Since she was only observing from outside Flame, also noticed He Wenriang's returning expression. He Wenriang has a moment of silence now, right? A determination was transforming her, preparing to act, if it's now then. Besides noticing the change from Ma Yuxiang, he also noticed Flame's change, so one of his hands shot straight out. Flame's prepared motion thus stopped under condition. Ma Yuxiang's face cooled, his pupils contracted once more. I thought only you lived in a world like mine. In the end, you're just like that too. Truly disappointing. He Wenriang's killing intent suddenly surged thickly. He Wenriang blackened skin, fearless spoke must. But his expression twisted even stranger than before. Ma Yuxiang must win. Time rewound to the past. First year of middle school, spring. At that time, He Wenriang was only 14 years old. An innocent look showed on his face. He was standing before the bewildered, more childish Ma Yuxiang, also 14 years old. Annoyed by that expression, He Wenriang frowned with a slightly colder voice. Fight me one match. Ma Yuxiang froze with sweat, extremely flustered. To shake off that confusion, Ma Yuxiang looked around to see if anyone was nearby. When only himself, he gently asked a few questions. Are you saying that to me? Why suddenly want to fight me? He Wenriang didn't change, answered. I can't accept that you're ranked above me, so let's make the ranking clear. A rare surprise showed on Ma Yuxiang. Make the ranking clear. But that was also what he wanted. A smile bloomed on his lips. All right, let's give it a try. Once the challenge was accepted, both decided to use the school training ground as the place to hold the match. Ma Yuxiang looked at the black wand, a magic duel, and test the wand to see how it is. Seeing it was fine, he broke into a bright smile. Then you attack first. Facing He Wenriang of the noble clan seriously, what kind of stance is that? Eyes narrowed a bit more. He was a genius, From birth as heir to the full moon tower and started learning letters. I studied magic. You train non-stop every day to become the best magic warrior. Yet the freshman ranking first Ma Yuxiang, second He Wenriang. I'm actually in second place. The existence of genius Ma Yuxiang to me is like lightning striking straight into my heart. Attention shifted past a classmate calling someone. Yuxiang, let's go together. Then let's go. Ma Yuxiang smiled back. Is he really Ma Yuxiang? But the more I observed him, the more his behavior disappointed me. Reading strange books unrelated to his studies. Wasting time every day without any effort. I couldn't accept it. He's better than me. I need to prove one thing. My efforts are not in vain. However, the result was utterly dismal. The wand simply fell. He Wenriang stood there stunned, overwhelmed with disbelief all at once. I can't believe I actually lost to him like that. Not a single scratch, not even a speck of dust. In stark contrast to the joy, Ma Yuxiang remained completely focused. And once the outcome was clear, he cheerfully stepped closer to He Wenriang. Oh, so I won. By the way, this magic duel was seriously a lot of fun. A hand landed on his shoulder, and he stood beside him, squinting with a grin as he continued. Thanks to you, this trip has been really enjoyable. Let's do it again next time, yeah. With that, he just walked off without waiting for He Wenriang to say a single word. The clenched fist stayed tight. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who didn't even try hard or study at all? Is this what a genius looks like? He bent down to pick up the wand. This time, the problem was simply a matter of practice. If I put in the effort, I can win. From that day onward, I trained myself until I had no strength left. I trained and trained and trained, but the results stayed exactly the same. He Wenriang lost all his spirit. It was ridiculous. This was a one-on-one duel I demanded after I'd analyzed and understood every bit of Ma Yuxiang's magic. I couldn't accept it. The reality was that the gap between us was that massive. At that moment, Ma Yuxiang raised his hand toward He Wenriang. With a certain smile, he said, this time was even more fun than the last. Right, do better next time, okay? He Wenriang silently listened to those words. Pausing for a moment longer, He Wenriang reflected more deeply. Changing his decision, the two of them shook hands. A small exchange. Next time I'm definitely going to win. Haha, I'm really looking forward to that. I was forced to admit that Ma Yuxiang was a genius. Even so, I refused to give up so I could prove that all the time and effort I'd put in wasn't meaningless. One day, I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now Ma Yuxiang was finally in my grasp. That memory pulled the blackened He Wenriang back to reality. This time I can win, that's what I thought. Isn't that right? Ma Yuxiang broke into a very bright smile, and the expression was unmistakable. So soon already drowned in the power of dark magic and losing himself. how disappointing. Hei Wenryong, I trained hard too so I could fight you properly. The blackened Hei Wenryong looked dazed. You trained. Digging through old memories. You remember, don't you? Back when we were training in the dungeon, we fought on completely even terms. I was shocked myself back then. Turns out I've got quite the competitive streak. After that, for the first time I started seriously training, and I've always been waiting for a rematch with you. Hei Wenryong began to panic greatly. I've never beaten you even once. Now's your chance. But then things went further when Ma Yuxiang's calm, cold voice rang out. Then go ahead and kill me. Use that power to pierce my heart and enjoy the victory you've always wanted. And then regret it for the rest of your life, because this will be our final match. The constant provocations and the inevitable outcomes kept coming. Hei Wenryong regained the light in his eyes. Outside the fight, Flame was waiting for the most critical moment. Meanwhile, Ma Yuxiang narrowed his eyes, waiting as well. A mark appeared on Ma Yuxiang's neck. It showed that the blackened Hei Wenryong had released his grip on Ma Yuxiang. Hei Wenryong regained his senses, looking dejected as he continued. I won't kill you to win in this state. It would be no different from denying all my own effort. Outside, Flame was relieved by those words. Thank goodness, Hei Wenryong's emotions have returned to a human state. Now we can actually save. But everything shifted again. A wave of magical pressure crashed down on the spot where all three were standing. The blackened Hei Wenryong groaned uncomfortably. Us. Ma Yuxiang was no better. Flame narrowed her eyes, realizing something. This power is. Her gaze shifted as someone spoke up. Well. Footsteps approached from a girl dressed in black. She wore a golden hoop earring and had reddish-brown hair. The vice commander holding her staff spoke calmly. This is Mazen Tyron, is it? Hazen Macaron gently held her staff and stood there, unintentionally creating such immense pressure that Flame couldn't move and was forced to kneel. Feeling uneasy, Flame's eyes fluttered half open as she vaguely recognized exactly who the opponent was. I've seen this character in the original novel. Vice leader of Black Star Team number 13, Hazen Macaron, which meant. At the same moment, footsteps from someone else drew closer. Hazen turned back with her usual bewildered complaint. In the end, the prophecy was completely off. The leader clenched his fist and walked forward coldly, expression unchanged except for his words. Keen spoke, "Stop talking nonsense." Hazen etched that face into her memory. Further analysis of the character. Sure enough, that man had come too. Leader of Black Star Team number 13, Keen. The two stood side by side, looking toward the blackened Hei Wenryong and the one who had just fought, Ma Yuxiang. Without saying anything more, Keen silently cast a detection spell to scan for the unique dark fluctuation. Hazen's gravity illusion was flawless. It alone had completely locked down movement. Keen commented on the target. The fluctuation is so faint it's almost unbelievable that it could produce power on this level. Hazen confirmed. Yeah, so what do we do? Keen nodded, opening a spatial rift to draw out his wand, voice cold. Target confirmed. Proceed with immediate elimination. Keen's target was the blackened one who had only just regained a sliver of awareness. Hei Wenryong, along with Ma Yuxiang and Flame, all falling into an awkward predicament. More precisely, they were stunned by that decisiveness. However, Hazen still felt something was off and turned to ask, "Kill him right away. It's still early stage, maybe observe a bit more." But Keen cut her off completely, holding firm to his earlier stance. If it's already emitting power at this level with just that degree of corruption, once it goes berserk later, the consequences will truly be catastrophic. Killing it now is the right choice. Keen's approach wasn't wrong. Once someone tainted by dark magic has been corrupted once, they become prone to second or third corruptions. Even if temporarily purified, the corruption lingers and eventually they'll be overtaken by dark magic and cause slaughter. A decision made must be carried out immediately. But coincidentally, one of them refused to accept it. Stop. Hazen noticed the voice. Oh my. While they were talking, Ma Yuxiang had gathered every last bit of strength to stand up, truly surprising the vice leader Hazen, a first-year student enduring this much. This is Ma Yuxiang of Stella. As expected from the top-ranked freshman, impressive. But Hazen's face gradually darkened, her gaze turning distinctly unpleasant. Snap, Ma Yuxiang felt an even greater pressure crashing down on his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang struggled to lift himself, Hazen flicked her finger once and forced him back down again. Showing not the slightest pity, "Stay down a little longer, okay? You can't interrupt Big Sis while she's working." Heh. In truth, the power gap was absolute. Ma Yuxiang was now on the verge of collapsing flat. Though her condition was better without overlapping gravity, Flame still couldn't feel any relief. She gritted her teeth and assessed another harsh truth. No good, Ma Yuxiang's condition. Even though recent events had diverged a lot from the novel she knew, The magic Ma Yuxiang had just used was definitely dark mana. If things continued like this and Ma Yuxiang exhausted his blue mana, his dark mana would be exposed right in front of them. In that case, along with He Wenryang's resistance flame forced herself to act, gripping her mysterious staff tightly. She couldn't afford to lose both of them here, please. Please move, please. Guilt surged in her heart because they were people with such bright futures ahead. And then Keen pointed his wand straight at the top of He Wenryang's head. Now it's over. He Wenryang seemed to have accepted his fate, but Flame still hoped for some miracle. Eyes squeezed shut. Please save him. Mana surged from Keen's wand without the slightest hesitation. Die, dark mana vessel. Wait one more time. Keen halted his action because of a somewhat familiar voice. He turned to confirm the direction the sound had come from. Only one person can change this situation. A supporting character from the novel Beak Yusial. Keen vaguely remembered the unmistakable face. You're going back 10 minutes earlier. Right now, Beak Yusial was patting the head of a young Spiritrace boy. But his main goal was buying food, so the head pat was just because the kid was cute. Before leaving, he flashed a friendly smile. Good luck with business, ma'am. The middle-aged woman happily accepted the blessing from him. Thank you, dear. The student had only walked a short distance when the familiar tinkling sound from the system ran through his mind. 2 consecutive reports appeared, indicating a variable had arisen in Episode 8. The He Wenryang Dark Corruption storyline had begun. Beak Yusial jolted and exclaimed loudly, "What?" Doubt gradually eroded his understanding. What's going on? Didn't the Dark Corruption episode end after Zeki's corruption arc was completed? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's dark mana invasion. Among them, He Wenryang's dark corruption route had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. With such extreme difficulty and terribleness, Beak Yusial hesitated over whether to stop it or let it happen. Unable to think further, Beak Yusial decided to hand the freshly bought food to another Spiritrace person. Hey, this is really tasty. Eat up. The person was a bit surprised, but still took it and watched Beak Yusial leave. Beak Yusial's choice became his new resolve. Even so, he couldn't just stand by and let the bad ending happen. And so, at the present moment, pressure crashed down on the 2 main figures, He Wenryang and Ma Yuxiang. Flame let out a relieved breath, because the one who could help had arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from 4 directions focused on one person, Beak Yusial. For his part, Beak Yusial, who had just arrived, was still thinking kindly of his classmates and still breathing. Phew, but now that I'm here, what next? Kane remained cold. Hazen. Hazen understood immediately and smiled, taking small steps forward. Got it, leave the kid to me. Her staff, like a mini scythe, moved with light, clacking footsteps. Stopping at a spot she deemed appropriate, her cheerfulness turning into something even more positive. She made an offer. Big Sis will show you a really beautiful illusion too. Overlord Haki activated. The special illusion Hazen created was an extremely powerful type of magic. It carried a direct risk of harm to the target. Very quickly, that effect slammed down on Beak Yusial. But nothing happened at all. Proof that something special applied to a special person becomes ordinary. A black cat scampered by. Hazen's big round eyes muttered to herself, "Huh, no way." She flicked her staff several more times. Cha-cha-cha, this time it had some effect. The effect left Beak Yusial squinting at the world half-eyed, completely unable to make sense of it himself. Hazen glanced toward the person slightly above her in rank. Commander, that kid doesn't seem to be affected by the illusion at all, but Keen wasn't convinced. His face turned a bit more annoyed as he threw in a sarcastic jab. Stop messing around and do it for real. Hazen, though, stayed exactly the same. I'm being totally serious. Looking back more closely, his stance was still rigid like a piece of wood, completely unchanged. Reanalyzing the problem, needing a more thorough breakdown. Basic illusion magic works by disrupting the target's mana flow, and these kids were simply having their mana controlled by her, which then generated the gravity hallucination pressing down on their bodies. But for some reason, she couldn't detect even a single speck of mana inside that boy's body. How to describe it? It felt like trying to apply a joint lock on a slime. She furrowed her brows even more deeply. My magic is at minimum S-class. Just what kind of ability does that kid actually possess? Since the illusion had been completely nullified, she had no choice but to retreat. Unusually, Keen took a step forward. Please step aside. The vice commander held her wand at the ready with a cold tone. Keen questioned Beak Yusial directly, prompting him to reveal his identity. Beak Yusial answered quickly. First-year Stella student, S-class Combat Magic Department. However, Keen didn't want to hear what he already knew. No, I mean tell me your true identity. Beak Yusial looked confused, a flicker of bewilderment circling in his mind. True identity. I'm a Stella student, isn't that right? Seeing him genuinely puzzled with no other response, Keen's eyebrow twitched. Fine, I suppose you can't say it. A bigger question mark appeared over Beak Yusial. Wait, what did I just say? When information couldn't be obtained, the only way was to cut straight to reality. Keen changed his approach. I won't interfere with whatever connection you have or your reason for infiltrating Stella Academy. However, you are not to interfere with our work. Beak Yusial lowered his head slightly, eyes fixed intently on the other party, and shifted his tone accordingly. That's going to be a bit difficult. Aren't you planning to kill that student? Keen didn't deny it and even let some killing intent leak out. That's right, we're going to kill him. Even though Hei Wenryong was darkened, he could still feel exactly how that voice sounded. This put Beak Yusial in an even tougher spot. He knew full well that if he fought these people right now, he definitely wouldn't last 5 seconds and would die. Taking one more step forward, Beak Yusial drew his sword. But he's someone worth risking my life for. I can't afford to lose him right now. You said you're about to kill my classmate, so it seems I have no reason to just let this go. Keen faced him with the same cold demeanor, repeating the very thought Beak Yusial had just had. If you really fight us, you will die. But Beak Yusial already had a counter. Keeping a straight face, he replied calmly, looking like neither of them wanted to draw attention. Should I maybe attract a little attention? I've got some confidence. Even if I die, at the very least I can make a big scene out of it. Keen now realized the person standing before him wasn't just some ordinary kid. He stayed silent for a long moment before looking over and asking, "What do you want?" Beak Yusial, not wanting things to escalate further, resolved to say it outright. Just one chance for her to purify that friend. Keen listened carefully to his words, then shifted his gaze to the darkened Hei Wenryong. Without hesitation, he pointed his wand toward Beak Yusial and said, "That's a futile effort. Even if you could purify the dark magic, the emotions won't return." Slightly intimidated, but still holding his sword in a defensive stance, Beak Yusial requested, "One time is enough." That friend's magic can even restore emotions to their original state. Flame silently watched Beak Yusial, sweat dripping down, but above all she doubted his words. Can I really help Hei Wenryong return to his original state? Flame doubted not only his statement but herself as well, but what mattered more now was whether Keen would accept it. What if the purification fails? Beak Yusial gave an answer. I'll withdraw completely. To Keen, it wasn't a bad proposal. At the very least, they wouldn't have to clash with someone who could bypass Hazen's illusion magic, avoiding unnecessary attention while letting the other side leave on their own. So stepping back at this point seemed the wisest move. He said, "Fine, if you break your word, I'll give you the most painful death possible, whether it causes a commotion or not." Hazen beside him couldn't believe her commander had said that. Commander. But Keen ignored it and gave the order. Hazen, release the illusion. Before complying with the commander's command, Hazen still asked one question. Can we really trust his word? The same cold reply. If it's a lie, it's not too late to kill the kid. She slammed her staff hard against the ground. Same here. If the commander says so, there's nothing more I can do. With a shake of her staff, Hazen withdrew the illusion. Both Ma Yuxiang and Hei Wenryong regained their freedom and breathed heavily. Flame, under less pressure but still struggling to hold it together, barely managed. Blinking a few times, Flame realized someone was standing right in front of her. More precisely, Beak Yusial had approached and sat down facing her. Do you know what state Hei Wenryong is in right now? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal. But Flame had zero confidence. She lowered her head. Sorry, I don't have that kind of power. Yet Beak Yusial dug deeper into her pain. Are you planning to repeat what happened with Zeki all over again? Flame wavered for a moment. She voiced what she truly wanted. No. Beak Yusial noticed the change. Then a smile eased the tension. Help Hei Wenryong, you can do it. If anyone else had said it, Flame might not have believed, but coming from Beak Yusial, it was different. Regaining her resolve and that familiar feeling, Flame picked up her staff. If Beak Yusial said she could do it, slowly stepping forward and standing in front of Hei Wenryong like he had affirmed, it meant she really did possess that kind of power. With one person still nearby, Flame glanced over and instructed, step back a bit. Once Ma Yuxiang had finished preparing, Flame looked again at the darkened Hei Wenryong, and the haunting memory of Zeki's corruption moment flooded back. Golden mana began to envelop her as a new thought arose. I won't stand by helplessly like I did back then. Her eyes opened, and Flame formed a magic circle pattern herself. Angelic wings appeared, infused with a bit of her own hope. This time she would definitely save Hei Wenryong with her own strength. Angelic magic manifested through song. Flame closed her eyes and merged herself with the mana flow. An unusual light appeared. Hazen, watching from outside, turned to the person beside her. Commander, is that light magic? Without blinking, Keen replied, yes, suspicion increases, but that girl isn't from the Holy Order. Power like that is practically on par with a saintess. Keen seemed to recall. I heard that among this year's new Stella students, there's one who can use angelic power. Light attribute must be that girl. Light gradually vibrated around Flame, and in an instant a glow enveloped the dark shroud, covering Hei Wenryong. The pillar of light spread everywhere, and Hei Wenryong endured intense pain from the clashing attributes affecting his body. But that alone couldn't be fully trusted. The thought shifted slightly. Using angelic power and eradicating dark mana seeds are two entirely different things. At best it could only suppress it. Yet Keen was making it harder on himself. Now that realization was crashing into his fresh illusion of hope. Cough, cough, Hei Wenryong let out a cough, and now the black layer had vanished, awareness returning. Hei Wenryong stared at his own hand. I almost went to check out naked chickens. Then he heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing in front of him. Thank goodness you're back to normal. A second later, Flame collapsed sideways from mana exhaustion. Hei Wenryong, flustered, tried to reach toward her. However, Keen's sharp iron wand instantly pointed at his throat, halting every movement. The goal now was singular. Then let me check immediately. Very quickly, the three-person team split. Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxiao tended to Flame, while Keen and Hazen focused on Hei Wenryong. A moment later, Keen asked, "What's the result?" Halting her inspection, Hazen looked over and answered, "Completely normal. He's so normal it's hard to believe he was ever corrupted. No, more accurately, it's like that emotion never existed, like it was forcibly added. Looks like the host is pretty strong, Commander. What now?" Keen turned his back to leave, standing up in a somewhat helpless manner. Hazen adjusted her own mindset. Our commander seems pretty shaky. Understandable. Up until now he'd been convinced that once corrupted by darkness, there was no saving them. So he'd killed them all without exception. Yet now those kids had completely overturned that. Flame, sorry about that, I'm fine. You're not worried about me. A smile appeared as the kids rejoiced together again. Before leaving, she winked at Beak Yuxiao. Anyway, kiddos, see you next time. Depending on who you asked, but saying it to Beak Yuxiao, he dared to respond bluntly. Who the hell wants to see you guys again? After everything wrapped up, night blanketed the entire elf world. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful stretch of path, and then someone shadowy walked along that path. Fortunately, it was Professor Mazen Tyron, but the king of the flower fairy tribe, Chot Sioran. Confused, though alone, she was still puzzled. Looking around, a baffling thought surfaced clearly. This is really strange. I clearly followed the dark magic flow I sensed right then, but now there's not a single trace. She gazed at her own hands before deciding what to do next. Finally, Chot Sioran reached the spot where the dark magic had been detected, closed her eyes, and spread her palms open. Wind, bring me the memories. Then the scent of memories wafted around her nose and quickly flooded into her mind. Yet she saw nothing at all. The memories came in gusts of black and white wind. She thought again. Someone deliberately erased the memories with magic, didn't they? Memories that have been erased can't be restored even with high-level magic. However, Chot Sioran was the greatest master among them. She wouldn't yield to such ordinary magic. Tiny specks of light flickered in the pitch-black night. Wind, I beseech you as the fairy king, whisper to me just a little more about those memories. Chot Sioran repeated the gesture once again. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the trees, and the boulders, all of them whispered to Chot Sioran about what had happened here. Though the memories had been erased with meticulous care, leaving almost no trace behind, a few faint fragments still lingered sneakily. And the shadow of Beak Yuxiao stood out as the largest among them, but his face couldn't be seen clearly. That uniform, it's from Stella, isn't it? Suddenly, at that moment, a strange sensation rushed into her mind. What's this smell? It was a scent she could never forget. No matter how hard she tried, that fragrance undoubtedly belonged to Leafhain. But hadn't Celestia already fallen into eternal slumber in her own garden? Could someone have entered the secret garden sometime before? Was there a connection? Yet as time passed, the memories faded even worse, and a sharp pain surged into her mind. This isn't good, I can't read any more memory. But with the fragments she had gathered, Chot Sioran forced herself to suppress her emotions and analyze the one possibility she had to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day and the one who stole Celestia's heart, were they the same? If so, then it made sense that the memories here had been erased. Her fist clenched tightly as Chot Sioran suppressed her raging anger. I will never forgive him. I will definitely repay that debt in kind. No more of Chot Sioran's story for now. The scene shifted to the morning of the next day. After the settings had been restored and the dark curse lifted, Hei Wenryong enjoyed a peaceful sleep at the Paradise Flower Hospital. Hei Wenryong slowly opened his eyes and realized there was now someone else in the room. He recognized Flame. Flame smiled while peeling an apple and spoke as he woke. Oh, you're awake. Glancing around the room in confusion, Hei Wenryong asked, Where am I? Flame, sitting on the chair and watching him closely, This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened? Only vaguely. Hearing that, Flame let out a small sigh of relief and handed him the plate of neatly sliced fruit. I already talked a bit with Instructor Lei, and I told Ma Yuxiang and Beek Yuxial to keep it quiet too, so don't worry. And about the Familia contract ceremony, if you still want to participate, you can. But it's better if you rest more. The aftereffects haven't completely disappeared yet. Hei Wenryang now followed every request Flame made, no matter what. Yes, if you say rest, I'll rest. This puzzled Flame. What's going on? Why are you suddenly listening to everything I say? Not wanting to disturb Hei Wenryang's rest any further, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving with a bright smile. I've thought it over a lot. It's better this way than getting hurt again. Rest up more from now on, okay? It's almost time to meet everyone, so I'll head out first. Hei Wenryang watched Flame leave and suddenly called her back. Flame. Flame stopped and turned to ask. Yeah. Hei Wenryang had made up his mind and was about to say something, but he swallowed all those words back into his heart. After a long pause, he said something vague instead. No, it's nothing. Flame showed no expression. What was that? So lame. But she still smiled. Anyway, when you get discharged, treat me to a big feast, got it? You're loaded with money, so make sure you're ready for that. Understood. Hei Wenryang stared in disbelief. Flame said it all without any sadness. A gentle, faint smile appeared, and he gave her the answer right back. All right, you can look forward to it. With food on the line, he didn't think any further. Flame got even happier. See you later, Hei Wenryang. And then the room was left with just him. Flame had gone. The quiet atmosphere now feeling strangely different as he looked at the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The fruit was sliced evenly and beautifully. If it was already cut and he didn't eat it, that'd be a waste. So he picked up a piece right away. Delicious. Aside from Hei Wenryang's situation, now the main thing everyone needed to do immediately. Instructor Lee gathered all the students together, face stern and voice serious. From now on, all of you will enter the roots of the heavenly tree to form the sacred contract. It's an astral space, and the environment there will be different from reality. You have 1 week. The area you're allowed to access is up to the 3rd layer. The 4th layer is sealed off by a barrier, so don't even think about approaching it. Good luck to all of you. After hearing Instructor Lee's warning, the students lined up and stepped through a gate. Episode 7, The Familia Contract Ceremony. The space inside the tree awaited, and Beek Yusial slipped in with a dazed expression. He quickly changed his face, cheeks instantly flushing red. A lush green scene unfolded before his eyes. It wasn't ordinary green. If Beek Yusial described it in a cheap tone, it was like a space overflowing with fluorescent green. Every plant glowed with its own light, and firefly-like creatures drifted gently through the air. After walking a bit, a new question mark appeared as he glanced at a small corner. A sparkling green liquid had appeared near his feet. He sat down and poked it with his finger. It was probably a 7-star spirit beast, so it definitely didn't feel scary. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, lowest at 7 and highest at 1. As their rank increases right before becoming divine beasts, their power grows accordingly. But that also makes forming a contract much harder. This is such a hassle. Even Stella students could only reduce the time by about 5% per year. But anyway, that wasn't his problem. The road ahead was still long, so they could take it slow. Whenever Beek Yusial smiled, something was definitely about to happen. Switching to the outside, right at the entrance where students formed their contracts, 2 guards stood there. When no one else was around, they exchanged a few words. Looks like all the students have gone inside. Should we close the barrier now? The other one raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Tap, tap, tap. Someone else is slowly approaching us. I think there's still one more person coming, and it's someone concealing their identity, but that walking style feels way too familiar. More precisely, a new danger has arrived. Right as they were about to step forward and talk, dark mana suddenly struck out of nowhere. The 2 guards had no time to react, and could only passively let the dark mana envelop them completely. One collapsed to the ground, while the other was grabbed by the throat and hoisted up. This mysterious intruder had now completely seized control of the situation outside. In no time, both gatekeepers were kneeling helplessly on the ground. Whether they were still alive or not remained unknown, Mazen Tyron. The attacker broke into an intrigued smile as he advanced straight into the area where the Familia contract ceremony was underway. Princess Hong Bion led her familiar group of classmates toward one direction. Glancing at a corner, the princess felt somewhat indifferent about everything. Just as the book described, the 1st layer really had nothing special at all. Turning back to the group, Princess Hong Bion immediately stated her plan. Let's head straight up to the 2nd layer. One classmate replied cheerfully, sure. However, one classmate trailing at the very back didn't look so good. Arshwang was a fire attribute genius, just like Hong Bion. Right now her expression was steadily worsening as she raised a hand to her forehead. Muttering to herself, Why does my body suddenly feel like this? My stomach's churning with nausea, and my vision's getting blurrier and blurrier. And then she collapsed right there on the spot. The classmates heard the noise and immediately turned back to look. Princess Hongbyun also turned around and heard another classmate shout her name loudly, Arshwan. The princess knew she trained regularly and had high endurance, but now there were clear bad signs. She approached and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Your face looks so pale." The classmates analyzed what just happened. Arshwang's condition isn't great. She was totally fine just a moment ago. Another guest came up. "I heard that if your affinity for divine beasts is low, even a tiny bit of their aura can weaken your body. Could Arshwang be like that?" Princess Hongbyun didn't need to think long and gave the initial solution. "For now, just rest here. Conserve your rations and recover on your own." But Arshwang looked up at the princess, back. Cold sweat dripped as she parted her dry lips. "Huh, I'm fine, really, let's keep moving." The princess countered firmly, "Enough, just do as I say." Resting is better than rushing ahead and collapsing at the critical moment. Arshwang felt down and the others tried to comfort her. "She's right, Arshwang, the princess already said so." Yeah. Everyone spread out to scout the area while Arshwang stayed alone, sitting at the base of a large tree, breathing heavily as she placed a hand on her chest to regulate her rhythm. "It's so hard to breathe. My head's all messed up. I've waited for this day for so long, so why is something like this happening now?" Her arm trembled uncontrollably, yet a strange sensation began to invade her mind. A voice echoed in her subconscious. "Such talent, truly the makings of a grand mage." Several unfamiliar figures appeared. Is this a memory from when I was little, or am I dreaming? A figure resembling an academy professor approached and said, "Arshwang, you are a once-in-a-century fire genius. With your talent, you can control flames as naturally as your own limb. If it's you, you'll definitely become an unparalleled mage at Stella." Little Arshwang looked a bit surprised, but she quickly beamed with a bright smile. "Really? Of course, if it's without me." The memory cut off there, and Arshwang jolted awake, looking around at everyone in a daze once more. What was that? That dream just now? At that moment, the princess's voice returned. "We're about to move on." With the princess having decided, Arshwang gathered her remaining strength to stand up. A classmate nearby asked worriedly, "Arshwang, you okay? Can you walk?" Arshwang forced a reply. "Yeah, I think so." Following the group's steps, Arshwang moved slowly, but unnoticed at the spot where she had rested. A trace of dark mana lingered behind. As they advanced to the second layer, at that moment, a spirit beast was being roasted by fire magic. The one doing it was Arshwang. The surroundings were no longer green. This layer was dominated by blue tones. Her condition had improved a lot, her focus when using magic much sharper. With this state, she could form a contract with a 5-star divine beast. While she was feeling pleased, a classmate's excited voice suddenly rang out, drawing attention that way. "Everyone, look over there. It's the red deer I read about in the dictionary. If I can form a contract with that red deer, my fire attribute understanding will skyrocket. Its level seems to be 6 stars, right?" Most strange spirit beasts are always wary of humans, but oddly this deer was stealthily approaching the group. One classmate noticed, "It's coming this way." Among the classmates, Arshwang seemed especially fond of it. "Yeah, not 5 stars, but if it's a 6-star red deer then." But that joy didn't last long. Now, astonishment overwhelmed everyone's awareness, because the deer went straight toward Princess Hongbyun and wanted to make contact with her. The classmates could hardly believe their eyes. Oh my god, a divine beast actually approaching someone on its own. They couldn't let this chance slip. A small suggestion came toward the princess. "Princess, are you thinking of contracting with it?" The others were envious, but Princess Hongbyun gently stroked it and shook her head. "No, this isn't the divine beast I want. Let's go deeper to see clearly." Everyone exchanged glances, unable to hide their admiration. A divine beast we've never even seen before comes right up. Only the princess could pull that off. What else is new? Arshwang stood frozen, clenching her fists tightly. Her wand slipped from her hand as the flame's blessing faded. And so another day passed. On the morning of the second day, Princess Hongbyun's group found the path down to the third layer faster than expected. The third layer was a world overflowing with purple hues. A massive explosion suddenly erupted in the forest. A gigantic spirit beast was incinerated by flame. Everyone let out another round of exclamations. Phew, the air here is seriously intimidating. If the third layer is already like this, I can't imagine how dangerous the fourth will be. While they were chatting, the classmate who had scouted ahead returned. He addressed the princess. "Princess, we probably shouldn't head north." Princess Hongbyun was a bit surprised. "What's there?" The classmate looked back toward where he'd scouted. "Because the barrier leading to the fourth layer is blocking the way." Since the group had just finished battling the giant spirit beast and couldn't proceed further, the princess decided, "Then today let's set up camp and search for divine beasts around this area." got it. Just like the others, Arshwang chose her own path to explore. She kept observing every movement around her. When alone, her confidence returned fully. I heard the third layer is home to divine beasts 5 stars and below. I have to form a contract with a powerful one. Time passed quietly. An hour later, Arshwang spotted a divine beast only for it to run away immediately. 2 hours later, the same thing kept happening. And Arshwang finally sensed something was off. Am I imagining it? Why does it feel like all these divine beasts see me and immediately want to stay away? She felt like she was turning to stone right there, and it seemed to affect only her. Then she overheard the cheerful voices of her classmates. Princess, I successfully contracted a 6-star divine beast. Me too. Irritation and frustration were unavoidable upon hearing that. But Arshwang knew she couldn't let it affect her too much and tried to calm herself. Don't rush, there's still plenty of time. I'll form a contract eventually. Just as hope began to fade, Arshwang discovered something new. Near a large lake, a silver-furred divine beast was drinking water, and Arshwang immediately recognized it. That's a 5-star divine beast, the silver mane wolf. She raised her wand. At Stella, almost no first year had ever contracted a 5-star divine beast. If she succeeded right now, everyone would acknowledge. With a new goal, Arshwang approached it step by careful step. Once at a certain distance, Arshwang extended her hand and said cheerfully, "Hello there, would you like to form a contract with me?" The moment Arshwang's hand got close, the silver mane wolf sniffed it with its nose, but surprisingly, instead of being friendly, it showed clear hostility. That made Arshwang fall back in shock. After so many failures before and now this one, Arshwang seemed completely crushed. Why? Why are the divine beasts rejecting me to this extent? The divine beast now glared at her like a demon without blinking. Right when great danger loomed, suddenly from afar a fireball shot toward them at high speed. Instantly the fireball flew past and separated the two by a small distance. This helped Arshwang regain her senses. Without thinking, she turned toward the direction opposite the attack to see who had just helped. A fleeting thought crossed her mind before she realized this magic belonged to the princess. They had split up to search for suitable divine beasts on their own, yet now Arshwang was saved by Hong Bio. The white wolf also noticed the princess's arrival. Shifting targets, the silver mane wolf slowly advanced toward Hong Bio. Knowing how dangerous it was as a 5-star beast, Arshwang didn't hesitate and shouted a warning. "Princess, be careful." But suddenly Beak Rang unexpectedly bowed and knelt down on the grass right in front of the princess, forcing Arshwang to endure yet another severe psychological shock. Her eyes dazed and lost, her inner world shaken by violent turmoil. She couldn't believe it. Even a 5-star divine beast wanted to please the princess. The sense of unwillingness kept piling up more and more, and now it seemed she could no longer conceal it at all. Before allowing herself to fully change, Arshwang wanted to confirm one thing, so she looked toward Princess Hong Bion and asked, "Your Highness, will you sign the contract this time?" Princess Hong Bion glanced lightly at Arshwang, but then returned to her cold demeanor, gently stroking Beak Rang's head while replying curtly, "No, I refuse. I will find the divine beast that I truly desire." After answering Arshwang, Princess Hong Bion turned to the wolf and decided to send it away. "Sorry, you can go now." That statement officially ignited the spark. Princess Hong Bion turned her head back and clearly heard strange laughter rising from the person standing beside her. Ha ha. A surge of blackened demonic mana completely enveloped Arshwang. All rationality was severed. Finally, a deep sense of inferiority surged forth. "I can't even get close to a divine beast, yet you get to choose and pick which one to form a contract with. You have everything, so you're just showing off, right?" After the abrupt incident with Zeki at the Secret Realm banquet ceremony, now Princess Hong Bion had to witness the same thing happening right to her own friend. Worry instantly flooded her face. The aura grew heavier every second, and now only one obsessive thought remained as everything turned pitch black. "It's so unfair, this is way too unfair." Arshwang's pupils sharply contracted as the black demonic mana fully seized control of her. "I've worked so incredibly hard, and yet—" "Don't make me laugh," the hatred violently erupted. Arshwang gritted her teeth and spat out each word. Every bit of it targeted Princess Hong Bion directly. On top of that, a massive amount of mana surged forward in attack. To counter, Hong Bion instantly erected a spherical protective barrier, enclosing herself inside. However, upon contact between opposing attributes, a warning flash of light erupted, and Princess Hong Bion bit her lip hard. Before, boom, a huge explosion blasted outward across the surroundings so powerfully that the brilliant light could be clearly seen even from far away. Flames spread in all directions, incinerating everything nearby. The forest ignited, the ground cracked and caved in. And amid those raging fires, a tiny spark suddenly landed right on Hong Bion's shoulder. With no effort, the princess brushed it away with her hand, and the flame vanished, leaving only a small black scorch mark behind. But Hong Bio knew that was nothing compared to the true danger she was currently facing. Calm and cold, that was her natural state. To select the absolute best way to resolve this princess, Hong Bion ran a series of deep, detailed analyses and crystallized her thought. The black mana corruption process could still be halted by knocking the victim unconscious, but they were far too close to the fourth layer barrier. If a real battle erupted, it would definitely trigger the barrier behind them. In a situation like this, what would that ordinary guy do? After thinking it over one last time, Princess Hong Bion's mind turned to Baek Yuseo. Unconsciously, a faint smile bloomed across her own lip. Her first chosen solution was words. Snap out of it, Arshwang, don't do something you'll regret forever. If the corruption continues, you won't be able to return to being human anymore. She responded to the princess's words with cheerful contempt. Even now in this situation, she still thought she held the advantage. Of course, she was the flame-blessed princess of Adalvit. How could someone with ordinary talent like me possibly understand? Princess Hong Bion silently listened to every word Arshwang poured out. Silence was precisely what the princess needed right now. Once she had calmed a bit more, the princess narrowed her eyes, a deep sadness surfacing. Arshwang, will you listen to my story? Stroking her own hair, Arshwang didn't even glance at the princess and replied indifferently, what, planning to show off again? Breaking through emotions, that was the path the princess chose. She didn't care what Arshwang wanted. Hong Bion began telling her own story. You know that a princess of Adalvit must become king or die right. That means to survive, I have to kill all my siblings. I realized that harsh truth when I was only 7. They say she had a childhood surrounded by everyone's love. Hearing that made her so jealous. Because not only was I never loved, I wasn't even expected to amount to anything, not even by the one who gave birth to me. To become king, how far do you think she had to push herself? Noticing the unexpected reaction from Princess Hong Bion, Arshwang hesitated slightly. HMPH. Being born into royalty was already her blessing. But everything shifted when Hong Bion cut through that self-assured thought. I drank fire instead of water, ate fire instead of rice, even bathed in flame. My skin covered in pus and itching so badly, I nearly went mad. Even drinking salty water only worsened the burns inside my body, making the pain unbearable. I could no longer taste anything. My tongue had gone completely numb. Fire was both my ultimate weapon and my greatest nightmare. When the corruption began, the best way to erase the opponent's ego was to evoke their own pain. Arshwang's arrogance vanished, instantly replaced by awkward embarrassment. Ha! Shaking her head, Arshwang shouted in panicked confusion. Who would believe a story like that? How could anyone endure such things? Are you trying to use lies to gain my sympathy? It's pointless. But she knew she had to retract those words because the princess didn't argue. She proved it through action. Sizzle, Hong Bion ignited a small flame on her index finger, leaned forward, opened her mouth, and brought the flame closer. Princess Hong Bion stuck out her tongue. Sizzle, sizzle, she pressed her scorching finger directly onto her own tongue. When the sound of searing flesh reached Arshwang's ears, she screamed in horror. What are you doing? For who knows how many times now Arshwang had to completely revise her perception. The flame vanished and the princess's tongue showed no trace of damage. It remained perfectly intact. As a mage herself, Arshwang, like everyone else, knew that even the greatest lightning mage could be shocked by their own magic. Water mages could drown and fire mages could naturally be burned by their own flames. What the princess had just done completely defied that logic, and now she returned to her words in question. Arshwang, do you still call this a blessing? From childhood, I trained like that under the guise of increasing elemental affinity. While training, I kept thinking that dying would be more comfortable. So please don't talk to me about blessings or talent anymore. Because I'm so jealous of you. I envy someone who doesn't know a life like that so much that I could cry right now. The princess's jealousy could only be hidden behind her own smile, but across from her, Arshwang was forced to confront the truth. She never imagined that everything she thought the princess simply enjoyed was taken for granted. Someone exceptionally gifted in fire magic, you can connect with a few important people. Fire-type spirit beasts might love you. I didn't even realize that, and yet I. The wand slipped from Arshwang's relaxed arm and fell onto the grass, tears beginning to well up in the corners of her eyes. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Hong Bion quietly observed her. When the dark halo finally disappeared, Princess Hong Bion broke into a confident smile. Good. Princess Hong is satisfied with how she just handled that.
Before long, the rest of the team came rushing over in a panic. The explosion from the fight a moment ago had sent everyone's hearts racing, as it was clear the blast had happened nearby. Princess, where are you? Hearing everyone frantically searching for her, Hong Bion called out loudly, I'm over here. The blonde girl, upon hearing her idol's voice, was as overjoyed as if she had won the lottery. "Thank goodness, we finally found you, princess. What happened here?" Watching Arshwang lying there with her eyes closed, as if accepting her fate, Hong Bion felt a rare, inexplicable softness. After all, the dark magic inside her had completely dissipated. She recalled the battle with Zeki in the personal gate, thinking that if it had been her former self, she would have immediately moved to suppress Arshwang. Perhaps this change was triggered by the influence of that commoner. Hiding her tsundere nature, Hong Bion told everyone to take good care of Arshwang, as she seemed to still be unwell. Arshwang woke up in a daze and timidly asked about her punishment. The others, hearing this, found it even more bizarre. Did these two have some sort of secret they couldn't talk about? Ignoring everyone's complicated gazes, Hong Bion offered a cold yet forgiving reminder to Arshwang. "No matter what anyone says, you are still a person of great natural talent. I don't intend to punish you just because of this small incident. However, that doesn't mean I'll let it slide easily. So be loyal to me to make up for your mistake." Arshwang raised her head, her eyes rimmed with red and brimming with tears. Upon hearing that the princess had no intention of reporting the incident to the professor or casting her aside, at that very moment, the seeds of absolute loyalty began to sprout. The more she admired the princess, the more Arshwang beat herself up for having ever had malicious intentions towards someone so noble. But then a shattering sound tore through the air. Arshwang's eyes dilated violently. She screamed in panic, "Princess, get out of the way." "What?" Before anyone could process what was happening, the barrier leading straight to the fourth floor ripped open, and a terrifying suction force pulled everything around it inside. The scene shifted to a certain location on the third floor. Flame had gone off alone and entered a dangerous area. But luckily, she had found the mythical Flamelight Beast, the beast with the attribute best suited for someone who possessed light affinity. Half an hour later, thanks to the protagonist's aura, Flame successfully signed the contract. She was now strolling around, whistling and feeling incredibly happy about signing a contract with a near fourth-tier mythical beast. "I'm so lucky it didn't take too much time." A thought flashed through her mind. In reality, signing a contract doesn't necessarily mean you can summon the spirit at will. So signing a contract with the light beast would help speed up her spell casting and enhance her light attribute magic. Anyway, the mission was complete, so she had to spend the remaining time enjoying her leisure. But just 10 minutes after she had made up her mind, Flame unexpectedly ran into Azel and the cold-faced Ma Yuxiang, who were sitting and chatting happily. Both of them stopped due to Flame's appearance. The atmosphere suddenly felt awkward, as if it had been cut from a scene in some the Yama movie. Flame gathered her composure, her voice cheerful but slightly embarrassed. "He's Io and Yuxiang, it's so awkward running into you guys under these circumstances." Ma Yuxiang smirked and replied, "It's nothing, what a coincidence that we ran into each other in a place like this." Hearing this, Flame's curiosity spiked, and her eyes immediately turned into those of a fanatical reporter. But why are you two here?" Azel explained awkwardly. "I just happened to be passing by and ran into him." While Ma Yuxiang laughed and said, "I'm just killing time." Flame didn't ask any further questions after hearing their reasons. According to the original plot, Ma Yuxiang couldn't bond with any other mythical beasts due to certain character settings. So it made sense that he was just walking around to kill time, and Azel had simply run into him and they were just talking. Thinking this, Flame said softly, "Anyway, it's nice to see you guys. If you don't mind, let me join you for a meal." Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted not far away and spread throughout the forest. Azel sensed that something was wrong, her hands clenching in anxiety. "This aura is." As a master of light, Flame naturally understood what Azel meant. There was no mistake, it was dark magic. But why? This event wasn't in the original novel, yet it keeps happening. Thinking of this, she regretted having such a stupid thought. This wasn't the first or second time something had happened without warning. While Flame blamed herself, Ma Yuxiang had already stood up and was continuously casting jump spells without saying a word. Watching Ma Yuxiang soar into the sky, a grave look appeared on her face. Flame froze on the spot. She was quite surprised that someone as indifferent as Ma Yuxiang would show such an expression. She bit her lip, silently resolving within herself, stop the dark magic user from disrupting the mythical beast contract ceremony. AI, let's go. Yeah. At the center of the explosion, as the dust cleared, we could vaguely see Princess Hong Bion's group collapsed on the ground, surrounded by debris as if they had just been through a fierce battle. Cough, 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 Hong Bion coughed, struggling to sit up. Suddenly, she discovered Arshwang lying on top of her. Feeling the aura on her getting weaker by the second, Hong Bion cried out in despair. "Arshwang, hold on, wake up." But she was already unconscious and couldn't answer at all. She hurriedly placed Arshwang to one side. Hong Bion could feel the dark magic spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fourth floor barrier, the one sealing away dangerous creatures, was leaking from those cracks. A creature resembling a dolphin covered in black flames flew into the sky, its body filled with strange red characters, emitting ultrasonic waves that echoed throughout the forest. Introducing the fourth-tier ice-fire dolphin. A flash of confusion appeared in Hong Bion's heart. She couldn't understand why the mythical beast she had been searching for all this time had been corrupted by darkness. But if she just left it like this, it would lose control and kill everyone. Just as Hong Bion raised her staff to cast fire magic, a sudden variable occurred. Countless boulders fell from the sky, slamming into the dolphin. Afterward, chains of light appeared out of nowhere, locking the ice-fire dolphin in place. High in the sky, Ma Yuseong appeared like a hero, carrying a fist wreathed in flames that he slammed directly into the creature's massive body, causing it to crash into the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Hong Bion was completely taken aback by his appearance. She wondered to herself, why on earth was Ma Yuseong here? Suddenly something happened that made Hong Bion gasp in astonishment, her eyes widening. The holy, divine light emanating from the chains began to dispel the dark magic clinging to the ice-fire dolphin. It seemed as if the creature had never felt more at ease in its life. So it closed its eyes and drifted off into a peaceful, blissful sleep. Just as everyone had suspected, the only person in the World War universe who could purify dark magic was Flame, the female lead who had been transmigrated into the novel. Before long, the ice-fire dolphin had returned to its original form. Flame approached and stroked it gently. There, you're all better now, I've finished healing you. The ice-fire dolphin expressed its gratitude and then flew away. Next, Flame and Azel turned their gazes toward Hong Bion. Just as it happened, she was looking back at them too. Flame was the first to speak. Princess, what on earth is going on here? Hong Bion, still harboring some of her tsundere frustration, retorted, if you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Out of nowhere, a massive explosion tore apart the fourth-floor barrier. From within the rift, a mythical beast corrupted by dark energy crawled out and attacked our group. Crack, the red barrier guarding the fourth floor shattered into pieces, and a wave of dark, bone-chilling, gloomy energy swept through, giving all of the main characters goosebumps. Their eyes snapped toward the barrier, only to see a mysterious figure in a cloak slowly approaching, their voice dripping with morbid excitement. Such familiar faces. Not just Class A, but 4 students from Class S as well. My luck really is great today. Recognizing the owner of that voice, Hong Bion couldn't believe it and gasped. Why are you here? Professor Mason Tyron. Azel, standing behind her, asked urgently, why would Professor Mason Tyron appear in a place like this? Flame was completely petrified. Yet another variable not found in the original novel had emerged. Her eyes flashed with gravity. Ma Yuseong summoned his weapon while secretly speculating, could it be that this prestigious professor of Stella Academy is actually a dark mage? And that overwhelming mana pressure too. I was planning on saving this prime piece for the very end, but there's no reason to turn down such a delicious meal sitting right in front of me. Come on, let's get the party started, shall we? With those words, a grotesque horn sprouted from the top of her head, her smile twisting into something demented, wild, and insane, and a surge of dark energy exploded outward, swallowing everything within a 4-meter radius. At the same time, over on Baek Yuseol's side, a few hours earlier, he had been standing in front of the barrier leading to the 4th floor. Perhaps thanks to his training in the Spirit Garden, the mythical beasts had reacted to his level of compatibility, making his journey here quite smooth. However, from the 4th floor onward, things wouldn't be as easy as before. I just hope I can retrieve the beast heart safe and sound. A blinding light erupted and the space trembled violently. And when Baek Yuseol opened his eyes, he had been teleported to the 4th floor. A place filled with beautiful pink colors, like a fairy tale landscape. Suddenly, the glowing red eyes of some creature appeared from within the bushes. Before he could even think, a killer boar charged toward the male lead. It opened its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp tusks. Baek Yuseol was slightly surprised, but that was all. He calmly drew his sword Tivon, preparing to cast magic. To only be a level 3 threat and yet emit such powerful energy, the monster levels here really are different from the other floors. Flash, swoosh, a perfectly precise slash cut through the massive body, and the boar couldn't withstand it, collapsing onto the ground, dead before it could even gasp. I have to say, this is no joke. The Javo sword definitely wouldn't have been able to pierce that defense. It's a good thing I brought the gear Altarisha crafted. Even though it's a consumable item that only lasts for 5 minutes, I need to get out of here quickly before other monsters are attracted to the commotion. On this 4th floor, the unique nature of the space disorients intruders, making it very easy to get lost. However, I'd already asked Flame to help plant the absolute orientation flowers, which act like a compass to prepare for this scenario. As long as I have this flower that always points east, I won't have to worry about losing my way anymore. Alright, I need to finish this quickly and clear the 4th floor. Not long after, Baek Yuseol bypassed many other dangerous monsters. He had a feeling that what he was looking for was about to appear. Suddenly, a clear, enchanting melody from a flute sounded from up ahead. Baek Yuseol slowly advanced toward the sound. the dense forest parting to reveal a stunning beauty with long, waterfall-like white hair floating in midair, humming a melody. For a moment, it felt like the space itself was rippling with cherry blossoms. The whole world dyed in pink, and Beak Yusial felt a lightness as if he were flying through the sky. One of the 12 divine moons, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon. Seeing someone approach, she smirked and said, a human. Why have you come to such a remote, secluded place? Her breathtakingly beautiful face was almost the ideal template in Beak Yusial's mind, making his heart race. But he had to try hard to keep his composure. The mana flow of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon contained hypnotic abilities, and that was just a fake facade set up to lure prey into a trap. I absolutely cannot fall for it. Placing the guiding flower down, Beak Yusial thought to himself that he needed to purify the mana encroaching on his body immediately. Others might have surrendered long ago, but I can definitely do this. Because my body fundamentally cannot absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, the male lid braced himself, using his willpower to force the invasive mana out. Beak Yusial's senses were heightened. The space around the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon became distorted and exploded. And like a shattered mirror, the scenery around them returned to its true form. Beak Yusial thought gravely, it seems my mental strength is still not enough to force her to reveal her true form, but at least at this level, I can still avoid having my mind manipulated. On her side, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon had touched down on the ground, her voice tinged with surprise. Oh ho, a human who can resist my charms. If it were an ordinary man, he would have already rushed toward me like a hungry beast. It seems you've realized my true identity. So, what is your purpose in going to such great lengths to find me? The male lead answered without beating around the bush. I am here to seek the heart of a mythical beast. Does that mean you intend to kill a mythical beast and take its heart? That is not the case. I have neither the intention nor the strength to kill a mythical beast. I only wish to find a heart that was lost by its owner in the beast graveyard that exists deep within this space. Hearing the male lead mention the beast graveyard, the expression on her face darkened. There is no heart there, but I must find it. Why? Beak Yusial reached into his pocket and thought that there was no need to give a long-winded explanation about the conditions of the Heaven's Spirit Leafhanel right here. Nor was there any need to mention the purpose of practicing breathing techniques. In this situation, taking out the token and holding it up was meant to save my close friend. Let's use a perfectly moral reason to appeal to her empathy. Sure enough, that innocent, emotional gaze managed to deceive one of the 12 divines. She said with a hint of pity, just a tiny mortal creature, yet you are ambitious enough to possess such a treasure. Hearing this, Beak Yusial laughed inwardly. Ha ha ha, as expected, she's taken the bait. Among the 12 moon divines, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon felt the deepest affection for mythical beasts. The proof was that she had poured her entire heart and soul into creating this fourth-floor space just to protect them. Beak Yusial's eyes sparkled. If he said it was to save a mythical beast, there was a chance she might agree to grant him a heart. So that's it. No wonder I smelled the scent of a mythical beast on you that made me feel strange. Who would have thought that a human would have such a deep connection with a divine being of that caliber? He. She covered her mouth with her hand and laughed in a very unpleasant way, as if imagining some sordid scenario. This made the male lead so angry he almost coughed up blood. I was just diligently practicing breathing and regulating my mana next to the Heaven's Spirit Leafhanel, but her imagination is running wild. Although Beak Yusial was quite angry, he still pretended to beg. Ahem, so may I have that heart now? However, she dropped her guard, sighed, and shook her head wearily. I can no longer place my trust in humanity ever again. We were once close to many humans, only to be met with bitter betrayal in the end. Beak Yusial, hearing this, could not resign himself and blurted out, Aye. But before he could finish, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon coldly interrupted. You were going to swear you aren't like them, weren't you? I'm sick to death of hearing those words. My ears have grown calluses. Even though he had anticipated that this would be difficult, he hadn't expected it to be this hard. According to the original plot, when you conquer one of the 12 moon divines, you inherit their powers, and the prerequisites for each deity are completely different. In this case, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon's requirement was to reach the necessary stats. A high compatibility with mythical beasts and a strong mental will made her feel satisfied. To put it bluntly, with my current stats, I'm nowhere near meeting the requirements. My initial goal wasn't to subdue her, but if I couldn't even get the mythical beast heart, I'd be a total loser. Thinking this, Beak Yusial placed his hand over his chest, his voice filled with sincerity. My friend is nearing death, please save her. The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon narrowed her eyes to see if he was lying. Verifying that Beak Yusial was truly not lying, she softened a little. Well, unless you can prove that you are qualified to be a companion to a mythical beast. The male lead, seeing that there was still a chance, asked immediately, how do I need to prove myself? The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon gave a mysterious smile. It's very simple. Show me that you are willing to sacrifice even your own life for a mythical beast. This method of proof immediately caused Beak Yusial's expression to darken. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong here. That condition was a bit too excessive. He was doing this to save a life, but his own survival should be the top priority. The more he thought about it, the more sweat rolled down his forehead. His own life was very precious, after all. Meanwhile, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon stood still, awaiting the male lead's choice. Suddenly, she spoke up. Forget it, I don't want the mythical beasts to bestow their affection upon humanity ever again. Human lives are fleeting, yet their greed is bottomless. The mythical beasts that choose to walk alongside humans end up with nothing but pain and hurt. Beak Yusial bowed his head, never expecting to be rejected so bluntly. Maybe I shouldn't have sought out the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon in the first place. No, that's not it. The important thing was to keep appearing before her to win her favor. Even though she didn't have much affection for him right now, one day his efforts would bear fruit. Perhaps he needed to find another way to obtain the beast heart. While Beak Yusial was silently lost in thought, a flurry of crimson notifications suddenly popped up. Warning, warning, due to your interference in the plot, the butterfly effect has become extremely powerful. Chapter 8, Dark Magic Encroachment has been pushed forward earlier than expected and is preparing to merge with the current chapter. The difficulty of the quest has skyrocketed, but that is not the end of it. The next notification displayed a picture of a vicious dragon, causing the male lead to jump in shock. Chapters 7-8, The Mythical Beast Contract Ceremony and the Encroachment of the Dark Mage. Beak Yusial stood frozen, mouth agape, as he took a step back. What? At that very moment, both of them immediately sensed a dark mana emanating from the third floor. The Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon couldn't believe the pressure she was feeling. Could it be that the dark mages have actually set foot in this place? That person is certainly no ordinary dark mage. Their power must be at least a level 6 threat or higher. Her hands clenched tightly in anger. Dark mages are already present on the third floor, I can't stand this. But with her current abilities, she couldn't stop him. To protect the spirits, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon had exhausted all her strength to create this fourth floor space, but the price she paid was her own freedom. She could no longer leave this prison. Ah, I can hear it now. The wailing of the mythical beasts being gnawed away by dark mana. If this continues, my children will be completely corrupted. Suddenly, Beak Yusial's voice startled her back to reality. Where are they located? What? Please guide me. I don't have the ability to sense their exact location like you do. It's useless. With your current level, how could you possibly stop them? The male lead shouted. There's no more time to hesitate, just give me the location quickly. Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon stiffened at his firm attitude. After a moment of inner struggle, she directed him. That direction is where the dark mana is corrupting my children. Thank you, clutching the Grudge Branch artifact in his right hand. The male lead lunged forward toward the direction she pointed without hesitation. He prayed silently in his heart, damn it, I just hope I'm not too late. The scene shifted to the third floor. The forest was devastated, the ground scorched, and Princess Hong Bion's group had long since passed out. Not only that, but even the strongest formation of Class S, including Ma Yuxiang, Hong Bion, and Azel, had completely collapsed. On this side, Flame coughed up a large mouthful of blood. She knelt on the ground, panting exhaustedly, her eyes filled with despair as she looked at Mazen Tyron. The old woman laughed coldly. You brats, you really surprised me. You're only teenagers, yet you possess such formidable strength. I'm craving to take that power for myself to the point of insanity. With those words, she raised her hand. Dark mana suddenly converged, and a black hole radiating destructive energy filled the space. Mazen Tyron threw her head back and laughed loudly. Comes, you talented seeds of Stella Academy. Now be good and merge into one with my body. As the words fell, dark magic gradually submerged the space in a sea of red. Perhaps before long, all the mythical beasts present here would be corrupted by her magic. Witnessing this scene, Flame's mood hit rock bottom. So this is really the end. I don't even have the strength left in my body to move. I have no combat ability left, and my escape route has been cut off. Am I really going to lose my life in this place? Suddenly, a notification window appeared. The special effect of the Merkin necklace has been activated, granting absolute protection one time only against magic of tier 6 and below. Instantly, holy light radiated from the item, blocking the dark corruption process. Flame's gaze glazed over, her body beginning to slump with the wind. But her voice carried a tone of joy. Really, this kid, boom. The light erased Mazen Tyron's destructive magic, restoring peace to this land. Heroes always appear at the very last moment, and the one who used the artifact was none other than Beak Yusial. What are you supposed to do if you only show up at the 11th hour like this? The Merkin necklace vanished. It was a one-time use artifact. Beak Yusial didn't care. The thing he focused on was the fact that he had arrived in time. Fortunately, no one had fallen yet, but all of this had happened because he had interfered too much with the plot, provoking Mazen Tyron and exposing the fact that she stole Sister Altarisha's patents at the alchemy convention. which was why the main characters had been implicated and led to such dangerous injuries. Regardless, he couldn't count on outside help anymore. To survive and get out of here, the mandatory objective was to take down Mazen Tyrant. Suddenly, Ma Yuxiang approached and spoke, Beak Yuxial. Beak Yuxial startled, asking worriedly, Ma Yuxiang, are you still okay? Ma Yuxiang laughed bitterly. Can you still ask that question looking at me? But currently only you and I have the strength left to continue, so we have no choice but to gamble on this. The difficult problem is, how do we do it? Ma Yuxiang looked ahead as the mist quickly cleared to reveal Mazen Tyrant walking toward them. If we only use pure strength to confront her head-on, we will certainly be crushed. Taking something out of his backpack and tossing it down, Beak Yuxial held up the grudge branch, saying confidently, I have a plan, but we only have a single chance. Introducing the high-tier grudge branch, over time the grudge that cannot fade only becomes deeper. Special feature Grudge 1. The first touch will sow a grudge state on the opponent. 2. The second touch will activate the grudge explosion and deal critical damage to creatures with darkness attributes. 3. The power of the grudge accumulates by the day and peaks after 3 months. 4. If the target has a danger level of tier 6 or higher, the damage will be reduced by half. It can only be used one single time. Ma Yuxiang smiled. I understand your intention, so I will take responsibility for attracting her attention to create an opening. It looked like it would be a bit of a struggle, but in this situation there was no more time to choose. Hearing that, Beak Yuxial startled. He seemingly guessed what crazy thing Ma Yuxiang was planning to do. Emerging from the mist, Mazen Tyrant's voice rang out. I was wondering who had enough power to withstand my magic. It turns out it's this Beak Yuxial. Even at this point, are you still stubborn enough to want to block my path? Beak Yuxial retorted sternly. That's right, I'm the one who will stop you. Ha ha, I have to praise you. Regardless, given your current strength, the type of person I crave to take power from the most is exactly your kind. Mazen Tyrant opened her mouth and sprayed a beam of earth-shattering destructive light toward him. At that critical moment, Ma Yuxiang lunged forward and created a magic shield, blocking the attack. Boom, 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 an ear-piercing explosion rang out, and a violent shockwave swept away everything in the vicinity. When the dust and smoke cleared, Beak Yuxial slowly opened his eyes. In front of them, a sight that would leave anyone witnessing it breathless. The thick, dark mana pressure radiating from Ma Yuxiang's body had shattered the Tier 6 barrier. He had completely fallen to darkness, awakening in the form of a dark mage. Beak Yuxial wiped his eyes, his breathing a bit rapid after the attack just now. He slowly opened his eyes to observe the situation. Purple mana began to flare on his hand, accompanied by terrifying black lightning. Beak Yuxial was stunned to realize what his teammate was about to do. Ma Yuxiang's entire body was now covered by a thick layer of black mist, radiating a horrifying pressure. Beak Yuxial narrowed his eyes to observe. He never thought Ma Yuxiang would actually use this kind of power. Instantly, Ma Yuxiang bolted forward, leaving behind a streak of light. He whispered to himself that Ma Yuxiang had decided to activate the demonization state right here. That is the demon form, a talent that allows him to transform his soul into a demon. Even though Ma Yuxiang absolutely hated having to use it, the opponent in front of him wasn't someone who could be defeated by holding back. On the other side, Professor Mazen smirked arrogantly when she saw her opponent start to get serious. She waved her hand and a flash of fiery red lightning tore through space, lunging straight at Ma Yuxiang. The professor's face revealed a clear look of madness, a twisted smile full of killing intent. Ma Yuxiang struck like lightning, closing the distance, leaving Mazen startled. He put his force into the strike, creating a powerful shockwave. Mazen's eyes revealed clear surprise at the explosive power of this student. A huge explosion occurred when Ma Yuxiang attacked Mazen. Ma Yuxiang stood firm amidst the smoke, the aura of a demon overwhelming the entire space. Beak Yuxial secretly marveled when he saw Ma Yuxiang could blow away a Tier 6 dangerous entity. In this state, Ma Yuxiang's stats were on par with a Tier 4 mage. Thick smoke from the collision obscured the vision of both sides. From within the smoke, a vortex of crimson mana erupted, full of threats. Both Ma Yuxiang and Beak Yuxial sensed the sudden change in the atmosphere. The old professor unleashed thick black mana tentacles, smashing the floor to pursue her opponent. Ma Yuxiang quickly jumped to dodge the attack. Beak Yuxial did the same. He easily glided away. Beak Yuxial frowned. He knew the situation had become extremely tense. Mazen had stepped into Phase 2 with her 4 Sharp Thorns move, blocks of pure dark mana that could kill a person in the blink of an eye. He gripped the Grudge Branch, which had accumulated enough mana over the past 3 months. While the old professor roared, demanding to kill, Beak Yuxial knew he had to approach her himself. A powerful whip from Mazen caused the ground to crack right under his feet. Beak Yuxial realized that even Ma Yuxiang was having trouble approaching her. He decided to take a reckless action, lunging straight into the midst of the magic barrage. Ma Yuxiang startled, calling out his teammate's name when he saw him charge into the line of fire. Beak Yusial threw a series of magic explosives to disrupt Maizen's vision. The old professor easily batted them away, mocking his weak resistance. She stared at him with eyes full of killing intent and contempt. He smiled meaningfully. His goal now was to attract all of her attention to himself. Maizen was still immersed in the madness of dark mana. She said that these trivial tricks had no effect, until he mentioned that she had once been defeated by assistant professor Altarisha. The heavy psychological blow made the old professor's eyes contract in fury. Losing complete control, Maizen roared insanely and lunged at Beak Yusial with all her might. He continuously used the blink skill, sliding between the narrow gaps of her destructive attacks. Beak Yusial's sacrifice as bait had succeeded, opening a golden opportunity for Ma Yuxiang from behind. Ma Yuxiang watched from afar. Finally, he realized Beak Yusial's intention. He was intentionally provoking Maizen so she would focus all her attention on him alone. He clenched his fist, understanding that this was the only opportunity he had risked his life to create for him. A moment ago, because Maizen was using her shield too carefully, he couldn't activate Demon King Domination. But now it was different. Ma Yuxiang's eyes flared with a deadly red light. He resolved that this time he had to succeed. Meanwhile, Beak Yusial was still spiraling amidst the old professor's frenzied attacks. He gritted his teeth, enduring. The life-and-death situation left him not a second to rest. The more he used mental energy to blink, the more difficult and painful dodging the strikes became. A black magic slash brushed past him. He had almost lost his life in an instant. Gripping his weapon tightly, Beak Yusial tried to hold onto his last bit of sanity. He continued to lunge like a moth to a flame, dragging Maizen's attention toward him. Consecutive magic explosions erupted, tearing up the entire battlefield under the old professor's terrifying power. Beak Yusial was shaken by the force of the strike, his body beginning to wither from operating over capacity. He was startled to realize Maizen's power had exceeded control. He could barely withstand even her basic attacks. Maizen laughed creepily, declaring that Beak Yusial's fate had been decided right here. A black magic claw reached out to crush him, killing intent blanketed every corner. Beak Yusial's eyes glazed over from exhaustion. It seemed he had reached his very limit. But just at that moment, Ma Yuxiang's voice rang out with power from right behind him, signaling that it was time for the curtain to fall on this performance. A surge of extreme dark mana exploded forcefully, consuming the entire space in a final, decisive strike. Maizen was submerged in the thick black smoke. Beak Yusial narrowed his eyes to observe, sweat rolling down his cheek. Ma Yuxiang in his dark mage form was completely overpowering Maizen. Yuxiang gripped the enemy's throat tightly, his sharp gaze showing no mercy. His burning red eyes flashed with killing intent. Maizen struggled in vain, her face distorted in pain. He widened his eyes, his breathing intermittent. Her thin, withered arm trembled. Her body was gradually losing its vitality. Maizen's entire body was paralyzed, unable to move under the pressure of the black mana. Beak Yusial realized the opportunity and prepared to lunge to grab the spirit branch. Yusial stepped forward cautiously as he heard the enemies mumbling. Maizen still tried to curse even though she was being strangled. Ma Yuxiang stared straight into the defeated enemy's eyes, wondering about the crazy power the opponent possessed. Maizen gritted her teeth. Her pride would not allow her to collapse easily. A strange purple light flashed in the corner of her eye. She roared in fury, refusing to submit. Maizen erupted with burning red mana and lunged to attack Ma Yuxiang. She sent him flying backward, brushing past Beak Yusial before he could even react. Yusial was startled by this sudden resistance. A huge explosion sent everything flying. Ma Yuxiang was swallowed by a cloud of white smoke. Yusial stood frozen, calling his teammate's name in worry. Just then, Maizen's attack struck. The red thorns were still frantically sweeping, but Yusial realized their speed had slowed down. He focused intensely, carefully observing every movement of the attack. Maizen stood towering amidst the sharp thorns. This was the only opportunity to end this. Yusial bolted like an arrow, his target to close in on the enemy. Maizen smirked maliciously. She had been waiting for this moment. Yusial weaved through the narrowest gaps of the red thorns. A giant thorn crashed down right at his position. Yusial's face showed clear tension as danger loomed. Maizen laughed joyfully, convinced that the prey had fallen into the trap. With no other choice, Yusial was forced to use the skill he had intended to keep hidden. Soul Breath Third Form was activated. His sensory stats skyrocketed by 147%. Under the effect of the forest, the skill's power was greatly amplified for 15 short seconds. Yusial's speed exploded. He glided, leaving behind streaks of blue light in his wake. Maizen startled in surprise at this sudden change. Yusial declared the end for his opponent once the branch was firmly in his hand. Maizen gritted her teeth, trying to launch a final counterattack. A flurry of red thorns lunged from all directions, piercing Beak Yusial. Maison laughed insanely, still believing she had caught her target. But even though he was injured, Ma Yusiang didn't stop. He aimed for the branch. Blink, a precise instantaneous teleportation in the blink of an eye. Yusial drove the branch straight into the center of Maison's chest, ending the battle. Maison's eyes were filled with horror as the decisive blow landed. A system notification appeared, confirming the contact with the target of wrath. The level of wrath exploded to the maximum. Maison screamed in pain as her body began to dissolve. Maison's polluted soul shattered under the purifying effect of the spirit branch. She roared her final, hateful curses before dissolving completely. Even though death was near, Maison was still insanely trying to kill Beak Yusial, but he quietly accepted the victory. Yusial looked straight at the enemy, unwavering in the face of meaningless threats. A burst of black mana erupted and then vanished, carrying away the soul of the one who had fallen into darkness. As rotten branches fell to the ground, the fierce battle finally came to an end. The shattered ground bore witness to the terrifying power that had just swept through this place. The system notified him of special rewards for Yusial's extraordinary efforts in altering the course of the story. He breathed a sigh of relief, as if every burden on his shoulders had been lifted after that life-or-death moment. Beak Yusial collapsed onto the cracked ground, whispering softly that everything was finally over. He closed his eyes tightly, savoring the rare moment of peace amidst the ruins. Cherry blossom petals began to fall all around, transporting him into a mystical space. Amidst a brilliant forest of cherry blossoms, an entity of ethereal beauty appeared before Yusial. It was none other than the divine beast, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon. She gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the young boy, who had drifted into a deep sleep amidst the fairy tale scenery. The divine beast apologized for placing such a heavy and unreasonable burden on his shoulders. She understood his heartache at being unable to prove his true abilities to others, simply because he had no way to do so. In the silent space, only the sound of the wind blowing gently through the brilliant floral canopy remained. The divine beast expressed her deep appreciation for a human who dared to sacrifice his life for his faith, and for her sake. As a worthy reward, she bestowed upon him the brilliantly glowing heart of the divine beast. The orb containing pure mana was infused into Yusial's chest, accompanied by her thanks for protecting her children. The warmth from the divine gift spread, soothing every pain and exhaustion in the young boy's body. Beak Yusial lay peacefully at the base of the ancient tree, drifting into a beautiful dream within the radiant cherry blossom valley. Once Kei Katsuorin sensed the dark mana rising, the elf knights took immediate action. They carried out a search and extracted those who had fainted from the dangerous area. Although some students were injured from encounters with spirits corrupted by dark magic, thankfully, their lives were not in danger. All the students who had participated in the previous battle with Maison were also confirmed safe. Hong Bion and Azel quickly completed their contracts with the Tier 5 spirits before the evacuation concluded. Both Ma Yusiang and Beak Yusial were also on the list of those rescued. They were transferred directly to the Stella Academy Hospital for emergency treatment. Chief Physician Raven was stunned upon hearing the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnostic results. Beak Yusial suffered from the mana stagnation constitution. Luna could not hide her surprise, as this was the first time she had encountered this rare condition in real life, and she wondered how someone like that could have been admitted to Stella. Chief Raven explained that in the academic world, learning magic with a body that cannot store mana is nearly impossible. But he realized that this student had turned those seemingly meaningless efforts into something extraordinary. The maximum life expectancy for someone with this condition is only 20 years, meaning Yusial had a mere 2 years left. Looking at the records, he saw the boy's absolute sincerity toward the study of magic, even though his time was running out. Therefore, Raven ordered Luna to keep this matter confidential, as he wanted to support the boy's will until the very end. That night in the deserted hallway, Nurse Luna was walking along when a voice stopped her and asked for her name. It was Hong Sihua, who flashed a meaningful smile and asked to speak in private for a moment. 3 days later, in the hospital room of Ma Yusiang and Beak Yusial, the room was silent, save for the rhythmic sound of an apple being peeled. Azel sighed. 3 days had passed, and there was still no sign of the two waking up. She grumbled to herself, calling Flame a liar, because she had claimed that just sitting there peeling apples would make the patients wake up soon. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she looked at the apple in her hand. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying there, she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Azel turned around, startled. A strange girl with brilliant pink hair was standing right at the door. It was Hong Sihua Adalbit. She narrowed her eyes and looked Azel up and down. Sihua laughed, saying she didn't expect to meet a familiar face here. She rattled off bantering words, praising Azel for becoming more beautiful as she grew up, and even joked about marriage. That attitude made Azel uncomfortable, and she asked bluntly why she was there. Siwa replied casually that she only wanted to visit the heroes who had saved her younger sister. But instantly her gaze became razor-sharp, and she called Azel the child of a traitor. This caused Azel's eyes to widen in shock. That phrase was like a thorn in Azel's heart, because it was the Adalbit family itself that had pushed her into this situation. She stood up abruptly, radiating angry mana in response to the other's disdain. Siwa brushed it off nonchalantly, telling her to calm down if she didn't want a huge fight in the hospital. She remarked that Azel seemed very close to the two people lying in the hospital beds. Then Siwa asked Azel if she knew Beek Yusial's deepest secret. Seeing Azel's blank look, she smirked, sarcastically saying that it turned out they weren't that close after all. Siwa launched a powerful psychological attack, declaring that Beek Yusial was going to die soon. She explained the mana stagnation constitution that Yusial possessed, a death sentence that prevented people from living past the age of 20. Azel was stunned, and the notebook in her hand fell to the floor upon hearing the tragic news. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Hong Sihwa smiled faintly, telling Azel not to be so complacent, because in reality she understood nothing about the real Beek Yusial. She emphasized that Yusial had hidden the most important secret about his constitution from her. Those words stung Azel. She realized she had received so much help from him, yet in return she truly knew nothing about him. She bowed her head, silently blaming herself for not looking deeper into her friend. Sihwa continued to pile on, telling an insignificant person like Azel to know her place and stay silent, and to stop acting so intimate with Yusial. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a cold voice rang out demanding she stop. It was Hong Bion. She walked in and mocked her sister, calling her an eyesore for bullying an ordinary student. Bion glanced at her sister, bringing up how Sihwa had graduated long ago but still insisted on wearing the Stella uniform to assert her authority. Hit right in the heart by her younger sister's words, Sihwa could only manage a strained smile to hide her annoyance. She turned to ask Bion if she knew who she was talking to, but Bion showed no fear, calling her sister a shameless person. Bion exposed the fact that Sihwa only held her current position due to luck following someone else's death, not because of her own ability. She asserted that she too was a princess, a legitimate heir with all the authority of the king. Sihwa froze, never expecting her younger sister to dare to resist so fiercely in front of an outsider. Bion retorted by asking who the truly shameless one was here. Bion's appearance helped Azel regain her composure. She stood tall and declared her stance loudly. Azel affirmed that even though she didn't know much about Yusial, she would never use sneakily obtained information as a weapon to attack him, because true friends would respect each other's secrets and patiently wait for the other to reveal them themselves. Her words made Bion feel a bit guilty. Hong Sihwa smiled faintly, showing no sign of remorse. She laughed loudly, saying that kids these days really had too much energy and excessive self-confidence. Sihwa turned and left, telling Bion to keep up that attitude for their next meeting. She then muttered a sarcastic farewell. Azel looked on, still bewildered by what had just happened. Meanwhile, Bion quietly stepped toward the table and placed the fruit basket she had brought down. Bion cast a glance at Beek Yusial, who was still lying with his eyes closed in the hospital bed, her expression filled with concern. Both girls stared at their comatose friend, praying for a miracle to happen. After Bion left, Azel sat alone, sighing as she looked at the overflowing fruit basket. The whole situation was just a mess. She asked herself wearily why everything had become so complicated. There were too many things she still couldn't fully comprehend. Suddenly, a soft groan rang out, making Azel turn around with a start. She stared at Beek Yusial in disbelief. Yusial slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand to scratch his head, and grumbled, asking why it was so noisy around him. His nonchalant awakening made Azel both happy and angry. The scene shifted to nighttime at the Stella Academy dormitory. At this moment, Beek Yusial was munching on an apple. While processing the information he had missed during his unconscious state, he hadn't realized he had been asleep for 3 whole days. At that time, Ma Yusiang had ignored all the fruit and asked him to keep his secret about being able to transform into a dark mage at will. At any rate, defeating Mazen Tyran was something to celebrate. It was true that the skill he hadn't used often had put immense pressure on his body. He would need to train more in the future. Oh, almost forgot, the system mentioned a reward. Without delay, Beek Yusial excitedly opened his character panel. Player Beek Yusial Strength, 2 stars 89% Senses, 2 stars 98% Agility, 2 stars 30% Stamina, 2 stars 98% Endurance, 1 star 30%. Flash level 1, Divine Breath level 3, Mana Leakage level 3, Blessing of the Crimson Lotus Spring 3rd Moon level 1. His eyes widened in disbelief. All his attribute stats had increased significantly. But what shocked Beek Yusial was something entirely different. His Mana Leakage constitution had increased to level 3, and he had received a blessing from one of the 12 Moon Divines. The information appeared, Protection of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon Level 1 increases mental strength by 90%. Object sensing consumes mental strength to read a portion of an object's memories. Telepathy consumes mental strength to transmit or receive awareness from others' wills. Psychological empathy consumes mental strength to grasp the opponent's gestures. Mental shield consumes mental strength to resist mental attacks. This is insane. How could the blessing of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon increase so many stats? It seems my 3-day hospitalization was due to this. While he was unconscious, the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon had bestowed her blessing upon him. For a human body, the time required to earn the acceptance of the Crimson Lotus Spring Third Moon was nearly impossible. In other words, the goddess's blessing was proof that his actions had touched her heart. So perhaps he had received it too. He hurriedly opened the box containing the clothes he had worn previously. A round orb appeared, emitting pink energy from within. Upon seeing the orb for a split second, Beak Yusial couldn't suppress his excitement. The heart of the divine beast. All my hard work over the past few days has been rewarded. Haha, so the dream has become a reality. Thanks to this, the problem with the Heaven Spirit Leafhanel will be solved immediately. And I also received an extra reward. Star, for the player who led the story in the most ideal direction, the Star Project promises to grant you an additional reward. Beak Yusial's heart, which had been melting with joy, suddenly sank because he didn't know which one to choose. Until now, Beak Yusial had only been using defensive gear, so his offensive capabilities were quite weak. He had thought that was fine because no one was perfect anyway. But during the battle with Mazen Tyran, Beak Yusial had realized there were more effective ways to deal with threats. And attack power was something he desperately needed at this moment. Surely the system would reject the equipment he had used before. If that was the case, he would add a mana concentration skill to compensate for the mana leakage trait. The system was silent for a moment. Star, mana concentration skill has been added to the mana leakage trait. With that, Beak Yusial's body emitted a golden light. He could feel that his mana leakage constitution was now able to retain a small amount of mana in certain body parts. The mana leakage trait meant his body could not store mana, which would dissipate into the heavens and earth. But with the mana concentration skill, Beak Yusial could now focus mana in specific areas, without fear of it leaking out. A question flashed in his mind. What will happen now? The answer was too obvious. If he adjusted the amount of mana leaving his body to focus only on his fist, all of that mana would unleash tremendous power. Beak Yusial was eager. Now I just need to return the heart to the Heaven Spirit Leafhanel and learn how to control my mana leakage constitution from her, and I will possess an unprecedented attack power. That thought made Beak Yusial's heart race, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha. At the same time, on a lush green mountain where the wind blew gently, the leader of the 13th Division had returned to the Moon Tower after a long wait for the Tower Master. Although from the outside it looked like a normal wooden house on the mountain, when he opened the door, the dimension immediately changed. The interior resembled an aristocratic castle with intricately patterned tile floors. In the center was a blonde-haired, white-robed man. The identity of that person was the Tower Master Rudrick Hallow. He spoke. "You've arrived, have you?" Keen stood opposite him and replied respectfully, "Are you still keeping that appearance?" And the Tower Master laughed. "There's no other way, I've forgotten my real age." Keen switched to a different topic. Just as you predicted, a dark mage appeared in the Heavenly Flower Realm, but it was a Stella student, and that student was purified by another student. Rudrick Hallow turned around, his voice dropping. "I see, and instead of destroying the dark mage, you let another student save their friend." Keen admitted, "That's right, do you blame me? Dark mages must be destroyed, that's what you taught me." Rudrick Hallow remained calm. Looking at the starry sky, he said, "The era has changed and working styles must change too. What I say cannot be right forever. After you left the Heavenly Flower Realm, Mazen Tyran appeared in a dark magic corrupted state." Keen was shocked by the information. His pupils dilated violently and his hands clenched into fists. Tower Master Rudrick Hallow's voice rang out. "You don't need to worry, everything has been resolved. Also, don't blame yourself. It was my fault for not informing you. Truth be told, I can no longer predict what the future holds. It is covered by a mist that I cannot see through clearly." Keen asked anxiously, "Isn't that a serious problem?" Rudrick Hallow shook his head, chuckled, and said, "If you only believe in what you see, you won't be able to be agile or think flexibly. In fact, not being able to see the future makes everything more interesting." Hearing the Tower Master's explanation, Keen felt a bad premonition for some reason. And just as he was about to open his mouth, the next sentence left him stunned. "Beak Yusial. The boy you met, it was he who defeated Mazen Tyran." Keen frowned and thought, "That boy, as I expected, he possesses strange power." As if reading Keen's mind, Rudrick Hallow said calmly, "It's not what you think, that child is truly a 17-year-old student. It's just that he's hiding many secrets." Keen immediately retorted, "That's impossible, that's irrational. A 17-year-old student cannot handle a level 6 dark mage. Keen, there are things truly beyond imagination happening in this world, so don't try to understand them. But Tower Master, before he could finish his sentence, Roderick Hallow disappeared and the space suddenly changed, leaving Keen alone on the peaceful mountain, silently looking up at the sky with chaotic thoughts. Must I accept everything? The scene shifted to the tower of Principal Eltman Eltwin. After defeating a level 6 dark mage, the story of the first-year Class S students became a hot topic worldwide. It was truly surprising that the first-year Stella students successfully defeated a dark mage not once but twice, attracting significant attention from the world media. However, it didn't last long, as a reputable news outlet brought a shocking truth to light. The true identity of the dark mage was none other than a Stella professor, the corrupted alchemist Mason Tyrant. Elsewhere, Spirit King Sioran spoke to the person sitting opposite him. I didn't expect you to keep this secret. Eltman Eltwin sipped his tea and replied, of course, I hide what I can, but in the future there will be many big events that cannot be hidden. Sioran asked, not understanding, what do you mean? Eltman Eltwin nodded and answered, exactly as I say. Those who have been corrupted have infiltrated deep into human society. It's truly disgusting. But Stella is the same, so everyone should be careful. The future is unpredictable. However, Sioran had a different thought. I've been skeptical this whole time. Someone who killed a god and possesses a soul even more corrupt than a dark god slayer. Someone who once wore a Stella Academy uniform to the place where they defeated a demon. Someone who carries the scent of the divine spirit Leafhanel. If both were the same person, then the one who murdered Leafhanel and is hiding within Stella Academy must surely have been sensed by the presence of that evil soul by Archmage Eltman Eltwin. But the magical technology of Stella is beyond doubt. So if that person is concealing their magical power to the extent that even Eltman cannot detect it, then the possibility that the one who murdered the divine spirit Leafhanel has infiltrated the academy cannot be ruled out. Who knows, maybe there are still some traces of Leafhanel left behind. Sioran silently vowed that she must find it. Taking advantage of the weekend, Beek Usial secretly left the school and found his way to the garden of the divine spirit Leafhanel. Hello, it's been a while, have you been doing well lately? But before he could finish his sentence, Leafhanel complained indignantly. You finally arrived. Why are you so late? Don't tell me you've forgotten about me all this time. Hurry up and answer me. I'm waiting for an answer. Answer me right now. Beek Usial pursed his lips, wishing more than ever that he was deaf. When she calmed down, Beek Usial smiled and took out the item. You've been waiting a long time, right? Finally, I have brought the heart of the divine beast. Leafhanel couldn't hide her excitement when she saw the object she had craved for so long. Finally, the moment has arrived. The divine beast's heart slowly merged into the statue of the divine spirit Leafhanel, emitting a blinding silver light. In that brilliant stream of light, Beek Usial instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, shielding himself from the powerful storm engulfing the space. The air became heavy as the swirling soul energy of the heart converged toward Leafhanel, pulling her inside. Finally, when the storm of energy subsided, Beek Usial looked up. The girl who had been frozen like a statue was back to her normal form, her eyes brimming with excitement as she felt every breath and the beat of her heart like a living person. Oh, how long has it been? I'm moving now, I'm actually moving. This is so much fun, it's just so much fun. Beek Usial smiled, remaining silent while Leafhanel enjoyed the moment, until she suddenly remembered something. Oh, that's right. Before Beek Usial's startled eyes, the divine spirit Leafhanel threw herself into his arms. A mischievous smile bloomed on her face. Thank you for everything you've done to save me. Beek Usial smiled warmly. Yeah, I'm so glad. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Wait, your body. Leafhanel's gaze began to fade. Her voice dropped low. My heart still can't handle this body yet. I'm about to fall asleep, so let's make the most of this. Resisting the urge to fall into a deep slumber, Leafhanel looked at him with dreamy eyes. Come here, put this on and wear the necklace I gave you. On the ground, there was a box containing traditional Oriental-style clothing folded neatly. After carefully taking off his Stella uniform, the protagonist changed into the clothes in the box according to Leafhanel's instructions. Finally, he put on the necklace she had given him earlier. Leafhanel emphasized, now I will take you to my friend's secret place before I fall asleep. Beek Usial nodded, all right, I understand. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a non-human presence watching him and Leafhanel. He wondered to himself, how could anyone get here besides me? Immediately, a warning sounded. The passive effect of the amorous attraction constitution has been triggered. Even though he couldn't see the face clearly, the notification was so familiar that Beek Usial recognized who it was. Ding, the protection effect of one of the 12 gods, Hongryeonchun Tamangayat, Red Lotus Spring Third Moon, has been activated, granting immunity to all curses in this world. Beek Usial let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the protection of the Red Lotus Spring Third Moon, I would have been in big trouble. The amorous attraction constitution is truly a terrifying power. Spirit King Chot Sioran, a woman with hair as white as platinum, wearing a long white dress that covered her from head to toe, stood before him with a look of astonishment. Her long white hair flowed over her shoulders, while her golden eyes resembled stars fallen into the night sky. Let's backtrack a few minutes to see why she was here. At this moment, Chot Sioran was walking through the Leafhanel garden as if looking for something. She glanced around. I haven't been here in a long time. When Leafhanel was still alive, I visited quite often. The tree roots swayed as if welcoming the visitor. Chot Sioran noticed it too, smiling and stroking them. All right, you have protected this place very well. Suddenly remembering something, she blushed and muttered, "Oh, there's no one here, so I don't need to cover my face. That should be fine, right?" Saying that, she removed her face veil to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. Phew, I don't know how long it's been since I showed my face. I'll just leave it here and come back to get it later. Chot Sioran walked through the familiar Divine Spirit Garden, still the same as ever, unchanged in the slightest. Suddenly she sensed a familiar presence, and her eyes turned in that direction. When she saw her dear friend Leafhanel, who she thought had fallen into an eternal sleep, now brought back to life. An indescribable rush of emotion surged straight to her head. Without a second thought, Chot Sioran excitedly called out, "Leafhanel." Suddenly she realized there was someone else besides Leafhanel, and an uneasy thought flashed through her mind. Could that teenager be doing something evil to Leafhanel? But before she could act, a mysterious beam of light engulfed Beak Yusial and he disappeared from sight. Now only the two of them remained. Leafhanel recovered slightly from the dizziness and spoke up. Chot Sioran heard the voice she had longed for, even in her dreams, and an overwhelming wave of excitement surged in her chest. Immediately, Chot Sioran teared up and hugged Leafhanel. "Leafhanel, how on earth were you able to wake up?" Leafhanel replied softly, "That person found a heart to replace mine." Chot Sioran was shocked. "So I was overthinking it. It's a relief that the boy saved Leafhanel." Thinking of this, she brushed the thought aside and said, "Seeing you back in the flesh makes me so happy." Leafhanel smiled and replied, "Yes, I missed you too." Suddenly, her eyes dimmed. Before sinking into a deep sleep, Leafhanel left a message. "I'm going to sleep for a bit, Chot Sioran, wait for me to wake up." Looking at the smile on Leafhanel's lips, Chot Sioran beamed. Perhaps the heart hasn't fully taken effect yet. What a pity, I still had so many things I wanted to ask. Who exactly was that boy? She touched her cheek and suddenly realized she wasn't wearing her veil. Chot Sioran recalled Beak Yusial's startled face, but he hadn't been bewitched and looked at her thoughtfully. This made her even more curious about the protagonist. That's strange, why wasn't he affected? Could he be immune to this curse? I have to find him. Perhaps he is the only person in the world who can hold a direct conversation with me. I must find that boy, not just to return the favor for Leafhanel. The teleportation ended, and Beak Yusial collided with the rough, hard stone floor. He groaned in pain. "Ouch, ouch, if you're going to teleport me unexpectedly, at least do it properly." Beak Yusial lay there expressing his frustration. "Wait, where is this?" Entering the cave, a bright torch appeared every few steps. Beak Yusial muttered to himself, "I saw the cave, so I just ducked in for shelter, but it seems this is actually Leafhanel's place. I should have asked Leafhanel for more details." Who would have thought the Spirit King Chot Sioran would show up at that moment? Thinking of that mesmerizing, heart-fluttering beauty, Beak Yusial believed that even without the curse, regardless of age or gender, anyone would be captivated by such breathtaking beauty. But he also felt lucky to have the blessing of the 12 gods. Otherwise, he would likely be a love-struck fool throwing himself at her right now, which was a terrifying thought. And now that he mentioned it, he heard that possessing the blessing of the Red Lotus Spring Third Moon allowed him to completely neutralize the curse of the Spirit King Chot Sioran. However, with his current ability, he would have a hard time even touching her. Anyway, he should handle the urgent matters at hand first. As he opened the door and stepped inside, a notification rang. The presence of Leafhanel has been detected nearby. Although it looked ancient, everything seemed more normal than he had imagined. Suddenly, something caught his attention. "Oh, this sword is beautiful. There's a strange aura radiating from it." The moment he touched it, a barrier blocked his contact. I definitely have to question Leafhanel clearly about this. The current priority was to study the mana leakage physique. Rummaging through these bookshelves, he might just find some important clues. Let's take a look. Oh, I found it. Mana leakage physique. Those born with this constitution are extremely rare, appearing only once in a generation. Yet ironically, I am the one carrying this cursed constitution. History books have recorded that those with this constitution all die at the age of 20, and I was convinced I would be no exception. Yet I overcame the odds to live past 40. Even though death is now knocking at the door, if only I had understood this sooner, perhaps my lifespan could have been extended even further. The mana leakage physique is a condition that medicine, alchemy, and magic are all powerless against. Those like us must become powerful to survive. With so little time, I found the courage to face my own death and even dared to challenge those who hold power at the pinnacle of humanity. Reading the next page, Beek Yusial was shocked by the experience that the predecessor had accumulated, a technique to absorb mana through full-body respiration. But what does breathing mana with the whole body mean? It is the mind-heart method, keeping the mind pure, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, and calmly accepting all the changes of the world. Reading the book, Beek Yusial excitedly said, "This is the core of the breathing method. It turns out to be the mind-heart method. To put it bluntly, it's just about increasing the speed of mana circulation in the blood vessels to sustain life. No wonder my physical training, no matter how intense, never yielded any changes." The scene shifted to the cemetery, the final resting place reserved for the Adolvit royal family. Countless tombstones lay scattered, but only one had a direct connection to Hong Bion. Placing a bouquet of orchids on it, Hong Bion said coldly, "There's no more time for hesitation, deploy it now." Distant memories flooded back to the magnificent flower palace, the royal palace of the Adolvit Empire. A servant's hurried voice rang out, Princess Hong Bion. "I wonder where Princess Bion has run off to now. She must still be somewhere in the palace, hurry up and split up to find her." Hiding behind a stone pillar, a young Hong Bion wore black to cover the burns on her body. Walking to a quiet forest, Bion stared blankly at her reflection, seeing her own miserable appearance on the surface of the lake. The more she looked, the angrier she became, so she threw a stone into the water. Her body instinctively curled up, like a wounded fawn in the freezing winter. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached from the bushes. Before Hong Bion's surprised eyes, her older sister Hong Erin Adolvit appeared, smiling with her vibrant silver-red hair flowing in the wind. "Caught you, Bion. I was wondering where you went. It turns out you were hiding in this place. Everyone is in an uproar looking for you." Hong Bion stepped back a few paces, her eyes fearful as she cried out, "Don't." Hong Erin asked doubtfully, "Don't what?" "Don't come any closer." Saying that, Hong Bion ran away, leaving a startled Hong Erin calling out, "Bion, don't run." At first, Hong Bion thought it was just passing, superficial concern. But the next day, her sister still sought her out with a radiant smile. And for several days after that, her sister continued to ask after her. "Bion, I have a gift for you. Things might be a bit difficult right now, but let's work hard together." Due to the training process to increase fire compatibility, Hong Bion's body felt like it was breaking apart, and the only person who stayed by her side then was her eldest sister. Yet, at that time, I didn't understand the self-deprecation and self-hatred rising within me. "What, you and I, don't be ridiculous. How could you understand my suffering? I don't want to see your face anymore, get out of my sight." Hong Bion had always assumed that all those actions were merely charity. Until one day, it was feared that the great princess might not make it through the year. She should prepare herself for the worst-case scenario. Only then was I shocked to realize that my eldest sister was carrying an incurable disease. That disease, which causes the body to be slowly consumed from within, is the cruelest curse haunting the Adolvit family. At that moment, Hong Bion's love for her sister increased exponentially. She realized her sister was also enduring the same burning pain as her, no, perhaps even something worse. Hong Erin lay in bed, pale and weak, unable to go out because of the intermittent flames flaring up within her. Hearing the familiar footsteps, she turned around and asked, "Is that you, Bion?" Hong Bion replied, "Yes, it's me. I have a gift I want to give you." Hong Erin received the flower. Her face beamed once again. "Thank you so much, my dear Bion. Because I loved that smile so much, for the first time in my life, I truly made an effort for someone else. I took risks just to see, listen to, and experience so many things, then told it all to her. Every second, every minute, the cherished memories of being by her side made me clearly feel that I was truly existing. But that happiness was all too short-lived. In the end, my eldest sister could not overcome the cruel curse and turned into ashes. Hong Erin Adolvit, who departed like flower petals scattered before the wind, I absolutely do not want to endure that pain ever again. I absolutely do not want to endure that pain ever again. The Adolvit royal family has a treasure passed down through generations. A legendary item called the spirit flower, and it is said that just by smelling its fragrance, the fire god will immediately possess the user. The price to pay is the stripping of all one's own magic, and if one is not strong enough to control that fire, it will flare up violently enough to incinerate an entire nation. For that very reason, it has been listed as forbidden. However, the descent of the fire god also means possessing an infinite source of mana within the body. Of course, there is no promise that the spirit flower will cure the mana leakage physique, but this is the last ray of hope for now. Currently, the spirit flower is being strictly sealed in the palace, and only the king of Adolvit has the authority to access it. Therefore, I will definitely. Hong Bion clenched her fist so tightly that her fingernails dug deep into her palm. Fresh blood trickled down, her eyes filled with determination. Before Beek Yusial's life faded away, I would definitely become the queen. The scene shifts to Beek Yusial. At this moment, he was still sitting upright, focusing on comprehending the mind-heart method. Time passed quickly, and the scene had shifted to the afternoon. He was still deeply immersed in a state of concentration. Droplets of sweat rolled down his face, showing signs of extreme tension. The moment a drop of sweat fell, it created a loud echo deep in his heart. Right then, the system sent a notification. The Great Spirit Method skill has been created. Immediately after, a golden beam of light covered his entire body. He looked at his body overjoyed. It was a success. The system continued to send a notification. The Great Spirit Method naturally absorbs mana through breathing according to the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements. When used, the speed of mana circulation in the blood will increase. This stat is determined based on the user's proficiency. Depending on the environment, 5 element attributes can be assigned to the mana. The Great Spirit Method also absorbs other breaths through the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Breath of the Divine Level 1. The system continued to notify about the skills being automatically registered. You can study to increase or weaken their abilities at any time. The Breath of the Divine skill is evaluated as a low-level skill and has been merged into the Great Spirit Method. The Great Spirit Method skill has been upgraded. He looked at his hands, thinking to himself. So, Breath of the Divine has been registered as a sub-skill of the Great Spirit Method. He clenched his fist with determination. Even though he couldn't use it frequently due to the erosion level of the Divine Beast, the speed of mana circulation in his blood would still increase. That means the efficiency would be higher than before. This time, I will not let myself be defeated helplessly like last time. It just so happens there are things I want to test with these new skills. Let's do it right now. He immediately activated the Great Spirit Method skill. A massive source of energy exploded from his body. The system then sent a notification. Mana Leakage Physique Level 3. Vision Enhancement 8% plus 17%. Speed Enhancement 12% plus 29%. Senses Enhancement 20% plus 25%. Sixth Sense consumes the user's mental strength to activate, perceiving all phenomena within a radius of 20 form and activating cognitive acceleration. Automatically activates if it determines the user is in danger. Mana Concentration gathers absorbed mana into 1 point then releases it. Mana circulation speed in blood 3% plus 6%. Looking at the status bar in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. This is insane. This is the skill he just learned and the stats have already increased this much. He immediately summoned his weapon. If that's the case, this time he held the weapon in his hand and began to shift states. Terrafin is a magic sword capable of manifesting a portion of the mana lost due to his mana leakage physique into the shape of a blade. Because that power was too weak, the Alliance used it in combination with a device created by the Alteria academic faction. Ultimately, the reason he couldn't use Terrafin properly was because his own power was too weak. But what if he could channel the power enhanced by the Great Spirit Method into Terrafin? He focused his mind, trying to pour mana into the sword. After focusing for a moment, Terrafin absorbed the mana, causing it to emit a golden glow. Before he could even rejoice, a sudden wave of pain hit him, making his head spin. The weapon immediately slipped from his grasp and rolled onto the ground. He felt breathless, which caused him to cough uncontrollably. As expected, trying to use mana concentration and the Great Spirit Method at the same time was still too much for him. At the moment, the duration of the Great Spirit Method is only 10 minutes. If mana concentration has to be added to that, it would be extremely difficult to utilize in actual combat. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. Even if it was only for a brief moment, the silhouette of the sword had appeared. With practice, he would be able to use it at will. After all, there are no shortcuts on the path he is walking. Therefore, the only way is to take the time to move forward one step at a time. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Flower Forest. Inside, Siren was speaking with someone. We have decided to reward the Stella students who resolved this incident with the Dark Mage. However, I cannot appear before the masses in my physical form. Therefore, please attend the award ceremony on my behalf. Orinya, the aide to the Spirit King, nodded in confirmation. As you wish, Your Majesty. She continued, I feel truly fortunate to have you here. He replied, that is merely what a servant such as myself should do. She interrupted him, that is not so. Thanks to Orinya, I have been able to accomplish so many other things. The compliment made Orinya feel slightly shy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Siren then stood up, preparing to leave. Then I shall head out first. Orinya asked curiously, do you have something that needs your attention? She explained. Don't worry, it is just a personal matter. Orinya replied, I understand. Afterward, he sat alone in the room, leaned back and sighed wearily. Phew, it has been months since we last had the chance to meet in private, and yet it ended so quickly. He placed a hand over his heart, thinking to himself, my queen. The main reason Siren chose Orinya as her aide was because he possessed a strong resistance to her curse. But long before that, Orinya had already fallen under Siren's curse. Ironically, the reason Orinya became the queen's aide was precisely because he loved her. Since she mentioned that it was a personal matter, Could it be that she is still searching for the god slayer? Even though I cannot see your face, if I can make your majesty smile, I am willing to do anything. A few days later, at Stella Academy, a professor announced that to recognize the merit of eliminating the Dark Mage during the recent spirit contract ceremony, the Heavenly Flower Sanctuary had decided to award medals to the participating students. And in today's ceremony, Orinya would be attending on behalf of the Spirit King. So now, let the medal ceremony begin. The first name mentioned was Ma Yuseong, a first-year Class S student, for becoming a shining example for other students. We would like to present this award. During the presentation, Orinya thought to himself, finally, this is the most important part to show those dark mages that the relationship between humans and spirits remains incredibly strong. He spoke up, congratulations, Ma Yuseong. Ma Yuseong replied politely, thank you. Watching his back as he walked away, Orinya thought to himself, I don't know why, but this student gives off an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. I can sense a very strange kind of pressure. Afterward, the next name was called. Next is a Class S student, Beek Yuseol. For the same reason as before, the awarding process was somewhat dull, making Orinya a bit indifferent. Congratul. But just as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something, which caused his gaze to freeze for a few seconds. This aura. Seeing him standing still, the female spirit behind him asked worriedly, Assistant, is something the matter? He finally snapped back to reality and replied, oh no, it's nothing. His gaze was now locked onto the figure of Beek Yuseol. Why can I feel Iffel's aura coming from that student? Could it be? That's right. From the very beginning, the fact that two students could defeat a dangerous level 6 dark mage was already astonishing. However, if he is someone capable of concealing both his true appearance and his fallen soul, then dealing with a level 6 threat and disguising himself to enter Stella Academy would be as easy as turning over his hand. Isn't that right? If I capture that person and offer him to her, she would surely be very pleased. I might even be able to win her favor. Afterward, he tried to calm himself down. Don't be hasty, I must gather evidence first. His name was clearly just called as Beek Yuseol. I will definitely expose your true identity. Meanwhile, Beek Yuseol was completely oblivious to him. Instead, he was suggesting to Ma Yuseong, how about we try making bibimbap for the cooking club menu next time? In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since the day of enrollment at Stella. At this time, first-year students would be assigned an additional subject. The elderly professor in charge of the familiar class announced, well, today we will get acquainted with some lovely magical beasts. A moment later, a student screamed in panic, I already told you guys. What do you guys want from me? He felt as if something was pulling him from behind. 1 minute it's this, the next it's that. What do you expect me to do now? If you want something, just speak clearly. Watching the students being tormented, Professor Fedelote smiled with amusement. You are all doing very well. Only those who have signed a contract will be able to see the numbers until the synchronization rate increases. A voice spoke up beside the professor, please this way. The person who said that was Azel. In front of her was a small bird. Here, do you really intend to do that? Azel shook her head vigorously, refusing its suggestion. Seeing this, the professor approached to ask, oh, it seems student Azel is having quite a lot of trouble this time. Seeing the professor, she replied, Professor Fedelote. She looked at the small bird in front of her and said, your familiar is a thunder ice glacier bird, isn't it? This mountain-dwelling ice thunder bird is famous for its sensitive nature. Therefore, connecting with it is extremely difficult. There must surely be some special reason why the thunder ice glacier bird chose to sign with Azel. Therefore, if you open your heart and understand it, the two of you will certainly become closer. She was slightly skeptical. Will it really be like that? She smiled and replied, haha, of course. And when the synchronization rate with the magical beast reaches its peak, you can directly summon your familiar and fight alongside it like this. At that time, your familiar will become a more reliable ally than anyone else. So look forward to that moment and keep trying, okay? These words of encouragement made her feel more confident. Yes, Professor. Although she answered like that on the outside after class, she sighed. Aha, as expected, I still haven't been able to get any closer. As she walked, she asked herself, will there ever be a day when I can summon my familiar to fight by my side? In the hallway, 2 students were whispering, wow, look at that, we're on the front page again. Is that Ma Yuseong and Beek Yuseol? At that moment, I thought I was done for. What more is there to say? Azel said to herself, it looks like we're in the news again. After the familiar signing ceremony, the news that 2 Stella students had defeated the devilish mage spread far and wide. Naturally, Beek Yuseol still maintained his calm demeanor as always. He always deflected the credit to Ma Yuseong, saying it was all thanks to him. She encouraged herself. If it were Beek Yuseol right now, he would listen to me as if nothing had happened and say that he still trusts me just as before. Then she shook her head in denial. No, I can't keep relying on him. I can't keep waiting for help from Beek Yuseol. I have to be able to do it myself. Elsewhere, Professor Lee began to announce the lesson. Starting today, magical combat practice will be added to the mandatory subjects. This is not just because of the incident at the familiar signing ceremony. If you are to live as magical warriors, there will be times when encounters with other magical warriors are inevitable. It is not about using the strongest spells, but depending on the situation and timing, you will use magic in the most effective way. For example, long-range fire magic. Spells fired from the caster's body have a long range and powerful destructive force, but they are very easy to counter while in the middle of casting. Targeting spells which use coordinates have a shorter and weaker range, but if combined with physical effort, it will be very difficult for the opponent to react in time. Especially, the range and distance of targeting spells depend on their attributes. Therefore, you need to control the distance from your opponent and maintain the rhythm in the way most advantageous to you. This means considering the difference in attribute range to escape the opponent's attack range, then bringing the enemy into your attack range. That is the most basic principle of magical combat. Afterward, he created a straw man as an example. As you can see here, only level 2 targeting spells are allowed, and they must be aimed forward. You are allowed to use protective shields twice. The goal of this exercise is to infiltrate the wood golem's blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or endure within its attack range for at least 10 seconds. Hearing the professor, Azel thought, using a protective shield twice to hold out for 10 seconds within attack range is truly impossible. Therefore, the first shield must be used to grasp the golem's attributes and behavior, and the second shield is used to control the range of the targeting spell and then penetrate the blind spot. Easier said than done. And so the practice session began under the guidance of Professor Lee Han-wool. Afterward, one student after another stepped up to perform the test. Malian failed. The next person didn't fare any better. Aiden failed. The professor's voice rang out, continue next. Hae-won Ryong, you're up. Hae-won Ryong rushed into the golem's attack range and was immediately struck by 2 ice pillars attacking at extreme speed. Before he could even realize what was happening, another ice pillar attacked from below. The professor's voice announced, Hae-won Ryong failed. Thus, while most students failed, a few succeeded. Hong Harang succeeded. Ma Yuseong succeeded. Looking at the list of students, Professor Lee thought to himself, so far, only Hong Harang and Ma Yuseong have succeeded. Both chose to infiltrate the blind spot instead of enduring within the attack range. It is not strange that using normal reaction speed cannot complete this task. The casting speed of a level 2 targeting spell is 0.1 seconds. Because to dodge it, one must not only read the mana flow, but also exceed the limits of the human body. Afterward, the professor called the name of the next student. Beek Yuseol, your turn. He stepped into the arena with a slightly anxious mood. Until now, I have always used blink to escape the targeting range and fight. But ever since I acquired the Great Spirit method, my blink has been significantly upgraded. This time, I have to try it out, to see if I can use blink to react and dodge magic within the target range. The professor's voice rang out, start the exercise. Immediately, the golem's eyes flashed with killing intent. He immediately leaned to the right as if he had predicted it. A magical orb flew past him, missing by a hair. He thought to himself, crazy? That's not a normal attribute but space-time magic. This is even rarer than the light attribute. Even a normal wood golem can be this special. He tried to keep his breathing steady. Focus. I must read the movement of the mana flowing in this space. He stepped forward one step at a time. He tried to stay calm, dodging precisely, his steps becoming increasingly decisive, easily avoiding the magic orbs thrown at him. In this state, just as he reached the golem, he used mana concentration. Just as he prepared to swing his sword at the wood golem, the professor's voice rang out, Beek Yuseol succeeded. This left him slightly surprised. Is it already over? The professor's voice suddenly rang out. At your age, this is the first time I have seen someone like this. He asked in confusion, I wanted to use this opportunity to practice more. Can I try one more time? The professor immediately refused. No, go back to your spot. He pouted, how stingy. In another development, Flame also seemed to hear an angel calling her name. Flame, Flame, remember this, Flame. No matter what happens, we will protect you. Therefore, you must also. The following words were concealed by the author. After that, Flame slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her forehead tiredly and muttered to herself, that dream again, I really don't know why. But ever since I used the angel's power to stop Han-won Ryong from turning into a dark mage, I've started dreaming of angels from time to time. What did they say in that dream? Did they ask me to go with them? While she was still lost in thought, a friend reminded her, Flame, what are you doing? We have to go to the next class. She started nodding in agreement, and quickly brushed the thoughts of the angels aside. It was just a dream anyway, I'm sure it's fine. The scene shifted to the training grounds. Not seeing Lee Han-wol anywhere, the instructor announced, Today, we will have a sparring session between Class S and Class A. Beak Usiol, Uslek Chekobilan, you two step up here. The moment those two names were called, Flame knew this was going to be a very interesting match. Unaware of her thoughts, the instructor continued. Both sides prepare your magic staves, match begin. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Uslek lunged forward first. He used a magic spell called Bone Wave, creating several giant columns of water. The students around them marveled at this. Isn't that a tier 3 spell? That kid from Class A just got here and is already pulling off such fierce moves. Compared to him, Usiol, why does he just stand there? On the other side, Uslek saw the protagonist standing still like a statue and smiled as if victory were already within his grasp. He defeated a level 6 dangerous dark mage without even using proper magic. Rumors must have their limits. I've had my eye on you since the staff inheritance ceremony. It's lucky I ran into you here, Beak Usiol. Now go down. He shouted loudly and directed his magic toward Usiol. On his side, Usiol's eyes widened. He immediately used his blink skill to dodge to the side. Uslek seemed to have anticipated it, not appearing surprised. All you can do is dodge with blink like a mouse. Saying that, he unleashed the water dragon spell, firing 2 giant water columns. Opposite him, Usiol didn't use blink to close the distance quickly. And Uslek was grinning as if it were harvest season, seeing his plan succeed. You're in my sights now, Beak Usiol. Surrounding the male lead now were 3 magic circles completely hemming him in. Unfortunately for him, Usiol also broke into a very smug smile. Immediately after, he tilted his body, just in time to dodge the attacks created by the magic circles. This unexpected maneuver made even the teachers, students, and Uslek himself unable to believe their eyes. He roared in his heart, you dare dodge all my targeting spells. Are you crazy? Then taste this next move, let's see if you can dodge this. Mana Convergence. He shouted loudly, manifesting a giant sphere of water above his head. But the very next second, his eyes went blank. Because at that moment, Usiol was holding a sword of light in his hand, and he launched a magical slash aimed straight at that water sphere. As a result, while Uslek was still standing there dazed, the giant water sphere was destroyed, creating a light shower. The professor then declared the results of the practice session. End of match, both sides put away your staves. Around them, the group of students couldn't help but be surprised by the protagonist's display. Did you see that? Usiol is truly peak. The story about him defeating the level 6 dangerous dark mage must be true. Turning to Flame's perspective, she was also somewhat surprised by the skills Usiol had just displayed. Training before was one thing, but now he's showing off publicly. Well, after taking down Mason, he has no reason to hide his power anymore. Anyway, what Beak Usiol needs to hide is his knowledge of the future, not his abilities. The scene shifted to the arena. Prince Jeremy had just defeated his opponent in an overwhelming fashion. The professor once again announced the results. This time, the students seemed to have anticipated it, so they weren't as surprised anymore. The match hadn't even lasted a minute before the result was decided, as expected from the Crown Prince. On the arena, Jeremy smiled and turned to wave at Flame, making her somewhat fearful. He's using that attitude again. It's trouble if I get involved. Better to just pretend I don't see him. Thinking this, she ran over to Usiol and greeted him. Hey old man, you did pretty well this time, huh? Hearing her say that, Usiol's face immediately twisted in complaint. Hey, who are you calling an old man? Flame smiled and said, who else would it be but you? The moment the two chatted with each other, the smile on Jeremy's face suddenly vanished. He whispered so quietly that only he could hear. That girl again, I didn't want to use this method, but there's no other way. Time passed quickly until evening. At this time, Flame had just returned to her bedroom. I'm sleepy as hell. Who would have thought that at this age I'd still have to go to school? She let out a sigh. But when she saw her roommate still awake, she asked curiously, Ramilka, why are you still not asleep? Ramilka startled, looking somewhat panicked. Flame glanced at the letter in her hand and continued asking, what's that? A love letter from your boyfriend. Since when did you start dadding and dare to hide it from me? Your roommate is hurt, you know. After a few seconds of thought, Ramilka suddenly said, Hey Flame, I have a favor to ask. The scene shifted to room S109. Flame knocked on the door and spoke inside. Hey, is anyone there? There's something I need to give you, come out for a second. Saying that, she remembered Ramilka asking her to deliver the letter earlier and complained in her heart. Good grief, why do I have to be a messenger boy like this? High school students today are too bold. They should at least tell me who it's for. She spoke into the room once more. Hey, it will only take a second. The room door suddenly opened. Then a familiar sound rang out. Hello, Flame, you called for me. The moment she saw his face, Flame's mood immediately turned anxious. What is this? Why did he come out here? Jeremy smiled and replied, Oh, is that letter for me? Flame calmly held out the letter and said, It's not from me. My friend asked me to deliver it. My business here is done, goodbye. After speaking, she turned and left, and Jeremy took the letter and smiled sinisterly. He glanced behind him and ordered, "You can come out now." A girl holding a magic orb in her hand slowly appeared. She walked over and handed it to Jeremy. The prince asked, "Where is the edited photo?" "Here it is," the girl replied. He took it in his hand and looked satisfied. The result is pretty smooth. Inside the orb was the image of Flame that he had captured. The next morning, she was walking on the academy grounds when she felt something wasn't right. The atmosphere today feels strange somehow. Suddenly, someone deliberately bumped into Flame's shoulder. She laughed provocatively. "My God, please open your eyes when you walk." "Oh, that's right. If you spend all day crawling on the ground, how could you ever see what's in front of you?" Without a word, Flame grabbed her by the collar and followed up with a ruthless, direct headbutt. This made the blonde girl furious. "Ah, are you crazy? How could you?" Hearing that, Flame immediately retorted, "What, want another headbutt?" This attitude only made the blonde girl even angrier. "What? This girl is truly insane. Why could an inferior girl like this become Crown Prince Jeremy's girlfriend?" Those words reaching her ears made Flame furious. "Hey, try saying that one more time." She cracked her knuckles, ready to knock the teeth out of the girls in front of her. "Just now you said I was whose girlfriend?" A moment later, in her rooms, Flame looked at the photos on the table and clutched her head in anger. In short, why have these photos been spread everywhere like this? She sighed, trying to calm herself. Calm down, calm down. I don't need to investigate to know who the culprit is. I didn't think he would dare go this far. How am I supposed to get out of this situation?" Time quickly passed until the next day, when the class had just ended. Flame quickly stood up and left the classroom, but then that annoying voice appeared again. "Flame." Hearing this sound made Flame only sigh in her heart. Trouble is here." Jeremy stood in front of her, smiling. "Want to have dinner with me?" Whispers immediately broke out all around. "Look, Prince Jeremy approached her first, so the rumors are true. I never thought the prince and Flame would have that kind of relationship." Flame narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that even if she denied it, Jeremy would still manipulate the situation his way. Running away was also useless. At times like this, there was only one way out. Thinking of this, she declared bluntly, "Hey, do you think I'm dying to have dinner with you?" Even though he heard her say that, Prince Jeremy still had the nerve to say, I apologize. It seems I was a bit insensitive. I didn't think you would be that tense." "Then I'll be off." Before he could leave, she asked, "Why are you acting like we have some kind of relationship?" However, right at the moment the prince stopped to explain, Flame decisively added a shocking line, "I have a boyfriend." Immediately, the entire room fell into total silence. All eyes turned toward the two. "The person I am currently dating is," she said while incessantly urging herself internally, "think. Among the male students in Class S, who can I ask for help?" Then, as if thinking of someone, she said a name. "It's Beek Yusial. Beek Yusial is my boyfriend." Those words made the entire room freeze instantly. Hong Bion, Azel, and even Hei Wonryong were staring at her with looks of astonishment. Even Jeremy was immobile, not knowing how to respond. Flame held up the letter and said, "Coming to your room yesterday was just because my friend asked me to deliver a letter. Otherwise, why would someone who already has a boyfriend like me need to loiter in front of your door? See ya, I already have a dinner date with him." Having said that, she threw the letter back at him and quietly left. On his side, Jeremy felt incredibly humiliated. But then Jeremy smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "I need to stay calm. Why should I believe her just because she said that?" The scene shifted to the evening at a nearby restaurant. Beek Yusial asked in surprise, "And then just now, what did you say? What am I to you?" Flame answered in confusion, "My boyfriend." The protagonist heard that and really didn't understand what was going on. How did it end up like that? Flame didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Well, all in all, there was a compelling situation. Yusial slowly brought a piece of meat to his mouth, thinking, "Is it because of the rumors going around today? Well, if that helps me avoid that plotline with Jeremy, which has a 99% risk of a bad ending, then this price is still quite cheap." Thinking this, he said, "All right then, it's good that I could help you." Flame saw that and was overjoyed. "Thank you so much. To repay you in the future, I'll treat you to meals often. Deal?" The male lead asked curiously, "But why me?" The unexpected question made her feel somewhat flustered inside. "If I say the reason is because you were the first person I thought of, would that be too weird?" Thinking quickly for a few seconds, she replied, "I just didn't want to bother Hei Wonryong." The male lead reprimanded her. "That's a terrible reason. Sorry, let me order more food." "Hey, this name," Flame coughed. "In short, I'm sorry for dragging you into this trouble." "Sorry for what? You already well, never mind, forget it. Why are you speaking in half sentences?" Flame clenched her hands and calculated. Beek Yusial regressing to the past was because of Azel, the reason that caused him to initiate the regression. But what if Azel misunderstood now because she dragged him into this trouble? She knew that, yet she still asked for his help. Didn't this make her the third wheel interfering in his relationship with Azel? But wait a minute, maybe he agreed because it was part of a grand plan to protect Azel from Jeremy. After all, in the original plot, Jeremy also had an interest in Azel. Was the ambition of a regressor for the person he loves this great? Thinking of that, Flame decided she needed to nourish Yusial more. Sorry, we'd like to order more. Little old man, eat a lot to keep your strength up. The male lead heard that and hurriedly stopped her. Hey, this is already plenty, don't order more. That's how it happened. With Flame's consent, he had become her boyfriend for 1 month. The next day, during magical combat practice, for some reason that I am completely unaware of, I had to practice duel with a very angry Hong Bion. Seeing the princess so angry she was practically on fire, Yusial didn't know if he had done something wrong. Even from a distance, one could see how tense the atmosphere was. Yusial wondered what she might have eaten today that made her so grumpy. Bion's gaze was sharp, staring daggers at her opponent. She really wanted to vent all these magic spells on the head of that annoying commoner to feel satisfied. Yusial intended to open his mouth to ask how she was, but it didn't seem like the right time. Bion declared bluntly that this match would not be like the last one, and the flames on her staff flared up intensely. A series of giant fireballs appeared in midair, ready to bombard. Without a wasted movement, a rain of fire poured down. Yusial could only cry out to heaven. The explosion echoed, making the young people watching gasp. The power was truly frightening. The fiery red eyes of the princess showed that she was being extremely serious. There was no mercy here. Yusial had to use all his dodging skills amidst the smoke and fire. He breathed a sigh of relief as he narrowly escaped death. He really almost logged out. But Bion still doesn't want to stop. She shouts that she's not done yet and continues to unleash more fire. Another explosion erupted immediately, tossing everything about. Flame stood on the sidelines, overwhelmed by the princess's fire attribute power today. Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside Flame, wondering what Yusial could have done wrong to make Bion this angry. Ma Yusiang suddenly appeared from nowhere. Seeing this, Flame asked what everyone was gathering for. Ma Yusiang smiled broadly, saying that he too was cheering for the princess. Flame stood next to him and felt a chill down her spine. She knew immediately that Ma Yusiang was waiting to see Yusial get crushed. While Flame asked Azel if she was cheering, Azel said she was just watching, while Ma Yusiang cheered enthusiastically for the princess to blow Yusial away. Back to the match, Yusial was panting, exhausted. He realized Bion's attacks were both fast and unpredictable. If he had just a few more seconds of rest, he would have used mana concentration to slice her magic in half. Unfortunately, fire was exploding everywhere, not giving him a second to breathe. Columns of roaring fire rose up all over the arena, blocking every path. Fire missiles fired rapidly from all directions, cornering Yusial. A giant wall of fire rose up right in front of him. He was done for. Yusial clicked his tongue, realizing he had run out of room to dodge. Even worse, he accidentally stepped right into a preset magic trap. A feeling of instability struck. Yusial realized he had completely fallen into her trap. A flash explosion erupted. Yusial screamed to surrender immediately to save his life. The match ended. Bion was declared the winner, and Yusial lay sprawled on the floor like a limp noodle. Even she was dazed, asking if she had really won. Yusial smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that if it weren't for Stella Dome's protective magic, he would have been dead and gone. He lay on his back looking up at the sky, looking pitiful beyond belief, his eyes staring blankly. Bion looked at her opponent with suspicion, while Yusial evaluated that her strength had just reached tier 4. Despite losing, he still smiled. It seemed the creative lessons he had taught her had been noticeably effective. The teacher came over to check on him. Yusial still had enough energy to joke that if he died, he would return to haunt him forever. Hearing that he could still crack jokes, the teacher told him to go straight to the nurse's office. Yusial just laughed and thanked him. Bion's group of female fans immediately ran over, surrounding and hailing their princess. They praised her profusely and insulted Yusial for not even being able to use a single move. But Bion's gaze didn't seem satisfied with this victory. Seeing the princess looking unenthusiastic, her friend curiously asked if she wasn't excited after winning the match. Bion closed her eyes in annoyance. She knew perfectly well that that Beak Yusial guy had intentionally gone easy on her. The princess recalled the time in the dungeon, when that commoner had used sword skills to slice through tier 3 magic as if it were nothing. Yet today, he hadn't even bothered to draw his sword properly, only worrying about running away and surrendering early, which made Bion feel like she was being looked down upon. She clenched her fist, feeling insulted to be the object of someone else's mercy. Just then, her friend suddenly came up with a different idea and called out to Bion to explain. Her friend started rambling about the so-called path of a knight that Beak Yusial was pursuing, the type of person who must always be polite and yield to ladies according to ancient books. Hearing this seemingly absurd theory, Bion could only stare at her friend with skepticism. Her friend added one more thing that left the princess frozen. Maybe he just doesn't draw his sword against those he truly recognizes as ladies. Bion turned her head away abruptly, calling it nonsense and demanded to leave, not wanting to hear another word. However, even though she denied it with her mouth, the princess's cheeks had started blushing for a while now. Seeing Bion's heart of a maiden expression, her friend laughed incessantly because she had hit the right spot. Looking towards Stella Dome, her friend thought to herself that this couple might be an interesting combination after all. Come the next weekend, Baek Yuseol had to ask the two key members of the club, Ma Yuseong and Azel, for permission to go on a private date. In reality, this was just a session of playing a fake boyfriend for Flame. The two walked and discussed what normal students do on dates. Finishing his business with Flame, Yuseol immediately found the Iphanal Spirit Garden, where shimmering blue flowers filled the area. He was quite surprised to see Iphanal appear in a tiny form this time, looking much smaller than the last time. Hearing Iphanal say it would take 1,000 years to fully recover, Yuseol could only utter a sarcastic, "That's so fast." Seeing Yuseol's speechless expression, the little spirit hurriedly corrected that she still had another way to shorten that time. A mischievous smile appeared on the lips of the tiny girl, and she officially suggested that Baek Yuseol enter into a familiar pact, so they could bind their powers together. Yuseol looked at her slightly puzzled. "In short, you want to form a spirit-beast contract with me?" She replied, "That's right. I used to be very weak, but ever since I signed a contract with Ha Tirayo, I have become incredibly powerful." The male lead nodded. "Ha Tirayo, that person also has a mana-leaking constitution just like me. You became stronger by forming a contract with someone who has no mana. What is the principle behind that exactly?" "That thing, what about that?" Iphanal smiled innocently and replied, "I'm not sure either. But it is a fact that I became stronger." She approached and extended her hand toward him in a friendly manner. "So can we form a contract?" He thought silently for a moment and then agreed. "I guess that's fine. You're the one who asked for it. Since it's come to this, don't you dare go back on your word later." Iphanal answered happily. Baek Yuseol's eyes narrowed in surprise. He secretly thought he never expected he could form a contract with a deity. Iphanal flew over and kissed his hand lightly. A blinding light erupted from the two of them, illuminating the entire area in a brilliant radiance. System notification windows popped up. Soul contract with Spirit Beast Iphanal established. 5th tier star class Spirit Beast Alpha. Intimacy, willing to bet her entire heart. Inherited traits, self-purification level 3, whispering wind level 4, memories of the flower bed level 2. Baek Yuseol carefully read each line and marveled. Even though he had lost all his ability stats, he had still retained so many traits. As expected, a deity is still a deity. To have received 3 inherited traits, it must be thanks to the high intimacy level with her. Self-purification has the effect of cleansing a contaminated body with the power of nature. And whispering wind is an ability that helps read the movement of air currents right. This will surely be very useful in real combat. But what is this? Memories of the flower bed level 2. When someone smells the fragrance of the flowers, they will receive a trait corresponding to the meaning of that flower. He hurriedly asked her about the meaning of this trait. "Among your traits, what kind of ability is memories of the flower bed?" Hearing that, she explained, "Oh, that, people who smell the flower fragrance will feel their mood improve." Yuseol asked again, "Besides that, does it have any other use?" She replied happily, "They feel even happier." Baek Yuseol smiled helplessly. "Oh, is that so? Anyway, thank you." Iphanal shook her head. "Not at all, I should be the one thanking you." The male lead thought to himself, "Although this wasn't the initial goal, thanks to Iphanal, I was able to form a spirit beast contract. From now on, I'll be counting on you, Leafhanal." A radiant smile appeared on the little deity's face. "I understand." Baek Yuseol said nothing more, just quietly enjoying the joy of this moment. The next day, at the International Alchemy Organization in the Alchemy City, Baek Yuseol brought his staff there for maintenance. "Assistant Altarisha, how is Terry Fong doing?" Altarisha took a quick look and replied, "It's not as good as I thought. Have you been overworking it lately?" Baek Yuseol scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Not long ago, the sword's form was completely destroyed. I also used it quite a bit while training. Why did it become like this?" While speaking, he thought, "Yesterday during training, the amount of mana released was weak, so I was suspicious. Bringing it for a checkup was definitely a wise decision." Altarisha looked at him and explained, "Even though it's an incredibly durable staff, it's good to take this opportunity to have it maintained. The item presentation is coming up soon. Come pick it up then." "Yes, thank you." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Oh, that's right, now that you mention it, how is your preparation for the presentation going?" Altarisha sighed wearily. "Don't even bring it up, I'm busy to the point of being blind. Just thinking about presenting in front of high-profile figures makes me nervous in my gut." Yuseol only knew how to smile and reassure her, "No need to worry so much, you'll definitely do great." "What is the item that will be displayed at the investment presentation?" Altarisha replied, As for that, there's no need to worry." Altarisha took out a box containing a necklace she had just finished crafting. "This is the item I'm making. Just by putting on this necklace, you can display the cloak anywhere and at any time. Although it's not entirely complete, do you want to try wearing it? The people around noticed Beak Yusial's appearance and whispered, "That student is here again. Is it true he's the co-author of that excellent alchemy paper?" He quickly put the necklace on and activated it. Immediately a cloak appeared, covering Beak Yusial's body. The alchemist girl nodded in assessment. "Oh, it looks pretty solid, doesn't it? It has an integrated auto-activation function for level 2 emergencies. See, I don't have enough technical expertise to fuss with the design yet, so it only goes as far as covering the body. Even creating simple sleeves or pockets is stumping me." Beak Yusial pointed at a pen and said, "This is a mana pen, right? Let me borrow it for a moment." He took out his secret glasses and put them on to observe. "Right here, what if we draw a boundary line into the particle shrinking path and then add shape memory alloy circuits?" "Huh? What are shape memory alloy circuits?" she asked, confused. "By the way, I should explain a bit more here. Ether World is an old game, so of course, it has an outfit upgrade system. In reality, when upgrading, there are points used to add circuits. I saved those contents inside the woodpecker glasses. Right now, it only goes as far as folding and opening. But if we add alloy circuits, it will remember its original shape. Just by clearly outlining the boundaries for the particles, creating sleeves or hoods won't be difficult, right? And in this state, if I try wearing it again, the result will be this." The cloak expanded once more, but this time it had been improved to include a hood and complete sleeves. "What do you think?" Altarisha's eyes widened, shocked beyond words. "No, I can't believe it. The problem we've struggled with for over 2 months, and he solved it so easily. Is student Beak Yusial really a genius?" The scholars around, seeing the scene, ran over to crowd around him, wondering. They hadn't expected there to be such a simple method. "What if we take advantage of this to apply it to other items?" "Good idea. If it were me, I'd add this to this part. What does everyone think? It's absolutely amazing." Beak Yusial looked toward Altarisha and smiled. "Assistant Altarisha, come over here for a second." Altarisha also softly replied, "Understood." A moment later, he said goodbye. "Well then, I'll take my leave now. Everyone keep up the good work." But no one listened. They were busy sinking into their own ideas. Is there not a single soul willing to listen to me? Seeing that happy and eager look of Altarisha, he just smiled to himself in relief. While walking down the hallway, Beak Yusial's thoughts sank into chaos. Soon in this magic world, a revolution in items will explode. Compared to modern civilization, it's similar to using brick phones, only for smartphones to suddenly appear. The technical and value gap between magic engineering and alchemy magic engineering is not small at all. Although it's currently in the development stage, that doesn't matter. Because with just the available technology, it's enough to make everyone marvel at the potential of the items. And then, sometime later, the Gold Faction Alchemy exhibition of Altarisha's academic group officially announced the item. Crowds of people flocked there with their own schemes and calculations. Everyone brought their own purposes, and the Royal Inspection Team was no exception. All of them poured into the Alchemy City as if wanting to see something that belonged to them. And then the day of the item presentation, the one most awaited, finally drew near. Beak Yusial and Altarisha strode into the Great Hall. A confident smile still lingered on their lips.